Yesterday, my reconnaissance troops successfully eliminated a group of northern savages, acquiring a substantial supply of provisions and several hundred women, all of whom are from the Zhou people. The general has decreed that all unmarried soldiers may ascend the platform to claim a woman as their wife. According to the scouts' report, in 1 month's time, we shall engage in a decisive battle against a faction of the northern savages. I hope that during this interval, in addition to intensifying your training, you may also consider procreation. As the voice echoed in his ears, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes, feeling bewildered. The first sight that met his gaze was a vast martial arts arena. On the platform stood several rows of women, each adorned in distinct attire. At the center stood a man clad in armor, passionately delivering a speech. Meanwhile, he found himself amidst a throng of soldiers, equipped with helmets, armor, and large blades. The bizarre ensemble left Lin Feng even more perplexed. What is happening? When did I become a mere supporting character? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, recalling that he had collapsed after working 3 consecutive days to meet a project deadline, and upon awakening, he found himself in this peculiar scenario. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a sudden influx of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. After a considerable time, Lin Feng gradually assimilated these memories, his expression turning to one of horror. He had traversed through dimensions, from a technologically advanced blue star to the Great Zhou dynasty. According to the memories of his predecessor, Lin Feng learned that this world revered martial prowess above all. The Great Zhou dynasty was founded upon martial strength, with numerous sects proliferating throughout. However, despite having ruled this land for over a millennium, the Zhou dynasty was evidently in decline. Internally, powerful clans held sway over the government, while local sects harbored ambitions that threatened to spiral out of control. Externally, they faced the looming threat of fierce enemies from neighboring lands. The situation was undeniably dire. Lin Feng currently resided in a place called Yin Pass, a desolate and barren small town, serving as a significant stronghold on the northern frontier of the Great Zhou, defended by over 2,000 soldiers. However, the demographic composition of Yin Pass was exceedingly complex, comprising prisoners dispatched by the imperial court, stationed border troops, and a scant number of indigenous residents. Years of warfare meant that whenever casualties occurred within the military, some young and able-bodied prisoners would be selected to replenish the ranks. The predecessor had been forcibly conscripted in this manner, having served less than half a year as a mere foot soldier. Lin Feng found it utterly frustrating others who traversed dimensions often emerged as scions of illustrious families or royal kin. At the very least, they were affluent young heirs. His situation was dismally unfortunate. Reduced to either a labor camp inmate or cannon fodder, was there truly no alternative? Moreover, where was the promised extraordinary boon that often accompanied such transitions? Just then, the man on the platform spoke once more. The order of selection for brides will be determined by your military ranks, from highest to lowest. 1,000-man commanders, 100-man commanders, first-class soldiers, second-class soldiers, and finally, third-class soldiers. Very well, let the selection commence. As the 2,000-man commanders were already married, the moment the man issued his command, the unmarried 100-man commanders eagerly ascended the platform. As for Lin Feng, he was merely a lowly private, which meant he could only make selections at the very end. He sought nothing more than beauty. Who knows when one might meet their demise on the battlefield? Securing a captivating wife would not render his journey through life in vain. However, given this order, he pondered how he could possibly choose a woman of exquisite appearance by that time. Look, our centurion has gone up. Brothers, do you think any of those women could catch our centurion's eye? I believe none of these women are worthy of him. What do you mean? Just a glance reveals at least a dozen of them with decent looks. Have you all forgotten? The general mentioned plans to expand the ranks by 1,000 men in just a few days. Among our centurions, who do you think is fit for such a significant responsibility? Isn't it obvious? When it comes to military merit and combat prowess, our centurion is unparalleled. Thus, I assert that none of these women are deserving of him. Listening to these discussions, Lin Feng instinctively turned his gaze to the imposing figure of his superior, Centurion Wang Eru, known for his fierce temperament. In the military, no one dared to defy him in the slightest. At that moment, he stood before a woman adorned with a veiled hat. "Young lady, remove your hat, so I may see." Wang Eru's eyes narrowed, his aggressive gaze appraising the woman before him unabashedly. Lin Feng too scrutinized her, though the thin veil obscured her face. Her figure was exquisite in every regard. Curvaceous, her waist was barely graspable. Particularly striking were her exposed forearms, pale as jade, her skin so tender it seemed one could draw water from it. Lin Feng mused that, were he in Wang Eru's position, he too would be tempted to unveil the beauty concealed beneath the veil. However, in response to Wang Eru's demand, the woman took 2 steps back, shaking her head. Oof, what a pretentious woman. To gain the centurion's favor is a stroke of fortune, yet she dares to refuse. Indeed, such a lack of discernment is simply ungrateful. I advise you to acquiesce to the centurion, lest you invite your own misfortune. Amidst the murmurs around him, Lin Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just then, Wang Eru let out a cold snort, declaring, "Here, no one dares to defy my will." With that, he stepped forward, causing the platform to tremble. The woman stumbled, and Wang Eru seized the opportunity to rip off her veil and toss it to the ground. In an instant, an unparalleled beauty was revealed to the crowd. With elegant brows and skin as smooth as cream, this woman would undoubtedly be a star in any future era. Yet, the onlookers collectively frowned, their expressions marred by distaste. The women closest to her recoiled, as if confronted by a great calamity, hastily retreating. Bah! Wang Eru spat onto the ground, his voice laced with irritation. So, it's a woman with heterochromia. What a stroke of bad luck. Who would dare to take her home? She is indeed beautiful, but alas, we are not worthy of such a blessing. What a pity for that radiant face. I say, Old Li, you have always been resilient. Why not sample what this young lady has to offer? Get lost. Why don't you step up to be the Good Samaritan? Listening to these jarring voices, Hitsaiwei's heart was now a desolate wasteland. She hailed from a prestigious family, a lineage steeped in scholarly tradition. Yet her father had incurred the wrath of the current prime minister, leading to their unjust imprisonment. Subsequently, her family was exiled to Yen Pass, where they fell victim to the ravages of northern marauders, and she was cruelly abducted. The experiences she endured during this time had long extinguished her dreams. Marrying a soldier seemed a reasonable escape, as long as she could survive. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, male offenders were condemned to hard labor, while females were relegated to serve as military concubines. She had hoped that by marrying a soldier, she could shed her criminal status and reclaim her dignity. Yet, she never anticipated that her innate heterochromia would obliterate her only path to salvation. Heterochromia? Inauspicious? Lin Feng took a closer look and discerned that the woman's left eye was a normal brown, while her right eye shimmered a striking blue. In later times, such a trait would be deemed an alluring quirk, enhancing one's charm. However, in this realm, being born with heterochromia marked one as an ill-fated individual. It was precisely this belief that prompted Wang Eru and the others to react with such disdain. It seemed the woman donned a veil, perhaps to shield herself from the prying tongues. After a thorough inspection, Wang Eru ultimately selected a woman of moderate beauty to take with him. Those who followed suit deliberately avoided her, as if she were a harbinger of calamity. Since none of you desire her, I shall graciously accept. What a collection of fools! Lin Feng dismissed the notion of heterochromia being a bad omen. To marry such a stunning beauty would surely make him awaken with laughter in his dreams. Lin Feng was the last to approach the stage. He stepped forward with determination, halting in front of the tearful Hitsaiwei. Come with me. Chapter 2, A Fortuitous Arrival, Double Happiness. What? Hitsaiwei's expression froze in disbelief as she lifted her gaze to the resolute yet handsome man before her. Aren't you afraid I might bring you misfortune? She couldn't help but whisper. At that moment, she appeared as a sorrowful flower, her tear-streaked face eliciting Lin Feng's instinctive desire to embrace her. No, I only know that I must take you away today. Gazing into Lin Feng's determined eyes, Hitsaiwei felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Then, as if she had made a resolute decision, she grasped his hand tightly. What? Has this lad lost his senses? Choosing beauty over life. Lin Feng, have you gone mad? Let go of her hand. You cannot contain her. Brother, you are quite audacious. Daring to take home a woman with different colored eyes. Be careful, or she'll be your undoing. As someone chose the woman with heterochromia, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony. Hee hee. I, Lin Feng, am destined to endure. There's no need for your concerns. Subsequently, Lin Feng and He Kaiwei inscribed their names on the official marriage certificate issued by the government, having paid the registration fee of 10 copper coins, thus sealing their union. At that moment, a melodious synthesized voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! A true man should stand fearless in this world. The strongest slaughter system has been successfully bound. Through slaughter, one grows stronger. Host: Lin Feng. Combat power: extremely low, unable to be detected by the system. Comprehension: mortal level in this world. Comprehension is categorized from low to high as mortal, yellow, profound, earth, heaven, king, emperor, and sovereign. Physique: mortal body. In this world, physiques are divided into copper skin, iron bone, silver flesh, gold body, and myriad forms. Martial skills: none. Slaughter value: 0. Slaughtering grants slaughter value, which can be used to enhance attributes and exchange for martial skills, elixirs, etc. What a delightful surprise! With beauty by his side and a golden finger now in his possession, Lin Feng suddenly felt as if his previously dim life had ignited with brilliance. Ding! The starting gift package has been fully loaded. Would the host like to open it? Open. Lin Feng replied eagerly. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained a cubic meter of personal space, which can expand with points. Ding! Congratulations. The host has acquired the martial skill Heaven Slaughter Blade technique. Through slaughter, trial the heart of martial arts. Upon perfecting the technique, one can slay thousands with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations. The host has received 100,000 slaughter points, which can be allocated to combat power, comprehension, physique, and martial skill proficiency, as well as personal space. Would the host like to allocate points now? Not yet. I shall wait for my command. Lin Feng suppressed his excitement and quickly interjected. As Lin Feng completed his selection, the assembly drew near its conclusion. The general announced, those who have chosen their wives shall enjoy 5 days of leave, return to the army after 5 days, or face military law. As the man's words echoed, the attendees gradually dispersed. Come, let us return home. Lin Feng grasped He Kaiwei's delicate hand tightly and moved forward. However, after taking just 2 steps, He Kaiwei suddenly halted, bending down to pick up her hat from the ground. Just as she was about to put it on, Lin Feng interjected, my wife has nothing to hide. With that, he tossed the hat into the air, along with the shadows that lingered in He Kaiwei's heart. In a corner, Captain Wang Era watched as Lin Feng led He Kaiwei away, feeling an uncontrollable itch of curiosity. He then turned to a scrawny fellow beside him and pondered aloud, Song Chun, do you think the rumors about those with are truly ominous? Song Chun, Wang Eru's loyal confidant, seemed to sense his thoughts and, with a sly glance, whispered, Chief, even if it were true, that omen has surely shifted to Lin Feng. Shall I gather a few men to bring that beauty to your home tonight? Unexpectedly, Wang Eru's expression changed, and he replied sternly, Nonsense. It's not abduction. It's an invitation. Just tell Lin Feng that as captain, I wish to invite his wife to my home for an important matter. Understood? Got it. You can rest easy. I know how to handle this. Song Chun smirked, his face resembling that of a mischievous monkey. Take this bag of silver and go. Wang Era tossed a bag of silver to Song Chun before humming a tune and departing. Safe travels. Song Chun bowed respectfully and waved his hands to signal 2 individuals approaching. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, all border soldiers must be allocated housing by local authorities. However, due to years of warfare, Yin Pass had become sparsely populated. Even Lin Feng, a lowly soldier with less than half a year of service, was assigned a place to stay. Along the way, Lin Feng and He Kaiwei encountered numerous whispered remarks from onlookers, making He Kaiwei increasingly sensitive and lowering her head. Feeling the pressure of her grasp, Lin Feng suddenly halted. Looking at He Kaiwei with earnestness and softening his voice to reassure her, do not pay heed to what they say. They are merely envious that I have married such a beauty. I know you are a good person, but I still worry. He Kaiwei hesitated. Worry about what? That I might bring misfortune upon you. Lin Feng scoffed, playfully swinging his fists in the air. Look, I am perfectly fine. Nothing has happened. In the next moment, he raised 3 fingers to the sky and declared loudly, I, Lin Feng, vow to cherish He Kaiwei for all my days. If I fail to uphold this promise, may thunder strike me. Don't. He Kaiwei quickly pressed her hand against Lin Feng's mouth, only to realize the impertinence of her gesture and hurriedly withdrew her hand. Her demeanor resembled that of a startled fawn, stirring a sense of tenderness within Lin Feng. Once her emotions settled slightly, He Kaiwei suddenly exclaimed, Thank you. Lin Feng waved his hand and said, "From this day forth, we are family. There is no need for gratitude between us. My dear, do not err again." Upon hearing the term "my dear," He Kaiwei felt a rush of warmth. Her cheeks flushed with a delightful hue. She gazed at Lin Feng's sharply defined features, which were further accentuated by the glow of the setting sun, adding an air of gallantry to his visage. For a moment, she found herself entranced. Following the memories of her past self, after a brief tea session, the two arrived at a small courtyard. The courtyard was modest, consisting of 3 thatched cottages, one for living, another serving as a kitchen, and the last as a washroom. There was also a stable, where an old horse was contentedly munching on hay. Though small, the place was well equipped. As a soldier stationed at the border, Lin Feng only had 1 day off every 15 days, yet the courtyard was meticulously maintained. Additionally, a patch of land was flourishing with seasonal vegetables, indicating that the previous occupant was someone who cherished life. "My dear, this will be our home from now on. I apologize for the inconvenience," Lin Feng remarked with a smile, gesturing towards the quaint courtyard. Chapter 3, Level Up. 3rd Rank Warrior. Upon hearing his words, He Kaiwei quickly shook her head. "I have no complaints. Compared to my recent experiences, this is already wonderful. Husband, you must be hungry. I shall prepare a meal." With that, He Kaiwei rolled up her sleeves and headed towards the kitchen, eager to prove her worth and show that she was not a burden to this household. The trial she had faced had stripped away the pretenses of a noble lady, enabling her to work with admirable efficiency. "My dear, you have traveled far. Allow me to take care of this." However, as soon as Lin Feng stepped into the kitchen, He Kaiwei gently pushed him out, insisting, "You should rest. How could a husband be allowed to cook?" Watching her busy herself, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile softly. "Very well, my dear. I shall practice my skills." After a moment's pause, he recalled that he had unfinished business and, leaving those words behind, made his way to the back mountain. After contemplating the matter for a short while, Lin Feng finally grasped the mechanics of the enhancement function, considering he would be heading to the battlefield in a month. This was not an ideal situation for someone with such low combat prowess. After some thought, he addressed the system, allocate 1,000 points to combat strength. Combat strength increased by 1,000. Congratulations, host, you have attained the rank of a 1st rank warrior. In an instant, a surge of power coursed through Lin Feng's dantian, spreading throughout his limbs and body. To rise to the rank of a 1st rank warrior with just a 1,000 point enhancement was remarkable. He mused, "If I could allocate 100,000 points, I would soar to unimaginable heights." As if sensing Lin Feng's thoughts, the system's notification chimed. System reminder, 100,000 points of kill value can only elevate the host to the rank of a 4th rank warrior. It is advised that the host allocate points wisely. The system's words fell upon Lin Feng like a bucket of cold water, instantly awakening him to the realization that he would need 100,000 points of slaughter value to ascend to the 4th rank of martial artist. It was evident that he must henceforth strive to vanquish his foes. The path of martial arts is classified from 1st to 9th rank, with the 9th rank leading to the titles of Master, Grandmaster, Martial King, Martial Emperor, and even Earthly Immortal. Even the formidable commander of Yin Pass, Pan Feng, who commanded an entire city's forces, was merely a 6th rank martial artist. This underscores the arduous journey of martial arts, where every realm presents an insurmountable chasm. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng expended 60,000 points of slaughter value, elevating his combat strength to that of a 3rd rank martial artist, comparable to the Centurion Wang Arrow. Thus, he would possess the means of self-defense on the battlefield. The remaining slaughter value was evenly distributed among his comprehension, physique, and martial skill proficiency. Host, Lin Feng. Combat strength, 3rd rank martial artist. Comprehension, yellow grade. Physique, iron bones. Martial skills, sky slaughter blade technique. Proficiency, beginner. Slaughter value, 0. After closing the system panel, Lin Feng drew his long blade, channeling his energy before striking fiercely at a tree that required 2 people to embrace. With a swift motion, a blade of light flashed, and the powerful blade energy struck the tree trunk, resulting in a sharp crack as it split cleanly. Had there been onlookers, they would have noted the cut was as smooth as a mirror, a testament to the might of that strike. In this era of great strife, endowed with a formidable system, Lin Feng was destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of history. Subsequently, he practiced his sword technique for half an hour before sheathing his blade and returning home. Though He Kaiwei hailed from a prestigious family, she possessed a modicum of culinary knowledge. By the time Lin Feng returned home, a pot of rice porridge and two exquisitely presented side dishes awaited him on the stone table in the courtyard. Darling, you've returned at the perfect moment. Please wash up and join me for dinner. Of course. After freshening up, Lin Feng sat at the table and reached for a bowl of rice porridge. Before taking a sip, an enticing aroma wafted toward him, utterly delightful. One spoonful of porridge followed by a bite of stir-fried vegetables created a symphony of flavors. A true gastronomic pleasure. Darling, does the meal suit your taste? Hikawe's voice chimed in, tinged with a hint of nervousness. The dishes you prepared are exceedingly delicious. I could easily devour 3 more bowls. Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, Hikawe released a quiet sigh of relief, savoring her porridge in small bites. Suddenly, a stray lock of hair slipped from her forehead. As she reached to tuck it behind her ear, a large hand swiftly moved to lift the strand, tucking it neatly behind her ear. As their gazes met, Hikawe's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, radiating a delicate beauty. In that moment, it felt as though a string in her heart had been gently plucked. Gradually, she closed her eyes, her breathing becoming increasingly labored, gazing upon those enticing crimson lips. It would be remarkable if Lin Feng could maintain his composure. Just then, a voice filled with mockery pierced the air. Oh, Lin Feng, do you not bother to conceal such affairs from prying eyes? Startled by the unexpected voice, Hikawe instinctively hid behind Lin Feng. Upon closer inspection, she noticed 3 burly men had stealthily entered the courtyard, clad in simple attire, their robust physiques suggesting a military background. Lin Feng gently patted her arm, soothingly murmuring, "Do not fear, my dear, you may enter the house while I handle this." "Husband, please be cautious," Hikawe replied, her voice trembling as she turned towards the bedroom. Though uncertainty gnawed at her heart, an inexplicable trust in the man before her assured her that he would risk his life to protect her. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little lady is quite the temptress. No wonder you were so eager to take her away. What do you know? This is what it means to die beneath the peony. Even as a ghost, one can remain charming. Lin Feng, we are all brothers in arms. One cannot indulge alone in good fortune. If you find pleasure, you ought to share it with your comrades, right? Brother Song speaks wisely. Haha. Only after Hikawe had entered the room did Lin Feng turn to face the leader of the group. Suddenly, he let out a derisive laugh and said, "Song-chun, I would never share my own wife with anyone. On the contrary, considering how you've relied on Wang Era as protection, I presume your wife has contributed quite a bit behind the scenes, has she?" It was no secret that Song-chun's wife had been sent to Wang Era's bed. Yet out of respect for Wang Era's formidable reputation, no one had dared to jest about it in front of Song-chun. However, now, Lin Feng, the lowest-ranked soldier, had the audacity to speak of it openly, akin to spitting in Song-chun's face. The insult was minimal in harm, yet profoundly scathing. The 2 companions accompanying Song-chun were also taken aback by Lin Feng's boldness, seemingly convinced that he had lost his senses. "You scoundrel! I will kill you." In an instant, fury surged within Song-chun as he drew his long knife and charged at Lin Feng with a roar. Chapter 4. Sending you to the afterlife. Swish. Lin Feng deftly evaded the blade's edge, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He flexed his left arm, delivering a powerful punch to Song-chun's abdomen, doubling him over in pain, unable to straighten his back. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng grasped Song-chun's long knife, the clash of blades resonating as he parried against another assailant. With a swift kick, he sent that individual crashing to the ground. His gaze turned icy as he regarded the final adversary, as if sizing up a lamb awaiting slaughter. In contrast to Lin Feng, the lowest-ranked soldier, the trio of Song-chun were all first-class soldiers, boasting the prowess of second-grade martial artists. Were it not for the acquisition of a slaughter system today, which granted him 100,000 points of slaughter value from a novice package, enabling him to successfully break through to third-grade martial artist status, Lin Feng would have found it nearly impossible to bring his wife, Hikawe, home safely today. He would have either met a fatal end or endured a fate worse than death. Speak, what brings you to my presence tonight? Be honest. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to send you 3 to your demise. Lin Feng's voice was hoarse, his gaze not on the last of the trio, but rather piercingly fixed on Song-chun. The latter, confronted by the visage of an executioner, was overwhelmed with dread, his complexion as pale as a ghost. Hesitation flickered across Song-chun's face, anxiety gnawing at him as he feared retribution for betraying Wang Era. What's the matter? Reluctant to speak? A cold, sardonic smile played on Lin Feng's lips as he approached with measured steps. Without warning, he brought his foot down upon Song-chun's calf. A sickening crack resounding as the bone shattered. Ah, Song Chun's scream echoed, a wretched cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. I'll tell you. It's Wang Baifu. He desires the woman you've chosen and has ordered me to bring her to his residence before you could claim her for yourself. Lin Feng's lips curled in a frigid smile, just as I suspected. Wang ate a feast with one hand while coveting with the other. I care not for his appetites. However, to lay a hand on my woman is to court death. His fury ignited anew as he delivered another vicious kick, shattering Song Chun's right leg with a sickening crunch. Pale and breathless, Song Chun found himself gasping for breath, the excruciating pain robbing him of his strength. This sheer force could only belong to a martial artist of the third rank. How could a mere lowly soldier possess such might? Had he been concealing his true power all along? Confusion swirled within him. How had Lin Feng transformed into such a formidable presence? Just moments ago, he had seemed no more than a mere soldier, yet now, his prowess and strength and speed was unmistakably that of a third-rank warrior. Lin Feng scoffed. What concern is it of yours? A man on the brink of death has no need for such knowledge. You dare. Song Chun's pupils constricted as he bellowed. I am a trusted confidant of Wang Baifu, and I am here tonight on his orders. If you kill me, he will not let you off lightly. He will have you torn asunder, and your remains scattered. Lin Feng merely chuckled disdainfully. I already stated that his lust for my wife amounts to a death wish. I shall claim his life, and you, a mere hound at his feet, are of no consequence. At this, Song Chun's face drained of color, and he pleaded in desperation. Master Lin, I was wrong. Please spare me. We are comrades in arms, destined to face the battlefield together. Is this how you treat your fellow soldiers? Lin Feng's expression darkened, his steely visage drawing near to Song Chun's head. He pressed the cold blade of his standard-issue combat knife against Song Chun's greasy cheek. His voice icy. Men like you deserve no mercy. Even the heavens would turn their gaze away. No sooner had he spoken, the blade glinted with lethal intent, and blood erupted from Song Chun's neck as Lin Feng's figure vanished, reappearing before the other two men. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slain a second-rank warrior. Kill value. 200. Only 200 points for a mere Song Chun? He was at least a first-class soldier. This system is rather stingy. Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly. The remaining two, sensing the tide had turned, promptly turned to flee. Lin Feng, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the full might of a third-tier martial artist. With a mere flick of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, targeting one of the assailants. A powerful punch landed squarely on the adversary's face, causing his head to explode in a shower of blood. Simultaneously, Lin Feng hurled his long knife like a flying dart, its cold gleam flashing through the air, and another foe collapsed, lifeless. Shortly thereafter, the familiar sound of a system notification echoed, congratulating the host for slaying a second-tier martial artist, awarding him 400 points of kill value. Hearing the anguished cries from outside, Hikaiwei cautiously supported herself against the doorframe, peeking out with trepidation, fearing that the next sight might be Lin Feng's lifeless body. Do not fear, my dear, Lin Feng reassured her, as long as I am here, nothing shall befall you. He wiped the blood from his palms using Song Chun's garment. Hikaiwei was acutely aware of the rules within the martial arts arena. It was evident that Song Chun and his companions were significantly stronger than her husband, Lin Feng, a mere third-class soldier. Yet, at this moment, all three first-class soldiers lay dead at her husband's hands. It seemed that her spouse was far more formidable than he appeared. Suppressing her astonishment, she hastened to Lin Feng's side, her face etched with worry. Husband, the unexplained disappearance of 3 soldiers is no trivial matter. Should their whereabouts be discovered, she bit her lip, anxiety etched across her features as she clutched Lin Feng's blood-stained hand. If that day ever comes, I shall stand by you through life and death. Such calamity is not easily provoked, Lin Feng replied with a calm smile. These 3 disguised themselves and approached covertly, clearly wishing to conceal their identities. Nothing will come of this. It is dark, and our dwelling is isolated. There is no risk of exposure. Besides, I am but a lowly third-class soldier in the military. Who would suspect me regarding the disappearance of 3 first-class soldiers? Hikaiwei nodded gently, though she did not release her grip on Lin Feng's hand. Having traversed a tumultuous life, she had finally found such a commendable husband. If danger truly loomed, she would embrace it, for there was little left in this world that she held dear. Once he had reassured his wife, Lin Feng prepared to dispose of the 3 bodies. He squinted slightly. Wang Eru, the centurion, possessed merely the combat strength of a third-tier martial artist. Given his current insights and physical prowess, coupled with the rudimentary skills of the slaughtering Heaven Blade technique, eliminating him would pose no challenge. However, Wang Era had forged connections with 2,000-man captains, whose strength surpassed the third tier, reaching the fourth. Lin Feng was not yet equipped to contend with them. He ventured to the back mountain, burying the three bodies in a deep pit, meticulously covering the earth and employing further concealment. The night was dark and eerie, with distant animal howls amplifying the unsettling atmosphere. Meanwhile, within a grand residence comprising 3 courtyards, the centurion Wang Era resided in Yinguan. His abode was far more opulent than Lin Feng's humble straw-thatched cottage and dilapidated walls. The estate boasted a landscape of artificial hills and strange rock formations, with a pond nestled at the rear. At that moment, chaotic and elevated sounds emanated from the bedroom in the back courtyard, gradually subsiding after some time. The bedroom window was tightly shut, and the faint fragrance of heather lingered in the air. Upon the bed lay a woman with a rosy complexion, the very beauty chosen by Wang Era from the martial arts arena. Yet, at this moment, she wore an expression of pain, her brows furrowed, revealing that Wang Era was not one to cherish delicate flowers. The courtesan from the Huai River had soft, fair legs, and the scent emanating from her was truly enchanting. Wang Era hummed a vulgar tune, seated robustly at the table, his calloused right hand gripping a wine cup as he took a hearty swig, fiery liquid cascading down his throat. After a mouthful of food to temper the spice, a wave of sourness surged through him. Visions of each Siwei's graceful figure would occasionally flit through his mind, igniting a lingering passion within him. Chapter 5. Is it better to be a beast than a beast? When the guests arrive, we must lend our assistance. That little white face, Lin Feng, with his limited abilities, will surely be unable to resist such a beautiful woman. Wang Era chuckled lewdly, casting a glance at the beautiful woman behind him, who trembled after having been toyed with by him. 2 women together would undoubtedly be more entertaining. As Wang Era's thoughts spiraled, he felt a rising heat within him. Yet, having drained a pot of wine, he still saw no sign of anyone outside. Where had that rascal Song Chun gone? A flicker of annoyance crossed Wang Era's eyes as he shouted, "Someone, go check on Song Chun." Why is the task he was assigned still incomplete? Wang Era's expression darkened, his fierce demeanor emanating an intimidating presence. The guards outside promptly responded. Moments later, a guard reported, "My lord, Song Chun is not at home, and his wife does not know where he has gone." Not at home. Wang Era furrowed his brow tighter, his anger intensifying. He waved his hand dismissively and ordered, "Then go to Lin Feng's house." When did Song Chun become so sluggish in his duties? Upon hearing this, the guard displayed hesitation, feeling quite reluctant. "Lin Feng? That fool who married a woman with different colored eyes? Why are you still standing there? Go quickly," Wang Era urged. Reluctantly, the guard lowered his head and departed. Outside the thatched cottage, the yard was stained with blood, recently covered up. As Lin Feng entered the house, a commotion arose from outside. "Lin Feng, are you there?" The guard shouted, disregarding whether Lin Feng was present and barging in. "Dear husband." Upon seeing someone arrive, He Siwei's face turned pale. Lin Feng smiled calmly, reassuringly patting He Siwei's head. "Do not worry, my dear. I will handle everything." He turned to leave first. For some reason, gazing at Lin Feng's resolute figure, He Siwei's previously anxious heart suddenly found solace. Inside the thatched cottage, the master bedroom was partitioned. A layer of sheer fabric adorned the bed, accompanied by a thin door that divided the main room in 2. Within the compartment stood a neatly made bed, adorned with a thin layer of soft bedding, primarily used for rest. Outside the enclosure, a few wooden tables and stools were haphazardly piled together, serving to accommodate the occasional visit from colleagues. "Have you seen Song Chun tonight?" the guard inquired, indicating he was sent by the centurion to ask. Without a moment's hesitation, the guard readily betrayed Wang Era. Lin Feng scratched his head, maintaining his previously harmless persona, and replied, "No, I hardly speak with Brother Song. How could he possibly come to my home?" However, the guard was not as easily distracted as Wang Era, and he did not indulge in frivolities regarding He Kaiwei. His indifferent gaze briefly swept over Lin Feng before glancing at the indistinct figure of He Kaiwei within the compartment. A gentle breeze rustled the thin white veil of the enclosure, momentarily revealing a pair of dark, cerulean eyes. The guard instinctively took a step back, a wave of distaste surging within him. "All right, just a routine inquiry," he said, waving his hand as he hastily departed from Lin Feng's home, pondering the ill fortune that might befall him should he linger near such an ominous figure. As for Lin Feng, the guard had no reason to suspect him. A mere third-class soldier, he likely could not even be considered a martial artist. Though Song Chun was not a paragon of virtue, his strength was evident. And delivering his wife to the bed of Centurion Wang Era was no trivial matter. Inside the Wang family's living room, upon hearing the guard's report, Wang Era squinted, idly spinning two iron balls in his hands, which clinked together rhythmically. Where on earth has that rascal Song Chun gone? He could have fled alone. But taking two with him? Could it be he has turned coward with the impending battle? Wang Era shared the guard's sentiments, viewing Lin Feng as nothing more than a superficial figure, someone whose good looks were his only merit. If not for the military's shortage of personnel, he would never have received such a salary. Continue the investigation. Wang Era's voice was frigid as he slammed the iron balls onto the wooden table before him, embedding them and leaving two perfectly round impressions. Earlier that morning, the commander at the training ground had spoken of the impending conflict. In such crucial times, the sudden appearance of 3 deserters under his command was no trivial matter. He still aspired to contend for the position of centurion. The opportunity had been promising, yet now, this debacle had arisen, leaving him vexed. In comparison to aspirations of promotion and acquiring wealth, his thoughts had already cast aside He Kaiwei. With power and strength, who would fear a lack of women? After dispatching Wang Era's envoy, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of his courtyard. It was only natural to feel anxious about his first experience with murder and concealment of a corpse. Strangely, Lin Feng discovered that he had seemingly masked his emotions quite well. He felt no unsettling sensations or nausea that typically accompany such acts. Could it be that Lin Feng was, indeed, a born harbinger of death? Lin Feng chuckled at himself before retreating to the inner room. Upon entering the partition, he found He Kaiwei seemingly exhausted, her head resting against the hard pillow as she had already drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Feng understood her fatigue. Yet, at this moment, observing the serene He Kaiwei, akin to an infant in her tranquility, with delicate eyelashes fluttering and her skin, smooth and supple as jade, glowing with a milky sheen, stirred something within him. Her curled form resembled an alluring serpent, and her white attire accentuated her alluring figure, making it even more enticing. As Lin Feng gazed at his beloved wife, his throat went dry, and he could not suppress a gulp. However, he swiftly quelled the peculiar feelings that arose. Even though he had brought He Kaiwei home, and they had confirmed their bond, Lin Feng prided himself on not being the kind to take advantage of the moment. At the very least, he resolved to wait for her to awaken and seek her consent. Only then would it be the appropriate time for a romantic evening filled with fine wine and sweet intimacy. Not wanting to disturb He Kaiwei, Lin Feng cautiously exited the partition and securely closed the door. Sighing, he retrieved the prepared bedding from the cupboard and laid it on the cold, hard floor. With a wife now, it seemed quite unfortunate for a man like him to sleep alone. After a day filled with toil, Lin Feng, exhausted, nestled into the bedding, and soon warmth enveloped him, lulling him into slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, He Kaiwei awoke refreshed and rejuvenated. After days of relentless travel, her once gaunt visage had regained a healthy glow. Pushing open the door to the inner room, she was about to tend to some household chores when she spotted Lin Feng sleeping on the floor. My husband is so foolish, she thought, when we could easily share the bed. As she gazed at the still sleeping Lin Feng, a gentle smile graced her lips, warmed by tender feelings swelling within her. Chapter 6. In broad daylight, unashamed Lin Feng's sleeping posture was quite ungraceful, tossing and turning, causing the bedding to slip off him. Noticing this, He Kaiwei instinctively lifted one corner of the quilt and gently tucked it around him. However, as she made the movement, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly fluttered open, revealing his strikingly handsome face. "Darling," he murmured softly. The moment she heard his gentle call, He Kaiwei felt a shiver run through her heart as she turned to look at him. In that instant, it seemed as though even the wind outside had stilled. Their gazes met, and in silence, they both relished the beauty of the moment. "Has my husband awakened?" He Kaiwei playfully blinked, her demeanor childlike and mischievous. Not only was he awake, but Lin Feng also felt a strong urge to tease his wife. With a wicked grin, he exerted himself, lifting his upper body with a significant motion, and like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, he pressed his lips against each sideways. The softness of her lips stirred delightful sensations within him. "Husband, did you just kiss me?" He Kaiwei's cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson, akin to ripened fruit, as embarrassment washed over her. In that moment, her mind was a swirl of thoughts, grappling with the unexpected boldness of her husband. How could he act in such a manner? However, I am indeed the beloved of my husband, one whom he can embrace whenever he desires. At this thought, He Kaiwei felt a wave of shyness wash over her heart swelling with joy, and her cheeks flushed even deeper. He Kaiwei, already a breathtaking beauty, radiated a natural blush against her fair complexion. Observing this, Lin Feng could not help but pull her into his arms. They tumbled together beneath the covers, As his hand reached out, Hikaiwei grasped it firmly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and looked at her. Hikaiwei softly murmured, "My lord, it is inappropriate during the day. What if someone were to come? Perhaps it is better to wait until nightfall." Her voice was barely above a whisper. Her gaze cast downward, unable to meet Lin Feng's eyes. "I beg you, my lord." In a moment of instinctive femininity, Hikaiwei pressed her cheek against Lin Feng's bare chest, exposed by the sudden movement. The warmth of their skin ignited a gentle heat. Yet Lin Feng's ardor began to subside. He found her frail demeanor, though it stirred a man's desire to conquer, more deserving of respect. They held each other tightly, their foreheads touching for a long while before gradually parting. "There is truly no need for haste, my lord. I am already your wife, today and for a lifetime." After their intimate exchange, Hikaiwei's demeanor towards Lin Feng grew significantly warmer. She intertwined her arm with his, playfully like a little girl. "My beautiful wife, if I do not quickly claim you for myself, how could I, as your husband, ever feel at ease?" Lin Feng gently caressed Hikaiwei's delicate cheek, wearing a mischievous grin. "You always know how to say sweet nothings to a girl. You must have said such things many times before. You are certainly not a good man," Hikaiwei teased bashfully, taking dainty steps towards the stove. Lin Feng assisted her, smoke curling gracefully into the air. Soon, a humble meal of congee and vegetables was prepared for the couple to share. "My lord, do you think that person from last night may harbor suspicions about you?" Hikaiwei inquired with concern etched on her face. Lin Feng glanced at her, offering a calm smile. "It is nothing of great consequence. I am often regarded as a fool within the ranks, the subject of others' ridicule. He, or anyone else for that matter, would have no reason to doubt." Hikaiwei pouted, first nodding, then expressing her displeasure. "My lord is not a fool. You are the most formidable person in the world." "Very well," Lin Feng replied with a smile. After their meal, he tidied up the house. Previously, as the sole man, he managed just fine, but now, with a lady of the house, it was time to create a home. Once the tidying was nearly complete, Hikaiwei clapped her hands cheerfully and approached Lin Feng. "My lord, we are lacking some items. We must go to the city to purchase them." "Very well," Lin Feng responded with a smile, stepping outside to lead their old horse and harness it to the cart. As Hikaiwei adorned herself, Lin Feng, as usual, wore a smile and greeted the neighbors around him, reminiscent of days gone by. Most of them were military personnel. Some fortunate, others less so, yet all had been conscripted here. "Anti-air, are you off to discipline the children again? It hasn't even rained yet." "Zhang Gu, our Yinguan town is gearing up for battle. Better to hunt more in the mountains for provisions instead of selling in the city, where profits are meager." Many responded to him. "You, young man, should mind your own affairs. In war, survival comes first. I heard that the lieutenant bestowed wise upon you yesterday. Marrying young is indeed a blessing, for with a wife, one's heart finds stability." In Lin Feng's memory, his rapport with the neighbors was generally amiable, maintaining a respectable facade. At that moment, Hikaiwei emerged from the house. Lin Feng naturally introduced her to the neighbors. "Come, my dear. This is Anti-Air. This is Zhang Gu. And this esteemed gentleman is Master Lu, one of the few carpenters here. He crafted the cart in our yard, costing me quite a bit of silver." With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Feng spoke. "Anti-Air, Zhang Gu, Master Lu." With each introduction, Hikaiwei responded with grace, her sweet smile bringing honor to Lin Feng as her husband. Initially, the neighbors regarded Lin Feng as fortunate, with a few even offering praises. "Lin Feng, you've struck gold with such a beautiful wife." However, soon after, someone noticed the peculiar heterochromia in Hikaiwei's eyes. The brownish-black irises tinged with a hint of ethereal blue. This revelation caused the previously warm atmosphere among the neighbors to turn cold, silencing them instantly. Those who were somewhat closer to Lin Feng cautioned him. "Lin Feng, have you been deceived? Those with heterochromia are said to bring misfortune, should she ever cause your demise. You will regret it." "Zhang Gu, how can you believe such nonsense? If those with heterochromia were truly cursed, our emperor would have long spoken out. And our lieutenant would never overlook such a matter. Would they simply stand by and watch us perish?" Seeing Lin Feng dismiss their warnings, the neighbors chose to retreat into their homes, leaving the once lively scene markedly subdued. Lin Feng, however, felt little concern. Only a twinge of guilt as he glanced at Hikaiwei. "My husband, shall we go?" Hikaiwei asked nonchalantly, with a sweet smile as she took Lin Feng's hand, leading him toward the carriage. "Very well." Observing that Hikaiwei remained unfazed, Lin Feng chose not to dwell on the matter. In his heart, he vowed that once he rose through the ranks to become a centurion or even a 1,000-man commander, This humble abode would be left to whomever desired it. Having wed such a stunning wife, how could he not reside in a grand estate? Lin Feng took the reins, guiding the carriage into the city with his wife by his side. Yet, as Lin Feng departed, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Chapter 7. Does my wife fancy it? Then let us purchase it. The individual in question is the very guard who visited Lin Feng's residence last night. Upon observing the absence of others, he leaped into the courtyard, commencing a search for something elusive. The centurion was indeed overly cautious. How could Lin Feng possibly defeat 3 elite soldiers? After all, they were all second-tier martial artists, far beyond the capabilities of a mere recruit who had only recently completed basic training. After a short while of fruitless searching, the guard departed in frustration. Master, I have thoroughly searched Lin Feng's room and discovered nothing of significance, save for a slight disarray on the bed, he reported. This lad is remarkably fortunate to have such a luxurious resting place before heading to battle. Enough, Wang Eru snapped irritably. From last night until today, he had dispatched men to scour nearly every conceivable location, and with no other options left, he had sent someone back to Lin Feng's home once more. Yet the outcome was still fruitless. I have truly lost my wits, floundering in desperation. What is Lin Feng, after all? Wang Eru muttered, his agitation mounting. With time slipping away from him, Yanguan Town is a modest settlement. Apart from a handful of civilians, the majority of its inhabitants are stationed soldiers, which means that most residents must travel 10 miles to Foshui City to procure daily necessities. It can be said that should Yanguan Town fall, Fengshui City would undoubtedly suffer the consequences, bearing the brunt of the calamity. The carriage halted at a street corner as He Kaiwei accompanied Lin Feng along the bustling thoroughfare. She readjusted her veil, for her heterochromatic eyes, though Lin Feng may not mind, would undoubtedly attract unwarranted attention, complicating their forthcoming purchases. My husband, I don't mind a bit of hardship. Having you by my side is more than enough, He Kaiwei said with a radiant smile. Clasping Lin Feng's large hand and offering him solace instead, Lin Feng remained silent, merely returning a gentle smile. Despite possessing a system, he was not particularly adept at managing the daily affairs of the household, such as oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and even the coarse salt for brushing teeth or bathing supplies. How many men truly concern themselves with such matters? Today, Fengshui City was exceptionally lively, with street vendors vociferously advertising their wares and prices significantly lower than usual. Perhaps influenced by the impending war, everyone was eager to earn whatever they could. As they strolled, He Kaiwei suddenly halted in front of a stall displaying writing essentials. Lin Feng followed her gaze, noting the wolf hairbrush, a piece of Xian paper with a corner missing, an inkstone, and a jar of pre-prepared ink nearby. If you wish, we can purchase these. Such an expense is manageable for our household, Lin Feng remarked, observing He Kaiwei's genuine interest. This led him to reflect on her recent behavior, her distinctiveness during selection, the exquisite and delectable meals she prepared yesterday, which no ordinary girl could replicate, and her gentle demeanor, occasionally revealing a subtle delicacy in their interactions. Was she perhaps a young lady of some affluent family, cast into this predicament due to unfortunate circumstances? Lin Feng could not provide her with more at that moment, yet he was willing to offer what he could. Nevertheless, he decided against it. He Kaiwei gazed at him for a moment longer, her expression resolutely shaking her head as she grasped Lin Feng's hand and departed from the stall. Simultaneously, she murmured, there are still numerous expenses at home, and these scholarly essentials are excessively priced. That wolf hairbrush is astonishingly 30% above market value, and the rice paper, despite having a torn corner, is still sold at a normal price. None of these merchants are trustworthy. My husband should not indulge me too much. This amount could sustain our family for half a month. If we had meat with every meal, it would easily last for several days. My husband, currently training in the military, must not be deprived of nourishment. As she spoke, He Kaiwei began to express her grievances towards Lin Feng, her eyes sparkling with the diligence of a housekeeper. Very well, Lin Feng observed his earnest wife, choosing not to continue the argument. The two resumed their shopping, and after more than an hour, they finally gathered the necessary provisions. My dear, please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. Lin Feng could not bear to let such a devoted wife as He Kaiwei experience even the slightest inconvenience. Husband, He Kaiwei softly called out, but he did not turn back, leaving her to wait in place. As time passed, she incessantly searched the crowd for Lin Feng's figure. When she finally spotted him again, her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. In his hands, he held the very rice paper she had lamented about, a rather decent inkstone, and that wolf hair brush, which was indeed 30% more expensive than usual. Although it was evidently second-hand, it was a rare find in a place that sold miscellaneous goods. What are you doing? My husband? Lin Feng approached her. He Kaiwei pouted, her lips jutting out high, her eyes glistening with impending tears as they reddened. I told you not to buy anything. We have many expenses at home, and these are unnecessary purchases. But my dear, did you not express your fondness for these items? Lin Feng bent down, gazing into her tearful eyes, and smiled. Rest assured, my dear, I have served as a soldier for over half a year and managed to save some silver. This purchase for you comes not from our household funds, but from my private savings. After acquiring this set of scholarly essentials for you, I shall be left with nothing. Would you care to support your husband a little more? As he spoke with a grin, he extended his hand towards her. Absolutely not. Hikawe swatted his palm away, placing her hands on her hips. It was your decision to buy it. I certainly did not ask for it. As she spoke, a smile began to bloom on her face, revealing two charming dimples, her head tilting slightly, her expression radiant as a blossoming flower, pleasing to behold. Truly not. Lin Feng leaned in with eager anticipation. No, absolutely not. Hikawe maintained a playful yet firm expression. And thus, my husband, no? How it itches. My lord, I was wrong. I truly was. After a playful interlude, the two prepared to return home. At that moment, a cacophony of shouts erupted from the street. Have you no eyes? Do you not know who my young master is? Begone. Approaching them was a dandy youth, adorned with a fur hat, his complexion pale and his face seemingly touched by powder. He strode confidently, flanked by a group of followers. Upon seeing this young man, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, wishing to avoid trouble. He noticed how Hikawe leaned closer to him, her head bowed. Just as the dandy passed, a gentle breeze lifted the veil of her hat slightly, causing it to flutter momentarily before descending to the ground. As he caught sight of her, the young man's eyes widened in astonishment, as if he beheld a celestial maiden stepping forth from a painting. Chapter 8. A brutal beating of the county magistrate's son. Initially, the followers were equally captivated by Hikawe's unparalleled beauty. However, upon noticing her striking heterochromatic eyes, one of them exclaimed, "Young master, this woman possesses an ominous birthmark. It is said that those who draw near to her may face dire consequences." With that, the follower tugged at the dandy, urging him to distance himself from Hikawe. What of her eyes? Such a stunning beauty, even if marked by misfortune, is worth pursuing. One could die beneath a peony and still remain enchanting in death. The dandy's expression turned greedy, his gaze lecherous as he leered at Hikawe. This woman with heterochromatic eyes has been associated with misfortune throughout history. The follower continued, trying to pull him away. Yet before he could finish, the dandy kicked him aside. Begone. When I act, it is not your place to prattle on. Speak again, and I shall render you powerless. The dandy turned, his earlier anger dissipating, and his gaze returned to Hikawe, now filled with an unsettling desire. He hastened to stand before her and Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to Lin Feng's presence. My lady, you are truly exquisite, captivating to the very core of my being. Why not accompany me back to my residence? I assure you, I will provide you with all the luxuries you desire. As long as you please me, I shall grant you anything your heart wishes. As he spoke, the dandy extended his hand, holding a folding fan, towards Hikawe's chin in a presumptuous manner. Just as he intended to advance further, his arm was suddenly immobilized. Unable to exert any force, it was firmly grasped by Lin Feng. Without uttering a word, Lin Feng tightened his grip, wrenching the young man's arm downward with a swift motion. With a sharp crack, the dandy's right arm dislocated. Only then did the dandy finally acknowledge Lin Feng. He shot an incredulous and furious glance at him, but before he could utter a word, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his arm. The young dandy, in excruciating pain, cried out in anguish, his body involuntarily retreating until he collided with his numerous attendants. What are you waiting for? Teach this scoundrel a lesson. Beat him to a pulp. Despite his agony, the dandy's gaze towards Lin Feng was filled with animosity. You foolish boy, blame your misfortune for offending my young master. Your fate is sealed. Several attendants rolled up their sleeves, and aside from one who supported the dandy, the rest charged towards Lin Feng. Unfazed, Lin Feng seized the fist that was hurled at him, pivoting with force and sending the assailant crashing to the ground, leaving him mostly incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, two more rushed at him, but Lin Feng deftly dodged, delivering two swift blows that sent them sprawling as well. In an instant, all the attendants had been subdued by Lin Feng. This commotion drew a crowd, with many curious onlookers gathered around. Even patrons at the nearby tea stall craning their necks to catch a glimpse of the unfolding drama. The copper kettle used for brewing tea hissed as steam rose, and another pot of tea was brewed and poured into neatly arranged teapots. As the tea was poured, the fragrant aroma of the leaves wafted through the small stall. Among the patrons was a robust, broad-shouldered middle-aged man, his rugged features exuding a sense of valor. Dressed in dark attire, he sat at the tea stall, holding a porcelain cup, his calloused hands betraying years of experience. He watched Lin Feng discipline the dandy with an amused expression, a glimmer of lethal intent flickering in his eyes, suggesting he was no ordinary man. This young individual, striking with ferocity and decisiveness, had yet to reach the age of 20 but was already a third-tier martial artist. Such a small town as Foshui County truly surprises me, the middle-aged man mused, observing Lin Feng's every move and discerning his capabilities. He couldn't help but reflect on his own journey, recalling that at Lin Feng's age, he had barely attained the second tier. Across from him sat a young man, not much older than Lin Feng, with sharp brows and bright eyes, his features impeccably defined, particularly his righteous gaze that radiated integrity. Each breath he took was deliberate, indicating he, too, was no ordinary individual. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his admiration evident, his gaze lingering on Lin Feng as he continued to comment. Indeed, this young man's talent is formidable, rivaling your own. Should he be guided under my tutelage, within 3 years, he could command a military force. Given time, he may even stand shoulder to shoulder with me. It was clear that the general held this young man in high regard, his praise unexpectedly lofty. Ye Kai chuckled softly, his words devoid of any disparagement towards Lin Feng. At a tender age, he assumed the role of a centurion, and in the future, his prospects will only grow brighter. At this moment, Ye Kai fell silent, his gaze following that of his general, directed towards Lin Feng, and within him stirred a youthful spirit of rivalry. Useless. They are all utterly worthless. At this instant, amidst the gathering crowd, the dandy young master grimaced in agony, baring his teeth at the fallen attendants beside him. After just a few exchanges, they were all laid low by Lin Feng, prompting the dandy to unleash a torrent of curses. Unbeknownst to anyone, one attendant stealthily slipped into the crowd and discreetly made his escape. The onlookers murmured among themselves, many applauding Lin Feng for reprimanding such a frivolous scion. It was only fitting. Such rogues deserve to face consequences. Those who walk by the riverbanks inevitably get their shoes wet. It seems this man has finally encountered a formidable opponent. Had this gentleman not shown restraint today, the young master from a wealthy family might have found himself bedridden for the rest of his days, reduced to a veritable wastrel. However, gradually, the tide of public opinion shifted. Wait, isn't this individual the son of the county magistrate? Surely not. If it is true, this gentleman could be in grave peril. Good heavens, that is indeed the son of the county lord, known for his arrogance and tyranny, feared by all in the town of Fengshui. Suddenly, the murmuring crowd fell silent. The dandy, lying on the ground, wore a cold smirk. Meanwhile, the enraged attendants began to rally, shouting, "You're finished for crossing our young master. What is mere skill worth? In the world, power speaks louder than prowess. You, boy, hurry and kneel before our young master. Beg for forgiveness, and perhaps you might be spared." The attendants groaned as they struggled to rise, helping the dandy back to his feet. Some quick-thinking individuals even brought forth a long bench for him to sit upon. "Now that you know my identity, are you afraid?" Though his arm was dislocated, the dandy maintained an arrogant demeanor, looking at Lin Feng with utter disdain. He gestured dismissively towards the ground, sneering, "Kneel and bow 3 times. And perhaps I might spare you if I'm in a good mood." Then, casting his gaze towards Hikaiwei with a lewd grin, he said, "Let your young lady accompany me for a night, and I shall return her to you tomorrow. Consider it an act of great mercy on my part." Chapter 9. The General of the Northern Guard is here. Who dares to act recklessly? As the young master uttered these words, the attendants scrambled to flatter him. "You truly possess a heart of gold, young master. Just like that Wang Ernyang, who could have easily appeased you for some silver to support her household, but chose to resist. What could come of that? In the end, she was discarded like a mere straw mat in a mass grave. Young man, this is an opportunity being offered to you by the young master. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Feng found their words laughable, clenching his fists in response. Truly, it was becoming unbearable. At most, I could eliminate this debauched young master and flee with my wife, Hikaiwei, to a far-off land. After all, I possess a killing system. The world is vast, and I need not worry about finding a refuge. Lin Feng has never truly belonged to the great Zhou dynasty and feels no sense of allegiance. if pressed to the limit. Seeking refuge in the northern barbarians is not out of the question. Moreover, He Kaiwei has been driven to the point of being at the mercy of others in Yanguan town due to the calamities and misfortunes inflicted by the Great Zhou dynasty, which indicates that her existence within this realm is far from pleasant. In any case, attempting to coerce Lin Feng into submission is futile. With a system at my disposal, I refuse to be reduced to a mere pawn. As murderous intent surged in Lin Feng's eyes, He Kaiwei's expression turned anxious, and she gently grasped his hand, urging, "Husband, let us depart swiftly. There is no need to entangle ourselves with such individuals." Before Lin Feng could respond, the young master, with keen ears, interjected, "You think you can strike me and simply walk away? Is there such a bargain in this world?" He sneered, threateningly addressing Lin Feng, "Such a beautiful lady. I can easily discover where you reside. If you fail to comply, I assure you, I will be quite displeased." The more Lu Long threatened, the more fervently Lin Feng contemplated his demise. He was not one to endure indefinitely. A man's wrath can lead to bloodshed, and today he intended to be both valiant and cunning. Just as he prepared to act, a crowd surged forward. "What is happening? Do you wish to cause a scene in public? Disperse at once," boomed a voice from the throng. Zhang Tianlang, the county constable of Fengshui County, along with a group of county guards, arrived on the scene. A brief glance at the situation revealed the essence of the matter. The young master of the county had once again brazenly harassed a married woman. With a sigh, Zhang Tianlang realized the predicament but felt powerless. He waved his hand, and the county guards, wielding their weapons, surrounded Lin Feng and He Kaiwei. In the face of Constable Zhang, Lu Long remained audacious, commanding, "Zhang County Constable, you've arrived just in time. Apprehend this scoundrel. Do you know that I was nearly beaten to death by him? He possesses considerable strength. Soon, you shall learn who the true master is. First, I shall cripple him, then shatter his limbs, and before his very eyes, I shall take his lovely wife." Ha ha! As he reveled in his excitement, Zhang Tianlang raised his hand and barked, "Seize him!" At that moment, Lin Feng shielded He Kaiwei behind him, scanning the vicinity for a suitable weapon. His gaze settled on a nearby guard wielding a weapon. At this juncture, he would have to carve a bloody path. Just as Lin Feng prepared to strike and the two sides were on the verge of collision, a resonant voice rang out from a tea stall ahead, "Halt!" It was the middle-aged man who spoke. One of the county guards, brandishing a weapon, arrogantly pointed at the man. "Who do you think you are? When did it become your place to speak here? Be gone at once." The middle-aged man cast a cold glance at the individual before him. Since his rise to fame, few dared to exhibit such blatant disrespect. With a thunderous sound, Ye Kai surged forth like a swift cheetah from behind the middle-aged man, his white attire flashing before the eyes. In a split second, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the recently outspoken county guard flying a full 5 meters away. This man was no ordinary foe. The sudden appearance of Ye Kai startled Lin Feng. The county guards and the attendants of Lu Long were merely a ragtag bunch, at most first-tier warriors, utterly incapable of contending with him, a third-tier warrior. However, the speed, strength, and finesse displayed by Ye Kai were undeniably aligned with his cultivation level. Also at the third-tier realm, in Lin Feng's memory, such a young third-tier warrior was a rare find, even within the military ranks. Boldly attacking the county officials in broad daylight, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang furrowed his brow and reprimanded sternly, "Do you not regard the laws of the Great Zhou dynasty?" Before he could finish, his voice seemed to be choked. He watched as Ye Kai expressionlessly produced a black iron token from his bosom, upon which were inscribed the two imposing characters, Zhenbei. With the general of Zhenbei present, who would dare to act recklessly? Just then, the previously aggressive county guards, at Zhang Tianlang's signal, brandished their intimidating clubs and charged forward. The county lieutenant hastily shouted, fearing that any delay could lead to true calamity, "Stop this at once." The guards, though baffled, complied and retreated. Zhang Tianlang squinted at the token in Ye Kai's hand. Although he had never seen the general of Zhenbei, he was familiar with the token, having come from a military background himself. Moreover, given the imposing presence of the middle-aged man, he could hardly suspect him to be an impostor. It is well known that impersonating the general of Zhenbei carries the grave penalty of annihilating 3 generations of one's family. Before the general of Zhenbei, I plead for your forgiveness for my ignorance. The general of Zhenbei is one of the 4 esteemed generals of the Great Zhou dynasty. The title of the 4 generals implies the defense of the nation's mountains and rivers. The name alone is enough to quell unrest within a realm, ensuring peace and safety throughout, highlighting the immense authority it carries. The title of Jinbei pertains to the northern border of the Great Zhou dynasty, and the one commanding the forces there serves as the highest military authority in that region, alongside the other 3 generals who jointly oversee the 4 corners of the Great Zhou dynasty. Their combat prowess exceeds that of a 9th-tier warrior, a status Lin Feng currently could not aspire to attain. In terms of official ranks, the highest Lin Feng could encounter in the Yanguan army was merely that of a 100-man captain, Wang Eru. At this moment, even Captain Wang Eru posed a significant challenge for Lin Feng, let alone the nearby general of Jinbei. Within the bureaucratic hierarchy of the Great Zhou dynasty, the general of Jinbei held a 4th-tier rank. The centurion ranked from the 9th tier, highlighting the vast difference between him and the general of the northern frontier. Observing the middle-aged man before him, Lin Feng's heart surged with uncertainty. Husband, as the general of the northern frontier, we should be safe today, should we not? He Kaiwei grasped Lin Feng's hand, sensing that her husband was no longer as tense as before. Her heart found solace in that moment. It should be so. Although Lin Feng remained uncertain, it did not deter him from soothing his wife's anxious heart. The mere mention of the general of the northern frontier transformed the expressions of the townsfolk, who had previously feared the authority of the magistrate of Foshui County, into one of hopeful anticipation, their gazes converging towards this scene. The citizens who had just shared tea and conversation with the middle-aged man were equally astonished, struggling to comprehend the revelation that this man was indeed the renowned general of the northern frontier. Chapter 10. The magistrate arrives, distorting truths. With the general of the northern frontier present, it seemed unlikely that today's events would escalate into chaos. Many thought to themselves that this young man was indeed fortunate to return home peacefully with his wife. At this moment, Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the middle-aged man. From his military knowledge, he understood that the general was not currently stationed at the borders to manage affairs and stabilize the troops. Thus, why had he suddenly come to this insignificant town of Yanguan? Lin Feng instinctively sensed that there was more to this situation than met the eye. The debauched young master Lu Long, upon witnessing Officer Zhang's reaction to a mere token, ceased his aggression towards Lin Feng and He Kaiwei, his frustration boiling over. He cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man and scoffed, "Officer Zhang, it's just a worthless token. What of the general of the northern frontier or the general of the southern frontier? Such prominent figures could never deign to visit our humble Foshui County. This man must be an impostor." As Lu Long spoke, he grew increasingly emboldened, declaring, "In my opinion, not only has the general of the northern frontier not arrived, but even if he did, I would not be intimidated." At that moment, another voice rang out. "In broad daylight, such malevolence occurs within Foshui County. I, the magistrate, shall not let this go unpunished." A throng of people surged forward, their footsteps resonating in unison. Magistrate Lu Hong led an entourage of officials, a greater number than those previously accompanying Officer Zhang. Upon arriving at the scene, Lu Hong's gaze sharpened as he noticed his son Lu Long slumped on a bench, his right arm dangling precariously. Lu Hong's expression turned icy as he demanded, "What is happening here?" This was his only cherished son, whom he doted upon, and witnessing such an incident in his jurisdiction ignited a murderous fury within him. "Dad, it was him. He was the one who just struck me." Lu Long, now fully aware, glared at Lin Feng with seething hatred. "Rest easy, my son. I have arrived, and the heavens shall not collapse." Lu Hong patted his son's shoulder, turned, puffed out his chest, donned his golden insignia, and feigned a righteous demeanor, elongating his voice as he proclaimed, "Today, who is responsible for this disturbance?" At that moment, the servant who had just sneaked out abruptly sprang forth, pointing at Lin Feng and exclaiming loudly, "It is he. He is the one who just broke the young master's arm." The young master merely wished to inquire about his wife's health in recent days, concerned that she might have caught a chill. Little did he know, in a fit of madness, he seized the young master's arm and twisted it. "Master, you must uphold justice for the young master." This servant was adept at adapting to circumstances, his words flowing with fervor and conviction, suggesting he had engaged in such antics on numerous occasions. Thus, the truth was unveiled. Lu Hong squinted, raised his hand, and directed at Lin Feng, "Someone, apprehend him. With both witness and evidence present, today I shall rectify the injustices within Foshui County." Lu Hong spoke each word with conviction, causing onlookers to believe he was a righteous and virtuous magistrate. Seeing the situation escalating, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang dared not remain a passive observer any longer. A larger commotion would be detrimental. He hurried to Lu Hong's side and whispered, "My lord, you must reconsider. This man has the northern general's protection. Should this matter escalate, It could draw the attention of the Ministry of Personnel, jeopardizing your reputation and position. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's expression changed to one of alarm. He promptly approached the middle-aged man, bowing in respect. I am Lu Hong, the magistrate of Fengshui County. It is an honor to meet the Northern General. I was unaware of your visit. It is indeed a lapse in my duties, and I extend my respects to you. Although the Northern General, Yin Nantian, remained silent, Lu Hong maintained his jovial demeanor, signaling to the officers who had nearly assaulted Lin Feng to step back. In response, they reluctantly retreated. Lu Hong then opened his arms, stepping forward to Lin Feng and his son, Lu Long, and continued with a beaming smile. This matter is a misunderstanding, akin to the floods sweeping through the Dragon King Temple, strangers among kin. My precious son was merely concerned for your wife's well-being, and you, in your protective fervor, perhaps acted a touch too forcefully. As the magistrate, I understand that no one owes anything to anyone. Let us consider this matter resolved, turning great troubles into small ones. Just as Lu Hong believed this approach would please the Northern General Yin Nantian, the general coldly scoffed, saying, in broad daylight, under the clear sky, Lu Darren, your attempt to invert right and wrong is truly enlightening. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's face turned ashen, and he quickly replied, General, your words are too kind. I am deeply humbled. Lu Hong's demeanor became exceedingly anxious, bowing and lowering his head, fully embodying a posture of humility. I implore you, General, to step into the county office, where I may extend a semblance of hospitality. I assure you it will be to your satisfaction. At this moment, Lu Hong genuinely believed that the Northern General's reproach stemmed not solely from his son's altercation with Lin Feng, but primarily from his own failure to show proper respect. He realized it was time to mend the situation and make amends. If one could successfully attach oneself to the leg of the General of the North Town, there might indeed be a possibility for further advancement. Oh, is that so? Just moments ago, your good son declared that he would not be intimidated even if I were to arrive. If he, as a son, is unafraid, then surely you, as his father, would not fear this old man masquerading as the General of the North Town? With a single step forward, Yin Nantian revealed the imposing aura of authority, instantly enveloping Lu Hong before him. Lu Hong's face grew increasingly pale, trembling uncontrollably, and he could only lower his head in submission, forcing himself to say, General, this humble official will surely satisfy you with the hospitality of a landlord. At this moment, Lu Hong appeared resolute in his intention to offer his entire fortune. However, Yin Nantian could not be bothered to entertain Lu Hong's myriad thoughts, merely snorting dismissively. After all, he had never regarded a mere 7th-rank county magistrate with any seriousness. Approaching Lin Feng, his gaze lingered for a moment on He Tsaiwei's unique eyes. Though surprised, the expression vanished almost instantly. Having surpassed 50 years of age, he had long grown accustomed to encountering individuals with unusual eyes, and the ominous tales surrounding them were well known to be mere fabrications propagated by the ill-intentioned. Instead, his interest was piqued by Lin Feng, the very reason he had chosen to offer assistance. However, Yin Nantian's indifference towards He Tsaiwei's unusual eyes did not imply that others would share the same sentiment. Unusual eyes? Ye Kai contemplated upon seeing He Kuei, momentarily captivated by her beauty, though it was but a fleeting moment before he regained his composure. Thank you for today's events, General, Lin Feng said, respectfully cupping his hands. Regardless of the general's true intentions for coming to Yin Pass, the assistance he provided to Lin Feng was indeed genuine. In light of this matter alone, expressing gratitude was entirely reasonable. The grace of the general today shall be remembered by my wife and me. He Kaiwei also slightly inclined her body, demonstrating her humility and courtesy. Yin Nantian waved his hand, chuckling as he remarked, with your abilities, young brother, dealing with this bunch of worthless fools is surely a simple task. Even if I were not to intervene today, you and your family would undoubtedly remain safe. Upon hearing this, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang and the other county warriors turned crimson, wishing fervently to find a place to hide. Chapter 11. Refusal of recruitment. You flatter me. General, Lin Feng replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. May I inquire your esteemed name? Yin Nantian asked. I am Lin Feng, Lin Feng responded, bowing slightly. Might I have a word with you in private? Yin Nantian extended his right hand, gesturing to Lin Feng. Please, General. Lin Feng replied courteously. The four of them settled down at a tea stall. With their arrival, and following the earlier commotion, all other patrons had long since fled, leaving only the stall owner and the four of them in attendance. County Magistrate Lu Hong, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang, and the assorted officials of the county office, including the once boisterous young Master Lu Long who now dared not utter a word, found themselves unable to leave casually. They could only observe from a distance, awaiting the unfolding events. If anyone remained oblivious to the identity of Yin Nantian, the general of the north, they would indeed be considered the most foolish of individuals. After placing a pot of hot tea down, the tea stall owner wisely excused himself. In the next moment, He Kaiwei, displaying considerable poise, rose and gracefully poured the warm tea into the white porcelain bowl before her, her movements precise and elegant, spilling not a single drop. The act of pouring was not only refined but possessed a subtle beauty, akin to the elegance of a graceful gesture. Yin Nantian turned his gaze to Lin Feng and, getting straight to the point, remarked, "Young brother, you must hail from the military, perhaps still serving in the army?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a jolt of tension. He had not anticipated that the general's insight would be so astute. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng stood to introduce himself, yet Yin Nantian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We are no longer in the military, so let us forego the pleasantries. To the point. I ask you, would you be willing to serve as a personal guard under my command? I shall personally train you, and when the time is ripe, it would not be impossible for you to rise to the rank of a general." The invitation extended by General Yin Nantian was undeniably enticing to Lin Feng. However, as his thoughts raced, he quickly regained his composure and inquired, "If I were to become the general's personal guard, would I still have the opportunity to fight on the front lines?" This was of utmost importance to Lin Feng. Listening to Lin Feng's question, Yin Nantian raised an eyebrow and shook his head, responding, "That would not be possible. The duty of a personal guard is to ensure my safety." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's earlier hesitation evaporated. The system of slaughter required him to rely on combat to grow stronger, to earn more slaughter points, which in turn would elevate his realm. Enhancements in aspects such as physique and comprehension were all closely tied to slaughter points. Without the ability to engage in battle, how could one acquire such points? "Today, I fear I must regretfully decline the general's kind offer," Lin Feng said, clasping his hands apologetically. At this declaration, Yin Nantian, Ye Kai, and He Kaiwei were all taken aback. Ye Kai furrowed his brow, visibly displeased. "Young man, our general extends this invitation because he recognizes your talent. So do not take advantage of the situation." Leaning forward with a somber expression, he fixed his gaze on Lin Feng. "You should know that in this vast northern territory, no one has ever rejected the goodwill of our general. Your husband has been turned down. Is it not a privilege to become the personal guard of the general of the north?" He Kaiwei, momentarily perplexed, turned her almond-shaped eyes towards Lin Feng. Yet, as she had already become his wife, she would respect any decision he made. "Ye Kai is right. No one in the north has ever turned down my goodwill. You are truly the first." He boisterously laughed. With a hearty laugh, Yin Nantian abruptly slammed his hand on the table, creating a thunderous sound. "Excellent. Since you possess such grand ambitions, I shall no longer trouble you. One day, when you become a general, I will surely toast you with fine wine." After speaking, Yin Nantian raised his teacup, using tea in place of wine, as a preemptive congratulation for Lin Feng's future appointment as a general. "Thank you, General." Lin Feng quickly stood up, mimicking the gesture with his own teacup. After they finished their tea, just as Yin Nantian was preparing to depart, he paused momentarily to retrieve a square jade pendant from his bosom. The pendant was a vibrant emerald green, engraved with the character Yin, rendered in an elegant cursive script. "This is my token. Should you ever reconsider your decision, you may seek me out," he stated. With that, Yin Nantian strode out of the tea stall. Ye Kai also rose from his seat, but as he passed by Lin Feng, he suddenly leaned in closer and whispered, "Young man, you will come to regret this. Countless individuals in the military aspire to be personal guards at the general's side, yet they cannot attain it. This opportunity lies before you, and you willingly let it slip away. In time, you will understand just how significant this moment truly is." Lin Feng clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, but remained silent. The other party meant well and had just assisted him. As Yin Nantian prepared to leave, the county magistrate, Lu Hong, approached eagerly, his face a mask of insincerity. "Since the general has arrived in Fengshui County, why not rest at my humble abode?" he suggested. "After such a long journey, it would be delightful for you to enjoy a meal and experience the local customs." "No need," Yin Nantian replied without looking back. Mounting his horse, from his elevated position, he cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hong and pointed at Lin Feng. "Once I depart today, if you dare to trouble this young man, I will not let you off lightly and will surely report this matter to His Majesty. With a cold snort. He showed no interest in Lu Hong's response, and with a squeeze of his legs, he gallantly rode away. Left behind, Lu Hong dared not show any sign of anger. Maintaining a forced smile on his face, he bowed deeply, repeatedly cupping his hands in salute, and continued to murmur, wishing the general safe travels. Only when Yin Nantian and Ye Kai had completely vanished did Lu Hong's smile gradually fade, transforming into a deep frown. After all, he was the magistrate of this county. If it weren't for the formidable reputation of the northern general, did he truly believe he had no allies? Just as Lu Hong began to regain his composure and breathe a sigh of relief, his son, Lu Long, limped over with the assistance of attendants. An expression of indignation plastered across his face. "Father, my arm is broken. Are we to let this matter pass without consequence? You fool, if you hadn't abused your power, would this situation have escalated so dramatically?" Lu Hong retorted, raising his hand without hesitation and landing a sharp slap across his son's face. The resounding crack echoed, leaving Lu Long dazed and bewildered. "Father, you actually struck me. You have never been willing to raise a hand against me," he exclaimed. "Someone, come quickly." At this moment, Lu Hong, disregarding his son Lu Long's incredulous expression, issued a direct command, "Take the young master back and let him reflect in solitude. No one is permitted to release him without my order." Chapter 12. The mute-eating Bittergourd County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang received the order and, accompanied by a group of county warriors, swiftly led the dazed Lu Long away, soon vanishing from sight. In the middle of the street, after resolving matters concerning his son, Lu Hong cast a cold gaze towards Lin Feng, who remained at the tea stall, scrutinizing him with icy eyes. Lin Feng, in turn, met his gaze. As their eyes locked for 3 breaths, everyone else retreated. "Today, nothing shall transpire in Fengshui County," Lu Hong declared with a sweeping gesture before turning to leave. With the warning from General Yin Nantian, Lu Hong understood that dealing with Lin Feng would not be a simple task. For now, he would have to temporarily bear this grievance. On the way back, Lin Feng drove the carriage and glanced at his wife, He Kaiwei, sitting beside him. His brows slightly raised in confusion. With a light chuckle, he surmised, "Are you pondering why your husband did not accept General Yan's offer? After all, such an opportunity is rare." Upon hearing this, He Kaiwei could not help but nod her head, sharing her thoughts. If you were to become a personal guard to General Yan, it would certainly benefit your future. Moreover, being beside the general would at least be less perilous. I worry for your safety when you face enemies on the battlefield. Even though you are formidable, there are always those stronger than oneself. If given a choice, I would prefer for you to remain safe. Lin Feng sensed the sincerity in each Siwei's words. Gripping the reins with one hand and holding her small hand with the other, he reassured her, "I will take good care of myself." While being by General Yan's side may offer safety, true respect must be earned through merit on the battlefield. "You will support me, won't you?" He Kaiwei nodded slightly, her body leaning against Lin Feng as the carriage jolted. She silently wished, "As long as my husband can return safely, that is all I desire. I wish for nothing more." Upon arriving home, they halted outside the courtyard. Lin Feng began to tend to the old horse's harness, while He Kaiwei cradled the newly purchased items in her arms. However, once they entered the house, a scene of utter chaos greeted them. The bedding was upturned. Cabinets stood open, and chairs lay scattered about, creating a disarray. Have we been robbed? He Kaiwei instinctively thought, though it seemed unlikely, considering there was little of value in their home. Lin Feng entered the house and, upon witnessing the disheveled state, also initially suspected a theft. However, after a thorough inspection, he found that nothing was missing. Suddenly, he recalled the Centurion Wan arrow. Even though on the surface, Lin Feng appeared to be merely a lowly third-class soldier. With little suspicion directed towards him, it is better to be cautious than to regret. The scene before him clearly indicated that Wang Arrow had taken advantage of his absence to seek someone out. With this thought, Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly dashed out of the house, surveying the surroundings at the entrance. The area was deserted. Utilizing his strength as a third-tier martial artist, he sensed the vicinity of his home but found no trace of any martial practitioners. The intruder had likely departed, Lin Feng mused. Upon returning indoors, he shared his analysis with He Kaiwei, offering her some words of comfort. Subsequently, he hurried towards the back mountain, occasionally glancing behind him to check for any pursuers. At present, his most formidable adversary was merely the Centurion Wang Eru. Though they were both in the same tier of martial prowess, Lin Feng remained confident that he would detect any pursuit from Wang Eru. Before long, Lin Feng arrived at the site where he had buried the body the day prior. Noticing no signs of excavation in the surrounding area, he momentarily let out a sigh of relief and returned home. Observing the worried expression on He Caiwei's face, Lin Feng felt a wave of guilt wash over him. Supporting her gently, he murmured, "In due time, everything will be well. Once your husband achieves military merit and becomes a centurion, there will be nothing to fear from Wang Eru. Your husband will surely succeed." He Caiwei nodded vigorously. Her eyes filled with a confidence that surpassed even her own. After laboring for most of the day, both were feeling hungry. He Caiwei went to the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Lin Feng sought a more secluded spot on the back mountain to practice his martial arts. With swift and powerful strokes of his long blade, the air shimmered with the brilliance of his technique. The techniques of the Slaughtering Heaven blade technique replayed in his mind, and he executed them once more. With his heightened yellow-level perception, Lin Feng could distinctly recognize the gradual improvement in his proficiency with the blade. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and Lin Feng sheathed his sword, looking at the myriad of blade marks etched into a large green rock. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. With a few more sessions of practice, he believed that he could advance the Slaughtering Heaven blade technique from its initial stage to a minor accomplishment without expending any kill points. The enhancements from his yellow-level perception were indeed evident. As he moved about, Lin Feng's ironclad physique allowed him to remain vigorous, feeling no fatigue even after half an hour of training. Indeed, the slaughter system does not solely focus on elevating one's realm. A balanced and comprehensive approach is essential for his future path as a powerful warrior. With yellow-level perception and an iron physique, Lin Feng was capable of achieving this current state. Among third-tier martial artists, there existed a spectrum of strength and weakness. Lin Feng was confident that at this moment, Centurion Wang Eru was far from being his equal. He envisioned the possibilities that lay ahead if he were to attain the profound level perception above the yellow level, as well as the earth level and sky level capabilities, alongside the silver and golden physiques beyond the iron. As he contemplated the future, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and his heart swelled with newfound desires. With a slight shift in thought, he cast another glance at the system interface. Host, Lin Feng, combat power, third-rank warrior, comprehension, yellow level, physique, iron bone, martial skill, Slaughtering Heaven blade technique, proficiency, entry level, killing value, 600. The killing value obtained from slaying Song Chun and his two companions was far from sufficient. He required more. After hastily finishing lunch, the culinary skills of his wife, He Caiwei, were as delightful as the previous day, prompting Lin Feng to salivate. Especially today. Having purchased several pounds of cured meat from the East Market, the meal was particularly satisfying. After the meal, Lin Feng gazed at his wife, who was tidying up the dishes, feeling a profound sense of contentment. He was truly fortunate to have married such a remarkable woman. His wife, He Caiwei, adept in both the kitchen and the parlor, was indeed a blessing that Lin Feng had cultivated over 3 lifetimes. He silently vowed never to let his wife endure even the slightest grievance, resolving to alleviate his burdensome worries. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Feng practiced his blade on the back mountain. The glint of the blade danced as he synchronized his movements with the appropriate footwork. With a slight shift of his toes to the left and a subtle body movement, the blade executed downward strikes and upward thrusts, altering positions with fluidity. Mastery was essential to ensure greater self-preservation on the battlefield. Chapter 13. A night of spring reverie. As dusk descended, Lin Feng sheathed his blade. After an entire afternoon of practice, even with his iron constitution, fatigue began to encroach upon him, prompting his return home. In ancient times, the common folk typically dined twice a day, with breakfast and lunch sufficing, while evening brought rest as night fell. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he noticed the surrounding homes were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Pushing open the courtyard gate, he was greeted by the sight of He Caiwei carrying dishes into the main house. The evening meal, though slightly inferior to lunch, still included meat. Having trained all afternoon, Lin Feng was ravenous and wasted no time in accepting the rice, devouring it voraciously. Once his hunger was appeased, he turned to his wife, unable to suppress his curiosity. "Why did you prepare dinner?" As the saying goes, a scholar is poor, but a warrior is rich. Although their household lacked wealth, it was vital to nourish the husband's body. Should he face peril on the battlefield, no amount of saved money would be of any use. As long as her husband was alive, the family remained intact. If he were to perish one day, she would find little joy in living alone. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Feng furrowed his brow and playfully flicked He Caiwei's forehead, just as he intended to withdraw his hand. He was taken aback to see her boldly part her cherry-red lips and gently envelop his finger with her mouth. Her nimble tongue swirled, and Lin Feng could distinctly feel the warmth and moisture that enveloped his digit. Momentarily stunned, he observed his wife as cheeks flush with embarrassment as she leaned closer. Her lips slightly parted, and her delicate fingers softly placed upon her own tender form. In the stillness of the night, a sweet and tender voice suddenly resonated, breaking the silence. The gentle demeanor of the woman, combined with the warm breath that brushed against Lin Feng's earlobe, enveloped him. The faint fragrance of apricot blossoms from his wife, He Kaiwei, wafted into his senses as she nestled closer. The night had deepened, yet she had not forgotten the promises made to her husband during the day. He Kaiwei's elegantly proportioned legs curled around Lin Feng, and she leaned back slightly. Previously pressed against him, she now slowly drew away, gazing at him with a flirtatious charm and an affectionate demeanor that was suffused with the scent of apricot blossoms. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate rosy hue, illuminated by the dim candlelight on the table, allowing Lin Feng to savor the beauty of the moment without reservation. As He Kaiwei softly called out husband once more, her voice stirred the passions of men. Lin Feng, coming back to his senses, felt the warmth of her alluring form in his embrace. At this moment, he hesitated no longer. Breathing heavily, his eyes ablaze with desire, he stood abruptly, wrapping his strong arms around He Kaiwei, entwining her like an octopus. She felt a sudden lightness, only to be enveloped again as she fell onto the soft couch in their inner chamber. Lin Feng's heavy breaths brushed against her cheeks, his masculine essence nearly overwhelming. She attempted to draw him closer. The soft glow of candlelight outside the room filtered through the open door, illuminating the scene upon the white gauzy bed within. Husband. The oil lamp has yet to be extinguished, He Kaiwei said in a soft, somewhat anxious tone. Lin Feng rose from her embrace, a playful smile gracing his lips as he looked at her, now languid and softened, and remarked that she seemed even more beautiful than usual under the flickering light. As he spoke, his fiery gaze remained fixed upon He Kaiwei, his intense eyes seeming to devour her whole. Leaning down, Lin Feng pressed his lips against her delicate pink ones, initially kissing lightly like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Soon, their connection deepened into a fervent embrace that lasted for hours. Leaning against the headboard, Lin Feng was suddenly struck by a vivid crimson hue. He paused, momentarily taken aback. Is this her first time? Realizing the significance, a wave of joy surged within him. He felt as though he had reaped the rewards of a lifetime of virtue, having discovered a rare treasure. In the aftermath, as they tidied up, He Kaiwei's gentle demeanor was further enhanced, though fatigue was now visibly etched upon her features. At that moment, she transitioned from a girl into a true woman. As she lay down, resting against her husband's sturdy arm, feeling the firmness of his chest and the tautness of his muscles, her face flushed anew. Subsequently, Lin Feng embraced her once more. He Kaiwei's heart raced, her complexion paling slightly, fearing that Lin Feng might attempt something once again. Husband, she timidly urged. Yet, Lin Feng merely shifted his posture, enveloping her in his embrace, his breath brushing against her forehead, instilling within her a rare sense of tranquility. What? Your husband is not one to be unkind and unappreciative, he said, gently caressing her delicate back, feeling the smoothness of her skin beneath his hand. With a soft smile, he remarked, there are many days ahead. What do you think? My dear? Lin Feng playfully jested, and upon hearing his words, He Kaiwei blushed like a quail, burying her face in his chest, playfully striking him with little force. Yet, her feeble attempts felt more like a gentle massage to him. Husband, you truly are incorrigible. The two continued to indulge in sweet whispers, and this enchanting night gradually came to a close. The following morning, as dawn broke, a faint ache and a lingering soreness enveloped He Kaiwei. As she opened her sleepy eyes and shifted slightly, the discomfort intensified. She reached out to the side, only to find her husband absent. An unfamiliar sense of longing surged within her, a complex mix of emptiness, fear, and trepidation born from prolonged hardship and wandering. Just then, a subtle aroma of malt sweetness wafted in from outside, followed by the sound of footsteps. Lin Feng, her dearly missed husband, entered, cradling a bowl of freshly prepared congee, enriched with nourishing ingredients to restore her health. The steaming dish, just made, promised significant benefits for her well-being. Seated at the bedside, Lin Feng helped He Kaiwei sit up, resting her head against a firm pillow while covering her lower half with the quilt. He blew gently on the spoonful of congee, allowing it to cool slightly before bringing it to her lips. The soft, glutinous rice mingled harmoniously with the subtle sweetness of the nourishing components, expertly blended, perhaps with a hint of brown sugar. This concoction was ideal for a woman recovering from blood loss, providing essential nourishment. Additionally, it contained ingredients to stimulate her appetite, offering substantial health benefits. Watching his wife, He Kai, delightfully consume the food like a little hamster, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In his past life, aside from work, his greatest passion was cooking. He had even taken the time to study dietary therapy in traditional Chinese medicine, enabling him to prepare such a splendid medicinal dish that morning. Chapter 14. My Wife, a Profound Comprehension? As the bowl of congee settled in her stomach, He Kai's complexion visibly brightened. The efficacy of the medicinal concoction astonished even Lin Feng. Subsequently, he too consumed a bowl, and indeed, the effects were remarkable. The medicinal properties proved exceptional. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he began to comprehend the situation. This realm, after all, was distinct from the world he had previously inhabited, suffused with rich spiritual energy. Thus, the unfolding scene became understandable. After placing the porcelain bowl into the cupboard, he returned to the inner room and seated himself at the bedside, gazing at his wife with concern as he inquired about her well-being. Last night, Lin Feng had indeed become somewhat frenzied. However, one could not lay the blame solely at his feet. After all, who could resist the allure of his wife, He Kai, whose beauty had driven him to such a state? How could their shared affair be deemed the fault of just one? Although she had felt some discomfort earlier, after partaking of the medicinal dish prepared by her husband, she felt considerably better. He Kai's eyes sparkled with warmth, her exquisite features now graced with a gentle blush. As her affectionate gaze returned to Lin Feng, her delicate form seemed to echo the previous night's intimacy, drawing closer to him once more. The fragrance of a young maiden lingered in the air, the subtle aroma of apricot blossoms seemingly more pronounced than the day before, enveloping the room in a sweet embrace. The fervor that had just begun to subside within Lin Feng reignited, leaving his mouth parched. Should her husband doubt her intentions? He Kai playfully revealed her dainty foot from beneath the covers, her pearly toes gently swaying before him. Observing his wife's enticing invitation, how could Lin Feng, as a man, possibly refuse? Once again, they lost themselves in each other's embrace, embarking on a passionate rendezvous. As a martial artist, Lin Feng possessed a physique brimming with vitality. While an ordinary man would have succumbed to exhaustion after such exertion, Lin Feng emerged invigorated, his spirit bright and clear, displaying no signs of fatigue. Rather, it felt as though the taut strings of tension that had gripped him in recent days had finally loosened, aligning him more closely with the path of martial enlightenment. After bestowing a soft kiss upon each Siwei's forehead, he ventured towards the back mountain. As the sun dipped in the west, Lin Feng returned from his martial training. Should he continue at this pace, it was conceivable that before facing the battlefield, his mastery of the slaughtering heaven blade technique might progress from mere familiarity to a minor success, thereby enhancing his combat prowess further. That evening, as the couple settled into their abode, Lin Feng harbored no impure thoughts, yet He Kai cast him a playful glance, as if to suggest he was not quite the paragon of virtue. With a sigh, Lin Feng gently caressed her palm. Despite the rough calluses acquired from labor, the softness of her hand remained captivating. He silently resolved that once he attained the rank of centurion, he would hasten to Foshui County to procure fine cosmetics for his wife, ensuring her beauty was maintained. Suddenly, He Kai, as if compelled by an inner longing, expressed, "Husband, I too wish to pursue the martial path and strive to become a warrior." Observing the determination in her countenance, Lin Feng was taken aback. He tenderly embraced his wife, murmuring, "With your husband to protect you, my dear, you shall not encounter any peril. Why subject yourself to such hardship? Training in martial arts is no trivial matter." Lin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. Despite possessing a killing system, he was compelled to diligently practice his swordsmanship daily, never daring to slacken his efforts. Moreover, He Kai, a delicate woman, was a cause for concern. He Kai gently nodded her head, saying, "My husband's abilities are well known to me. However, since you return home only once in half a month, what if some ill-intentioned individuals were to invade our home during your absence?" Her words bore a semblance of truth. Lin Feng could not ignore the gravity of the situation. After all, if his wife He Kai were to encounter any misfortune while he was away, he would be unable to bear the consequences. Lin Feng squinted slightly and suddenly had a thought, prompting the system to conduct a scan of his wife. Beep. System detection successful. Detection target, He Kai, identity, wife of host, daughter of a fallen noble family, combat power, extremely low, undetectable by the system. Comprehension, mystical level, physique, mortal body, martial skills, None. As Lin Feng read the attributes displayed by the system, his gaze descended line by line. Upon seeing the identity category indicating daughter of a fallen noble family, Lin Feng could not help but nod in silent approval, his eyes brightening. His prior suspicions were indeed validated. His wife Kaiwei was not an ordinary individual. Her noble lineage explained the peculiarities she had previously exhibited. The slight calluses on her hands were likely a result of her family's decline. Maintaining his composure, Lin Feng continued to scrutinize the subsequent entries. And then he encountered comprehension, mystical level. Could it be that I am not misreading this? Lin Feng's heart raced with astonishment. It is worth noting that he had once been the most junior soldier in the Yin Pass garrison, having expended tens of thousands of killing points to elevate his comprehension to the yellow level, a feat that could be deemed exceptional. Yet, his wife Kaiwei emerged with a mystical level of comprehension. It was likely that no one else in the Yin Pass army possessed such a gift. It turned out that his wife was the truly extraordinary one. In comparison, Lin Feng appeared somewhat inadequate, even with his elevated yellow-level comprehension, iron-boned physique. And the reward of the martial art killing Heaven Blade technique, which allowed him to slay thousands with a single stroke. It now seemed that all these attributes combined paled in comparison to the glaring mystical-level comprehension of his wife. He had indeed stumbled upon a great treasure. Seeing Lin Feng lost in thought, Kaiwei assumed he was reluctant to engage in the matter and timidly lowered her head, whispering, I understand that my talent does not compare to that of my husband, and I am perhaps unfit for martial arts. However, I desire some means of self-protection, so that my husband need not worry about home while he fights enemies outside. Noticing Lin Feng's continued silence, Kaiwei lowered her head even further, her voice diminishing. If it is truly unfeasible, then let it be as if I never mentioned it. In the future, I shall refrain from mentioning it again. After a considerable pause, Lin Feng finally emerged from his profound astonishment. Gazing at his delicate and beloved wife before him, he raised his hand and struck the table with a resounding thump, exclaiming, Of course we must practice. Since my dear wife wishes to train in martial arts, how could I, as her husband, not support her? Does this mean you agree? My lord? The cloud of worry that had settled on Kaiwei's brow instantly dissipated, replaced by sheer joy. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and her cherry lips parted slightly, as if she could scarcely believe her ears. Just a moment ago, she had nearly misunderstood her husband. Her heart swelled with sweetness, but soon she became aware of something, and the earlier joy in her expression dimmed slightly. With her head held high for but a moment, it soon drooped once more. My lord, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. I suddenly find myself disinclined to practice after all. How could that be? Upon realizing that his wife, Kaiwei, possessed extraordinary talent coupled with her reasonable arguments, Lin Feng was resolute in his decision and would not easily acquiesce. Chapter 15. What on earth is martial arts credit? The remaining funds in their household were insufficient even to purchase a single sword, and he still needed to support his husband's health. Even at this moment, Kaiwei continued to prioritize Lin Feng's well-being above all. Hearing his wife's words, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, rendering him speechless for a prolonged moment. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet. My dear wife, please wait. I shall return shortly. With that, he exited the room and made his way to the stable. Stopping in a corner, Lin Feng crouched down and pushed aside the hay covering the ground. A cellar was revealed beneath. Lifting the lid, he descended the ladder. And upon his return, he bore a long sword in his hand. With a sharp sound, he drew the sword, its blade glimmering with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight. Exquisitely sharp. After sheathing the sword, Lin Feng made sure to replace the hay as it was before. Upon returning to the house, he placed the sword before his wife and cheerfully said, My dear, give it a try. Kaiwei looked perplexed. My lord, where did this sword come from? One of the 3 men from last time wielded a sword, and I thought it might be useful in the future, so I kept it. Who would have thought that today you would express a desire to train? It seems this sword has found its purpose. As Lin Feng spoke, he noticed that Kaiwei's expression had soured. Pausing, he continued, If you mind, my dear, then we need not keep this sword. I can have a new one forged by a master. There's no need, my lord. Kaiwei quickly shook her head and took the standard long sword from Lin Feng. Weighing it in her hand, being forged from wrought iron, it was indeed slightly lighter than a typical blade, making it more suitable for someone of her stature. With a gentle smile, Kaiwei remarked, My lord, it fits quite well. Seeing this, Lin Feng also smiled and replied, I'm glad you like it. He could discern that his wife was worried about the expense of forging a new sword. I, Lin Feng, have indeed married a wonderful wife. As night fell, Kaiwei was tidying up the bedding on the bed. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng inquired of the system. System, can the current value of my kills be exchanged for a suitable sword technique for my wife? Ding. Searching for a suitable sword technique. Ding. System search successful. After a brief wait, Lin Feng heard the system's voice and quickly looked ahead. However, the outcome was not what he expected. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has detected that you have 600 kill points, which can be exchanged for a sword technique. Exchange for a hammer. Martial arts are not cabbages. Please be self-aware, host. Lin Feng felt an immediate wave of exasperation, wondering how the system could be so unreasonable. Just as he was about to voice his protest, the system seemed to sense his current discontent. Ding. A new feature has been unlocked. Enjoy now, pay later. The host can borrow the required kill points to exchange for the sword technique, with an interest rate of 10%. Ding. The system reminds you that before the host reaches the master level, the maximum kill points that can be borrowed each month is 200,000. Please use them wisely. Is there no justice left? Even a system has begun to engage in usury. Lin Feng immediately protested. Enjoy now, pay later is reasonable. But is the interest rate not a bit excessive? If you could lower it, I might consider it. Ding. Host, do not be ungrateful. Yet Lin Feng was not one to indulge it. He began to negotiate directly, appealing to its emotions and reasoning. After a period of silence, the system's voice finally echoed once more. Ding. The system has detected the host's situation and emotional fluctuations. The system assesses the host's request as reasonable. Feature, enjoy now, pay later. Interest rate reduced to 5%. Did I truly succeed in reducing the interest? Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Could I push for an even lower rate? However, this time the system seemed to anticipate Lin Feng's thoughts. Before Lin Feng could speak, the system's voice resumed. Ding. The system will now tailor a sword technique for the host's wife, He Kaiwei. Please be patient. In the span of a tea break, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding. The system has successfully tailored the martial art Flowing Clouds pursuing the moon sword technique for the host's wife, He Kaiwei. Consumption of kill points, 50,000. Loan term, 3 months. Note, the host must repay the owed kill points within the deadline. Principal, 50,000. Interest, 2,500. Total, 52,500. If the deadline is exceeded, interest will double. Please continue to strive, host. Lin Feng forced a dry smile and rolled his eyes in exasperation. So quickly I am burdened with debt again. With the mortgage and car loan gone, I now have a martial arts loan. However, fortunately, this interest remains within his acceptable range. With Lin Feng's current strength as a third-tier martial artist, he could easily eliminate a few first-class soldiers or even centurions on the battlefield, swiftly earning back his worth. Lin Feng nodded silently, yet concurrently calculated the numbers in his mind. A total of 52,500 points of killing value. If he were to only slay first-class soldiers, each worth 200 points, that would amount to 262.5. It seemed that Song Chun was rather undervalued. Lin Feng expressed profound disdain. After striving for so many years, he had only attained the status of a first-class soldier, a mere second-tier martial artist. Could he not reflect a bit more on his own shortcomings? Truly a waste of potential. Beep. Please accept the martial technique Flowing Cloud pursuing Moonsword technique. Beep. Please choose your method of acceptance. Option 1. Digital edition. Option 2. Printed edition. Upon seeing the two options presented by the system, Lin Feng's expression darkened. It appeared he had no real choice. Even if the digital version could be transmitted through thought, how would he explain it to He Kaiwei? Printed edition, Lin Feng declared. Beep. Selection successful. Method chosen. Printed edition. The martial technique Flowing Cloud pursuing Moonsword technique is being printed. Please be patient. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng felt no desire to speak further. He then observed his personal system's attribute panel, where the killing value, which had already been a modest 600 points, was visibly decreasing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 0. System, what the hell are you up to? Lin Feng cursed irritably. Though he didn't particularly care for those 600 points of killing value, the fact that they vanished inexplicably infuriated him. The consequences were dire. Please adhere to the rules of civility. All actions undertaken by the system are reasonable, legal, and compliant. According to system monitoring, the host has chosen to print the martial technique Flowing Cloud pursuing Moonsword technique in printed form. This is the host's personal choice, and the system bears no responsibility. What on earth is going on? Lin Feng clenched his jaw in frustration. It is widely known that printing incurs costs. Printed editions also require printing fees. The mechanical voice of the system chimed in once more. Lin Feng widened his eyes in disbelief, beginning to unleash a torrent of expletives at the system. A cascade of exquisite traditional expressions erupted, shaking the very heavens and moving the spirits. Yet, the system seemed utterly indifferent. Lin Feng, however, found himself somewhat breathless from the effort, feeling as if he had struck a punch into a pile of cotton, exceedingly vexing. Chapter 16, The Gap Between People System. Mark my words. One day, I shall hurl a mountain of killing value in your face. Lin Feng silently vowed. After successfully exchanging for the flowing cloud-pursuing moonsword technique, a booklet suddenly appeared in Lin Feng's hands. As Lin Feng stepped into the inner room, he affectionately embraced He Kaiwei, saying, "My dear, this sword technique was imparted by my master during my military days. It is perfectly suited for you. If you master it one day, you might find even your husband to be no match for you." Lin Feng teased with a smile. He Kaiwei took the book and perused its contents, which included intricate illustrations and human figures demonstrating the sword movements in exquisite detail. The gracefulness of the techniques was apparent. "You truly care for me, my husband," she said, turning to plant a joyful kiss on Lin Feng's cheek. "Of course," Lin Feng replied with a touch of pride. "You are my wife. Who else would I cherish? Whenever I come across something wonderful, you are always the first one who comes to mind. May I begin practicing the sword tomorrow?" He Kaiwei asked eagerly. Lin Feng, with affection, playfully tapped her nose and replied gently, "Certainly, as long as it brings you joy. I will support you in whatever you wish." The following morning, as dawn began to break, Lin Feng and He Kaiwei rose early to prepare breakfast. After tidying up, they headed to the back mountain to practice martial arts. They focused on regulating their breath, aligning their minds, inhaling and exhaling in a rhythmic manner to sense the flow of energy within. The dantian, located 3 inches above the navel, was their focal point. It was imperative to remain calm and composed during their practice. Otherwise, agitation could disrupt their focus and potentially harm their well-being. A gentle morning sun, accompanied by a soft purple haze, illuminated the world. At this moment, Lin Feng was teaching his wife the fundamental breathing techniques he had learned in the military. Although these techniques are commonplace in martial arts, their widespread adoption contributes to their balanced nature. Even if one were to falter, recovery would typically be swift, requiring only a few days of rest. Naturally, the method's widespread nature also meant that it was the slowest to master. "Remember," Lin Feng demonstrated the technique and then stood upright, advising He Kaiwei, "Once you sense the flow of energy within your dantian, you will have succeeded. Do you understand?" "I understand, my husband." He Kaiwei nodded, then sat cross-legged, emulating Lin Feng's posture, aligning her 5 points towards the heavens, and began to breathe in rhythm with the fundamental technique, attuning herself to the spiritual energy of the universe. As time passed, Lin Feng watched quietly. Such is the extent of her innate understanding, he mused. However, before he could dwell on this thought, he noticed He Kaiwei's face light up with joy. "My husband. I felt it. There truly is a flow of energy within my dantian. It feels warm and quite pleasant." "Indeed," Lin Feng replied, somewhat taken aback. In his recollection, it took him an entire month to barely grasp this foundational technique, and due to his lack of talent, he remained the lowest-ranked soldier in the army. Yet here was his wife, He Kaiwei, who had detected the energy flow so swiftly, nearly mastering the technique. With a bit more practice, she would easily surpass this threshold. Indeed, the level of comprehension exhibited is remarkable, a true testament to one's innate understanding. Lin Feng could not help but feel a sense of awe. After another half-hour, He Kaiwei had thoroughly grasped the basics. Watching her progress from the sidelines, Lin Feng was once again struck by her brilliance. Half an hour is hardly a significant amount of time. How can the disparity between individuals be so pronounced? Well then, it is time to practice the sword. Lin Feng mused, acknowledging that with her profound understanding, He Kaiwei could swiftly master the foundational breathing techniques. However, the technique he had exchanged for through the system, the flowing clouds and drifting moon swordplay, was an entirely different matter, an exceptional form of swordsmanship. Indeed, after practicing the swordplay for a short while, He Kaiwei paused to express her thoughts to Lin Feng. "Husband, this swordplay is truly exquisite, far superior to the basic breathing technique." Her expression was one of astonishment, as the small sense of pride she had felt from mastering the foundational technique was swiftly overshadowed by her experience with the flowing clouds and drifting moon swordplay. Quite understandable. Lin Feng feigned profundity, positioning himself with one hand behind his back, and suddenly unleashing the formidable strength of a third-tier martial artist. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he propelled himself towards He Kaiwei without a moment's hesitation, delivering a fierce punch. The sound of air being sliced through resonated heavily as it struck beside her. In that moment, Lin Feng resembled a mountain pressing down, each punch delivered with ferocity, relentlessly compelling He Kaiwei to evade. Moreover, he deliberately slowed his pace, allowing her to respond swiftly and dodge with agility. As Lin Feng's voice began to instruct, he revealed that the flowing clouds and drifting moon swordplay was divided into 3 forms, the first being the cloud shuttle and moon shadow. As he spoke, his powerful fist once again arced forward, aimed at encouraging his wife to gradually acclimate to the initial form. With her profound comprehension, Hikawe quickly discerned Lin Feng's intent and began to execute the first form of the swordplay, cloud shuttle and moon shadow. Soon, after several repetitions, the intricacies of their exchanges became ingrained in her memory. This time, when Lin Feng's fist swept in, Hikawe successfully countered. Her sword traced a path through the air before lightly tapping the ground, narrowly evading Lin Feng's fierce strike. Simultaneously, her form floated back like flowing clouds. Lin Feng, seemingly in perfect sync, pursued her with a relentless vigor, launching a series of powerful punches. As Hikawe retreated while engaging, she subtly adjusted the angle of her sword, the sunlight reflecting off its blade and momentarily blinding Lin Feng, causing him to falter. Observing that his wife had adeptly mastered the first form, Lin Feng seized the moment. Next, let us proceed to the second form, the moon embrace. With the benefit of prior experience, as soon as Lin Feng's fist descended, He Kaiwei deftly leaped, her sword tracing a crescent arc, the blade's energy shimmering like silver threads, ultimately transforming her defense into an offensive maneuver aimed squarely at Lin Feng. This technique was particularly advantageous for seizing the initiative in battle, followed closely by the third form, the flowing cloud slash. In an instant, the swordplay transformed, resembling a swift assault akin to a tempest. Lin Feng could only retreat continuously in the face of this onslaught. Each strike aimed at his vital points, yet it retained a measure of restraint. Like flowing clouds skimming across the water's surface, the movements appeared gentle, yet concealed a deadly intent. Following the execution of the flowing cloud slash, Hikawe, after 2 hours of practice, had progressed from unfamiliarity to a foundational understanding of this sword technique. It was undoubtedly sufficient to deal with ordinary bandits and ruffians, bestowing her with a semblance of self-defense. Moreover, the flowing cloud and moonsword technique was meticulously tailored for Hikawe by the system, perfectly suited for the weak to conquer the strong. Utilizing a blend of agility and the interplay of offensive and defensive maneuvers to exhaust her opponent. Ultimately, when her adversary was fatigued or careless, a single flowing cloud slash could lead to their utter defeat. At this juncture, Lin Feng paused, allowing his wife to practice independently. Hikawe, living up to Lin Feng's expectations, continually enhanced her proficiency in the swordplay, her innate understanding elevating her skill level. The disjointedness between the 3 forms gradually dissipated, harmonizing into a cohesive flow. The transitions between techniques and the angles of her strikes subtly adjusted, becoming more adept for genuine combat rather than merely chaining moves as she had initially done. Leaning against a willow tree, Lin Feng quietly admired his wife's exquisite grace. Unbeknownst to him, the flowing cloud and moonsword technique, as executed by Hikawe, transcended mere combat utility, transforming into a mesmerizing sword dance. Her attire fluttered elegantly, exuding an air of heroism, while the lethal potential of her strikes became increasingly astonishing and aesthetically pleasing, captivating all who beheld her. The fluidity of her swordplay truly embodied the essence of its name, reminiscent of clouds drifting in pursuit of the moon, a breathtaking spectacle. Chapter 17, Strict Governance, 100 Military Sticks. Meanwhile, within the Yinguan military camp, in the central tent, Centurion Wang Era knelt on the ground, gazing at the middle-aged man seated in the principal position, his face a mask of trepidation. The man possessed sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his chiseled visage radiating determination. As he toyed with a dark, iron-like command token, his gaze never once glancing at Wang Eru. This individual was Pan Feng, the commanding officer of Yinguan, a 6th-tier martial artist capable of commanding an entire city's military. Flanking him were 2 centurions, both 4th-tier martial artists. On the left stood a towering figure, as robust as a bear, a scar stretching from his forehead to the center of his brow, emanating an aura of iron-blooded ferocity. He was named Wu Chuang. On the right stood a man of lesser stature, yet none in the military dared to underestimate him. This centurion was known for his ruthless methods, having claimed countless lives of northern barbarian foes. Even within the confines of the Yinguan camp, He bore a notorious reputation for his mercilessness, instilling fear in the hearts of the soldiers. Particularly notable were his piercing eyes, sharp as blades, which made anyone under their scrutiny feel a profound sense of unease. This was the other centurion in the army, Hu Lai. At this moment, the atmosphere within the tent was almost suffocating, as a heavy sense of oppression radiated from the three men, leaving Wang Eru, who stood before them, on the brink of asphyxiation, struggling to breathe. General Wang Eru pleaded for mercy, but as soon as his words escaped his lips, Sergeant Wu Chuang bellowed with authority, "The general has yet to speak. What right do you have to interject?" Although Wu Chuang appeared to be chastising Wang Eru, he was, in fact, protecting him, fearful that a misstep in Wang's words might incite the general's wrath further. At that moment, the calloused hand of Pan Feng slightly lifted. Upon witnessing this, Wu Chuang swallowed his words, his cold gaze continuing to scrutinize Wang Eru. With an impending battle on the horizon, Pan Feng had previously dispatched a message stating that in a month's time, the official troops of Yin Pass would engage in a life-and-death struggle against an elite faction of the northern barbarians. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and 3 first-class soldiers under Wang Eru had already vanished. As Pan Feng spoke, his imposing frame rose, towering like a mountain. He strode forward with purpose, his broad silhouette enveloping Wang Eru. With a resounding thud, Pan Feng's foot crashed down upon Wang Eru's back, forcing him to the ground. Just as Wang attempted to speak, a metallic taste filled his mouth, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Wang Eru, you possess great audacity, treating my words as mere whispers." Pan Feng's cold voice echoed, chilling Wang Eru to the bone. The might of a 6th-grade warrior concentrated at Pan Feng's ankle, exerting pressure downward. With merely a tenth of his strength, Wang Eru's face contorted in pain, growing pale. Just as Wang seemed on the verge of collapse, Pan Feng relented, returning to his seat. A flicker of frostiness danced in his eyes as he spoke in a hoarse yet commanding tone, resonating with the authority of the Yin Pass commander. "Bannerman Wang Eru, your lax management warrants military law. You shall receive 100 strokes of the rod. Furthermore, for the deserters prior to battle, your punishment shall be doubled. Henceforth, I shall strip you of your rank, begin anew as a common soldier." Upon hearing this, despair washed over Wang Eru. He realized the gravity of his situation. The punishment of 100 strokes was trivial, but the loss of his title as bannerman signified that the general would likely not entrust him with responsibilities again. Recognizing the severity of the matter, Wu Chuang immediately bowed to Pan Feng, solemnly stating, "General, our troops at Yin Pass are on the cusp of engaging the northern barbarians. To replace a bannerman at such a crucial juncture would undoubtedly affect troop morale. Why not allow him to redeem himself in battle first and impose punishment afterward?" Simultaneously, Hu Lai added, "Wang Eru is the most accomplished and formidable among the bannermen. I implore you to reconsider, General." Pan Feng cast a fleeting glance at Wu Chuang and Hu Lai, a cold smile gracing his lips. "When did you two become so compassionate?" He scoffed. Ultimately, Pan Feng conceded a measure of grace to Wu Chuang and Hu Lai. Death may be avoided, yet living punishment cannot be escaped. The demotion stands, but the 100 strokes shall not be lessened. Otherwise, where lies the authority of the military? This time, Pan Feng's tone brooked no dissent, clearly leaving no room for negotiation. Wu Chuang and Hu Lai, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from pleading further for Wang Eru. Despite Wang Eru's usual deference towards them, this was the extent of his reprieve. "Thank you, General," Wang Eru exclaimed loudly in gratitude. Subsequently, the military officer entered the tent, showing no regard for Wang Eru's injuries, commanding that he be dragged out. Thud, thud, thud. The military staff fell mercilessly upon Wang Eru's body. Cries of agony rose and fell like a chorus. By the time the 100 strikes had concluded, Wang Eru's backside was left in a gruesome state, his body so feeble he could scarcely rise. Ultimately, it was his loyal guards who bore him back home. Lying in bed, Wang Eru felt the sting of the golden ointment on his wounds, yet the deep-seated pain rendered him unable to find solace in sleep. "Song Chun, you scoundrel! If I find you, you shall wish for a fate worse than death." Wang Eru seethed, his teeth gritted and eyes aflame with hatred, cursing loudly within the confines of his home, startling the servants and guards who hurriedly distanced themselves, eager to avoid his misfortune. Since He Kaiwei embarked on her swordsmanship journey, she seemed invigorated, rising before dawn to urge Lin Feng to the back mountain. The benefit was palpable, her proficiency in swordplay visibly improved, and her complexion grew increasingly vibrant. However, the downside was that Lin Feng found himself utterly exhausted. In recent days, they lacked the energy for their nightly rituals. Lin Feng simply could not muster the vigor. From dawn until deep into the night, aside from mealtimes, they spent every moment honing their skills in the back mountain, which felt increasingly like a second home to them. 2 days later, as the sun rose, the horizon glowed with a soft violet hue. Hikaiwe commenced her foundational breathing exercises as usual. After days of exploration, she discovered that practicing at dawn yielded the highest efficiency. With a stream of white vapor slowly exhaled, faint sounds resembling popping beans echoed from within her, indicating that the breathing technique was expanding her meridians, reshaping her physique to align more closely with the martial path. Completing this phase signified that Hikaiwe was not far from becoming a first-tier martial artist. Lin Feng had long since grown accustomed to this phenomenon. Half an hour later, Hikaiwe concluded her morning exercises. She rose gracefully, akin to a dragonfly skimming water, her toes barely touching the ground as she swiftly approached Lin Feng. With a radiant smile, her vitality had blossomed since taking up martial arts, her entire being aglow with newfound energy. "My dear, your training aptitude is exceptional, and your progress in martial arts is remarkable. In just a day or two, you shall surely break through to first-tier martial artist," Lin Feng remarked with a smile. "That is only natural," Hikaiwe replied with a cheerful nod. Since she had begun her martial training, her confidence had soared. At this moment, Hikaiwe's eyes sparkled like blooming apricot flowers, her long sword dancing in the air as she boldly challenged Lin Feng. "My dear husband, shall we test your skills?" Chapter 18. Return to the army, my dear. You are still no match for me, Lin Feng replied. "I am a third-tier martial artist. Even if you were to break through to the first tier, it would be difficult for you to surpass me." However, before he could finish his sentence, Hikaiwe's sword was already lunging towards him. At this instant, her initial move, Cloud Shrink, Moon Shadow, had evolved. It no longer floated like a drifting cloud to lure her opponent, but instead struck forth abruptly like the shadow of the moon amidst the clouds. The swordplay, inherently versatile and fluid, did not surprise Lin Feng, for the innovative approach of his wife showcased a level of understanding he had yet to attain. "My dear, I shall show no mercy," Lin Feng smirked, gripping a standard long knife tightly in his right hand. With a forceful punch infused into his knife technique, he engaged Hikaiwe head-on. As their weapons clashed, Lin Feng sensed a significant increase in the force behind Hikaiwe's strikes. Moon Embrace. Hikaiwe concentrated deeply, fully immersing herself in the battle. She leapt gracefully, her sword light shimmering as it intertwined with Lin Feng's long knife, leaving him no respite. With her impending breakthrough into the first tier, her swordplay unleashed in astonishing power. The blades sliced through the air, wreaking havoc upon the nearby rocks and vegetation. The flying debris and severed plants, even the ancient tree, bore deep scars from her strikes. Such force, if it were to strike an ordinary person, would surely result in dire consequences. Could it be that I might actually lose to my wife today? Lin Feng pondered anxiously, his gaze sharpening as he seized a fleeting opportunity. Suddenly, he unleashed the prowess of a first-tier martial artist, his speed elevating dramatically, and his strength surged accordingly. Rather than clashing swords with Hikaiwe, he executed the technique of disarming an opponent, utilizing his keen eyesight to strike precisely at her wrist, swiftly seizing the long sword from her grasp. "My dear, you have lost." Lin Feng retreated swiftly, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Yet Hikaiwe, indignant, pouted with her cheeks puffed out, her wide eyes glaring at Lin Feng. "You clearly stated that you wouldn't use the strength of a third-tier martial artist. You're cheating." Lin Feng chuckled, stepping closer to her and enveloping her in his embrace. "Who said that I was employing the strength of a third-tier martial artist? It was merely the might of a first tier." Upon hearing this, Hikaiwe's eyes widened even further. She snatched back her long sword from Lin Feng's hand and executed Cloud Shrink, Moon Shadow once more. However, this time, she utilized the sword technique as a means of escape, turning away and dashing off. "I shall no longer pay attention to my husband. Your words are utterly unreliable." In the blink of an eye, her figure vanished without a trace. As Lin Feng watched his wife's receding silhouette, a sense of unease washed over him, prompting a surge of concern within. If this continued, the prospect of his plan to elevate the family's status, once Hikaiwe advanced to the first rank of martial artists, and eventually to the second and third ranks, seemed increasingly distant. Sighing deeply, Lin Feng followed suit. Time flew by, and before he realized it, the last day of his leave had arrived. Early in the morning, he procured a substantial amount of grain from the rice shop. Subsequently, he ventured to the back mountain to gather firewood, meticulously splitting and stacking it neatly outside the kitchen. Once all household chores were completed, It was time for him to depart. Casting a glance at the tightly shut door, Lin Feng felt no resentment. At that moment, He Kaiwei was equally reluctant to part ways. As Lin Feng casually picked up his travel bag in preparation to leave, the door creaked open behind him. "Husband, I do not want you to go. I cannot bear to see you leave," He Kaiwei exclaimed, rushing into Lin Feng's embrace, her head nuzzling against his chest. When she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes were already brimming with tears. "Husband, can you not go?" "Enough." Lin Feng gently stroked He Kaiwei's head, a warm smile gracing his lips. "This time, I am returning to earn military merit. One day, when I become a centurion, I shall procure a grand residence for our family. Should I ascend to the rank of 1,000-man commander or even a general, I will establish a manor here in Yinguan town, allowing you to enjoy a life of luxury. When we venture out, there will be maids to carry your belongings and guards to ensure your safety. Who would dare to bully my beloved wife then? What do you think? I do not want that. Having my husband is enough for me. I do not desire a grand manor or attendants. I only wish for your safety." He Kaiwei clung tightly to Lin Feng, unwilling to let go. Lin Feng did not push her away. If his wife was reluctant to part, how could he bear to leave her? Yet, he understood that without enlisting, the military laws of the Yinguan army were no trifling matter. Moreover, Lin Feng yearned to rise step by step, to ascend to greater heights, and become more formidable. "My dear, if you hold on any longer, I shall miss my return date." Lin Feng leaned down, planting a tender kiss on He Kaiwei's cheek, soothingly assuring her, "Wait patiently at home. When I return, I shall deal with you, my little enchantress." "Humph, I am not afraid of you." At that moment, He Kaiwei's charming face was flushed with a mix of shyness and reluctance. Under her lingering gaze, Lin Feng mounted his horse and resolutely set forth. After covering some distance, he heard his wife's voice calling out, "Husband, remember to come back. There are people at home waiting for you." Without looking back, Lin Feng's steps grew more resolute as he silently vowed, "I will return, without a doubt. When I come back, I shall never allow my beloved wife to suffer even the slightest grievance." Yinguan military camp awaited him. Half an hour later, Lin Feng arrived outside the barracks. Upon seeing his former roommate standing in a neat row, he was instantly filled with confusion. Why would they choose to stand outside in the sweltering heat instead of enjoying the comfort of their quarters? As Lin Feng approached, many faces revealed a teasing expression. Someone even jestingly remarked, "Lin Feng, how does it feel to have that exotic-eyed little wife? Is she particularly delightful?" Laughter erupted as they continued, "Of course. Just look at how thin Lin Feng has become. He must have been quite busy in bed these past few days. This lad has truly struck gold. That woman is the most beautiful one around." Even the centurion was captivated. If it weren't for the impending battle, he surely wouldn't have had the chance. Disregarding their idle chatter, Lin Feng considered their words mere sour grapes. Just then, Jiang Yi, a private with whom he had maintained a decent rapport, approached and whispered, "Lin Feng, the centurion is waiting for you inside. Be sharp. He doesn't seem to be in a good mood." "Thanks. Haha, what else could be expected?" Lin Feng replied, keenly aware of the recent incident involving the disappearance of Song Chun and others, which had led to Wang Eru receiving 100 lashes. It was baffling how swiftly that rascal had recovered. With the onlookers' eyes full of schadenfreude, Lin Feng strode into the barracks. The interior was filled with numerous bunks, most of which were exceedingly rudimentary, far inferior to the dilapidated state of his own home. The mingling sense of a group of men living in close quarters assaulted his senses as he entered, and he frowned at the foul odor that hit him immediately. Gradually acclimating as he ventured further inside, a casual glance soon located Centurion Wang Eru, who sat on his bunk, his expression dark and foreboding. Lowering his head and adopting his usual taciturn demeanor, Lin Feng cautiously approached Wang Eru, stammering, "Centurion, did you need me?" Wang Eru narrowed his eyes and cast a glance at Lin Feng, his initial doubts somewhat alleviated. However, the only lead he had was the order given to Song Chun to visit Lin Feng's home. Thus, despite his suspicions, Wang Eru still confronted him today, as the absence of Song Chun weighed heavily on his conscience. Observing Lin Feng's timid and stuttering demeanor, Wang Eru grew impatient and directly inquired, "On the day of your leave, after the selection of wives, did you encounter Song Chun after leaving the camp?" "Song? Brother Song?" Lin Feng continued to stutter, scratching his head, perfectly embodying the persona of an innocent man. With his gaze lowered in a defeated manner, he replied, "Brother Song is a first-class soldier and a warrior. He seldom mingles with us privates." Upon hearing Lin Feng repeatedly address him as Brother Song, Wang Eru could not suppress the throbbing headache that ensued. He inhaled deeply several times, barely managing to refrain from taking immediate action. Enough is enough. Wang Eru gestured dismissively, deciding against further inquiries. He rose to leave the tent. But just as he reached the entrance, he abruptly turned back, casting a profound glance at Lin Feng and saying meaningfully, "Now that Song Chun is gone, I find myself in need of a few clever individuals. You should take the time to learn from your brother's Song. Next time you have leave, bring your wife to my residence. It is only fitting that I, as a centurion, show my appreciation for a soldier who has married a beautiful wife. Wouldn't you agree? To follow in Song Chun's footsteps and send your wife to my bed? I, Lin Feng, am not so base." Lin Feng, secretly amused within, outwardly expressed fervent gratitude. "Thank you, centurion. Your kindness overwhelms me, and I truly do not know how to repay you. Rest assured, whatever you ask of me, I will comply with unwavering loyalty." Witnessing Lin Feng's seemingly heartfelt expression of gratitude, Wang Eru patted his shoulder, exclaiming, "You, my lad, have a bright future." He then departed with a hearty laugh. As Wang Eru's figure receded, Lin Feng was convinced the man had fallen for his ruse. Reflecting on his previous demeanor, pathetic and submissive, he nearly felt compelled to slap himself. Realizing how utterly disgraceful he had appeared, sitting on his bunk, Lin Feng furrowed his brow in contemplation. With only 7 or 8 days remaining until the mid-month leave, if Wang Eru intended to devise any schemes, he would not remain idle. Given his current prowess, eliminating Wang Eru would be as easy as pie. At that moment, others began to filter into the barracks. Jiang Yi approached Lin Feng, concern etched on his face. "Brother Feng, are you all right? The centurion didn't bully you, did he?" "All is well," Lin Feng replied with a smile, opting not to engage in lengthy conversation with Jiang Yi, whose sincerity he still remembered. Prolonged discourse might not serve Jiang Yi well. In the ensuing days, Lin Feng dedicated himself to rigorous training and preparation for the impending battle. Armed with a standard long blade, he practiced the techniques relentlessly under the scorching sun. These maneuvers, akin to the foundational breathing exercises, comprised the most rudimentary combat forms within the military. The basic sword techniques included 13 forms, encompassing cuts, chops, thrusts, slashes, sweeps, stabs, cleaves, and blocks, among others. However, like the foundational breathing techniques, these sword forms lacked the qualification for system integration, hence no relevant terminology appeared on the system attribute panel. Perhaps due to the looming confrontation with the elite northern barbarian forces, the training duration within the barracks had increased compared to previous times. The instructors responsible for training and imparting skills were all robust individuals, often bare-chested, even at night, with hands clasped behind their backs and eyes aflame with intensity. They would weave through the ranks of soldiers, periodically shouting, "Sweat more in practice, bleed less on the battlefield. You rascals, regardless of your rank as mere soldiers. When you step onto the battlefield, weapons show no mercy. If you wish to return alive, endure the rigors of training until it nearly breaks you." Most are acutely aware that the impending clash with the elite forces of the northern barbarians will be unimaginably brutal, hence everyone is training with utmost fervor. After a grueling day of drills, their garments are drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to their bodies. With the slightest movement, torrents of sweat cascade down, pooling on the ground to form small puddles. In the barracks, the soldiers, having just completed their training, lament their exhaustion. Some collapse onto their beds, barely resting their heads on their pillows before drifting into slumber. Others seem to have relinquished all hope, resigned to survive one more day. After all, they are to engage the elite troops of the northern barbarians. The majority of the Yin Guan army, particularly those like Lin Feng, who have yet to ascend to the status of a warrior, are undoubtedly cannon fodder. Within the barracks, the air is thick with fatigue, everyone utterly spent. Yet Lin Feng sits upright on his bunk. Aside from a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, his spirit appears even more vibrant than before training began. "Hey, Lin Feng, we are all so exhausted we can barely move. How is it that you seem more invigorated?" one soldier remarked. "I suspect it's some sort of sorcery from his peculiar-eyed wife. In the past, he couldn't endure half a day of training." The others nodded in agreement, well aware of Lin Feng's previous state. Hearing their banter, Lin Feng merely smiled, unwilling to engage in their antics, deeming it a waste of breath to retort. Wang Eru, a veteran sergeant, had also noticed Lin Feng's transformation, yet before he could ponder it further, a messenger arrived. The general commands. All troops must swiftly assemble at the parade ground. Tardiness will not be tolerated. The messenger hastily relayed the order before darting off to inform the next centurion. Observing the messenger's hurried departure, a thought flashed through Wang Eru's mind. A battle is imminent. Chapter 20, I am here to confront the elites. At this moment, Wang Era set aside thoughts of Lin Feng and quickly gathered his subordinates to head to the parade ground. Soon, aside from the sentries and those on duty, every soldier had assembled at the designated location. Witnessing such a large gathering, many seasoned veterans wore expressions of concern, acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Their faces etched with solemnity. All eyes turned toward the elevated platform at the parade ground, where several figures stood, 2 centurions, a deputy general, and a captain. However, the most commanding presence was that of Pan Feng, the highest officer of the Yin Guan army, who possessed the combat prowess of a 6th-tier warrior. Clad in light armor that shimmered in the light, he strode with an imposing gait, exuding an aura of authority and formidable presence. He first cast a sweeping glance across the entire assembly, then took a significant step forward and proclaimed loudly, "Our scouts have reported that the elite Blood Wolf army of the Northern Barbarians will arrive at Yin Pass in 2 days." Upon hearing this, the training ground erupted into chaos. The expressions of many elite soldiers and a number of centurions turned ashen. The elite Blood Wolf army of the Northern Barbarians, how could they be the ones? How could we possibly fight this battle? Is the Northern Barbarians mad? Instead of assaulting the heavily fortified northern strongholds, they are coming to this insignificant Yin Pass? Our defending troops number merely over 2,000. It is crucial to note that the Blood Wolf army is a top-tier elite unit, undefeated in battle since engaging with our Great Zhou, and boasts a strength of over 5,000. Even with reinforcements, our forces at Yin Pass amount to only 3,000. We stand no chance and would merely be walking to our demise. Most alarmingly, the weakest soldiers in the Blood Wolf army are all 2nd-tier warriors. How can we contend with such an adversary? Indeed, I have heard that the commander of the Blood Wolf army possesses the might of a 7th-tier warrior. This is the end. Clearly, the overall strength of the Blood Wolf army, while not overwhelmingly superior, is certainly crushing for the defenders of Yin Pass. However, a faint glimmer of anticipation flickered across Lin Feng's face. In the memories of his predecessor, it was noted that among the elite forces of Great Zhou, the Northern Barbarians, in neighboring nations, all elite units are categorized into 3 tiers: A-class, King class, and Emperor class. The A-class elite Blood Wolf army dispatched by the Northern Barbarians has each ordinary soldier possessing at least the strength of a 2nd-tier warrior. In Lin Feng's eyes, each member of the Blood Wolf army equates to at least 200 points of slaughter value. If he could slay all but the centurions and deputy generals, he could not defeat among the 5,000 elite soldiers of the Blood Wolf army. He would accrue a minimum of 1 million points of slaughter value, since each individual yields at least 200 points. This would allow him to repay the high-interest debt owed to the system in one fell swoop, and still leave him with a substantial surplus of slaughter value. As such delightful visions filled his mind, Lin Feng could not help but smile, moistening his parched lips. Meanwhile, as the discussions quickly escalated, the atmosphere grew tense and filled with despair. Some even entertained thoughts of desertion. On the high platform, Pan Feng observed the chaos in the training ground, narrowing his slanted eyes slightly. With a resounding roar, the aura of a 6th-tier warrior erupted from him. He stepped forward, causing the stone-paved floor beneath him to crack dramatically. "Silence," he commanded. "Any further disruption of morale before battle shall be met with merciless punishment. Should I demonstrate my authority by taking a few of your heads first?" Pan Feng exuded a fierce killing intent, his gaze like a blade piercing through the centurions. Under the centurions' calming influence, the elite soldiers gradually regained their composure. The 2nd-class and 3rd-class soldiers need not be mentioned. They were already trembling in fear from such intimidation. For instance, the timid Jiang Yi had even wet his pants. Yet, no one would mock him. Pan Feng furrowed his brow, fully aware that the effect of the earlier intimidation would not last long. Without an effective strategy, should chaos arise again, a mutiny could ensue, and at that point, Pan Feng's own head would not be spared. In an effort to stabilize the morale of his troops, Pan Feng bellowed once more, "Do you truly believe that this general would allow you to perish in vain? Gentlemen, this battle is not merely between the 3,000 soldiers of my Yin Pass outpost and the elite Blood Wolf army of the Northern Barbarians. Allow me to inform you that reinforcements are already on their way. This battle is not one we are destined to lose. A true man should strive for glory. Do not say this general has not provided you with the opportunity. The recent expansion of our forces by 1,000 means there are 10 positions for captains and 1 for a 1,000-man leader. On the battlefield, as long as you slay enough barbarians and achieve great military merit, the positions of captain and 1,000-man leader will be yours. What I say is the truth. Even the mightiest of kings cannot obstruct your rise to power and fortune. What of the elite? I shall contend with the elite." Upon hearing of the reinforcements, Coupled with Pan Feng's motivating words, the previously disordered morale of the troops finally stabilized. Several captains and the first-class soldiers were now eager, their eyes gleaming with the desire for achievement. Especially Wang Eru, who seemed to envision himself as a 1,000-man leader. Soon after, the entire army swiftly mobilized. Ascending the city walls, Captain Wang Eru shouted at the top of his lungs, "You all better work hard. If anyone dares to slack off at this critical moment, even if the mightiest of kings were to arrive, I would show no mercy." Not just Wang Eru, but other captains echoed similar sentiments. Thus, Lin Feng and his fellow soldiers spent the morning constructing defensive fortifications and the afternoon reinforcing the city walls. Time appeared to accelerate as the impending battle loomed. And before long, the day of confrontation had arrived. As dawn broke, Lin Feng gathered with his comrades and, under Wang Eru's command, ascended the walls. A long, mournful horn sounded, echoing around the walls. As the horn ceased, a cloud of dust arose outside Yin Pass, shaking the very earth. Even from the heights of the wall, Lin Feng could sense the tremendous commotion. Narrowing his eyes, he utilized his warrior's sight to discern, through the swirling dust, the silhouettes of thousands from the Blood Wolf army. With tens of thousands of men, the sight was boundless. With 100,000, the earth met the sky. At this moment, the Blood Wolf army numbered just 5,000. Each soldier clad in armor. As elite troops, their mere presence exuded an aura of bloodlust, coalescing into a formidable wave. From afar, it appeared as though a colossal shadow of a blood wolf was charging towards the diminutive Yin Pass, its momentum thunderous. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the entire Yin Pass appeared to tremble precariously with the arrival of the Blood Wolf army. Chapter 21. While the city stands, so shall its people. If the city falls, so too shall its inhabitants. Before the battle commenced, Lin Feng unmistakably sensed a significant decline in the morale of the Yin Pass defenders, which had previously been somewhat commendable. The spirit that had been fervently instilled by Commander Pan Feng dissipated rapidly in the face of the stark realities of war, leaving the soldiers' earlier excitement replaced by ashen faces. At this moment, Lin Feng paid no heed to the reactions of his comrades. His gaze was unwaveringly fixed upon the approaching Blood Wolf army, resolute and unyielding. Even though these adversaries were elite soldiers of the highest caliber, in Lin Feng's eyes, they were not foes but rather a veritable treasure trove of slaughter points. Mere offerings for him to claim. He had no time to fear them. His focus was solely on the impending carnage. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Commander Pan Feng donned the same golden light armor he had worn for the past few days, opting not to switch to heavier armor. As one's martial prowess increased, the assistance afforded by external gear became increasingly limited. Heavy armor would only hinder one's capabilities. Gazing down at the encircling Blood Wolf army, Pan Feng's lips twitched slightly, and a furrow of worry creased his brow. How could they possibly fight this battle? It would be sheer luck if they managed to hold their ground. In an instant, Pan Feng's thoughts drifted back several days. On that day, the supreme commander of the northern frontier, General Yan Nantian, had come to him in secret, bearing grave tidings. Pan Feng, he had said, our forces have determined that the northern barbarians are launching a full-scale assault, not just targeting your position at Yin Pass. Enemies abound on all fronts. Thus, I must entrust you to hold the Yin Pass with your defenders for 10 days. Reinforcements will arrive after 10 days. However, should the city fall within that time frame, you, Pan Feng, shall be deemed a traitor to the Great Zhou. But if the city stands 10 days hence, I shall personally commend you before His Majesty. Rest assured, General, as long as I, Pan Feng, draw breath, I shall not allow the enemy to breach a single step beyond the Great Zhou's Yin Pass. That recollection abruptly ceased. Standing firm upon the city walls, the worry etched on Pan Feng's face vanished, replaced by a resolute glint in his eyes. With a calloused palm, he struck the wall before him, the sound echoing with conviction as his gleaming long knife was unsheathed at his side. In that moment, his eyes radiated a fierce determination. As long as the city stands, so too shall its inhabitants. If the city falls, so shall its people. Meanwhile, in the village, the urgent and piercing sound of a horn resonated. Hikawe felt a slight tremor in her earlobes as she approached the window, her gaze filled with concern as she peered towards the direction of Yin Pass. With her hands clasped before her chest, she murmured to herself, is the battle commencing so soon? Having previously been captured by the northern barbarians, Hikawe harbored a profound understanding of their terrifying nature. My husband, you must return safely, return unscathed. I beseech the heavens and deities for your protection. Wandering through the tumult of displaced lives had long since eroded her faith in the supernatural. However, now she is willing to silently pray for Lin Feng, hoping to contribute in any way she can. Just then, a sudden clamor erupted outside. He Tsaiwei's heart tightened, and she hurriedly donned her veil and stepped outside. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the villagers were busily packing their belongings, seemingly preparing to leave to escape the impending chaos of war. Even her neighbors, such as second aunt, the carpenter Lu, and the hunter Zhang Lai, were diligently gathering various items. Should the conflict erupt, victory would be fortunate. But if they were to lose, the soldiers stationed at the outpost would face dire consequences. These common folk would find it equally challenging to survive. Seeing He Kuei emerged, several neighbors who had interacted with her in recent days approached, urging her to hastily pack her things and flee. Why are you still standing there, girl? Hurry and gather your belongings to escape. If we wait until the gates are breached, none of us will be able to escape, second aunt said anxiously. Lu the carpenter and Zhang Lai also approached with kind reminders. My husband went into the city yesterday and learned that the northern barbarian enemy forces coming this time are elite troops, fearsome indeed. The few soldiers on the city walls cannot hold them back. You are such a beautiful girl. Even if you are a foreigner, you can still make a living elsewhere. Surviving is the most important thing. Second aunt, Master Lu, Brother Zhang, He Kuei said, her lips parting slightly as she took a deep breath. And she expressed her gratitude to the three before her. You are all good people. Aside from my husband, you three are the only ones willing to help me. An ill-fated person. At that moment, He Kuei bore no resentment towards their previous aloofness. It was only human nature. Had she been in their shoes, she would likely have acted similarly. You should flee quickly. I must wait here for my husband to return. He Tsaiwei's gaze was resolute. After speaking, she refrained from further conversation with the three and turned back towards her home. He will surely be safe. My husband is a third-grade martial artist, strong as he is. He will definitely be all right, she repeated in her heart as she returned indoors. Yet, concern for Lin Feng's current situation gnawed at her. As a young lady from a prominent family, she had certainly heard of the notorious Blood Wolf Brigade of the Northern Barbarians. At this moment, she fervently hoped for the swift arrival of reinforcements to alleviate the peril at the city gates. The beacon of war was ignited atop the highest point of the city wall. Smoke billowed and spread across the sky as the soldiers stationed on the walls prepared for battle. Looking around, the defenders had readied their spears, arrows, rocks, logs, and flammable oil, among various weapons. Lin Feng stood resolute on the eastern wall. After the initial excitement faded and the adrenaline subsided, he gradually regained his composure. The blade of slaughter was suited for direct confrontation to earn his kill points. He could either wait for the enemy to storm the walls or use arrows to reap the lives of his foes. It remains uncertain whether Wang Eru is deliberately targeting him. When the arrows were distributed, they mysteriously ran out just as they reached his hands. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips, and reached out to Jiang Yi, the only soldier in the army with whom he shared a modicum of camaraderie, to request a bow and arrow. Brother Feng, this is my first time wielding a bow, and I haven't even shot a single arrow yet. Could you grant me the opportunity to try? Jiang Yi pleaded pitifully, as if the bow were originally Lin Feng's and not his own. Lin Feng, undeterred, swiftly seized the bow and admonished, if the enemy charges the city walls, remember to stay behind me and be sharp-witted. Do you understand? Understood, Brother Feng. With Lin Feng's words, Jiang Yi's face lit up with joy. Lin Feng weighed the bow in his hands, finding it reasonably balanced. A 120-pound longbow, even for an ordinary adult male, would require significant strength to draw. However, for Lin Feng, who had truly ascended to the rank of a third-tier martial artist, it felt effortless. In the army, besides the 120-pound bow, there were also 200-pound and 300-pound bows. The 300-pound bow possesses a force 3 times greater than the maximum strength of an ordinary adult male. Such formidable bows are considered top-tier equipment, even within the confines of Yin Pass, and only a select few centurions and thousand-man commanders can wield them. At this moment, Jiang Yi stole a glance at Lin Feng, feeling somewhat reassured. Others may not be aware of the substantial changes Lin Feng underwent upon returning to the camp, but having spent every day in close proximity to him, even standing beside him during training, Jiang Yi could hardly overlook the transformation. In his mind, Lin Feng had already surpassed the threshold to become a martial artist. And once he triumphed in this fierce battle, a promotion was inevitable. It was worth noting that many elite soldiers could not compare to Lin Feng's prowess during training. In any case, Jiang Yi had firmly resolved to cling to Lin Feng's coattails. Chapter 22, The Soul Pursuit Archery Technique. At this moment, Lin Feng held a 120-pound bow, with approximately 50 arrows remaining in his quiver. Suddenly, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. The system has detected that the host is wielding a bow and arrow and is in a combat scenario. The system has tailored a martial skill for the host, Soul Pursuit Archery Technique. Does the host wish to utilize the system's new feature, Pay Later and Enjoy Now? Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, sensing that the system resembled a predatory lender, luring him into an addictive cycle of borrowing. Yet, it appeared that Lin Feng had little choice in the matter. He turned his attention to the introduction displayed on the system interface. Soul Pursuit Archery Technique. At the minor mastery level, it can pierce armor and achieve a triple kill. At the major mastery level, each arrow can explode the target, leaving no trace of the corpse. The lethality of this technique caused Lin Feng's eyes to gleam with excitement. And without hesitation, he opted for the Pay Later and Enjoy Now option, instructing the system to elevate his proficiency in the Soul Pursuit Archery Technique to the minor mastery level. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have opted for Pay Later and Enjoy Now, and the Soul Pursuit Archery Technique has reached the minor mastery level. Ding! A friendly reminder. The host has redeemed the skill Soul Piercing Arrow Technique through a Pay Later scheme, elevating its proficiency to the minor accomplishment stage, incurring a total expenditure of 80,000 points of slaughter value, with an interest of 4,000 points. May the host continue to strive. The system's notifications echoed continuously. He now owed the system a staggering total of 137,500 points of slaughter value, merely a step away from the daunting threshold of 140,000. Huh? Lin Feng scoffed coldly, then glared fiercely at the system panel before him. Truly a relentless usurer, it knows no bounds. What is the cornerstone of human interaction? Trust. Yet, there is interest added. Where's the trust in that? However, with a great battle on the horizon, Lin Feng was too weary to argue with the system. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Instantly, Lin Feng envisioned himself fervently practicing the soul-piercing arrow technique within the military camp, repeating it once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Ultimately, he achieved a minor mastery of the technique. One arrow was unleashed, piercing through armor and heart, slaying 3 lightly armored foes with a single shot. When he regained his senses, Lin Feng gripped the stone bow, now infused with a hint of mysterious iron, and felt an entirely different sensation in his hands. It was as if he and this bow had been in perfect harmony for an eternity, a profound synergy. Every intricate line on the bow was vividly perceived by Lin Feng. He casually pulled the bowstring, and the resonant twang echoed in the air. To Lin Feng's ears, this sound was far more melodious than the system's notifications. It was the call of power, a testament to his enhanced prowess. Moreover, his heightened perception as a third-tier warrior allowed Lin Feng to notice the slight robustness of his shoulders and the subtle changes in his skeletal structure. It felt as though his arms were inherently crafted for drawing the bow and shooting arrows. If the minor mastery of the soul-piercing arrow technique was already so formidable, what might be expected at the level of major mastery? Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, and his gaze turned almost ravenous as he fixed his eyes on the elite Blood Wolf army, 100 paces away, as a fierce battle spirit ignited within him. The horn of charge sounded, and the Blood Wolf army commenced their assault. The siege officially began. Thousands of soldiers of the Blood Wolf army rushed swiftly toward the foot of the city wall. On the wall, Lin Feng and the other defenders held their breath, poised and alert, ever ready. Especially the archers, with their bowstrings taut, arrows placed on their longbows, the sharp tips gleaming with a cold light. All aimed squarely at the advancing northern barbarian Blood Wolf army, just beyond the walls. The distance diminished rapidly, 500 paces, 300 paces, 200 paces. As the enemy drew within 100 paces, the commander of the Yin Pass, Pan Feng, narrowed his eyes and suddenly bellowed, "Release!" at Pan Feng's command. The soldiers abruptly loosed their arrows, which flew like a swarm of locusts, a rain of countless projectiles descending upon the enemy. The sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated in succession. Some arrows struck the elite light armor of the Blood Wolf army, only to be deflected away, while others, by sheer fortune, found their mark directly upon the foes' faces. Yet, the majority were deftly parried by these elite warriors of the Blood Wolf army. Beneath the relentless deluge of arrows, only a scant few reaped the rewards, and Lin Feng undoubtedly emerged as a standout among them. He knocked arrow after arrow, his movements fluid and repetitive. Whoosh, 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 the sound of arrows slicing through the air resonated. Within 100 paces of the eastern city wall, The enemies fell like stalks of wheat beneath his proficient soul-chasing archery. Simultaneously, a cacophony of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a standard member of the North Barbarian Elite Bloodwolf Army, a second-tier martial artist, earning 200 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a standard member of the North Barbarian Elite Bloodwolf Army, a second-tier martial artist, earning 200 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a standard member of the North Barbarian Elite Bloodwolf Army. Unfortunately, Lin Feng's solitary prowess could not alter the tide of battle. Soon, numerous vanguard members of the Bloodwolf Army closed in on the foot of the city wall, swiftly raising ladders and propping them against the battlements. The vanguard surged forward in a relentless charge. The defending forces, pouring golden oil, hurled it down upon the elite North Barbarians on the ladders. The air was filled with blood-curdling screams. At the city gates, the resounding crashes of battering rams pounded against the doorposts, striking at the psychological defenses of the Yin Pass garrison. Meanwhile, the Bloodwolf Army's trebuchets were prepared, launching massive boulders skyward with a thunderous clamor, only to crash down upon the walls and the ground beyond. Some even struck the battlements, creating deep indentations that instilled dread. Yet, amidst these formidable siege weapons, what truly instilled fear in the hearts of the Yin Pass defenders were the several archers of the Bloodwolf Army positioned below the wall. They stood firm atop the backs of the Bloodwolves, drawing their bows and unleashing arrows directly at the defenders on the wall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The icy glint of arrows flew forth. In the instant that battle commenced, it was unclear how many lives of the Yin Pass defenders were claimed, and the already diminished morale of the troops began to waver. Brother Feng, can we hold our ground? Zhang Yi asked, his face pale with fear. Just stay close to me, Lin Feng replied, his focus unwavering as he drew an arrow from the quiver and placed it upon the bowstring, bending it into a crescent shape. The techniques of soul-chasing archery danced in his mind. In the next moment, the bowstring vibrated violently, releasing a resounding twang as the arrow shot forth towards the distant archers of the Bloodwolf Army. Whoosh! The arrow pierced armor and flesh, claiming the lives of 3 archers in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a standard member of the North Barbarian Elite Bloodwolf Army, a second-tier martial artist, earning 200 points of kill value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a standard member of the North Barbarian Elite Bloodwolf Army. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Another arrow claimed 3 lives. With the release of the soul-chasing arrow, 600 points of kill value were effortlessly accrued. It was a pity, however, that the archers of the Bloodwolf Army were merely standard members. However, spurred by the incentive of the slaughter points, Lin Feng's gaze grew increasingly radiant. The stone bow in his hand seemed akin to a mere toy, yet it was, at this moment, the deadliest weapon on the battlefield. Upon the eastern city wall, the arrows in Lin Feng's grasp quivered and flew forth with great velocity. In an instant, the pressure on this side of the eastern wall was considerably alleviated. Amidst the fierce melee between the Bloodwolf Army and the Yanguan garrison, only Zhang Yi, standing beside him, noticed Lin Feng's remarkable prowess. As the siege intensified, entering a stage of fervent conflict, enemies had already begun to scale the western, southern, and northern walls via ladders, engaging in combat with the garrison. Only the eastern wall, where Lin Feng stood, remained largely unscathed, with the enemy's ladders suffering significant destruction. The initial fervor of the Bloodwolf Army waned as their ordinary members fell one after another. The condition of the eastern wall starkly contrasted with that of the other 3 walls, rendering it exceptionally unusual. Before long, some enemy soldiers discovered Lin Feng, the sharpshooter. An astonishing turn of events ensued. The previously fearless Bloodwolf soldiers now cowered like turtles, hiding behind their shields, too afraid to even show their heads, lest they fall victim to Lin Feng's arrows. Brother Feng, you are extraordinary, Zhang Yi exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. At that moment, Lin Feng's archery skills also caught the attention of the centurion, Wang Eru, who fixed his gaze intently upon the spirited figure of Lin Feng in the distance. Filled with perplexity, when did this lad become so formidable? Wang Eru mused, acknowledging that he could never achieve such feats. Perhaps he could occasionally slay 3 foes with a single arrow, but to do so consistently, neither he nor even a 1,000-man commander could accomplish that. Even the commander Pan Feng would find it impossible. Moreover, observing Lin Feng's ease in knocking and drawing his bow, it was evident that he must be at least a second-tier warrior. Suddenly, He recalled the trio of missing individuals, Song Chun and his companions, and his conviction that their disappearance was intricately linked to Lin Feng deepened. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, Wang Eru had begun to harbor suspicions about him, as he reveled in the thrill of battle. Meanwhile, Pan Feng, situated at the center, also recognized Lin Feng's extraordinary capabilities and promptly inquired of his aide, Su Chong, "Do you happen to know the name of that soldier?" At this moment, Su Chong, captivated by Lin Feng's archery, shook his head in response to Pan Feng's query. This subordinate is unaware. Logically, such a remarkable archer should not remain anonymous within the ranks. Outside Yinguan town, flames soared into the sky. With Lin Feng's unparalleled marksmanship, the morale of the border troops surged. The vanguard of the Blood Wolf army suffered setbacks, prompting the flag-bearer of the northern barbarians to wave his standard, signaling the elite troops of the Blood Wolf army to swiftly reorganize into a long, serpentine formation, thereby reducing casualties and diminishing their offensive. Witnessing this scene, Jiang chuckled and called out to Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, these barbarian soldiers are frightened." Haha. Lin Feng, undeterred, released another trio of arrows, never allowing himself to grow complacent. Frightened? Their formation may have shifted and their offensive weakened, but have you seen them retreat? The tumultuous battle is yet to unfold. In the village, Hikaiwei paced anxiously outside her courtyard, her heart heavy with worry. The distant sounds of clashing swords and cries of battle rendered her sleepless. With her hands clasped in prayer, she gazed at the moon and implored, "My beloved, you must return safely." Just then, a cacophony of galloping hooves shattered her thoughts. A group of 7 or 8, brandishing torches and riding on ill-bred horses, stormed into the village. Had the northern barbarians breached the city? Hikaiwei quickly sought refuge, her heart racing with trepidation. If that were the case, should her husband fall, she would find no desire to continue living in this world. However, coming from a prominent family, Hikaiwei soon regained her composure, her gaze sweeping over the intruders. These men bore no armor and wielded only ragged knives. The entire band exhibited no semblance of military formation, their physiques weak, lacking the fierce demeanor of the northern foe. The leader, a scarred man clad in coarse linen, with a wine gourd at his waist, appeared far from a soldier, exuding no trace of a warrior's essence. It seemed they were merely a band of mountain bandits, taking advantage of the chaos to plunder the village. Damn it, they've all fled. The scarred man cursed from his wretched mount, surveying the desolate village with frustration. At that moment, a few of his lackeys approached, their faces etched with disappointment. "Brother, there's nothing here. The villagers have taken everything," one lamented. "I found half a pound of cornmeal, and along the way, I managed to gather 2 tails of wild red berries and a bag of wild vegetables. With these, we can finally have a hearty meal tonight." At the mention of cornmeal, the eyes of the starving bandits lit up with hope. Hikaiwei, hidden in the shadows, nearly laughed aloud. To stoop so low as to become bandits at this level, they would be better off tending to the fields. Upon hearing his subordinates' reports, the scarred man exploded in fury. He kicked one of his men, sending the cornmeal scattering across the ground. "Can you not aspire to greater things? We are thieves, bandits, not beggars." Subsequently, his anger unabated. He pointed at the nearby houses. "Burn them. Damn it, if I'm not allowed to rob, then I shall burn everything to the ground." So you all know the might of Lu Matzi. At this point, Hikaiwei could no longer remain hidden. Given her current strength, these bandits were hardly a match for her. She had no intention of harming them. If they left empty-handed, that would suffice. But to set fire to her and her husband's home? Absolutely not. Stop this at once. Upon hearing the feminine voice, the scarred man froze. As the torchlight flickered before Hikaiwei, illuminated by the faint glow of the flames, she appeared even more striking under the moonlight. In all my years wandering the world, this is the first time I have encountered such a beautiful maiden. Ah, what an intriguing sight, a pair of. The remaining bandits were expressions of lewd desire, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos to engage in robbery, and to their astonishment, they find an unexpected prize. These ruffians, who typically cannot spare a coin to indulge in debauchery, now drool at the sight of such beauty. "Little beauty," one of them taunts, "the villagers have fled. Why do you linger? Are you perhaps waiting for me?" As he speaks, Lu Matzi reaches out, intending to touch Hikaiwei. Yet, with a deft movement, she evades him easily, drawing her sword, her gaze icy. "I remain here to await my husband. I mean no harm to you. Leave now if you wish to live." Lu Matzi, taken aback, could hardly fathom that a frail woman would dare speak to him, the bandit leader, in such a manner. His excitement only grew. "Little beauty, I am your husband. Come with me to the mountain stronghold, and I promise you a life of luxury." Hikaiwei scoffed. These ruffians could barely afford a meal. Yet here they were, weaving fantasies for her. One of the bandits, seeing He Caiwei's lack of fear, approached wielding a machete, sneering, "Did you not hear my elder brother? A mere woman dares to flaunt her power? Do you think we are weaklings? I'll set your shabby hut ablaze and see how you wait for your husband." Chapter 24. 1,000 gold for the slayer of the divine archer. As he spoke, the bandit prepared to toss his torch, inadvertently provoking He Caiwei's wrath. Clang! Sparks flew, and a flash of cold light pierced through, causing blood to spurt from the bandit's neck as he collapsed to the ground. The onlookers were momentarily stunned. This was He Caiwei's first kill, and she was overwhelmed with anxiety. Yet she understood that if she did not act today, not only would her home be lost, but she would also be subjected to the vile intentions of these brigands. "Lu Matsi, take your men and leave at once, or I shall slay you all." Having witnessed He Caiwei's swordsmanship, Lu Matsi realized that this seemingly delicate woman was indeed a formidable fighter. However, he could discern from her trembling voice that she lacked true experience in killing. Lu Matsi was no fool. With a disdainful snort, he glared menacingly. "You dare to kill my brother? Do you think I will spare you today? Brothers, charge. Avenge our fallen comrade. Capture this little beauty, and treat her as you please until she breathes her last." Originally wary of He Caiwei, the bandits, upon hearing such promising prospects, surged forward with renewed vigor. At Lu Matsi's command, hesitation vanished, and they rushed towards her with fervor. As their shouts filled the air, He Caiwei narrowed her eyes, cold as ice. In her mind, memories of practicing with her husband surfaced, bringing her a sense of calm amidst the turmoil. Under the ethereal glow of the moon, shadows danced as the blade struck with lethal precision. The mountain bandits barely caught a glimpse of a stunning silhouette whirling past them, and in the next heartbeat, each fell victim to a grievous wound, deep enough to expose bone. Blood gushed forth, and they collapsed, lifeless. At that moment, Lu Matsi was left alone, his crude knife cleaved in two by He Caiwei. Gazing at the severed blade and the carnage strewn around him, regret washed over Lu Matsi. Why abandon a peaceful life to become a bandit? He Caiwei's gaze was as frigid as that of a celestial harbinger of death. "Do not plague the world any longer. My sword shall not grant you a second chance." Upon hearing her words, Lu Matsi immediately prostrated himself, pleading fervently, "My lady, I acknowledge my faults. I shall never dare to return to this life of banditry, even if it costs me my life." Witnessing his fear, He Caiwei commanded coldly, "Begone." Lu Matsi, as if bestowed with a royal decree, scrambled away, fleeing on his lame horse like a specter escaping the village. Once Lu Matsi had fled, He Caiwei exhaled a long sigh of relief. However, the sight of the cold corpses filled her with revulsion. Reflecting on her own struggles against mere novice bandits, she realized the daunting challenges her husband faced on the front lines. Returning to her courtyard, she washed her face, forcing herself to regain composure. In times of turmoil, there would undoubtedly be more brigands like Lu Matsi seeking to take advantage. Should any of these marauders possess even a modicum of martial skill, confronting them would not be so simple. Her husband, a third-tier martial artist, should navigate the battlefield with ease. If she were to find herself ensnared by such ruffians, it would be a grave disservice to him. After much contemplation, He Caiwei resolved to hide in the cave on the back mountain with the villagers, awaiting her husband's victorious return. Meanwhile, beneath the walls of Yanguan City, events unfolded as Lin Feng had anticipated. The Blood Wolf army, arranged in a long, serpent-like formation, minimized casualties while concentrating all their might to launch a fierce assault on the eastern city gate where Lin Feng stood. With numerical superiority, they unleashed a thunderous onslaught. By command of the commander, 1,000 gold coins and a title of 1,000 households await the one who slays the archer. Damn it! Are they coming for me? Lin Feng felt a surge of adrenaline as the order echoed through the ranks of the Blood Wolf army, his nerves tingling with anticipation. The formidable warriors of the army, eager for glory, were unrelenting. There was no escape. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. "Come, one and all. I shall slay each that approaches. 1 for 1, or 2 for 2. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite member of the Blood Wolf army. A second-tier martial artist, gaining 200 points of slaughter value. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite member of the Blood Wolf army. Beep. Congratulations to the host." As the system relayed successive tidings of triumph, a faint smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. As Lin Feng wielded his divine archery skills to eliminate the Blood Wolf soldiers assailing the wall, he quietly inquired, "System, how many slaughter points do I possess now?" Ding. The host has killed a total of 510 ordinary members of the North Barbarians elite Blood Wolf army. earning a total of 100,002 points of slaughter value. Good gracious! Even Lin Feng himself was astonished that, within just a few hours, he had dispatched so many from the Blood Wolf army. He had single-handedly decimated over half of the elite soldiers under a Blood Wolf army centurion. It was no wonder that the vanguard of the Blood Wolf army had marked him as their primary target. If he continued this momentum, it wouldn't be long before he could repay the system's exorbitant debts. Just as Lin Feng reveled in his success, a pitch-black Blood Wolf surged up the ladder. Upon its back sat a Blood Wolf army centurion, who charged at Lin Feng with a great sword raised high. "Brother Feng, be careful," Jiang Yi exclaimed, wide-eyed, urgently warning Lin Feng. In a moment of crisis, Lin Feng knocked an arrow, releasing a powerful shot aimed directly at the centurion's face. Ding! The arrow split into two as Lin Feng and the centurion locked eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent hanging between them. This marked Lin Feng's first setback since mastering the soul-chasing arrow technique. The centurion was a towering figure, his visage dark and menacing. His body a mass of savage muscle exuding an aura of terror. The Blood Wolf beneath him had crimson eyes, growling lowly, with a sickening stench wafting from its gaping maw. "Kid, you truly possess remarkable skills, managing to slay so many of my elite soldiers," the Blood Wolf army centurion hissed through gritted teeth. In times of war, the soldiers under one's command were the foundation of survival. Losing such a number of elite warriors at once would undoubtedly lead this centurion to face military justice upon returning, even if he survived. Humph. It is your North barbarians who are incompetent, unable to evade even the arrows of a mere C-rank soldier. C-rank soldier? Although the Blood Wolf army did not classify ranks, the centurion was well aware of the level represented by a C-rank soldier in the Great Zhou. A first-tier warrior was among the best of them. Yet now, a mere first-tier warrior had slain hundreds of his elite? How could this be possible? "Kid, you seek death," the centurion bellowed, his long knife slicing through the dark night sky, trailing a dazzling spark as it bore down on Lin Feng with fierce winds. Chapter 25. A tall tree attracts the wind at such a close distance. The soul-chasing arrow technique could not be executed. Lin Feng swiftly seized a standard long knife from the ground, employing the sky-slaying blade technique in a matter of moments. Bang! Sparks flew in all directions. Lin Feng was propelled backward for over 10 meters, his coarse cloth shoes nearly worn through. His right hand felt as if it might shatter, and a dull ache reverberated through his muscles and bones. Indeed, even with the mastery of the blade of celestial slaughter, the vast chasm between a third-grade warrior and a fourth-grade warrior cannot be bridged. However, what astonished him even more was the centurion of the Blood Wolf army. He was acutely aware that his recent strike possessed enough force to split gold and sever stone. Yet, this young man before him managed to withstand it. Truly, this boy cannot be allowed to live. This scene invigorated the surrounding, defending troops. A mere third-tier soldier had the audacity to confront the enemy's centurion head-on. Is it still a matter of consequence to vanquish the infamous and terrifying Blood Wolf army? The northern barbarian forces are not so formidable after all. Brother Feng is magnificent. As Jiang Yi shouted out, the entire defending army echoed with vigorous cheers, their morale soaring. Only Lin Feng felt a bitter anguish akin to swallowing a bitter herb. He could not bear such a grand title. System, how much slaughter value is required to advance to a fourth-grade warrior? Ding. Host requires 100,000 slaughter value to advance to a fourth-grade warrior. That is sufficient. The recent defeat of the elite troops of the Blood Wolf army had already amassed over 100,000 slaughter value. At this moment, Lin Feng was resolute. If he did not ascend to fourth-grade warrior status, he would undoubtedly be felled by the enemy within 3 rounds. Upgrade me. Ding. Apologies, host. The slaughter value has been deducted. The remaining balance is 35,500, which is insufficient for the upgrade to a fourth-grade warrior. System. Send my regards to your parents. Lin Feng was nearly seething with rage. Is the system a loan shark, collecting debts on the spot? Before Lin Feng could react, the opponent's great sword came crashing down once more. With a thunderous force, it cleaved through the air. This strike nearly sent Lin Feng flying, crashing against the city wall. A mouthful of blood erupted from Lin Feng's lips, and after a few staggering steps, he finally steadied himself. Lin Feng yearned for assistance, yet at that moment, Captain Wang Era was engaged with a third-grade warrior of the enemy, unable to lend aid. Meanwhile, Wang Era caught a glimpse of the preceding scene, his heart trembling in shock. After dispatching the enemy before him, he chose not to intervene. Lin Feng, regardless of how you acquired such combat prowess, today marks your demise. On the other side, The centurion of the Blood Wolf army raised his sword once more, the claws of the Blood Wolf beneath him digging fiercely into the ground. Remarkably, he managed to withstand 2 of my full-force strikes. Boy, I shall remember you. You remember me as well, and seek revenge in your next life. Host. Would you like to utilize the pay later option? Many lice do not itch, and many debts do not trouble. Yes. Lin Feng gritted his teeth as he spoke. This is a dire situation. Without it, I will surely perish here. Ding. Host has successfully borrowed 100,000 slaughter value, upgrading to a 4th-grade warrior. In an instant, a powerful surge of energy flooded Lin Feng's entire being. Before he could revel in his newfound strength, the great sword of the centurion from the Blood Wolf army descended with thunderous might. Boy, perish. Clang. With a sharp crack. The captain of the Blood Wolf army widened his dark eyes in disbelief as he beheld Lin Feng, who was defiantly resisting his deadly strike with a broken blade. How could this brat possibly withstand his lethal blow? Just as the captain resolved to engage once more, a dull horn echoed from afar. Soon after, a voice rang out among the Blood Wolf troops. The commander has issued an order. Retreat. The captain's eyes burned with rage, and his long knife clanged ominously in his grip. He cast a reluctant glare at Lin Feng. It was clear that killing Lin Feng in that moment was an unattainable goal. After a long, penetrating look at Lin Feng, he sheathed his weapon and bellowed, "Withdraw." Instantly, the colossal black wolf leapt down from the battlements, and countless elite soldiers of the Blood Wolf army hastily retreated. At that moment, Lin Feng had no time to tend to his wounds. He lifted his stone bow and knocked an arrow. Like a harbinger of death, he reaped the fleeing elite of the Blood Wolf army. Inspired by Lin Feng's valor, the defending soldiers fought fiercely, determined to slay as many foes as possible. It was only when the long battlefield was strewn with the bodies of the northern barbarians that they finally ceased their pursuit. Although the defense had triumphed, it was a Pyrrhic victory, with nearly 1/3 of the 3,000 defenders lost. Yet, in the eyes of all, a hero emerged, Lin Feng. As the battle came to a close, soldiers gathered around him. Jiang Yi wiped the blood from his face, his expression brimming with excitement. Brother Feng, I never imagined you possessed such skill. Without a doubt, your duel with the captain of the Blood Wolf army places you on par with General Pan and perhaps just 2 other captains in the entire Yen Pass garrison. With fame comes scrutiny. Lin Feng was unwilling to become a thorn in the side of the centurions. What nonsense. I was merely forced into a corner, fighting like a cornered beast. One elite soldier, who had previously looked down on Lin Feng, spoke earnestly. Brother Lin, there's no need for modesty. I've spent over a decade in Yen Pass, and I've not slain as many northern barbarians as you did in just one day. From now on, you shall be our leader. The crowd surged forward, lifting Lin Feng high in celebration, tossing him into the air and catching him again. Brother Feng, Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Amidst the jubilant cheers, the centurion Wang Eru approached with a grim expression. The battle has just ended, and instead of clearing the battlefield, you engage in this foolish revelry. What if the Blood Wolf army mounts a counterattack? I want to see how you will respond. Disperse at once. Everyone understood that the northern barbarians relied on momentum. Having faced consecutive setbacks, they were incapable of mounting a coherent assault in the immediate future. Wang Ero's words were merely a manifestation of his jealousy towards Lin Feng. However, as a senior officer, his authority silenced the defenders, forcing them to abandon Lin Feng and depart in displeasure. Wang Eru cast a cold, scrutinizing glare at Lin Feng, his heart racing with unease. Just a few days ago, this young man was nothing more than a mere novice, not even a first-tier martial artist. Yet, observing his recent prowess, it is evident that he possesses skills surpassing that of a third-tier martial artist. He even suspects that Lin Feng's capabilities exceed this level. Moreover, he has been engaging in combat with the captain of the Blood Wolf army, exchanging blows in a manner that even he, a captain himself, could not replicate. Now, he is increasingly convinced that the disappearance of Song Chun and his companions is undoubtedly linked to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, mere days ago, you were not even a martial artist. How have you suddenly attained the skills of a third-tier martial artist? And what of your extraordinary archery? Hitting the target with every shot? Could you possibly disclose the means by which you have honed such skill? I must warn you, it would be prudent to come clean. Any hint of concealment will invoke military law. Chapter 26, A Hero's Gift of a Precious Blade. Though it was Lin Feng who achieved remarkable merit, Wang Eru treated him as if he were an interrogated criminal, inciting discontent among the surrounding guards. Jiang Yi, taking the lead, stated, Captain, were it not for Brother Feng, we would not have held our ground. What exactly are you doing? Interrogating a criminal? With a swift kick, Wang Eru sent Jiang Yi sprawling to the ground, bellowing. I am questioning Lin Feng. Do you have the right to speak? He warned. If you dare to defy me again, I will cast you into the enemy ranks to feed the blood wolves. Then, Wang Eru turned his ire back to Lin Feng. You had better clarify this matter today. Otherwise what? Is it unacceptable for me to become a third-tier martial artist? The moment I encounter the enemy, my blood surges, and I awaken to the third tier. Is that your concern? The ever-timid Lin Feng suddenly exhibited a dramatic shift in demeanor. What third tier? I am at the fourth tier now. In that moment, Wang Eru became convinced that Song Chun and his companions had indeed fallen victim to Lin Feng. You killed Song Chun and his fellows, did you not? Wang Eru questioned with a cold glare. Just because you claim I did, does that make it true? Produce your evidence. Lin Feng retorted, coolly dismissing Wang Eru as he pushed past him and strode forward. This provoked Wang Eru, the captain, to fury. You are the one who killed them, and yet you wish to deny it. He seized Lin Feng, shouting, I dispatched Song Chun and his companions to find you. And they never returned. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Come with me to meet General Pan Feng, today. I shall see you punished severely as a warning to others. Wang Eru felt momentarily conflicted about confronting Lin Feng. But all the guards present were acutely aware that their lives had been saved by Lin Feng. Without him, should another battle arise, uncertainty would loom over everyone. In essence, Lin Feng had become their beacon of hope. Instantly, the surrounding guards closed in, forming an impenetrable barrier. They remained silent, encircling Wang Eru to prevent his departure. Witnessing this scene, Wang Eru could scarcely believe it and shouted, What are you doing? Are you rebelling? Do not forget, I am your centurion. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall face military law. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Wang Eru, how grand your authority is. The voice echoed like a tolling bell, causing the soldiers present to swiftly part, creating a wide path. There strode General Pan Feng, flanked by 2 sergeants, advancing with purpose. General, I suspect that Song Chun and his companions are not deserters, but rather have fallen to Lin Feng. Before he could finish, a resounding slap from Pan Feng struck Wang Eru's face. The force of a 6th-tier warrior's hand was formidable indeed. Dazed and confused, Wang Eru took a moment to regain his composure. General, how dare you? The great battle has just concluded, and instead of tending to the wounded, you question a soldier who has valiantly slain enemies. What is your intent? Pan Feng, stationed at the center command, was keenly aware of the recent events. The reason the eastern city had not faltered and had annihilated countless foes was largely due to Lin Feng's valiant efforts. It was irrelevant whether the likes of Song Chun had perished at Lin Feng's hands. Even if they had, what of it? General, I meant no such thing. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng dismissed Wang Eru with a disdainful glare, silencing him before turning his attention to Lin Feng. He extended his hand to take the battered wooden sword from Lin Feng, smiling gently. A fine steed deserves a fine saddle. This sword is truly a waste of your talent. With that, Pan Feng unfastened the treasured blade from his waist and presented it to Lin Feng. This sword, named Dragon's Roar, was bestowed upon me by His Majesty as a reward for my service at Yin Pass. The designation of a ground-level divine weapon was a perfect match for you. The mention of a ground-level divine weapon sent the soldiers into a frenzy. In both the Great Zhou and the Northern Barbarians, superior weapons were highly coveted. Weapons were classified into grades: yellow, profound, ground, heaven, wilderness, flood, universe, emperor, and supreme. Most soldiers possessed nothing more than crude iron tools, unworthy of classification. A ground-level divine weapon was a rare and coveted treasure among ordinary troops. Possessing one was worth a lifetime. Lin Feng was equally exhilarated, but humbly replied, General, I am merely a third-tier soldier. Is it not presumptuous to wield such a divine weapon? Hearing this, Pan Feng erupted in hearty laughter. The ranks of the military are mere illusions to intimidate the ordinary. They do not deter true heroes. I witnessed your performance. It is an honor for this weapon to be in your hands. Taken aback by General Pan Feng's high regard, Lin Feng quickly clasped his hands in gratitude, declaring, Rest assured, General Pan, I shall do my utmost to slay enemies and serve my country. Excellent. Pan Feng's voice thundered like a dragon as he turned to address all the soldiers manning the city walls, speaking sternly. Warriors, you have all seen, if you fight valiantly, I shall grant you the ranks, the pay, and the weapons you desire. My only demand is to defend this city. Before the arrival of reinforcements, the soldiers rallied within the city, their spirits ignited as they shouted in unison. As long as there are people in the city stands. If the city falls, we perish. With satisfaction, Pan Feng stepped forward from the crowd, while the centurion Wu Chuang remained behind to relay General Pan Feng's orders. All captains were summoned to the central tent to deliberate on the next strategy for defending the city, ensuring no mistakes were made. Wang Eru, just as he was about to depart, seemed to recall something and swiftly approached Lin Feng. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he declared, "Lin Feng, do not think that just because General Pan has bestowed upon you a treasured blade, you can bask in pride. Once I uncover the evidence of your involvement in Song Chun's death, I shall ensure your demise." Lin Feng, unfazed, responded with a cold smirk, "Very well, Captain. I await your proof." Wang Eru glared at Lin Feng through clenched teeth before turning to pursue Centurion Wu Chuang. Lin Feng found a shaded spot against the city wall and sat down heavily. The earlier entanglement with Wang Eru had caused him to momentarily forget his injuries. But now he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Upon lifting his outer garment, he discovered a bruise forming. It seemed that this fourth-tier warrior was indeed a formidable opponent. Muttering to himself, Lin Feng grasped the long blade and slowly drew it from its sheath. A piercing dragon's cry echoed as the blade emerged, and with a slight flourish, a gust of wind accompanied its movement. With a swift strike, Lin Feng cleaved a massive stone before him, shattering it effortlessly. Indeed, this was no ordinary weapon, compared to the standard-issue long swords distributed in the barracks. It was akin to mere scrap metal. Moreover, Lin Feng could distinctly feel the connection between the Earth-grade divine weapon and the energy within his dantian, allowing him to unleash a tremendous force with each strike. With such a weapon, should he encounter the Centurion of the Bloodwolf army again, he was confident he could vanquish him. Chapter 27. The horn sounds again at that moment. Jiang Yi approached, carrying a steaming bowl of meat porridge. Due to the wartime conditions, the soldiers' physical exertion was immense, and thus the kitchen provided meals far superior to their usual fare. "Brother Feng, have a bowl of meat porridge to replenish your strength." Lin Feng accepted the porridge and glanced at Jiang Yi. Though this lad possessed only average abilities, his sincere regard for Lin Feng as an older brother was evident. If fortune smiled upon Lin Feng in the future, he would undoubtedly remember this young brother. Just as Lin Feng took a sip of the porridge, a wave of nausea surged within him, nearly causing him to spew it forth. "Brother Feng, what's wrong?" Jiang Yi inquired, concern etched on his face. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing. The Bloodwolf army has suffered a significant loss. They might regroup and attack again tomorrow, so you should rest well." Seeing Lin Feng dismiss his own discomfort, Jiang Yi refrained from pressing further. After a few more sips of the porridge, he drifted into a deep slumber beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng wiped his mouth, feeling a trickle of blood. Damn it. Internal injuries. Regarding this frail body of mine, should a battle ensue tomorrow, I fear even standing to draw my bow and slay the enemy would be a formidable challenge. System, emerge. Do you possess any miraculous elixirs to mend internal injuries? Ding. The system is always at your service. A grade Earth elixir, the Great Recovery Pill, is available for the price of 50,000 slaying points. What the hell? System, do you intend to impose usury upon me? Ding. Due to the host's valor in combat, the system bestows this reward. This loan bears no interest. No interest? Does that imply I need not repay it? Do you think I am oblivious to your ulterior motives? Once I grow accustomed to borrowing, I shall forever be your laborer, toiling under your system's yoke. How cunning you are, system. Host, do you not desire to utilize the slaying points offered by the system? Should you forego the Great Recovery Pill? Your condition may deteriorate, and re-entering battle in a short time could lead to dire consequences. Silence, system. Of course, I shall use it. Ding. The host has borrowed 50,000 slaying points to procure the Great Recovery Pill, accumulating a total debt of 119,500 slaying points. Ding. Until the host reaches the master level, the maximum slaying points available for borrowing each month is 200,000. Please utilize them wisely. Ding. The limit for this month's deferred payment has been reached. Great. I nearly lost my life today, and in the end, my debt not only remains but has nearly doubled. What a swindler. Simultaneously, a white elixir appeared in Lin Feng's hand, shaped in a spiral, resembling a lump of excrement. He seriously suspected the system had designed it that way on purpose. Host, hastily consume the Great Recovery Pill, or you shall perish. No need for your unsolicited advice. Lin Feng suppressed his nausea and swallowed the Great Recovery Pill in one gulp. Surprisingly, despite its unappealing appearance, the flavor was quite pleasant, reminiscent of mint-infused chocolate. In the next instant, a surge of potent medicinal energy coursed through his body, revitalizing his flesh and limbs. However, with each breath, the excruciating wounds he sustained healed remarkably. Goodness, This medicine is truly miraculous. With this, will I dare to confront 5th or 6th tier warriors in the future? System alert. Host, do not act recklessly. The Great Recovery Pill can only mend certain injuries. Should you incur a fatal wound, the elixir will be powerless to assist. Lin Feng inhaled sharply, grateful he had refrained from testing his luck. Otherwise, he would have been oblivious to his demise. Leaning heavily against the city wall, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted to his beloved Kai Wei, her enchanting visage filling his mind. Kai Wei, once I return from this battle, I shall assuredly secure the rank of 1,000-man leader, or at the very least 100-man leader. At that time, I will adorn you in gold and silver, granting you a life of luxury. Gradually, lost in thought, Lin Feng succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he finally provided his beloved with a splendid home. A grand estate bustling with servants, all addressing her as madam. Suddenly, a deep, resonant horn shattered Lin Feng's idyllic reverie. The Blood Wolf army has launched an assault. Jiang Yi hurriedly approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Feng, the Blood Wolf army is attacking the city again. Are these brutes even human? After such a fierce battle yesterday, they dare to come back today. Lin Feng rose, shaking off the dust from his attire. Turning around, his gaze fell upon a dense throng of elite warriors from the Blood Wolf army. Unlike their previous formation, the vanguard now consisted entirely of 3rd-tier martial artists. Following them were 2 formidable 4th-tier captains, one of whom had clashed with Lin Feng the day before. At the heart of the Blood Wolf army, their commander, a 7th-tier martial artist, presided over the central forces, flanked by several 4th-tier warriors. Initially, Lin Feng had entertained the notion, as suggested by Pan Feng, of launching a surprise attack on the enemy camp. However, he soon recognized the folly of such an idea. It was not a stealthy maneuver, but rather a reckless pursuit of death. Heavens above, the Blood Wolf army is truly serious this time. Look, they've even brought out the siege engines. We have less than 2,000 troops remaining. This battle will be arduous for our brothers. Jiang Yi gasped in disbelief. Nevertheless, Lin Feng displayed no sign of fear. He understood that in the eyes of these defending brothers, he was their beacon of hope. His presence instilled them with confidence to hold the city. Brothers, let us rally our spirits and be wary of the projectiles. These brutes are nothing to fear. They are mere savage warriors devoid of strategy. Victory for the Great Zhou is assured. With Lin Feng's inspiring words, the brothers echoed in unison, victory for the Great Zhou. Victory for the Great Zhou. Lin Feng knocked an arrow, once more reaping the lives of the northern savage Blood Wolf army. As he advanced to become a 4th-tier martial artist, Lin Feng's soul-piercing archery seemed to have improved. Though not yet mastered, he could now shoot through 5 foes with a single arrow. The system chimed with successive notifications. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite member of the Blood Wolf army, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Slaughter value, 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite member of the Blood Wolf army, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Slaughter value, 300. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite member of the Blood Wolf army, a 3rd-tier martial artist. Slaughter value, 300. The previously fearful defenders now watched as Lin Feng felled one 3rd-tier warrior after another with his arrows, their trepidation dissipating in an instant. Brother Feng is invincible. We rely on you. While engaging the enemy, the soldiers cheered exuberantly, their admiration for Lin Feng unparalleled. They lamented that he was not a captain. Had he held such a rank, the entire garrison would have clamored to serve under his command. Meanwhile, in a corner, Wang Eru's expression darkened to the utmost degree. At that moment, one of his elite soldiers approached him stealthily, bearing a large, deep crimson bow. Captain, I have brought you something. This is a profound grade hard bow from the blacksmith's workshop. Even a 3rd-tier martial artist cannot withstand the might of its arrows. Wang Eru, wearing a satisfied expression, caressed the exquisite hard bow in his possession. He drew it several times and confirmed its impressive tensile strength. With a swift motion, he knocked an arrow and, with a sharp whoosh, pierced the heart of a 3rd-tier warrior from the Blood Wolf army. Truly a deadly weapon. You lot, come here. Upon hearing the summons, 7 or 8 of Wang Eru's trusted subordinates quickly gathered around him. Listen carefully, he instructed, when the Blood Wolf army assaults the city walls. Feign defeat and create an opening. The group was taken aback, for this was a matter of life and death. What was the captain planning? Chapter 28. Gratitude turned to resentment. If we encounter danger here, Lin Feng will undoubtedly come to our aid. When that moment arrives, I shall personally use this hard bow to eliminate that insolent scoundrel. The expression of shock spread among the group. At that moment, one subordinate suddenly exclaimed, that Lin Feng truly deserves death. He relies on General Pan's favor and disregards even our captain. He should meet a gruesome end. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Er promised. My friends, if you cooperate with me to eliminate this third-tier soldier Lin Feng, all soldiers beneath the rank of first tier will be promoted to first tier. After the battle, I will petition the general to elevate the first-tier soldiers to captains. With such generous rewards, valor is sure to follow. The 7 or 8 of Wang Eru's confidants were eager and ready to engage. Wang Eru cast a cold, sinister glance at Lin Feng, who was busy fighting. A cruel smile curled upon his lips. Lin Feng, whether or not you killed Song Chun and the others, since you dare to trample upon my authority, I shall ensure you find no resting place in death. The Blood Wolf army seemed to have altered their tactics, opting for a more probing approach rather than overwhelming force. After discerning the deployment and combat strength of the Yin Pass defenders, they concentrated their offensive on the East City. Even Lin Feng's exceptional soul pursuit archery could not fully counter the assault. Numerous elite warriors from the Blood Wolf army ascended the city walls. With a resounding crash, the Blood Wolf army siege engine hurled a massive stone towards Lin Feng's position. The soldiers, unaccustomed to such an onslaught, stood frozen in shock, staring as the boulder descended. Unable to muster even a movement to evade it, Lin Feng cursed under his breath and kicked one of the nearest defenders away from the impending danger. Drawing his dragon roar blade from his waist, he swiftly executed the Sky Slaughter Blade technique, channeling the immense aura of a fourth-tier warrior as he unleashed a powerful strike toward the heavens, like a silver dragon emerging from the water. The colossal stone was cleaved in two by Lin Feng in an instant. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. Is this truly a third-tier warrior? In the next moment, a cheer erupted from the crowd. Brother Feng is magnificent. Yet, Lin Feng showed no signs of joy. He shouted to his fellow defenders, stay sharp. When you see the stones, take cover behind the walls. Don't throw your lives away needlessly. He found it difficult to imagine the fate of his comrades if he were not among the defending forces. After a fierce battle, how many of his brothers would remain? Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield. The brutality of the conflict was appalling. Several centurions had already fallen under the assault of the enemy's elite troops. Qianfu Zhang Wuchuang and Hulai stood valiantly at the forefront, besieged by 2 centurions of the Blood Wolf army and a dozen third-tier warriors. Wuchuang had sustained numerous wounds, a gaping and horrific tear in his abdomen exposed his entrails, yet he clutched his weapon with unwavering resolve. Though he appeared fierce, Lin Feng knew that this centurion's days were numbered. Hulai, while not in immediate mortal danger, had nearly severed his left arm, revealing ghastly white bones. All the soldiers fought to the death, not a single one retreating an inch. At that moment, Wang Eru called out to Lin Feng from a distance, Lin Feng, why do you stand there foolishly? Hurry and come to our aid. I cannot hold this position much longer. Lin Feng turned to see Wang Eru and a few trusted allies surrounded by a dozen warriors of the Blood Wolf army, each at the second-tier level. Surprised, Lin Feng wondered how Wang Eru, accompanied by second-tier soldiers and himself a third-tier warrior, could find himself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, as Wang Eru's calls grew more desperate, Lin Feng seized his weapon and charged toward the enemy. Armed with a superior-grade divine weapon and possessing the strength of a fourth-tier warrior, he dispatched the second-tier elite of the Blood Wolf army with the ease of slicing through vegetables. In no time, Lin Feng broke through the encirclement of the Blood Wolf elite, plunging into the enemy ranks. Bloodshed filled the air. Lin Feng resembled a deity of death unleashed from the depths of hell. His blade was ferocious, each strike lethal. The Blood Wolf soldiers could barely mount a defense, quickly falling into disarray. With such a promising turn of events, Lin Feng would not relent. Pursuing the fleeing Blood Wolf soldiers, he carved his path through them. This display left Wang Eru's scalp prickling with dread. It was overwhelming. He had an ominous feeling that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would likely not stand a chance against Lin Feng. If this continued, he might have to relinquish his position as centurion to this youth. With this thought, Wang Eru's gaze grew increasingly sinister. Drawing his profound great bow with all his might, he aimed an arrow directly at Lin Feng's back. At that moment, Lin Feng's mind was inundated with the system's announcements. Host has successfully slain an elite of the Blood Wolf army, a second-tier warrior, earning 200 kill points. Host has successfully slain an elite of the Blood Wolf army, a second-tier warrior, earning 200 kill points. Host has successfully slain an elite of the Blood Wolf army, a second-tier warrior, earning 200 kill points. Observing Lin Feng, who appeared almost demonic, the once fearless enemies were now quaking in terror, utterly incapable of continuing their fight. In that moment, Lin Feng was consumed by bloodlust, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. He remained oblivious to those behind him, for they were all brothers in arms, and he could not fathom that in such a life-and-death moment, someone would seek to strike him down. Jiang Yi, who had been closely following Lin Feng, was struck with horror upon witnessing this shocking scene. A centurion from Yin Pass was poised to assassinate his own subordinate. "Brother Feng, get away!" Jiang Yi's shout pierced the air, and the frenzied Lin Feng also sensed the imminent danger, swiftly evading. Whoosh! A powerful sound of an arrow slicing through the air reverberated, as a swift projectile narrowly missed Lin Feng's shoulder. When Lin Feng regained his composure, he realized that it was indeed a hidden arrow unleashed by Centurion Wang Eru. Seeing his attack fail, Wang Eru waved his hand, and his loyal soldiers surged forward, encircling Lin Feng and Jiang Yi. Yet, the ferocity Lin Feng had displayed moments before was etched in everyone's minds. Armed with standard-issue long knives, not one dared to step forward. Lin Feng cast a cold glare at Wang Eru, his heart churning as he gritted his teeth and said, "Wang Eru, at a time when the northern barbarians invade, you choose to engage in infighting?" Wang Eru, visibly guilty, spat on the ground in defiance. "Bah! Speaking of infighting, you are the one instigating it. Tell me, did you not kill Song Chun and his men? You have wronged your fellow soldiers, and your crimes are unforgivable. Surrender now." At this moment, even Jiang Yi could no longer hold back, launching into a scathing rebuke of Wang Eru. "You scoundrel! It is clear you have a will towards Brother Feng. Fearing he might eclipse your glory. Look around you. The city has fallen, families have perished, and countless brothers have died at the hands of the northern barbarians. Brother Feng comes to your aid, and you repay him with malice. Do you even consider yourself human?" Chapter 29. Remove the weeds, or they shall regrow with the spring breeze. At that moment, Lin Feng placed a hand on Jiang Yi's shoulder, speaking in a low tone. "Jiang Yi, words are futile with such a person." Understanding that he could offer no assistance to Lin Feng and might even become a burden, Jiang Yi withdrew and charged once more towards the outer ranks of the northern barbarian Bloodwolf army. Lin Feng raised the longing blade, pointing it at Wang Eru's confidants, enunciating each word. "I do not wish for my Yin Pass brothers to turn against one another. If you turn and fight the enemy, I shall grant you a path to safety." At this juncture, Wang Eru's loyalists were wavering, exchanging uncertain glances. They feared that if they fled now, once Wang Eru dealt with Lin Feng, they would face retribution later. In their eyes, although Lin Feng had slain countless foes, it was merely due to his exceptional archery skills. Moreover, most of those he had killed were merely warriors of the second rank from the Bloodwolf army. Wang Eru, on the other hand, was a genuine third-rank warrior, with years of battlefield experience that far surpassed that of Lin Feng, a mere rookie who had enlisted for only half a year. "You need not be afraid. With me, Wang Eru, here, this brat cannot stir up any trouble. All of you, come forth and assist me in slaying this arrogant country bumpkin. After the battle, I shall ensure you are rewarded with promotions." It is puzzling whether Wang Eru's loyal soldiers have lost their wits or been rendered foolish by the northern barbarians, as they genuinely believed his words. In an instant, they surged forward, blades aimed squarely at Lin Feng. With his eyes momentarily shut, Lin Feng opened them again, revealing a flicker of reluctance. Yet in the next heartbeat, he sprang into action. The dragoness roar in his grasp swiftly claimed one life after another. The cries of the fallen faded almost immediately, leaving only a sea of corpses in their wake. Observing Lin Feng's ruthless efficiency, Wang Eru felt no fear but rather exhilaration. "Lin Feng, how merciless you are. Even your own brothers fall victim to your brutality. You truly are the scourge of the army. Now, with both witnesses and evidence at hand, once I report to General Pan, I shall see how you deny it." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's mind buzzed in realization. Wang Eru did not genuinely believe his few loyal soldiers could vanquish him. He merely intended to utilize them to frame him. Wang Eru then stepped back, drawing his exquisite bow taut once more. "Lin Feng, I concede your prowess in combat. Yet in this world, strength alone is futile. Surrender your dragon's roar at once, or I shall shoot you down with a single arrow." This is an extraordinary bow. Do you truly think you can evade one arrow, let alone a second? Indeed, those guards had perished by Lin Feng's hand, and should he yield now and face General Pan, he would find himself defenseless. In Wang Eru's eyes, Lin Feng remained the same compliant soldier as before. What did it matter if he possessed the strength of a third-tier warrior? He would still fall into Wang Eru's grasp, a prisoner with no means of escape or the option of dying honorably. Suddenly, Lin Feng let out a chilling laugh. "What are you laughing at?" Wang Eru, refusing to exhibit even a hint of complacency, retorted. "I laugh at your foolishness, at your ignorance. Do you truly believe that a mere broken bout can bring about my demise? What a jest. With that, Lin Feng stepped back, holding his knife with one hand. His gaze icy as he regarded Wang Arrow. First, I shall eliminate you, the pest, and then I will turn to the enemy. In the next moment, the heavenly slaughter blade technique was unleashed, and Lin Feng charged at Wang Arrow with the ferocity of a tiger, exuding tremendous pressure. You seek death, Wang Arrow bellowed, releasing 3 arrows in rapid succession, each aimed at Lin Feng's vital points. Yet, as the last arrow flew, Lin Feng had vanished from sight. Beads of sweat trickled down Wang Arrow's forehead. The next instant, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Captain Wang, what are you searching for? Instinctively, Wang Arrow raised his exquisite bow to defend himself. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying like a severed kite. Thud. Wang Arrow crashed heavily to the ground, spitting a mouthful of blood, and his bow splintered into 2 pieces in his grasp. The searing pain coursing through his body led him to question whether Lin Feng truly was a third-grade martial artist. Logically, as a third-grade martial artist himself, while he would not claim to be invincible among his peers, he certainly considered himself to be at the pinnacle of their ranks. Yet, how is it that he could not even withstand a single strike from Lin Feng? In that moment, Wang Arrow found himself engulfed in a deep sense of self-doubt. However, upon witnessing Lin Feng approach like a harbinger of death, wielding the dragon roar blade, the fierce aura radiating from him jolted Wang Arrow back to reality. After all, he was indeed a peak third-grade martial artist, and he quickly regained his footing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he drew his blade from his waist and shouted frantically at Lin Feng, Lin Feng, you have defied authority and plotted against your superior. If General Pan learns of this, he will ensure you meet a gruesome end. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, choosing not to engage in rebuttal. He was indeed keen on prioritizing the greater good, which was why he had initially expended so much effort in discourse. Yet, he understood the truth of the adage, to cut the grass without uprooting the roots allows it to grow anew. Wang Arrow had already resolved to kill him. Even if Lin Feng spared him this time, Wang Arrow would later exploit the recent deaths of several guards to frame him. In essence, it was a matter of either his demise or Lin Feng's. At that moment, several members of the Bloodwolf army, also third-grade martial artists, breached the outer defenses and spotted Lin Feng and his companion. After dispatching a guard, they swiftly charged at Lin Feng, brandishing their long blades in a dual assault. Lin Feng quickly parried with the Dragon Roar blade and countered, sending one enemy to his end with a swift strike. Witnessing Lin Feng dispatch a third-grade martial artist from the Bloodwolf army, with a single move left Wang Arrow in a state of shock and disbelief. Another soldier from the Bloodwolf army attempted to struggle in vain, but after enduring 3 of Lin Feng's strikes, his northern barbarian blade could no longer withstand the onslaught. With a powerful, decisive blow, Lin Feng cleaved both man and weapon in twain. As he raised his gaze, Lin Feng's eyes glimmered like those of a hawk, locking onto Wang Arrow. You are not a mere third-grade martial artist. Your strength is at least that of a 4th-grade warrior. Wang Arrow stammered in fear. When did I ever claim not to be a 4th-grade martial artist? Lin Feng retorted. Wang Arrow, as a centurion, you covet your subordinate's wife. To frame me, you would recklessly endanger the lives of those under your command. You truly deserve to die. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, the Dragon Roar blade in his hand emanating a terrifying resonance fueled by his fury. He had initially thought that even a centurion like Wang Arrow, despite his overwhelming despair, would fight to the bitter end. Yet, the wavering resolve within him shattered completely in that moment. The next instant, with a resounding thud, Wang Arrow fell to his knees before Lin Feng. Lin Feng, I concede. I surrender. Please, do not kill me. I beg you, do not take my life. It was all their fault. They're the ones who deserve to die. This has nothing to do with me, provided you do not take my life. I shall gladly relinquish my position as centurion to you. I recommend you for the role of captain, as Wang Arrow, in a state of desperate supplication, pleaded. Lin Feng found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this the same centurion who had so brazenly flaunted his authority? To serve under such a man, to associate with him, was nothing short of a disgrace. Seemingly sensing Lin Feng's momentary lapse in vigilance, Wang Arrow tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand, his eyes betraying a flicker of cunning and malice. Lin Feng, watch your back. In that instant, as Lin Feng turned, Wang Arrow lunged forward, the blade aimed directly at Lin Feng's abdomen. The next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. Wang Arrow's knife was cleaved in two, a narrow, elongated wound appearing across his chest. With a resounding thud, Wang Arrow collapsed, his body severed, leaving a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood scattered upon the ground. This once mighty centurion, revered in the military, had finally met his demise at Lin Feng's hands. The scene did not go unnoticed by a few of Wang Eru's loyal followers who had narrowly escaped. At that juncture, the battlefield was fraught with tension, compelling even the commanding officer Pan Feng to join the fray with a dozen of his trusted soldiers. Upon Pan Feng's arrival, Wang Eru's followers rushed to report, "General, Lin Feng has rebelled. He conspired with the Blood Wolf army to slay Centurion Wang Eru, an act we witnessed firsthand. Lin Feng has betrayed your trust and dared to turn against our nation." With Wang Eru deceased, they sought to preemptively shift blame onto Lin Feng to evade retribution. At that moment, Lin Feng brandished the longing blade and approached Pan Feng. Pan Feng's soldiers immediately assumed a defensive stance, positioning themselves protectively around him. One of Wang Eru's followers cried out, "Lin Feng, you have slain Centurion Wang Eru with your own hands. What further justification can you offer?" In response, Lin Feng merely shrugged, his voice cold as ice. He deserved to die. As for accusations of treachery, I, Lin Feng, would never betray my country. At this declaration, a stunned silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by a chorus of curses directed at Lin Feng. After all, Wang Eru had been Lin Feng's superior, regardless of the reasons. His killing of the centurion was deemed an act of insubordination. Just then, Pan Feng cast a glance at Wang Eru's lifeless body before pushing aside several of his guards. "General, do not fear. Lin Feng has shown remarkable bravery in battle these past few days, claiming the lives of no fewer than 800 soldiers from the Blood Wolf army. Do you honestly believe a man of such valor would turn traitor? Have you lost your senses?" Upon hearing these words, realization dawned upon the assembly. A hint of satisfaction graced Lin Feng's lips. It was clear that a man of Pan Feng's caliber was far from ordinary. In the next moment, Pan Feng's imposing axe crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, emanating the formidable aura of a sixth-grade warrior that silenced the entire assembly. "Lin Feng, what transpired here? Should you utter a single falsehood, I shall ensure your head is severed from your body," Pan Feng inquired coldly. As Lin Feng surveyed the battlefield, he remained unperturbed, saying to the general, "Since you place your trust in me, it would be prudent not to inquire too deeply at this juncture. The intricacies of the situation cannot be elucidated in a moment. Let us first confront the enemy, and once the battle concludes, I shall provide a thorough explanation." Upon hearing this, several of Wang Eru's confidants dismissed Lin Feng's words as mere excuses, launching a verbal onslaught against him. "Silence," Pan Feng stated calmly. "Lin Feng's words hold merit. All of you, join me in battle against the foe. Those who falter shall meet the sword." With Pan Feng's command, all loyal soldiers surged forth alongside Lin Feng to engage the enemy. Yet, the opposing forces descended like a plague of locusts, seemingly endless in number. Gradually, the defenders dwindled, and even Pan Feng and his companions found themselves ensnared in a tightening encirclement. With a fierce roar, Pan Feng swung his massive axe, cleaving through the ranks of the Blood Wolf army and toppling several of their elite warriors. At that moment, an arrow struck, piercing his shoulder. Wincing in pain, Pan Feng lifted his gaze to see two fourth-tier martial artists among the enemy ranks, one of whom was a centurion. Ordinarily, Pan Feng would not regard such foes with concern. However, after 5 days and nights of relentless combat and little respite, even he, a sixth-tier warrior, felt the weariness weighing upon him. Stepping forward, Lin Feng steadied Pan Feng, his voice grave. "General, you are injured. It's merely a scratch from a barbarian. It won't be my end." Pan Feng replied, raising his axe once more, his eyes fierce as he bellowed, "Barbarians, those unafraid of death, come forth. I have plenty of spoils for you." At that moment, only a handful of loyal soldiers remained by Pan Feng's side, including Lin Feng. With Pan Feng's rallying cry, the morale of the troops surged anew. The small group charged into the ranks of the Blood Wolf army, which vastly outnumbered them, and miraculously managed to drive the enemy back through the East City Gate. Along the way, countless foes fell, including a centurion from the Blood Wolf army who was felled by Pan Feng's axe, leading this valiant squad like a sharpened blade. Pan Feng and his men forced the northern barbarian forces into a retreat, disappearing from sight. Pan Feng yearned to pursue them further, but Lin Feng grasped him firmly. "General, do not chase the desperate enemy." Realizing the folly of his rage, Pan Feng begrudgingly severed the head of the already vanquished centurion and hurled it several dozen meters away. Then he shouted to the distant ranks of the Blood Wolf army, "Those unafraid of death, come forth again. I, Pan Feng, the defender of Yin Pass, will ensure you return from whence you came." With that, Pan Feng and Lin Feng strode back into the city with great confidence. Witnessing the indomitable spirit of General Pan and Lin Feng, the morale of the Yin Pass defenders soared. Upon returning to the city tower, Pan Feng commanded the fire brigade to hasten the preparation of meals while instructing the Deputy General Su Chong to account for the casualties. Report back to the general. Su Chong stated, "Centurion Wu Chuang has fallen in battle. Centurion Hu Lai is gravely injured, having lost an arm and is no longer capable of fighting. Only 4 sergeants remain, and there are fewer than 100 elite soldiers left." Hearing such grim news, Pan Feng's heart ached profoundly. The enemy, indeed, proved to be the elite of the northern barbarians. The garrison of 3,000 at Yin Pass had been reduced to a mere fraction after several days and nights of fierce combat. Although the Blood Wolf army had also suffered considerable losses, they still possessed at least 3,000 capable soldiers. As for whether the enemy had reinforcements, Pan Feng was uncertain. Most critically, their esteemed commander, a 7th-tier martial artist, had yet to make an appearance. Should he lead his forces in the next assault? Yin Pass would be in dire peril. Chapter 31. Enemies on a narrow path. Pan Feng let out a bitter laugh and gazed skyward, lamenting. "Is it the heavens that wish to obliterate Yin Pass? I am utterly powerless." For 20 years of warfare, having begun as a mere C-grade soldier, Pan Feng had long since become accustomed to the specter of life and death. Thus, he harbored no fear of mortality. However, should the city fall, 2 tragedies would ensue. First, he would fail to fulfill the orders of General Yin Nantian. Second, the barbarian forces, having suffered such devastating losses, would undoubtedly seek to exact vengeance through a massacre. At that point, with the city breached and his kin extinguished, even in death, Pan Feng would find no peace. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, his expression softening. "Young man, our forces number barely 200 now. If the barbarians strike again, we will not hold our ground. You are still young, having only recently taken up arms, and with such remarkable skill, it would be a tragedy for you to perish. Depart. At least let there be hope for our Yin Pass soldiers. In the future, you must avenge us fiercely against the barbarians. Should you show any sign of cowardice, even in death, I shall not spare you." Yet, Lin Feng was not one to cower in the face of death, no matter how Pan Feng implored. Lin Feng had no intention of retreating. Witnessing Lin Feng's resolve, Pan Feng grew frustrated. Supporting himself with his axe, he scolded, "You insolent boy. Do you disregard the orders of your general? This is a command." However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng clasped his hands and replied, "General, there is no need for such despair. We still have a reserve force yet to be deployed. If we can muster this reserve, I believe we can hold for another 3 days." Upon hearing this, Pan Feng's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. "A reserve force? Where are they?" "In the county jail." Lin Feng replied. "You mean the death row inmates?" Pan Feng furrowed his brow. "It is a grave offense to release prisoners. Indeed, these condemned souls are already marked for execution. If we allow them to fight against the enemy, they may redeem themselves and fight for their lives. Moreover, among them are notorious bandits and exceptional martial artists, whose skills would be invaluable on the battlefield." At that moment, the Deputy General Su Chong also cupped his hands and remarked, "General, I have always been the one dealing with the county office. As far as I know, there are 800 death row inmates in the county prison. If we could enlist them into the army, even if merely as cannon fodder, they would represent a formidable force. 800. Even Pan Feng could not help but be moved. In times of peace, he had often ventured outside the city to eradicate bandits and confront marauders, and it now seemed rather beneficial. Excellent. With these 800 men, I shall dare to confront the barbarians head-on. Subsequently, Pan Feng retrieved the border defense seal from his bosom and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, take my border defense seal and go to the county prison to retrieve the prisoners. Should that old man Lu Hong dare to obstruct you, use the seal to smash his head. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng burst into hearty laughter. General, I have been waiting for you to say that. He grasped the border defense seal, called upon Jiang Yi, and prepared to head towards the county prison. Pan Feng attempted to rise but grimaced in pain due to his injuries. Lin Feng nodded at Pan Feng and was about to turn away when he was stopped by Su Chong. Lin Feng, Lu County Magistrate is, after all, a local authority. With the border defense seal in your possession, it is as if General Pan himself were present. Remember to communicate amicably and do not jeopardize the harmony. Su Chong, being a military deputy general responsible for military supplies and coordination with local officials, was concerned about Lin Feng's potential actions. While Pan Feng could act recklessly, He could not allow Lin Feng to harm the county magistrate. Lin Feng chuckled. Rest assured, Deputy Su, I am aware of my bearings. At that moment, Jiang Yi also brought forth 2 chestnut stallions. The 2 mounted their horses and swiftly galloped towards the county office. By the time Lin Feng and Jiang Yi arrived at the prison gate, dusk had already fallen. Lin Feng dismounted and hurried towards the prison. Just then, several jailers emerged, brandishing their clubs. Halt! Who dares to trespass into this secure prison? Before Lin Feng could produce the border defense seal, a familiar voice rang out from nearby. What a coincidence it is to meet here. Lin Feng turned to see none other than Lu Long, the county magistrate's son. Behind Lu Long stood several burly jailers, all of whom glared menacingly at Lin Feng and Jiang Yi. In the midst of a great war, what brings you to the city? Have you perhaps turned into a deserter? Lu Long sneered. If Lin Feng were indeed a deserter, it would serve him well, as he could execute him without consulting General Pan Feng, thus alleviating his own resentment. Seize him. Once the war concludes, execute him alongside the death row inmates. Upon this command, the jailers, emboldened by Lu Long's authority, surrounded Lin Feng menacingly with their clubs raised. Impudent! Before Lin Feng could speak, Jiang Yi interjected. How dare you show such disrespect? Do you not know who he is? He is the envoy of General Pan Feng. Before he could finish, Lu Long erupted in laughter. An envoy? A mere foot soldier like him dares to claim such a title. It is truly laughable, even if the defending army is short-handed. It is inconceivable to appoint you 2 inept individuals as envoys. Recently, Lu Long thoroughly investigated Lin Feng's background. This brat is merely a lowly private in the defending forces. The reason why General Yin Nantian took a stand for him was purely coincidental. Lu Long had not yet found the opportunity to deal with Lin Feng, and unexpectedly, this young man presented himself at his doorstep. Regardless of whether you are a deserter or not, having offended me, Lu Long, you are condemned to death. Do not flaunt your insignificance before me. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your true worth? While fierce battles rage at the city gates, you 2 are absent from the battlefield, and instead, you are here. What else could you be but deserters? Do you wish for me to assist you in loosening your joints before you willingly enter the dungeons, or will you comply voluntarily? In Lu Long's memory, Lin Feng possessed commendable skills, yet nothing extraordinary. Presently, the county's officers and jailers number over 200, enough to ensure the safety of the county magistrate. More than sufficient to deal with 2 mere foot soldiers. Just as tensions escalated, Lin Feng calmly retrieved the tiger talisman from his sleeve. The Yin Guan tiger talisman is here. Upon seeing the talisman inscribed with intricate seal script, Lu Long was momentarily stunned. Such an item could not be counterfeit. Could it be true? General Pan Feng really entrusted this talisman to this young man? Does he indeed possess a formidable background? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Long lifted his gaze to Lin Feng and inquired, what brings you to the county office's prison? Are you intending to leverage this talisman to enlist the county soldiers as cannon fodder on the battlefield? Although General Pan Feng is a city general, he cannot dictate matters within our county office. The soldiers in the county office exist solely to protect the magistrate and the citizens, not to defend the city. Chapter 32. He truly dares to kill the officers. Observing Lu Long's selfish demeanor while feigning a facade of righteousness, Lin Feng felt a wave of disgust. However, he held no regard for the officers in the county office. These individuals, aside from acting as henchmen, merely bully the ordinary folk. What capabilities do they possess? I do not desire a single one of the officers in the county office. What I seek are the 800 death row inmates in Yin Guan prison. Upon hearing this, Lu Long suddenly realized. Ordinarily, he would have no qualms about sending these condemned prisoners to their deaths on the battlefield. However, Lin Feng's reminder struck a chord. Among these inmates, there are more than a few skilled individuals. In the eyes of the Lu father and son, the city was undoubtedly destined to fall. Yet, as the county magistrate, he could not flee before the city was breached. Once the city fell, even the 200 useless subordinates would struggle to aid in his escape. If he promised to release these death row inmates and absolve them of their sentences in exchange for their protection of his family, the prospects for a successful escape would be significantly greater. After contemplating these matters, Lu Long resolutely declined Lin Feng's request to transfer personnel. These death row inmates are notorious criminals, and without a decree from the court, they cannot be released. Lin Feng, it is not that I disregard General Pan's authority, but the court has its own laws, which no one can overlook. At this moment, Jiang Yi, standing nearby, became increasingly unsettled. On the battlefield, countless brothers had perished at the hands of the northern barbarians. Yet, this pampered son of a county magistrate hesitated to release a group of condemned prisoners. Lu Long, we do not have the luxury of time to waste here with you. The garrison at Yin Pass has dwindled to less than 300. If we do not free these death row inmates, the city will soon fall. If you refuse to obey General Pan's orders and release them, what do you plan to do? Do you wish to confront me? Lu Long scoffed disdainfully. General Pan's military orders do not extend to the doors of my county office. Anyone who dares to breach the county prison will be executed. With Lu Long's command, a large contingent of county soldiers surrounded them, brandishing their swords with menacing intent. What if I insist on taking these 800 death row inmates? Lin Feng's eyes narrowed, his tone icy as he declared, Today, I will take these 800 prisoners back, no matter the cost. Lu Long, emboldened by the presence of his soldiers, felt no fear. After all, even if higher authorities were to inquire later, he was merely acting in accordance with the laws of the Great Zhou. No one could reproach him. You are courting death. Come, seize these two audacious fools who dare to impersonate military authority. As soon as he finished speaking, the officers rushed forward with their knives drawn. Lin Feng sighed softly, his gaze turning cold as he wielded the longing blade, which emitted a piercing dragon's roar, sweeping through the ranks. With a single stroke, the 6 officers before him were cleaved in twain, their innards and blood spilling onto the ground. The gruesome scene left Lu Long pale with terror, nearly causing him to vomit. He truly dared to slay officers. The once menacing officers recoiled in fear, none daring to advance another step. Lin Feng, you dare to kill county officers. Do you intend to rebel? Lu Long stammered in fear. The one who is rebelling is you, in the throes of battle. With tensions at a boiling point, General Pan's orders are the highest command at Yin Pass, and you have the audacity to obstruct them. Open the death prison and release the 800 inmates, or the next soul to perish beneath my blade shall be you, Lu Long. The chilling aura emanating from Lin Feng sent shivers down Lu Long's spine. Merely gazing at Lin Feng, he could sense the specter of death looming. Yet, if he released these 800 men, who would safeguard him and his father, the county magistrate? Thus, Lu Long had to gamble. He wagered that Lin Feng's, a mere third-class soldier, would not dare to lay a hand on the son of a county magistrate. Unfortunately, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Feng had once beaten him mercilessly even before becoming General Pan's trusted confidant. Now, with the Tiger Talisman in hand, would he still harbor any hesitation? Lin Feng, brandishing the longing blade, advanced step by step. The entire group of officers parted to create a path for Lin Feng, while Lu Long, terrified, crawled on the ground. Lin Feng raised his dragon-chanting blade and roared, Lu Long, your time of reckoning has arrived. You dare? I am the son of the county magistrate. Lu Long exclaimed, his face already bereft of tears, trembling with fear. Lin Feng smirked slightly and replied, Son of the magistrate? Defying military orders, even if you were the emperor himself, I would not hesitate to strike. Just as Lin Feng's blade was about to descend, a voice rang out from a distance, Spare him. In the next moment, County Magistrate Lu Hong and Assistant General Su Chong hurried over. Su Chong, witnessing the scene, felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. Though extraordinary times necessitate extraordinary measures, the county magistrate was still a figure of authority, crucial for the continuous supply of provisions and grain. If he truly harmed his son, the aftermath would be dire. With a face contorted in fury, Lu Hong exclaimed, Lin Feng, you are utterly audacious to lay hands on my son. If I do not make you understand who truly holds power in this county, you will remain oblivious. Lu Long quickly crawled to his father's side, clutching his leg and wailing, Father, father, kill him, please. Rest assured, with me here, no one shall harm you. Lu Hong gazed at Lin Feng, his anger boiling over, wishing he could personally execute him. Previously, it was due to the presence of General Yin Nantian that he held back. Now, Lin Feng was merely a common soldier. What was there to fear? Assistant General Su. Is this the so-called defense force of Yin Guan? Disregarding the law and wantonly killing the innocent, how does this differ from those northern barbarians? If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall confront General Pan directly. Su Chong frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment before turning to Lin Feng and asking, Lin Feng, did you present the Tiger Talisman to the public? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Lin Feng understood Su Chong's intent. Indeed, he had shown it, yet Lu Long seemed indifferent, refusing to release him regardless of what was said. Since the warning had been issued, then so be it. Su Chong turned back to the Lu father and son, his expression darkening. County Magistrate Lu, you cannot place the blame on Lin Feng. Lu Hong was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by his words. Assistant General Su, are you attempting to shield this madman? Su Chong shook his head, taking the Tiger Talisman from Lin Feng's hands, and stated solemnly, The Tiger Talisman represents the will of the Yin Guan Defense Force and General Pan Feng. According to the wartime laws of the Great Zhou, once war is declared, General Pan Feng assumes the role of the highest administrative authority, and his military orders take precedence over all else. The refusal of your son to comply further obstructs the execution of military orders, a crime tantamount to colluding with the enemy and treasonous intent. As those words echoed, colluding with the enemy, treasonous intent, even the exalted county magistrate Lu Hong broke into a cold sweat, rendered speechless for a time. After a considerable time, he glared fiercely at his son, his voice heavy with anger. Lu Long, was what General Su just said true? He could not fathom that his son could be so foolish. The city was in ruins, and everyone would perish. How could he dare to obstruct General Pan Feng's orders? Lu Long, looking aggrieved, rose to his feet. Father, they want to take the 800 death row inmates. A resounding slap echoed as it struck Lu Long's face. Lu Hong could only lament the misfortune of having such a dim-witted son. If he demands the death row inmates, then give them to him. Do you not comprehend that we are in a life or death crisis? A military order is tantamount to a divine decree. Not even I, Lu Hong, nor this county magistrate, could withstand Pan Feng's formidable authority. Father, Lu Long attempted to interject, but Lu Hong cut him off. Enough. Silence. As a county magistrate, Lu Hong understood the crux of the matter. Yet he could not bear to see his son perish under Lin Feng's blade. Reluctantly, he found himself groveling to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, my son is inexperienced. I will immediately gather the 800 death row inmates for you. Let us consider this matter settled, shall we? Under ordinary circumstances, Lu Hong would never deign to speak so submissively to a mere soldier. Even Pan Feng would have to show him some respect. Lin Feng recognized that the immediate priority was to assemble the 800 death row inmates and, fortunately, was disinclined to dwell on Lu Hong's obsequiousness. Let today's events go. Open the death row at once. If anyone dares to delay even a moment longer, I will not show mercy. Observing Lin Feng's formidable presence, one might mistakenly believe he was the commander of Yinguan. Lu Hong felt no room for negligence and promptly guided Lin Feng toward the county jail's death row. Upon entering the death row, a foul stench assaulted their senses, leaving one momentarily disoriented. The chamber was filled with death row inmates, each exuding a menacing aura. Their faces contorted into savage visages, all embodying the very essence of villainy. In the largest cell, a towering figure emerged, clad in tattered garments, his body marked with scars. Upon his appearance, the other inmates parted to make way. The man, muscles taut and expression fierce, barked, "What brings you here? Are you afraid of unrest due to the battle outside and wish to execute us prematurely?" At that moment, a jailer turned to Lin Feng and introduced, "Sir, this man is Hua Yidao, the notorious bandit of Yinguan, a third-tier warrior with countless lives on his hands." Lin Feng nodded. He sought exactly such a ferocious outlaw. He then proclaimed loudly, "You wretches, all of you are destined for death. However, General Pan Feng has issued an order, granting you a chance at redemption. Join me in battle. Slay one enemy, and you shall be spared. Slay 3, and you shall escape punishment altogether." With these words, the death row inmates erupted into a frenzy. They were all condemned men, and now, upon hearing the prospect of survival, who could remain unexcited? Beside him, the Vice-General Su Chong could not help but express his astonishment. These words had not been uttered by General Pan Feng. Yet, through this incident, it became evident that Lin Feng was a decisive and cunning young man, truly a rare talent for military command. Just then, however, Hua Yidao sneered and said, "Are you suggesting that I should serve as your cannon fodder? Why sugarcoat it? If you want me to risk my life for you, then bring forth the silver and women. Otherwise, do not expect me to budge an inch." Lin Feng, seemingly unfazed, appeared to have anticipated this reaction. A group of condemned prisoners daring to negotiate with me? I have but one statement. Those who wish to live shall follow me. Those who do not shall face execution immediately. His words stunned all the raucous prisoners present. They had not expected this seemingly unremarkable soldier to be so ruthless and resolute in his actions. Moreover, shackled and unarmed as they were indeed lambs awaiting slaughter. In an instant, every prisoner turned their gaze towards their leader, Hua Yidao. After much contemplation, Hua had no choice but to acquiesce. "Fine, you are indeed fierce. Since death is inevitable, perhaps there is a chance of survival on the battlefield. I will follow you." No sooner had he spoken than Lin Feng wielded his dragon-chanting blade, effortlessly shattering the prison door. Upon exiting the condemned cell, Lin Feng instructed the jailer to remove the shackles from the prisoners. Su Chong, feeling somewhat uneasy, remarked, Lin Feng, many of these individuals are notorious bandits, including several second and third rank martial artists. With so many of them unshackled, I fear, Lin Feng, unfazed, replied, "Are you concerned that these scoundrels will revolt? Since I can release them, I can also keep them in check. The war is pressing. Allowing them to move freely will expedite our actions. Besides, they will need weapons when they reach the battlefield. Worrying now is unnecessary." Seeing Lin Feng's confidence, Su Chong chose to remain silent. The three then proceeded with the 800 prisoners towards the city gate. However, prisoners are prisoners, lacking any sense of discipline. They had barely walked half the distance when one of them shouted, "Feed me. I'm starving." Indeed, if we are to be sent to our deaths, we should at least be full when we go. Damn it, I want meat and wine. If I haven't eaten or drunk, I won't move. Jiang Yi hurriedly tried to reassure them. Do not worry, there is plenty of food at the city gate. Once we arrive, there will be sustenance for all. You will not be neglected. Yet, the inmates paid no heed to Jiang Yi's words. I'm so hungry I can feel my stomach against my back. Walk? Not a chance. Exactly. I refuse to move. If you want me to fight on the battlefield, at least let me enjoy myself first. General, where can we find a brothel? Lead us to indulge, and we will follow you for life. Lin Feng raised his hand, and all fell silent. He was acutely aware that this group believed they had broken their chains and, emboldened by their newfound freedom, entertained thoughts of escape. If he did not quell their intentions at this moment, not only would they fail to reach the battlefield, but it would also be impossible to escort them back. All eyes converged upon Lin Feng, their gazes filled with a voracious intent that seemed ready to devour him whole. At that moment, several prisoners crouched down to pick up stones from the roadside, preparing for a desperate struggle. Then, Hua Yidao emerged from the crowd, flanked by a few formidable death row inmates. Hua Yidao, what are you planning? Lin Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. Hua Yidao grinned widely, a malevolent smirk plastered on his face, showing no regard for Lin Feng. His gaze was rife with provocation. General, it is not merely my desires at play. You have heard the demands of my brothers. If you do not acquiesce to their wishes, there is little reason for them to follow you. It would be better for us to part ways. He paused, a mock seriousness creeping into his tone. However, we shall never forget your life-saving grace. Indeed, we shall never forget. The crowd erupted into a cacophony, signs of impending chaos brewing amongst them. Witnessing this, Deputy General Su Chong hastily gripped the sword at his waist, bracing himself for any sudden developments. Jiang Yi, too, felt the tension coursing through his body. With 800 death row inmates, if a riot were to break out, the three of them could never hope to maintain control. Yet, at that moment, Lin Feng burst into laughter. Hua Yidao, have you all forgotten your own identities? You are condemned prisoners, mere scum. You are the dregs of society deserving of death. I have granted you life, and yet you choose to embrace death. Should anyone dare to flee, they shall be treated as a deserter and executed on the spot. His voice boomed, yet it bore little weight. These prisoners, a collection of treacherous and cunning individuals, now basking in the light of day, who among them would willingly march to their deaths on the battlefield? As Hua Yidao gazed at Lin Feng's dragon roar blade, unease flickered within him. Nevertheless, being a third-tier martial artist, he was among the elite even within the military ranks. At that moment, he felt an impulsive urge to engage. General, if you wish for my brothers to heed your commands, it is not difficult. Just face me in unarmed combat. Should you defeat me, I will ensure my brothers follow you. Even if we meet our demise on the battlefield, we shall do so without regret. In truth, Hua Yidao merely sought to lower Lin Feng's guard, hoping to seize the opportunity to overpower him and facilitate their escape. Su Chong swiftly stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing it at the group of death row inmates, his voice laced with fury. Do you dare to bargain? Believe me, I will turn each of you into mere pulp. At that moment, Lin Feng pressed Su Chong's arm down. He then handed the dragon roar blade to Jiang Yi. Lin Feng, this is inadvisable. Hua Yidao was indeed a notorious bandit in the martial world, mercilessly taking lives without a flicker of hesitation. You must not engage in disputes with such a person. Fear not, for with my presence, anyone who dares to cause turmoil shall be annihilated without a trace. Witnessing Lin Feng falling into a trap, Su Chong hurriedly offered counsel. Yet, Lin Feng merely smiled and shook his head. Su Kanjiang, since he wishes to play, I shall indulge him. This moment is inconsequential. With that, Lin Feng stretched his limbs and stepped forward. Hua Yidao, make your move. Hua Yidao showed no signs of restraint. An explosive aura surged forth as his iron fist advanced towards Lin Feng's face with tremendous force. Should that punch land solidly, it could likely shatter even stone. However, In the blink of an eye, the previously jubilant convicts fell into a stunned silence. A sickening thud echoed as Huodi Dao stood frozen in place, blood pouring from his mouth, unable to utter a word. His eyes widened in terror, resembling those of a frightened beast. When the convicts regained their senses, they witnessed Huodi Dao crash to the ground as if a colossal stone had been dropped. In the next moment, they beheld Lin Feng holding a still-beating heart in his hand, while Huodi Dao's chest bore a gaping wound, blood gushing forth like a bubbling stream. Lin Feng casually discarded the heart onto the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. Useless. Even the hardened convicts trembled in fear, their composure shattered. To have defeated a third-tier martial artist with bare hands, was this still human? He was akin to a reaper of souls. Who else? A single shout sent the convicts into a frenzy of terror. As several of them knelt before Lin Feng, the remaining convicts followed suit, bowing in submission. Witnessing this scene, the Deputy General Su Chong was left astounded. This Lin Feng was indeed a remarkable figure, capable of conquering even the most brutal and bloodthirsty of convicts in an instant. This man surely had a boundless future ahead. Everyone, heed my command. Run to the city gates. Any who dare to lag shall face execution without mercy. Upon hearing this, the convicts shed their earlier arrogance, moving as swiftly as the wind towards the city gates. Lin Feng cast a glance at the fallen Huodi Dao, scoffing. A third-tier martial artist, what a pity. To serve as an example, why did you choose to be the one to fall? In less than half an hour, Lin Feng led the convicts back to the garrison. To prevent further rebellion, he promptly divided the 800 convicts into 4 teams, assigning them to the eastern, western, southern, and northern city walls. He also instructed the surviving centurions to maintain strict oversight. Certainly, when the conflict erupted, these individuals became the vanguard, and no one would lament their demise, regardless of the toll it took. After executing all of this, Lin Feng hastily made his way to the central command tent alongside Su Chong. Upon his return, Pan Feng eagerly rose to greet him. However, in his excitement, he felt a rush of discomfort in his chest, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth once more. General Pan, please refrain from moving too much, Lin Feng urged. Yet, Pan Feng, with a carefree demeanor, chuckled. It's nothing to worry about. I want to perish. Have you forgotten? I am a 6th-tier warrior. These minor injuries are inconsequential. By the way, were the 800 condemned prisoners successfully brought back? Lin Feng nodded and replied. Except for one disobedient 3rd-tier warrior whom I had to eliminate, the rest have been returned and incorporated into the garrison of the 4th city. Hearing this, Pan Feng's face lit up with joy as he heartily patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. I was initially concerned that you might struggle to handle this matter alone, which is why I sent Su Chong to assist you. It seems my worries were unfounded. Lin Feng humbly responded, Deputy General Su has been of great assistance. Without him, I would have found it quite challenging to bring back all 800 prisoners. This sentiment brought a smile to Su Chong's heart as he thought, this young man possesses a remarkable way of navigating the world. Both of you have contributed significantly. And if we manage to defend this city, I shall certainly petition the Ministry of War for your commendation, Pan Feng declared. Lin Feng shook his head and replied, General, I seek no rewards. I only desire to fight alongside you and protect our homeland. This declaration warmed Pan Feng's heart. If all the generals of the Great Zhou were as dedicated as Lin Feng, how could peace not prevail in the world? At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly shifted the conversation, expressing his concerns. General, how many more days do you believe we must hold out? Chapter 35, The Final Battle. After all, those 800 condemned prisoners could only stave off the inevitable for a short while, akin to a drop in the bucket. As time drags on, without reinforcements, we cannot escape the grim fate of a breached city and the loss of our homes. Pan Feng sighed, merely stating, it won't be long now. Today marks the 8th day. Within 3 days, General of the North will surely arrive. As he spoke these words, even Pan Feng felt uncertain inside. He feared that by then, even if General of the North's forces arrived, it would merely be to find a lifeless city and a battlefield strewn with the corpses of the defenders. Lin Feng, you have been overworking yourself these past few days. You should take some time to rest, he advised. The Blood Wolf army has yet to launch an attack, which undoubtedly means they are gathering strength, preparing to make a decisive move to seize Yen Pass. There are still fierce battles ahead. Lin Feng clasped his hands in gratitude and stood to return for a respite. Just then, he heard a series of coughs emanating from Pan Feng behind him, which caused Lin Feng's heart to tighten with concern. After a moment of contemplation, he promptly summoned the system. System, grant me another large restorative pill, to be paid for later. Lin Feng sought this pill not for himself, but for General Pan Feng. As the commander of a formidable army, if he were to fall, hope for the entire Yin Pass would be lost. Host, the Great Recovery Pill is certainly available. Are you sure about the pay-after-use option? Lin Feng, absolutely. As soon as his words fell, a Great Recovery Pill materialized in his palm. It retained its familiar spiral shape, leaving one to ponder how General Pan would react upon seeing it. Without hesitation, Lin Feng approached Pan Feng, extending the precious pill towards him. General Pan, this Great Recovery Pill was bestowed upon me by my master. Consuming it will swiftly restore your vitality. Please take it. Initially taken aback by the offering, Pan Feng replied, "No, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You should keep it for your own healing. General, you are the leader of the army. If you fall, how will the troops at Yin Pass rally without their commander? Please, accept it." Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Pan Feng acquiesced after a brief moment of reluctance, expressing his gratitude before accepting the pill and swallowing it in one swift motion. Instantly, a surge of potent energy coursed through his veins, revitalizing his body and mending his injuries. Not only did he feel invigorated, but even a long-stagnant bottleneck in his cultivation seemed to loosen slightly. Lin Feng, thank you. Today, I owe you an immense favor. If I survive this battle, I will not hesitate to assist you in any future endeavors. Aware of the pill's extraordinary efficacy, Pan Feng was filled with profound gratitude towards Lin Feng. In response, Lin Feng saluted respectfully, stating, "General, I have no ulterior motives. I merely hope that you can lead our brothers to defend Yin Pass." With that, he resolutely turned and descended from the city tower. System, how much slaughter value do I still owe you? Ding. The host currently owes the system 50,000 points of slaughter value. However, this revelation did little to lift Lin Feng's spirits. Repaying the remaining slaughter value was not overly challenging. But with the impending return of the Northern Barbarians' Blood Wolf army, it was uncertain if he and the remaining brothers would even survive. Just as Lin Feng was engulfed in worry, the system's voice chimed in once more. "Host, please do not be disheartened. The system has detected that you have slain a third-tier martial artist prisoner, bringing hope back to the Yin Pass defenders with the return of 800 prisoners. The system rewards you by enhancing your comprehension and physique. Comprehension, elevated to Earth grade, allowing for rapid grasp of advanced martial techniques. Physique, elevated to Silver level, greatly enhancing the host's resistance to physical blows, making them resilient in battle." Upon hearing this, a faint smile involuntarily crept across Lin Feng's lips. Finally, the system had performed a commendable act. In an instant, he felt an extraordinary transformation within his physique. A peculiar strength surged through his muscles, bones, and organs. Lin Feng picked up a broken arrow from the ground and thrust it sharply into his arm. To his astonishment, his arm effortlessly snapped the arrow in two. It is essential to recognize that Lin Feng's strength far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. This indicates the formidable state of his physique at this moment. Moreover, with the enhancement of his comprehension, the intricate and esoteric technique of the Blade of Slaughtering Heaven has swiftly been mastered by Lin Feng, dominating the world, cleaving mountains, and shedding blood at dusk. Without the need for trials, Lin Feng can already perceive the might of these techniques. However, as he is currently only a fourth-grade martial artist, should he elevate his rank in the future, it is likely that even the once mighty Pan Feng would not stand a chance against him after executing just 3 moves. The lack of time for practice may be fortuitous, for when the barbarian horde lays siege once more, he can refine his skills upon them. After all, had not the captain of the Blood Wolf army nearly forced him into a dead end? Next time, he shall experience what it feels like to be cornered. As Lin Feng pondered, a deep, resonant horn sounded. The Blood Wolf army was attacking the city once again. Lin Feng sprang to his feet, gazing into the distance at the densely packed ranks of the enemy. In the next moment, his mind felt as though it had exploded. At the forefront rode a towering figure draped in white wolf pelts, his face chiseled like a blade, astride a colossal blood wolf. This was none other than the supreme commander of the Blood Wolf army, a 7th-grade martial artist, standing nearly 3 meters tall. With broad shoulders and a physique reminiscent of a mountain, he exuded an aura of ferocity. Lin Feng understood that the northern barbarians were distinct from the people of Dezhou, known for their savage ways. Yet he had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of the Blood Wolf army's leader. His icy blue eyes sent chills down one's spine, and the murderous intent in his every movement instilled fear among the soldiers stationed on the city walls. Pan Feng narrowed his eyes to slits, his teeth grinding together. Damn it, I have yet to engage a 7th-grade martial artist. Let me witness the prowess of one. Lin Feng, however, was acutely aware that this battle was of utmost significance. The fate of the city rested upon this confrontation. Surveying the original defenders, he noted their battle-hardened resolve, while the conscripted prisoners quaked in terror. Without hesitation, Lin Feng leapt atop the wall, shouting, "Your fear is futile. If you tremble, the Blood Wolf army will not spare you. You will only meet a swifter demise. Those who possess courage, grip your weapons tightly and fight with all your might. When your arrows are spent, wield your blades. When your blades are broken, use your teeth to bite them down. As long as General Pan is here, this city shall not fall." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, a surge of fervor ignited within the hearts of the soldiers. Indeed, what good is fear? If they did not muster the courage to fight with the conviction of impending death, they would only be the ones to fall. In that instant, everyone readied themselves, drawing their bows to full tension, while boulders, stakes, oil, and molten metal were all prepared. At that moment, the deputy commander, Su Chong, approached. Lin Feng glanced at him and smiled, saying, "Deputy Commander Su, why have you left your post in the rear to come here before the battle?" Su Chong laughed heartily, embodying a nonchalant attitude toward life and death. In this battle of life and death, they would resist with all their might. What need was there for further strategizing? Even if he were to perish, he would do so alongside General Pan, dying valiantly in the company of his comrades. Such a death would be honorable and exhilarating. Lin Feng was surprised to discover that Su, who usually appeared scholarly and reserved, possessed such audacious spirit. The two clasped hands, and with a smile, Lin Feng remarked, "You are absolutely right, Su. What a thrilling prospect." At that moment, a booming voice from Pan Feng commanded, "Release the arrows." In an instant, a multitude of arrows soared forth, resembling a torrential rain of projectiles. Within that fleeting moment, a significant number of the Blood Wolf army fell. Lin Feng, too, drew his bow, ruthlessly harvesting lives. However, the Blood Wolf army, renowned for their elite status, were valiant warriors unafraid of death. This time, they did not advance with shields to block while besieging. Instead, they charged fearlessly forward, constructing ladders and pressing on relentlessly. Lin Feng's soul-searching archery was formidable, as he struck down every member of the Blood Wolf army attempting to ascend the ladders. Yet, he lacked the capacity to guard against all directions. Given the Blood Wolf army's reckless assault, within half a day, save for the eastern city, nearly all the others were besieged by the enemy. The remaining centurions of the Blood Wolf army had also mobilized. The newly formed force of 800 death row inmates had little impact, falling one by one into the Crimson Tide. "General, the western city has fallen." "General, the Blood Wolf army has breached the southern city." "General, the defenders of the northern city have suffered heavy casualties. It seems they cannot hold." As defeat reports continued to flood in, Pan Feng felt a tightening anguish in his heart. At that moment, a centurion from the Blood Wolf army leaped forward, brandishing a horse lance with fierce intensity, charging towards Pan Feng atop his Blood Wolf. Perhaps incited by the grim news of battle, General Pan's voice thundered. With a powerful swing of his ornate axe, he unleashed a surge of formidable energy, instantly reducing both the centurion and his steed to mere remnants of flesh. Su Chong was equally resolute. His sword danced like a dragon, its dazzling strikes swiftly dispatching the 7 or 8 foes that had surrounded him. Lin Feng's dragon roar blade howled in fury, as he too dispatched several elite enemies and a centurion from the Blood Wolf army. In that moment, the three of them were drenched in blood, instilling fear in the advancing Blood Wolf soldiers who hesitated to approach. They formed a nearly invincible triangle. "General, our forces have suffered devastating losses. The city may not be defendable. What shall we do?" Upon hearing a trusted subordinate's report, Pan Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He then turned to Su Chong and Lin Feng beside him. "Brothers, are you afraid of death?" In unison, the surviving soldiers, including Lin Feng, shouted defiantly, "Not afraid." "Excellent. Since we cannot hold this city, let us abandon the defense and charge out to counterattack, leaving not a single enemy standing." The sudden outcry shocked everyone present. With the city walls crumbling, how could they possibly launch a counterattack? Just as confusion spread among the crowd, Lin Feng stepped forward without hesitation, charging ahead. "Let us break through." Pan Feng and Su Chong exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile, both unwilling to be left behind. The trio, resembling Avengers from the depths of the underworld, fought their way forward, leaving a trail of the elite Blood Wolf soldiers' corpses in their wake. The remaining soldiers, witnessing the trio's fearless resolve, felt their morale surge instantly, rallying to follow closely behind. The Blood Wolf army, initially confident of victory, could not have anticipated being forced to retreat from the city by mere remnants of the enemy. At that moment, the imposing commander of the Blood Wolf army, mounted on a colossal white blood wolf, strode to the front lines. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the three warriors. Suddenly, a voice as deep and resonant as the abyss echoed forth. I did not expect such formidable generals to arise in the Great Zhou. May I inquire your names? Defender Pan Feng, a 6th-rank warrior. Deputy Commander Su Chong, a 5th-rank warrior. Private Lin Feng, a 4th-rank warrior. The commander showed no surprise at the 6th-rank Defender Pan Feng or the 5th-rank Deputy Su Chong. However, the revelation of a mere private, Lin Feng, being a 4th-rank warrior caught him off guard. If even a private could wield such power, what hope did the northern barbarians have against the Great Zhou? They might as well retreat and become subservient. At that moment, the Blood Wolf sergeant who had previously clashed with Lin Feng approached and spoke in a low voice. Commander, that private is the sharpshooter from the Yin Pass garrison. Upon hearing this, the commander was momentarily taken aback. Nearly a third of his warriors had fallen to this private's hand. How could he not be shaken? Regardless, he resolved that none of the three would return alive today. Dismounting with a thud that reverberated through the ground, the Blood Wolf commander drew a massive bone club, pointing it at the trio with a voice as frigid as ice. Come at me together. Exchanging glances, the three displayed no hint of trepidation. Pan Feng led the charge, wielding his great axe with fervor. I am eager to test your strength as a 7th-rank warrior. Before he could finish, Pan Feng lunged forward like a ferocious tiger. Snowflakes on the peak. He bellowed as he leapt, showcasing his proud martial skill. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. An overwhelming pressure accompanied by fierce energy surged down towards the Blood Wolf commander's head. Clang! The clash of their weapons unleashed a tremendous shockwave, toppling several weaker Blood Wolf soldiers to the ground. Yet, the Blood Wolf commander remained unyielding, gazing up at Pan Feng with an air of calm. You possess some skill. Should you surrender to the northern barbarians, I might consider making you my deputy. I would rather not. With a furious roar, Pan Feng unleashed a sweeping strike. Yet the commander of the Blood Wolf army remained unfazed, raising his bone staff to parry Pan Feng's assault. The battle raged on like a tempest. Undeterred, Pan Feng whirled his ornate battle axe, resembling a colossal dragon emerging from the depths, aimed directly at the chest of the Blood Wolf commander. 3 exchanges had passed, and it was no longer a game. The commander of the Blood Wolf army retaliated with his bone staff, and in an instant, their movements intertwined, leaving the onlookers spellbound and breathless. Before long, Pan Feng began to tire, and a retaliatory strike from the commander's staff sent him staggering back several meters. General, I shall assist you, Su Chong cried out, thrusting his longsword toward the Blood Wolf commander. Seeing Su Chong join the fray, Pan Feng immediately coordinated another attack. Su Chong's sword danced with dazzling precision, yet he could not breach the commander's defenses. Just as Pan Feng delivered another powerful chop, Su Chong's sword unexpectedly split into 2. One blade piercing the commander's abdomen directly. This scene left both the remnants of the Yin Pass and the Blood Wolf soldiers in utter shock. However, before the remnants could rejoice, the Blood Wolf commander bellowed, causing Su Chong's sword to shatter into countless fragments. At that moment, Su Chong stood in disbelief, astonished by the resilience of a 7th-tier warrior capable of shattering his most cherished technique. A dual-wielding swordplay? A commendable tactic, but alas, you have chosen the wrong opponent. Chapter 37. Reinforcements arrive. With that declaration, the Blood Wolf commander swung his arm, unleashing a fierce force that sent Su Chong hurtling through the air. With a resounding crash, Su Chong hit the ground hard, blood gushing from his mouth. Deputy Su, Lin Feng rushed forward to assist him. I am fine. I can still fight. After exchanging glances, Su Chong disregarded his injuries and charged once more at the Blood Wolf commander. He understood all too well that if they fell today, the Yin Pass would be devoid of hope. Lin Feng clutched his dragon's roar blade tightly, refraining from advancing. He comprehended the strategy of the 3 fighters clearly. It was merely a ploy to entangle the 2 formidable warriors, Pan Feng and Su Chong, while Lin Feng sought an opportunity to strike. Yet, the Blood Wolf commander did not regard Lin Feng, a mere 4th-tier warrior, with any respect. A 4th-tier warrior dares to confront me? Preposterous. As the 3 engaged in battle, Pan Feng and Su Chong gradually found themselves overwhelmed, their bodies bearing numerous bruises while blood poured from their mouths like a fountain. Just when the situation appeared dire, Lin Feng sprang into action. He unleashed the slaughtering Heaven Blade technique, his figure darting into the battlefield like a wraith. The dragon whispering blade in hand danced gracefully, aimed directly at the back of the Blood Wolf army commander, and with a swift motion, Lin Feng struck down fiercely. A sinister smile crept upon the lips of the Blood Wolf commander. A mere fourth-tier warrior? How audacious to attempt an ambush on him. Even if he were to endure a strike, what of it? However, at the moment Lin Feng delivered his blow, the commander realized why it was Lin Feng among the three who dared to initiate an ambush. With a splatter, a beautiful spray of crimson blossomed in the air. A gaping wound, nearly half a meter long, was torn into the commander's back, exposing ghastly white bone. Success! Pan Feng shouted triumphantly, raising his grand axe high. And with a resounding thud, it struck the commander's face. Even the formidable seventh-tier warrior found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, as he turned, his bone club landed squarely against Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng felt as though a mountain had collided with him, his body soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. Lin Feng, protect the commander. In an instant, both sides, without a moment's hesitation, surged onto the battlefield, pulling their respective leaders back to safety. Once the remnants of the Yin Pass returned Lin Feng and his companions to the city, they promptly secured the gates. Within the Blood Wolf army's main tent, several centurions surrounded their commander. The gruesome, blood-soaked wound, deep enough to reveal bone, elicited gasps from the barbaric warriors. The army's medic hurriedly applied the finest healing ointment to the commander. Whether it was from pain or the indignation of being ambushed by a mere fourth-tier warrior, his face contorted in rage. At that moment, a centurion, visibly anxious, spoke. "My lord, scouts report that a contingent of Zhou reinforcements is advancing towards Yin Pass. Given your grave injuries, should we not retreat?" "Retreat?" The Blood Wolf commander sneered. And with a single punch, he crushed the centurion's skull, instilling terror in all present. Struggling to rise, his eyes blood-red, he bellowed. "Anyone who dares to speak of retreat shall be executed without mercy. Relay orders to continue the siege. Once the city falls, every man, woman, and child within shall be mercilessly slain. I will reduce Yin Pass to ashes." With the resounding call to charge echoing once more, a new wave of siege warfare commenced for the Blood Wolf army. Inside the city, Pan Feng, Su Chong, and Lin Feng lay against the walls, the sounds of the Blood Wolf army's assault ringing in their ears. All three were gravely injured. In the heat of battle, they had fought with fervor. But now that the fighting had ceased, they found themselves utterly drained of strength. Pan Feng managed a wry smile. "It's not a total loss. We've taken down so many of the Blood Wolf soldiers, it was worth it." Particularly Lin Feng, whose final strike had been exquisite, almost skinning the enemy commander alive. Lin Feng recognized that the city could no longer be defended, a resigned smile gracing his features as he remarked, "I must thank you, General, for the dragon-chanting blade you bestowed upon me. It is a pity, however, that such a fine weapon shall fall into the hands of the barbarians." At that moment, his mind was filled with the enchanting visage of his beloved Kai Wei. "Kai Wei, forgive me. I can no longer remain by your side. In this lifetime, do not wait for me. In the next, I shall cherish you from the very beginning." Boom. With a thunderous crash, the eastern city gate was breached, and a multitude of barbarians armed with crude blades surged through. The three men struggled to rise, each wielding their weapons defiantly. "Even in death, we shall die with dignity." Just as despair enveloped them, the distant sound of thundering hooves echoed forth. In the next instant, someone shouted, "Reinforcements have arrived." They beheld the once arrogant Blood Wolf army retreating in panic, like frightened birds. Outside the city, the battle cries resounded. Lin Feng and his companions approached the gate and beheld General Yin Nantian leading his troops, trampling the enemy forces with an unstoppable momentum, sweeping away the northern barbarian army. After numerous skirmishes, the Blood Wolf army had been reduced to mere remnants. In a series of fierce charges, nearly all of the northern foes were annihilated, with only a handful of captains ensuring their leaders' escape. "We have won." A voice rang out from the crowd, and Yin Nantian, at the helm of his army, slowly entered the city. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies of the defenders and the shattered walls, Yin Nantian felt a profound sorrow. At that moment, the remaining soldiers began to gather. Su Chong counted the survivors, including those grievously injured, totaling 43. Pan Feng gazed at Yin Nantian, tears streaming down his face. "General Yin, I have not failed in my duty. Yin Pass is secured." Yin Nantian was aware of the brutality of war, yet he had not anticipated such devastation, and tears flowed freely down his cheeks. "We shall give our fallen soldiers a grand burial, generously compensate the widows of the brave, and erect a monument to our heroes. The great Zhou shall never forget the valor displayed today." His voice was hoarse, filled with anguish and heroism. Then, Yin Nantian's gaze fell upon Lin Feng beside Pan Feng. "Young man, I was right to place my trust in you. Well done." Lin Feng managed a bitter smile. slightly reproaching, "General Yan, had you arrived any later, not only would you have misjudged me, but you might not have seen me at all." Having enlisted, Lin Feng was acutely aware of the harsh realities of war. Yet, with 3,000 brothers lost, the weight of such losses weighed heavily upon him. Upon hearing this, Yu Kai, standing beside Yin Nantian, expressed his displeasure. "How dare you?" But Yin Nantian waved his hand. "Do not blame him. It was our late arrival." As he spoke, he stepped forward to steady Lin Feng. "Young man, if you have any wishes, tell me, and I shall see to it that they are fulfilled." Lin Feng felt a sudden tightness in his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood escaped his lips as he bitterly smiled and said, "General Yan, I wish to return home." After uttering these words, he collapsed straight into Yan Nanshan's embrace. Chapter 38. My lord, have I arrived at the road to the Yellow Springs? In the cave on the back mountain, Lu the carpenter and Zhang Lai hurriedly made their way back. "Villagers, our reinforcements from Yin Guan have arrived and vanquished the northern barbarians without leaving a trace. We have triumphed." Upon hearing this declaration, the villagers erupted in jubilant cheers. The preservation of the city meant that they would no longer have to live in fear and hiding. However, He Kaiwei was not concerned with such matters. She rushed to the front of the crowd, her face etched with worry, and exclaimed, "Master Lu, Brother Zhang, what of my husband? Have you seen him?" At her words, the joy on Lu the carpenter's and Zhang Lai's faces abruptly faltered. "Please tell us." It was the first time the typically graceful and virtuous He Kaiwei had shouted with such urgency. Lu the carpenter sighed heavily, his expression laden with sorrow. "Regarding Lin Feng's family, I must ask you not to be disheartened. We went to the city, and the dead were piled like mountains. I have heard that the battle for Yin Guan was devastating. Nearly all 3,000 men perished, with only 3 centurions remaining, and 2,000 captains fell in combat. Even General Pan Feng suffered severe injuries." The implication was unmistakable. With nearly all 3,000 soldiers slain, and even the centurions, who were ranked 4th in martial prowess, dead, how could Lin Feng possibly have survived? "Sister, do not grieve. The Honorable General Yan Nantian has declared that the widows of the fallen soldiers will receive substantial compensation. Additionally, heroic graves will be erected for the deceased soldiers, allowing the people to pay their respects. With this compensation, you will have security for the rest of your life." These words struck He Kaiwei like a thunderbolt, and her body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her second aunt quickly stepped forward to support her, casting a reproachful glance at Lu the carpenter and Zhang Lai. "You should have been more considerate. She is so young. How could you speak so callously? Child, do not fear. Your second aunt and the villagers will ensure you do not suffer hardships in the future." With tears streaming down her face, He Kaiwei cried out hoarsely, No, my husband is a 3rd-rank warrior. He will not die. I must find him. I must go to Yin Guan to find my husband." With that, He Kaiwei stood up in a daze, staggering toward the cave's exit. Her second aunt and others hurried to follow her, fearing for her safety. Yet, as soon as He Kaiwei stepped out of the cave, a chilling gust of wind swept over her, and she collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. When she awoke again, she found herself lying in bed. Just as she attempted to rise, her second aunt restrained her. "Child, you fainted from excessive grief. You have only just begun to recover, so please do not move about." "No, I must go find my husband." Upon noticing Zhang lie by her side, she hastily grasped his arm and implored, "Brother Zhang, I beseech you, please inquire at the military camp and discover whether my husband lives or has perished. I shall bow before you in gratitude." As she spoke, He Kaiwei attempted to rise from her bed to prostrate herself before Zhang Lai. He quickly supported her, hesitating for a moment before replying, "Kaiwei, during your unconsciousness, Lu the carpenter and I have already inquired at the military camp. They informed us that a 3rd-class soldier could not possibly have survived that fierce battle and urged us not to search further." Upon hearing this, He Kaiwei's complexion instantly turned as pale as wax paper, her eyes vacant as she stared into the distance. This sight alarmed her second aunt, who urgently shook her, saying, Child, please do not act this way. You frighten me." Yet, before long, He Kaiwei's expression returned to normal, and she smiled gently at her aunt. "Aunt, I am fine. You, Brother Zhang, and Master Lu should return now. I wish to be alone for a while." With her words, the others reluctantly prepared to take their leave. However, as they turned to depart, He Kaiwei called out to them from her bed. She then retrieved a basket of eggs from the kitchen and offered it to them. "Aunt, Master Lu, Brother Zhang, I have nothing else to give you. Please take these eggs home to enjoy." In truth, this basket of eggs had been saved over many days, intended to celebrate her husband's triumphant return. Naturally, they felt embarrassed to accept. Hikaiwe, however, declared with serene composure, "With my husband gone, I cannot consume so much alone. Please, share them." Thus, they accepted the eggs and departed. But once they were gone, Hikaiwe broke into heart-wrenching sobs, expending nearly all her tears. Subsequently, she donned a simple yet elegant red garment she had prepared long in advance and tied a hemp rope to a gnarled tree in the courtyard. With her husband no longer by her side, there was nothing left in this world to hold her back. He had never witnessed her in bridal attire, so she resolved to seek him dressed in this red garment. He had enlisted to protect their home and ensure a better life for her. And how could she bear to let him traverse the path of the underworld alone? Hikaiwe slowly climbed onto a stool, wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and a faint, bittersweet smile graced her lips. In the next moment, without a hint of hesitation, she kicked the stool away. "My beloved, walk slowly. Kawe is coming to find you." With her current martial prowess, escaping the rope would pose no challenge. Yet, in this moment, her heart was solely set on death. Even as the terror of mortality enveloped her, she felt not a shred of regret. As the sensation of suffocation gradually washed over her, her mind filled with the blissful memories shared with her husband. To have experienced such happiness in a lifetime was enough. Just as Hikaiwe was on the verge of asphyxiation, a flash of cold light pierced the air. A domineering blade of energy severed the rope from which she was suspended. She then fell heavily into a broad embrace. "My husband. Am I on the road to the netherworld? How wonderful. I can finally see you again." Chapter 39. Even the wealthy can be frugal. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed by his wife's actions. What netherworld was she speaking of? "Silly girl, what are you doing? Am I not alive and well?" Hearing his words, Hikaiwe suddenly realized her husband was not dead. In the next instant, she threw her arms around Lin Feng and began to weep uncontrollably. Husband, you are still alive. I thought you were gone. Do you know how worried I have been?" Upon hearing her heart-wrenching cries, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He gently stroked Hikaiwe's long hair, offering comfort. "When I left, I promised you I would return safely. How could I break my word?" In truth, had Lin Feng's physique not ascended to the silver meridian, the blow from the Blood Wolf Army's commander would have surely claimed his life. Hikaiwe nodded vigorously. "It was my fault. I should have trusted you, husband. I am sorry." Lin Feng smiled faintly and playfully brushed his finger against her delicate nose. "It's all right. But you must promise me that no matter what happens in the future, no matter what news you hear, you must not contemplate ending your life. If I had not returned in time and something had happened to you, what would I have done? It would have been better for me to perish." Upon hearing this, Hikaiwe quickly covered Lin Feng's mouth with her hand. "Husband, do not speak such ominous words." Lin Feng chuckled and nodded, gently moving her hand away. Their gazes locked. An intimate understanding blossomed between them. Lin Feng lifted Hikaiwe's beautiful chin and kissed her. A surge of electrifying sensations coursed through his body. The prolonged tension of battle made him savor this feeling even more. Lin Feng's hands roamed restlessly over Hikaiwe's form. Before long, her cheeks flushed, and muffled moans escaped her lips. Just as Lin Feng prepared to lift Hikaiwe for the next step, she hastily interjected, "Husband, you have just returned from battle. Your body is still weak. I cannot allow you to exert yourself further. Don't be ridiculous. I could fight another 800 rounds without issue. Be good, husband. I will go to the kitchen and prepare something for you." As soon as she uttered those words, she suddenly remembered, her expression turning somber. "Husband, Brother Zhang and the others said the defenders have all perished. I thought you were among them, so I gave away all the eggs in our house to them. After all, we must not let anything go to waste." Lin Feng could only smile wryly at her words. He truly could not comprehend the peculiar thought processes of his wife. He then retrieved several pieces of silver from his sleeve, each weighing 10 taels. The shimmering luster left Hikaiwe utterly astonished. "My dear husband, where did you acquire such a wealth of silver?" Lin Feng responded with a smile. "I fought valiantly on the battlefield, and it was bestowed upon me by the general of the Northern Expedition. Moreover, my dear, to be candid, I suspect that upon the conclusion of this war, I shall not only be promoted to the rank of captain, but perhaps even to that of a 1,000-man leader." Upon hearing these words, Hikaiwe's expression initially brightened with joy, but was soon overshadowed by a wave of melancholy. Lin Feng, puzzled, inquired, "My dear, are you not pleased by my potential promotion to 1,000-man leader?" Hikaiwe shook her head gently. "No, my husband, I merely wish for your safety. Titles such as captain or 1,000-man leader hold no allure for me." At her words, Warmth surged within Lin Feng's heart. He embraced He Kaiwei tenderly, whispering, "My beloved wife is the finest in the world. How could I bear to let you endure hardship alongside me? Rest assured, for your sake, I shall ensure my own safety." He Kaiwei nodded earnestly and then stored the silver away, taking 1 coin to venture to the market to purchase goods. Her husband must be utterly exhausted from the battle. She intended to buy him ample nourishing supplements to restore his vitality. After taking a few steps, she fortuitously encountered her second aunt. Following an explanation, her aunt realized that Lin Feng's supposed demise was merely a misunderstanding. The two then proceeded together to the market to procure supplies. "Sir, how much for this reed chicken?" 20 coins will suffice. Would 18 be acceptable? Very well. Our yin pass has emerged victorious, and every household is celebrating. I shall sell it to you at a discount. However, when He Kaiwei presented a silver ingot, the shopkeeper was left utterly dumbfounded. "I never imagined the wealthy could be so frugal. Miss, this is a small business of mine. I cannot provide change for such a large ingot." The shopkeeper spread his hands in exasperation. Her second aunt, equally astonished by the sight of the ingot, soon fell into a state of envy. "Ah, my apologies, good sir." He Kaiwei realized the mix-up and hastily retrieved 18 copper coins from her pouch. Yet, just as she was about to depart with the reed chicken, a troop of soldiers from the Northern Army surged through the crowd, recklessly colliding into everything in their path. Her second aunt, standing directly in their way, was rendered speechless with fright. Quick thinking, He Kaiwei swiftly embraced her aunt and dodged to the side, rolling onto the ground. Rising to her feet, she confronted the reckless soldier from the Northern Army, exclaiming, "How can you behave so domineeringly? Do you not see there are people in your path?" The soldier reined in his mount, his curiosity piqued as he gazed at the enchanting woman before him. Upon noticing the captivating allure of He Kaiwei's striking eyes, his interest was immediately captivated, prompting him to leap down from his horse. "I am Qin Hu, a captain under the general of the Northern Army. Your entire Yin Pass has been saved by us. Even if I were to accidentally harm someone, I would still be your benefactor. Do not take advantage of my kindness." Seeing the arrogance of the other party, He Kaiwei was filled with rage. The fact that we, at Yin Pass, were able to endure was due to the bravery of the 3,000 soldiers who fought valiantly. You merely come to reap the rewards. Yet you have the audacity to act so domineeringly and speak so shamelessly. Qin Hu could hardly believe that the woman before him dared to confront him. With a cold sneer, he replied, "Do you really think those 3,000 useless fellows can stand against us? Humph. If they were truly capable, would we need to come to their rescue?" Upon hearing the insults, He Kaiwei gritted her teeth in fury. "Apologize to those fallen soldiers, or I assure you, I shall not allow you to leave today." Chapter 40. The wolf has departed, and the tiger has arrived. If she had merely encountered a person who bullied others with their power, perhaps He Kaiwei would have swallowed her anger. However, the brutality of the battle at Yin Pass was known to all. The 3,000 defenders fought without fear and suffered heavy casualties. Moreover, her husband, Lin Feng, was among those brave soldiers. How could He Kaiwei allow her husband to endure such humiliation? "You insolent woman, do you really wish for your own demise?" Qin Hu laughed maniacally, having not tasted meat for months while in the army. Today, as he led his troops into the city, he sought the pleasures of the brothels, only to be obstructed by such a stunning beauty. When the meat is right before one's mouth, how could one resist? As he spoke, several of Qin Hu's subordinates moved to block He Kaiwei's escape. Seeing this, the second aunt hurriedly intervened. "Gentlemen, please calm your anger. The Lin family's daughter-in-law is also of military descent. Do not let a flood wash away the Dragon King's temple, for we are all family here." Yet, before the second aunt could finish her plea, a soldier from the Northern Army forcefully pushed her to the ground. "Get lost, if you dare to speak again. Beware of the Master's blade." In truth, these men had no regard for whether He Kaiwei was a military relative or not. The Northern Army would not have families in this place, and it was unthinkable for the family members of officers above the rank of 100 in the Yin Pass garrison to wear such coarse garments. Even if He Kaiwei's husband was a soldier, he was likely just a mere foot soldier. What, do they really think they cannot be offended? The second aunt, realizing she lacked the ability to restrain these brutes, quickly scrambled to her feet and ran towards the village. The surrounding townsfolk witnessed this scene, pointing and murmuring among themselves. Is this truly the Northern Army? Were they not supposed to come to our aid at Yin Pass? How can they act more despicably than those northern barbarians? This is outrageous. They injure someone and then bully a young girl. What's the difference between them and bandits? The wolf has departed, and the tiger has arrived. The lives of the people of Yin Pass are becoming unbearable. The crowd expressed these sentiments, hoping to intimidate the northern soldiers, hoping they would relent and release Hikaiwei. However, who would have thought that Centurion Qin Hu, with a swift turn of his mind, addressed the crowd. You may be unaware, esteemed individuals, that although our northern army has driven away the Bloodwolf army, numerous spies from their ranks have infiltrated the city amidst the chaos. This woman possesses peculiar eyes. Unlike those of our great Zhou citizens, we intend to take her back for questioning. With a swift motion, Qin Hu unsheathed his prized blade, his tone growing increasingly menacing. Should anyone dare to obstruct us, they shall be deemed accomplices of the northern savages. Do not blame me for my blade's indiscriminate nature. His words sent a wave of trepidation through all present. They were mere commoners. Who would dare confront these military men? Observing the fear in their faces, a sinister smile crept across Qin Hu's countenance. My dear lady, accompany this centurion back to the camp for an examination. Rest assured, I shall be most gentle. Hikaiwei was well aware of the true nature of this so-called examination. To accompany them would not only lead to her defilement, but could also result in her life being extinguished should they choose to act ruthlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, Hikaiwei boldly challenged them. Accompany you? For what offense? Merely because I possess unique eyes? As soldiers, you ought to focus on vanquishing the enemy rather than attempting to abduct innocent women in the streets. You are no better than beasts. Her words struck a nerve, inciting Qin Hu's wrath. Impudence! You dare to insult this centurion! He bellowed. I shall show you the consequences of underestimating my might. As Qin Hu sheathed his blade and raised his hand to strike her, Hikaiwei's expression shifted slightly, a chill radiating from her demeanor. Just as his hand was about to connect with her face, she suddenly transformed her hand into a weapon, her finger poised against his throat. With a swift thrust, she evaded his strike. Qin Hu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared ahead. In the next moment, he felt a searing pain in his throat. Gasping for breath, he coughed violently, struggling to recover. For an ordinary person, such an attack would hardly faze someone of his caliber as a third-tier martial artist. Yet, she had managed to injure him with a single hand and evade his blow. It was evident that this woman was a martial artist. During this time, Hikaiwei had not slackened in her training, and, coupled with her exceptional talent, her prowess had nearly reached the level of a second-tier martial artist. Furthermore, her unexpected assault caught even the centurion off guard. Humph, you still dare to claim you are not a spy for the enemy? What woman possesses such skills? A wave of humiliation surged within Qin Hu as he hastily labeled her a spy. Our great Zhou is a nation built on martial prowess. Who says women cannot train in the arts of combat? He retorted, do you believe my skills are remarkable? It is merely because you are a fool. Furious, Qin Hu roared, all of you, seize this northern savage's female spy. A group of soldiers from the northern town, upon witnessing the scene, swiftly unsheathed their weapons and surged towards Hikaiwei. She had ventured out solely to procure ingredients for her husband's meals and bore no armaments. Furthermore, Hikaiwei possessed minimal combat experience. Within mere moments, she found herself ensnared in a dire predicament, just as she accidentally sustained a gash on her arm. A forceful kick struck her from behind, causing her to collapse onto the ground. Seize her. With Qin Hu's thunderous command, the soldiers descended upon Hikaiwei, pinning her to the earth. Two of them then hoisted her up, gripping her tightly. You see now the extent of my power, woman, Qin Hu proclaimed, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Surprisingly, Hikaiwei exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, she spat defiantly at him. Following this audacious act, she delivered a fierce kick to Qin Hu's most vulnerable area, leaving him doubled over in agony, struggling to regain his composure. Such audacity. Yet, I find it utterly appealing. Qin Hu declared, you think you're fierce? I shall demonstrate just how powerless you truly are. One of the soldiers forcefully struck Hikaiwei's knee, compelling her to kneel before Qin Hu. The latter approached with a lascivious grin, extending his hand to rip a piece of fabric from her arm. He exposed her fair skin to the gaze of the onlookers, unveiling the deep contours of her collarbone and the delicate white edges, awakening the primal instincts within the soldiers. By heavens, how fair she is! It is worth the risk I took to come to Yen Pass for this. However, even in such a moment, Hikaiwei remained undaunted, gritting her teeth and glaring defiantly at Qin Hu. If you dare lay a finger on me, my husband will not spare you. Chapter 41. Kill Qin Hu. Your husband? Where is he? I see no sign of him. Qin Hu laughed maniacally. Even if he were here, what could he possibly do? Would he not merely cower like a turtle, watching me entertain him? Just as Qin Hu prepared to strip the beautiful woman before him, a powerful and resonant voice echoed from behind. I am her husband. Upon hearing this, Qin Hu's brows furrowed slightly as he slowly turned to face the source of the voice. There stood Lin Feng, wielding his dragon's roar sword. His expression devoid of emotion as he fixated on Qin Hu. When his gaze fell upon his wife, who was in such a wretched state on the ground, a wave of anguish surged within him. Qin Hu scrutinized Lin Feng with keen interest, noting his attire, which confirmed his suspicions. A mere third-rate soldier from Yin Pass. Unworthy even to lace his boots. Kid, is this your wife? Release her. Lin Feng maintained his stoic demeanor, though an inferno of rage ignited within him. Qin Hu unfazed. Sneered, don't be so stingy. I, the Centurion, have traveled countless miles to this insignificant Yin Pass to save you and the townsfolk. Surely, you can make a small sacrifice? Loan me your wife for a while? Rest assured, it shall not be easily damaged. Once cleaned, it can be utilized once more. These words pushed Lin Feng to the brink of restraint. With a swift motion, the dragon S-Howl unsheathed. The scabbard hurtled directly toward Qin Hu. A Master S initial strike reveals the truth of their prowess. From the moment Lin Feng initiated his attack, Qin Hu sensed an impending crisis and hastily seized one of his subordinates. With a sickening squelch, the scabbard pierced through the unfortunate man's abdomen. Such force left even Qin Hu, who had witnessed countless gruesome scenes, momentarily stunned. You possess immense audacity. Not only to defy authority, but also to dare to slay the soldiers of the northern garrison in broad daylight. You truly seek your own demise. After pushing aside the soldier in his grasp, Qin Hu shouted in a fierce tone. Lin Feng remained unfazed the instant he witnessed his beloved, He Kaiwei, being bullied. These soldiers of the northern garrison had already become mere corpses in his eyes. Logically, these men were under General Yin Nantian of the northern garrison, and he should have extended them some courtesy. However, when it involves his own wife, not even Yin Nantian himself would be spared. As Lin Feng advanced step by step, Qin Hu, astonished by the man's fearlessness, bellowed, charge together. Slay this madman. With that, Qin Hu led his subordinates to swarm Lin Feng, narrowing his eyes. Lin Feng resembled a black whirlwind, swiftly infiltrating the throng. In a flash, the clashing of weapons echoed relentlessly. As a cloud of dust settled, nearly all the soldiers of the northern garrison lay sprawled on the ground. Only the Centurion Qin Hu remained, barely propped up by the hilt of his broken sword. At that moment, Qin Hu began to recall something. He had once heard a Centurion mention a valiant warrior among the Yin Pass garrison named Lin Feng, who single-handedly shot down and decimated nearly 1,000 of the Blood Wolf army. Initially, he had doubted the existence of such a fierce individual. Yet now, it seemed those words held truth. You are Lin Feng. Lin Feng's voice was as cold as ice. You have realized too late. No, please do not kill me. I am a Centurion of the northern garrison, and I was once a personal guard to General Yin. If you kill me, the general will, even as Qin Hu divulged his identity, the murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes did not waver in the slightest. I am merely a foot soldier. You gallop forth committing atrocities, brazenly abducting innocent women, and I have no authority to intervene. But if you dare to bully my wife, today, you shall meet your end. Upon hearing this, Qin Hu recognized that his fate was sealed. He promptly began to bow fervently, pleading, Brother Lin, I was momentarily blinded by madness. I beseech you. For the sake of General Yin, spare me. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. Impossible. Just as Lin Feng was about to strike with his blade, the urgent sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. Soon after, General Yin Nantian of the northern garrison, Deputy Commander Yi Kai, Guard Commander Pan Feng, and County Magistrate Lu Hong arrived in unison. Lin Feng, you have crossed the line. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight of slain soldiers from the Northtown Army, Lu Hong was the first to confront Lin Feng, accusing him, do not presume that your valor in defending the city grants you immunity from the law. To openly execute soldiers in the streets is tantamount to treason. Yin Nantian furrowed his brows in dismay. He had been in discussions with Pan Feng to promote Lin Feng to the position of Deputy General at Yin Pass, to serve alongside General Pan Feng. In fact, Yin Nantian had even contemplated recruiting Lin Feng into his own ranks, where his status would rival that of Pan Feng. However, he never anticipated that this brash youth would act so recklessly as to slaughter soldiers of the Northtown Army in public. Now, not only was it impossible to recruit him into the Northtown Army, but elevating him to the role of Deputy General at Yin Pass seemed equally far-fetched. At that moment, Qin Hu, witnessing Yin Nantian's arrival, hurriedly cried out to the others, General, save me. This lunatic Lin Feng has gone mad. Not only has he brutally slain his comrades, but he also seeks to take my life. General Yin, I was once your personal guard. Please, you must save me. Yin Nantian surveyed the surroundings and, upon spotting the tattered figure of Hikaiwei, immediately grasped the situation. It must be that scoundrel Qin who, unable to suppress his baser instincts, has committed an act of public humiliation. However, given that Qin Hu was a centurion in the Northtown army, Yin Nantian could not simply turn a blind eye. He fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Feng and said in a stern voice, "Lin Feng, grant me this favor. This scoundrel has forced my hand. I will ensure he faces severe punishment according to military law." At this juncture, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Who exactly is this Lin Feng, a mere private at Yin Pass, that even the illustrious General Yin would plead for his consideration? Just then, Pan Feng, the guard commander at Yin Pass, interjected, "Lin Feng, cease this madness. If it were not for the Northtown Army's timely assistance, Yin Pass would surely have fallen. Surely, you understand the gravity of the situation?" Even Hikaiwei, having tidied her attire, stepped forward to counsel, "My husband, enough. We have already taught them a lesson, and I have no wish for further conflict." Yet, Lin Feng was impervious to their entreaties, his icy gaze fixed unwaveringly on Qin Hu. "Remember this lesson for the next life. Keep your eyes wide open and recognize this is my woman, untouchable." No sooner had he spoken than the dragon champ blade descended upon Qin Hu's neck. With a sickening crack, Qin Hu's head rolled to the ground like a ball, blood gushing forth and splattering the street, his body collapsing lifelessly. Sighing heavily, Yin Nantian realized the inevitable fate that awaited Qin Hu the moment he heard Hikaiwei address Lin Feng as her husband. After a brief pause, he waved his hand decisively, "Bind Lin Feng and take him back to the military camp." Chapter 42. You wish to kill me? You cannot bear to. Lin Feng offered no resistance, handing his dragon champ blade to Pan Feng, who stood beside him, before being bound by Yin Nantian's soldiers. Just as Lin Feng was about to be taken away, Hikaiwei stepped forward, placing herself in front of Yin Nantian's horse. "Stand aside. Do you wish for this general to hold you accountable as well?" However, Hikaiwei displayed not a hint of timidity, asserting firmly, "General Yin, might I inquire what punishment awaits those who commit acts of violence in the streets and forcibly seize innocent women?" Yin Nantian sighed deeply before responding, "According to the law, they are to be executed." "Then, since that is the case, I was nearly subjected to humiliation by a centurion of the northern garrison, and it was my husband, Lin Feng, who courageously rescued me. His slaying of these ruffians was merely to uphold justice in your name. What crime has he committed?" Hikaiwei argued with conviction, her words glistening with wisdom and showcasing the true spirit of a valiant woman. This left Yin Nantian somewhat astonished. "Lin Feng, my boy, you indeed possess remarkable fortune to have such a brave wife. However, as a general of the northern garrison, how could he allow a mere woman to sway his stance in front of so many? Whether he is guilty or not, once we return to the barracks, I shall determine that. It is not for you, a woman, to interject here." At this moment, Lin Feng, bound tightly, interjected, "Kaiwei, cease your protests. Let us return home." Seeing her husband in such a predicament, how could Kaiwei bear to leave? "My dear, I stand by you through life and death. Even if General Yin were to take your life, I shall accompany you. I will not abandon you." Gazing into Hikaiwei's resolute eyes, Lin Feng felt a rush of warmth and reassured her, "Kaiwei, fret not. I shall be safe. Please return home and await my return." Hikaiwei wished to say more, but Lin Feng's tone grew serious. "Do you not heed your husband's words? If I say I am fine, then I shall be fine." Recognizing her husband's displeasure, Hikaiwei fell silent and reluctantly departed the street alongside her second aunt. Back to the camp, Yin Nantian snorted coldly. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt elated, thinking to himself, "Young man, you are doomed this time." In the northern garrison's main tent, Lin Feng, bound like a dumpling, knelt before the central table. Yin Nantian glared at Lin Feng with fury, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. "Lin Feng, you truly court death. To slay a centurion of the northern garrison in the streets, how many heads do you believe you have to spare?" Yet, Lin Feng remained unafraid, retorting, "Only one. If the general wishes to take it, he may do so at any time. Had you not arrived in time, I would have surely perished at the hands of those savages." In truth, Lin Feng was well aware that Yin Nantian would not execute him. If he truly sought vengeance for the centurion, would it not have been more effective to do so in the streets, where it would instill fear? Why bring him to the barracks? You infuriate me to no end. I should have simply executed you, you scoundrel. You and your wife are both like stones in a latrine, foul and unyielding." Yin Nantian huffed angrily. Lin Feng, undeterred, replied, "That is precisely how it is. Regardless of who he is, If someone dares to bully my wife, even if it were the king of hell himself, I would not hesitate to strike him down. Pan Feng hastily stepped forward, attempting to mediate the situation. General Yin, please, calm your anger. This young man, Lin Feng, possesses such a temperament, and you are well aware of it. Yet, it is precisely this disposition that has dealt a significant blow to the northern barbarians, earning great merit in the defense of Yin Pass. Then, Pan Feng approached Lin Feng, speaking earnestly. Lin Feng, do you realize that General Yin originally intended to cultivate you within the northern garrison? But now, after you have slain a centurion from the northern garrison, how do you expect to join them? To Pan Feng's surprise, Lin Feng remained indifferent. I never expressed a desire to join the northern garrison. I have no intention of associating with those who only know how to bully the weak and abduct innocent women. General Yin Nantian felt an overwhelming frustration mounting within him. Could this young man not utter a few conciliatory words? Must he be so obstinate? Yin Nantian strode towards Lin Feng, his expression grave. Lin Feng, I am granting you an opportunity to join Qin Hu's squad, to acknowledge your mistake and apologize. If you do so, I shall overlook this matter. If you persist in your defiance, do not think I will forget your contributions in battle. This was, in fact, a generous concession from Yin Nantian. Had it been anyone else, they would have already faced dire consequences. Yet, Lin Feng merely offered a bitter smile and responded decisively. General Yin, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I am not in the wrong, and I will not apologize. You may do as you wish. I, Lin Feng, shall accept whatever fate you choose. Ye Kai stepped forward, chastising Lin Feng. Lin Feng, you are utterly disrespectful and recklessly bold. Can you not see that General Yin is trying to save you? If the northern garrison learns that their centurion has been killed in the city, they would surely tear you to shreds. Lin Feng, however, wore an expression of indifference. Let them come. I welcome the challenge, as long as they can defeat me. At this point, the crowd was left utterly speechless. With a swift motion, Yin Nantian unsheathed his sword and advanced step by step towards Lin Feng. Pan Feng's eyes widened in alarm, fearing that General Yin was indeed serious. Deputy General Su Chong quickly stepped forward to intervene. General Yin, the centurion, was indeed at fault, and Lin Feng acted out of necessity. Please, grant him this one reprieve. Lin Feng is a rare talent. You cannot dispose of him so easily. Yin Nantian forcefully pushed Su Chong aside, pointing his sword at him as he barked, Get out of my way. If you dare to intervene again, I will take you down as well. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Su Chong wisely fell silent and retreated to the side. Yin Nantian moved behind Lin Feng, his voice cold. Lin Feng, do you truly not regret your actions? At this moment, Lin Feng's heart raced with anxiety. General Yin, are you out of your mind? You would resort to executing me over such a trivial matter? What has become of justice and humanity? Nevertheless, Lin Feng was also taking a gamble, trusting that he had not misjudged Yin Nantian, who could not possibly be the type to sacrifice public duty for personal grievances. Upon considering this, he gritted his teeth and shouted defiantly, No regrets. Even if I were to kill him again, I would not regret it. Very well. You possess considerable spirit, Lin Feng. Do not blame this general for what follows. In the next moment, a glint of cold light flashed as the sword fell, just as Lin Feng closed his eyes. Awaiting death, he found the ropes binding him severed by Yin Nantian. Stunned, Lin Feng looked at Yin Nantian with disbelief. General Yin, what is the meaning of this? Stand straight and speak. Yin Nantian retorted irritably, You scoundrel, I truly wish I could cleave you in two with my sword. Lin Feng chuckled, You wouldn't dare. Chapter 43. Transformed into a centurion, Yin Nantian found himself at a loss for words. How had this lad managed to ensnare him so thoroughly? Renowned for his strict military discipline, the Northern Expedition General felt as though he had met his match at this moment. Stop the flattery. What makes you think I would be reluctant to part with you? Moreover, your actions were not without justification. That rascal Qin Hu deserved his fate. However, he added, as General Pan just mentioned, you can no longer join the Northern Army. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng did not counter as he had before. Instead, a hint of regret filled his heart. The Northern Army was different from the Yanguan garrison. It was a field force. Joining the Northern Army would provide him with broader horizons to accumulate his kill count and fulfill his ambitions. But it mattered little. His military career had only just begun, and as long as he kept his head intact, countless opportunities awaited him. What a pity it is that I cannot serve under General Yan. I truly regret it. Seeing Lin Feng's insufferable demeanor, Yin Nantian was nearly driven to curse. Did you not just claim that you had no desire for the Northern Army? Frankly, You ought to receive 300 lashes first. Lin Feng smirked. General, did I not say you would be reluctant? Noticing Lin Feng's audacious behavior, Yan Nantian feigned a strike with his sword. Pan Feng and Su Chong hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. General Yan, Lin Feng has recognized his error. With the Yin Guan garrison currently understaffed and in urgent need of talent, why not grant him a chance to atone for his misdeeds? With a step back offered. Yan Nantian conceded, very well. For the sake of Generals Pan and Su, I shall spare you this time. Make sure to cause enough trouble to warrant my attention. How could I possibly do such a thing? Lin Feng laughed heartily, displaying his keen understanding of the situation as he brought forth a cup of tea. General Yan, your voice is hoarse. Do have some water to soothe your throat. After taking a sip of tea, Yan Nantian felt somewhat refreshed. He then glanced at Pan Feng and inquired, General Pan, what military position do you deem suitable for this lad? Pan Feng smiled broadly. I happen to be in need of a deputy general. Let Lin Feng serve as my deputy. He can work alongside General Su as my right-hand man. Indeed, from the very outset of his time on the battlefield, Pan Feng had resolved that regardless of the rank he achieved, he would always bring Lin Feng along. With such a formidable subordinate akin to a fierce tiger by his side, he could find peace of mind. Yan Nantian raised an eyebrow and scoffed. A deputy general? With his reckless temperament, is he truly fit for such a role? What am I to say to the court when he eventually beheads Lu County magistrate upon our return? Embarrassed, Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering if he was perceived as such a brash individual in General Yan's eyes. Pan Feng was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet given Lin Feng's military achievements and combat prowess, appointing him as a mere sergeant felt like a disservice. At that moment, Yan Nantian retorted with irritation. I believe it would be a stroke of luck for this lad to serve as a centurion, in order to re-establish the garrison at Yin Pass. Yan Nantian intended to leave a portion of the northern town army there, and would permit Yin Pass to recruit its own soldiers. While the previous scale of 3,000 could not be attained, a standing force of 2,000 was essential. To assign Lin Feng the position of a lowly centurion would be an egregious waste of talent. General Yin, Lin Feng is now a fourth-tier warrior and possesses exceptional marksmanship, hitting targets with unerring accuracy. To confine him to the role of a mere centurion is an injustice. Should he impart his archery skills to the soldiers, the combat effectiveness of the entire Yin Pass would undoubtedly double. Su Chong also spoke highly of Lin Feng. After all, if Lin Feng were only to be a centurion, the weight of reconstructing the garrison would rest solely upon Su Chong's shoulders. Pan Feng quickly added, Lin Feng is indeed a remarkable talent, I can assure you. Without him, Yin Pass would not withstand the onslaught. His capabilities are evident to all, and to assign him as merely a centurion would surely incite dissatisfaction among his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Yan Nantian fell silent. The entire garrison of Yin Pass had endured with only 43 survivors. How many could possibly be discontent? However, the previous suggestion of limiting Lin Feng to a centurion's position was merely a way to admonish him. Given that Generals Pan Feng and Su Chong held such high regard for the lad, he might as well be appointed as a centurion. Nonetheless, Lin Feng, heed my words. If you cause further trouble, you shall remain a common soldier. Lin Feng clasped his hands respectfully and replied with a smile, Thank you, General Yan. I shall bear your words in mind. In truth, Lin Feng had initially believed that being appointed as a centurion would suffice to bring him great joy. Being elevated to the rank of centurion felt like a fortunate windfall. It is worth noting that under the military promotion system of the Great Zhou, a centurion must be a warrior of at least the 4th tier, have slain over 1,000 enemies, and achieved merit no fewer than 30 times. Lin Feng had merely participated in a single battle and did not possess the qualifications for such a rank. This was indeed an exceptional promotion. Lin Feng hesitated to continue. Observing Lin Feng's faltering demeanor, Yan Nantian impatiently inquired, What is it now? General Yan, I merely wish to inquire about the monthly stipend for a 1,000-man captain. Previously, Lin Feng had speculated with several third-rate soldiers that a first-rate soldier receives a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver, while a 100-man captain likely earns around 10 taels. However, the position of a 1,000-man captain seemed far beyond their comprehension, leaving them unable to fathom the exact remuneration. At that moment, Su Chong interjected, For a 1,000-man captain, the monthly salary is 30 taels of silver, along with 1 stone of fine rice and 3 stones of coarse rice, plus a double stipend at the end of the year. Moreover, every 1,000-man captain is granted a separate residence by the military. 30 taels a month amounts to 360 taels a year, and with the double stipend, it nearly totals 400 taels of silver annually. With such provisions for food and housing, it is a fortune that even a landlord would envy. No wonder every soldier is eager to attain an official post. The Great Zhou dynasty is founded on martial prowess, favoring military over civil affairs. Though merely a minor position as a 1,000-man captain, ranked as a 9th-grade official, the salary is incomparable to that of equivalent civil officials. Lin Feng's heart surged with excitement, exclaiming internally that he had struck it rich. Observing Lin Feng's unabashed glee, Yan Nantian felt a twinge of disdain. Enough. Go home and check on your wife. It will ease her worries. Lin Feng nodded vigorously, realizing he had struck a significant fortune. After expressing his gratitude profusely, he dashed out of the tent, mounted his swift steed, and galloped towards the village. Ha! Once Lin Feng departed, Yan Nantian erupted into laughter. Look at this lad, so easily elated by the prospect of becoming a 1,000-man captain. 300 to 400 taels of salary seems to him like a sweet indulgence. What a lack of ambition. Pan Feng, this fellow is indeed a talent. I entrust him to you, and you must nurture him diligently, for he shall prove invaluable in the future. Chapter 44. Recruitment in the village. He Kaiwei paced anxiously in the courtyard, her eyes filled with concern. Aunt Air accompanied her, stating, My dear, I fear Lin Feng may be in grave danger. That 100-man captain is a member of the northern garrison, and he killed in front of the northern garrison's general. This is quite disrespectful. Hikawa shot her a glance of disapproval. Aunt Air had many virtues, but her words rarely brought comfort. Had it not been for a prior incident, Hitsaiwei's spirits would have been further unsettled by her remarks. Aunt Air, I believe there is no cause for alarm. If that general truly intended harm to Lin Feng, he would have acted openly in the streets rather than dragging him back to the barracks for punishment. On this point, Hikaiwei and Lin Feng shared the same sentiment. Aunt Air nodded, conceding that Hikaiwei's reasoning held merit. Nevertheless, it was indeed unfortunate. Lin Feng had the potential to secure a first-rate soldier's position through this battle, earning a monthly salary of 2 taels of silver, allowing the two of them to live comfortably. Now, it seemed that hope was dim. It is all my fault. Had I not foolishly obstructed the path of the military officer, your family as Lin Feng would not have been implicated. Hikaiwei, troubled by the incessant chatter of her second aunt, exclaimed, As long as my husband is safe, that is all that matters. I do not aspire for him to become a first-class soldier. I am already content as long as we can live our lives in peace. The second aunt nodded vigorously, feeling that Lin Feng was truly fortunate to have such a devoted wife as Kaiwei. As time passed, the meals prepared by Hikaiwei were reheated again and again. Yet her husband did not return. I must go to the barracks and inquire about him. If he is facing any difficulties, I would like someone to care for him. The second aunt, not one to hesitate, quickly rummaged through her belongings and produced a few pieces of silver. Take the silver with you. You cannot go without it to gather information at the barracks. Hikaiwei promptly declined, saying, Aunt, there is no need. Lin Feng returned with quite a bit of silver, which he earned through his military achievements. This amount will suffice. The second aunt nodded in agreement. Very well, when you go, find out who Lin Feng's commanding officer is and ensure to offer the silver to him. That should help secure his safe return. Just as Hikaiwei finished packing the silver and prepared to set off, she spotted a magnificent white steed galloping towards her. The rider, clad in a silver-white uniform of a brigade commander, exuded an air of authority. It was none other than her beloved husband, Lin Feng. Hikaiwei hurriedly ran out to greet him as Lin Feng dismounted with a flourish, holding a whole pig's head, 2 large fish, and a leg of lamb. Husband, you've returned. Are you unharmed? Did General Yin give you any trouble? She inquired anxiously, scanning Lin Feng for any signs of injury. To her relief, he appeared unscathed and adorned in an unfamiliar officer's attire, which left her momentarily bewildered. Lin Feng laughed heartily, setting down his burdens and enveloping her in his embrace. Trouble? General Yin was pleased with my service to the people and even wanted to keep me for a drink. I rushed back because I missed you. If these words reached Yan Nantian, he would certainly chastise Lin Feng for his audacity. Drink? What nonsense! Hikaiwei exclaimed, her spirits lifted. This is wonderful news. As long as General Yin did not punish you, that is what matters. But, dear husband, what is this attire you wear? Though well-versed in many matters, Kaiwei was unfamiliar with military affairs. However, she recognized the uniform as indicative of a promotion. The second aunt, equally exhilarated, rushed forward and exclaimed, Oh my, Lin Feng, you have truly struck gold. Not only were you not penalized, but you have also been promoted. You must be a first-class soldier. Lin Feng chuckled. Amused by her lack of insight, and confidently declared, "I am a brigade commander." The second aunt nearly gasped in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. It is noteworthy that, throughout the decades, no one from their village had ever risen to the rank of a 1,000-man commander, let alone a 100-man commander. Lin Feng's ascension to the position of a 1,000-man commander was an unprecedented event. My goodness, a 1,000-man commander, such a significant title. Surely, when the county magistrate encounters you, he must bow and scrape. Lin Feng chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Not quite. The magistrate holds the rank of a 7th-grade official. However, as a military officer, there is little to fear. Upon hearing this, Aunt Air was left utterly speechless. The county magistrate was akin to a deity in their territory. And now Lin Feng could stand shoulder to shoulder with such a figure. The villagers would surely walk with pride in the future. This was indeed a moment of great joy. Lin Feng, I shall go inform the villagers to come celebrate at your home. You have truly risen. Our entire village will depend on you from now on. With that, Aunt Air strode forth, her robust legs carrying her through the streets as she called out to everyone. He Kaiwei, initially wishing to intervene, felt apprehensive. Although her husband now held the title of a 1,000-man commander, she did not want to tarnish his official stature. Yet Lin Feng waved his hand and smiled. Let Aunt Air go. We have been married for some time and have yet to share a proper meal with our fellow villagers. Moreover, I have matters to discuss with them. With Lin Feng's insistence, He Kaiwei refrained from further objections, anticipating the arrival of the villagers. She hastily set up a fire in the courtyard and borrowed a large pot from Lu the carpenter. Soon, she was simmering pork and cabbage. Lin Feng, known for his culinary skills, but lacking the opportunity to showcase them, took to the kitchen himself. He added a plethora of spices and salt, and before long, the delightful aroma of meat wafted throughout the village. Aunt Air was equally enthusiastic, not only summoning the villagers, but also calling those from neighboring villages. In no time, the small courtyard was brimming with people, most of whom were representatives from various families, predominantly men. They generously brought an array of fruits, grains, and other provisions. For who could resist contributing when such a prestigious official emerged from their village? Those who entered the courtyard were the clan leaders from various surnames, along with Aunt Air, Zhang Lai, and Lu the carpenter, who resided nearby and were close to Lin Feng's family. He Kaiwei ladled out meat and fish soup for the villagers, who had not indulged in such delicacies for quite some time, devouring their portions with gusto and praising Lin Feng for his thoughtfulness. After a considerable time, Lin Feng rose, holding a bowl of wine. Esteemed guests, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the care you have shown to me and my wife Kuei during these days. I, Lin Feng, humbly thank you all. With that, he downed the contents in one swift motion. The guests, eager to show their respect, emptied their own bowls in camaraderie. With a bowl of wine downed, Lin Feng exhaled a breath of alcohol and chuckled, addressing the assembly, esteemed gentlemen. The defense of Yin Pass is in dire need of rejuvenation. I have now ascended to the rank of a 1,000-man commander and am eager to recruit new soldiers. Those among you who are inclined to enlist are welcome to join my banner. Chapter 45, A Night of Indulgence. As soon as Lin Feng uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the room. The brutality of the Yin Pass battle was well known to all present. Should they seek to gain any advantage through Lin Feng, they would undoubtedly rush to his side. However, the notion of enlisting to fight on the battlefield met with an utter lack of response. It seemed Lin Feng had anticipated this reaction and was not particularly surprised. Raising another bowl of wine, he smiled and continued, Gentlemen, I merely wish to offer a suggestion. After all, the military life does entail peril, and I would not impose upon anyone unwilling to serve. As a 1,000-man commander, I have been granted a residence by the army, and I shall soon be moving in with Kaiwei. Following this toast, our opportunities to meet may dwindle. His words elicited expressions of astonishment and reluctance among the crowd. The crux of the matter was that none were naive. They understood that failing to associate with Lin Feng now would complicate future endeavors should they require his assistance. As the saying goes, people strive to ascend while water flows downward. This was not merely a matter of sentiment. It was a harsh reality. At that moment, a youth of about 15 or 16 raised his hand. Brother Lin Feng, I wish to enlist. Would that be acceptable? Lin Feng turned to see a boy from a neighboring village, whose family was steeped in poverty, having lost his parents to starvation in their early years. He had survived by relying on the generosity of others and foraging for wild vegetables. Lin Feng scrutinized the boy. Despite his frail appearance, he exuded a robust vitality, clearly possessing the makings of a soldier. What is your name? I am Xiao Shun, nicknamed Dog Air. You may call me Dog Z. Lin Feng nodded approvingly. Very well. Dog Z, I accept you. Report to the military camp tomorrow and mention my name, Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Dog Z was overjoyed. And though he had never tasted alcohol before, he downed a bowl with gusto, grimacing at the fiery burn. Wiping his mouth, he beamed, "Thank you, brother Lin Feng." Seeing someone willing to follow Lin Feng into the military, particularly a lad from a neighboring village, prompted several eligible youths from his own village to voice their desires. "Brother Lin Feng, I too wish to join you in the army. I am willing. Count me in." Before long, dozens of young men expressed their intentions to follow Lin Feng. Although their parents were reluctant, they recognized the harshness of their circumstances. In this era, even without military service, survival during a year of calamity was precarious. Thus, they reasoned it better to join the military and perhaps, by sheer luck, attain a position akin to Lin Feng's, thereby bringing honor to their families. These individuals are evidently insufficient to replenish the ranks. Lin Feng spoke once more, addressing the gathered villagers, "Dear compatriots, while I, Lin Feng, cannot assure you that your children will return safely from the battlefield, I can guarantee that under my command, I shall not disappoint you. In times of war, I shall lead from the front, fighting valiantly without retreat. A true man, born of heaven and earth, must wield a sword to defend his country and achieve merit. Otherwise, how can he claim his place in the world?" Such impassioned rhetoric ignited the fervor of the young men present, and soon, a stream of eager individuals sought to join Lin Feng's ranks. Let there be no chaos. Those wishing to enlist, gather at the military camp and proclaim my name. The crowd erupted in cheers. As provisions ran low, Lin Feng instructed his wife and second aunt to procure more food. It was not until nightfall that the villagers gradually departed from Lin Feng's modest courtyard, each returning home. Seated by the bedside, Lin Feng felt a tumult in his stomach. Hikawe promptly brought over a bowl of hangover soup. "My husband, drink this to ease the effects of the wine." Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile in the dim light, his wife appearing ever more radiant. After consuming a few sips of the soup, he felt a noticeable relief in his stomach. "My dear, you have worked hard today." Hikawe shook her head with a smile. "It is no hardship. As long as you can gather enough brave soldiers, my efforts are trivial." Lin Feng, touched, embraced her tightly. With such a wife, what more could he desire? Suddenly, Hikawe seemed to recall something. "My husband, given the severe losses of the defending army in this upcoming battle, it seems our few villages cannot provide sufficient youth. After all, you are now a captain and require at least 1,000 men to match your rank. Even if all the young men from our villages enlisted, it would only amount to 200 or 300. Perhaps I should mobilize the villagers again tomorrow to see who else might wish to join." However, Lin Feng waved his hand. "We have said all that needs to be said today. If we cannot muster this minimal courage, then even if forced onto the battlefield, I would be a coward. General Yin Nantian will retain a portion of the northern garrison, and with additional recruits, it should suffice." Upon hearing this, Hikawe nodded. "As long as my husband's concerns are resolved, that is all that matters." Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Hikawe, his expression filled with hope. "I truly did not expect that a captain earns nearly 400 taels of silver a year and provides us with a home. From now on, you will no longer have to endure hardships alongside me." Faced with the prospect of 400 taels, Hikawe remained composed, smiling as she replied, "In truth, being with you, my husband, through any circumstances, I shall never feel hardship." Lin Feng gazed into Hikawe's bright, unique eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he tenderly caressed her cheek and bestowed a gentle kiss. Though Hikawe was not fond of the taste of alcohol, she would not refuse her husband's desires. Before long, Hikawe's complexion flushed, her pristine form taking on a delicate hue of pink. Softly, she murmured, "Husband, allow me to draw the curtains and serve you as you rest." Instantly, Lin Feng felt a surge of blood rush through him. It had been many days since he had last seen his beloved wife, and after the long wait, today had been further delayed by his second aunt and the short-sighted Qin Hu. With a swift motion, Lin Feng pulled down the curtains. His body gently pressed against the alluring curves of Hikawe, his fingers unable to resist the urge to delicately unfasten her garment. A sight of springtime beauty unfolded before him, radiant and enchanting. Surely, the renowned for beauties of both ancient and modern times would pale in comparison to his wife. In a short while, soft, beast-like growls echoed from within the confines of their modest bed. The following morning, Hikawe, weary yet refreshed, washed her face. Lin Feng tidied up some belongings around the house, securing them on horseback, and together they set off to their new residence. Upon arrival, they found a courtyard situated conveniently close to the military camp. While it lacked the opulence of a county magistrate's estate, it was constructed of solid wood and stone, vastly superior to their previous humble thatched cottage. The property boasted a sizable courtyard, stables, and even a training ground for martial arts practitioners. Observing all of this, Lin Feng wore a satisfied smile as he embraced He Kaiwei, exclaiming, "Now this truly resembles a home. My dear, you should rest in the new room. Last night, your husband was rather vigorous. I shall head to the military camp to check on the registration of the new recruits." Chapter 46. A disturbance. Lin Feng's new residence was strategically located to facilitate his swift arrival at the military camp, a mere few hundred meters away. Upon reaching the camp, he found several recruitment stations already established, with a teeming crowd before the camp designated for the 1,000-man commander bearing the Lin insignia, as eager volunteers flocked to enlist. Upon spotting Lin Feng, Xiao Shun rushed over with a few companions, greeting him enthusiastically. "Brother Lin Feng, we're here." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement, stepping forward to ask with a smile, "Have you completed the registration?" "We arrived early and have already registered as C-grade soldiers," Xiao Shun replied, his expression earnest. At that moment, Jiang Yi approached, clad in the attire of a centurion. Upon noticing Lin Feng, he promptly saluted. "Subordinate Jiang Yi pays respects to you, 1,000-man commander." Lin Feng playfully punched Jiang Yi's shoulder, teasing, "Well done, lad. You become a centurion." In truth, after the Battle of Yin Pass, only about 40 men from the original troop remained. 1,000-man commander had perished, and another lay gravely injured. Even Hu Lai, who had survived, was left with but one arm and could no longer serve in the military. Only one centurion remained to continue in the camp, while merely a handful of soldiers were left to carry on. Jiang Yi, having been Lin Feng's senior by virtue of experience, had followed Lin Feng into battle, showing remarkable bravery and achieving multiple feats of valor. Thus, his promotion to centurion was well-deserved. Jiang Yi chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "It all hinges on you. Feng Ge. Without your protection, I might not even have survived to become a centurion." These words were heartfelt, and Lin Feng chose not to elaborate further. He then gestured towards the group of Dogzi, stating, "These individuals are my fellow townsmen who have come to join me. They shall follow you from this point forward." Dogzi responded respectfully, "We have met your centurion." Xiao Shun and the others were equally considerate, promptly bowing to Jiang Yi, "Greetings, centurion." Jiang Yi smiled and nodded. "No need for such formality. We shall be brothers from now on. As long as we heed the orders of the centurion, we shall pledge our lives in service." At these words, the gazes of the others towards Lin Feng grew even more reverent. At that moment, a commotion erupted in a corner of the camp, suggesting that something was amiss. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as he inquired, "What is happening?" Jiang Yi sighed, helplessly replying, "It must be those town north soldiers causing trouble again. They are dissatisfied with General Yin Nantian leaving them at Yin Pass and have been stirring up unrest for days. They have clashed with our newly recruited brothers several times, injuring quite a few." Lin Feng sneered, "Let us go and see. They have gone too far." Subsequently, Lin Feng led Jiang Yi and the others towards the source of the disturbance. Upon arrival, they witnessed 7 or 8 former town north soldiers brutally assaulting a few individuals, exhibiting a ruthless disregard for camaraderie. "Stop this at once." Lin Feng's cold command brought the violence to a halt. The leader among them was a first-class soldier from the town north army, who scrutinized Lin Feng with a mocking glint in his eyes, clearly dismissive of Lin Feng's presence. "What is going on? Are you unaware that brawling is forbidden within the barracks?" The former town north soldiers remained silent. At that moment, one of the battered soldiers stepped forward. News of Lin Feng's promotion to centurion had spread throughout the camps, and coupled with his centurion's insignia, they quickly recognized him as their new superior. "Centurion, I am Wang Ming of the Fire Brigade. This morning, we prepared meals for the various camps. Yet these town north soldiers insisted that we serve pig food and even overturned our pots." Lin Feng scrutinized Wang Ming, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a moment's recollection, he realized that this Wang Ming was one of the death row inmates he had rescued from the prison at Yin Pass. However, this man possessed peak strength as a second-tier warrior and fought with remarkable valor. Such talent had naturally led Pan Feng to spare him from punishment and retain him in the military, though it seemed somewhat beneath his capabilities to serve merely as a cook. "Wang Ming, if I recall correctly, you were one of those I brought out from the death row at Yin Pass, correct?" Lin Feng's inquiry held no ulterior motive, merely seeking to confirm the identity of the individual before him. Wang Ming nodded, a hint of shame evident on his face. "Thanks to your benevolence. I have been granted a new lease on life and the opportunity to serve once more in the military. Initially, I aspired to diligently fulfill my duties as a junior officer, yet the soldiers of the northern town have been exceedingly oppressive. As he spoke, Wang Ming trembled slightly with indignation. Lin Feng sighed, approached Wang Ming, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, offering reassurance. Now that you have been reborn, live with dignity. In the fierce battle at Yin Pass, you have already cleansed your past with your valor. There is no reason for you to feel inferior. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes brimmed with tears, deeply moved. Subsequently, Lin Feng confronted the raucous soldiers from the northern town. What is the cause of this disturbance? Is it merely the unpalatable food? The leading soldier, a first-class private, snorted derisively and offered a dismissive gesture. Captain, it's one thing to endure poor food, but to have a condemned prisoner prepare our meals? You must understand that we were once subordinates of General Yin Nantian. This tarnishes both his reputation and ours. What do you propose? Lin Feng inquired coldly. The private sneered. It's simple. Captain, if you expel this prisoner from the barracks and procure a competent cook with quality ingredients for us, the soldiers will willingly follow you. At this, a peculiar smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he turned to Wang Ming. Wang Ming, you have heard their words. You need not remain in the junior officer corps any longer. Instantly, Wang Ming's complexion paled, and he implored, Captain, I am but a decent citizen who, due to the tyranny inflicted upon my sister, was driven to kill in a moment of desperation. I have finally been granted a chance to start anew. I beseech you, do not cast me away. Lin Feng shifted his tone, chuckling. When did I ever say I intended to dismiss you? I have stated that you have already absolved your transgressions. Your merits and sins are balanced. Your bravery in battle has led me to consider promoting you to first-class private, to serve as my personal guard and remain by my side. What say you? Overcome with gratitude, Wang Ming fell to his knees before Lin Feng. Thank you, my lord. For this lifetime, I shall follow you, ready to brave fire and water at your command. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and extended a hand to assist Wang Ming back to his feet. The unruly first-class private from the northern town gaped in disbelief. A condemned prisoner, having fought in but one battle, stood on equal footing with him as a fellow first-class private. My lord, I refuse to accept this. Lin Feng turned to him, a cold smile gracing his lips. Refuse? What grounds do you have for refusal? Now, kneel and lick the pot of congee clean. What did you say? The private stammered in disbelief. Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of stern seriousness. Enunciating each word, every grain of rice and every morsel of food in the military represents the sweat and blood of the common people. I shall not tolerate any waste. Clean that congee immediately. If you fail to do so, you shall face military justice. His words incited fury within the original first-class private from the northern town. Not far away, several first-class soldiers from the Yuan Jinbei army quickly gathered around, including 2 centurions. Observing this scene, Lin Feng remained utterly unperturbed. I refuse to bow down. What can you possibly do to me? With the arrival of reinforcements, the first-class soldier regained his bravado. He sneered disdainfully. Lin Feng, do you think I am unaware of your true capabilities? You were merely a third-class soldier, lucky enough to catch the eye of our general, which elevated you to a 1,000-man commander. What is there to be proud of? Before Lin Feng could respond, Jiang Yi interjected angrily, preposterous. How dare you speak to our commander in such a manner? However, the first-class soldier remained indifferent. Humph, what is so impressive? You merely survived the city defense battle. Out of 3,000, only 40 remain. I see you, the Yin Guan defenders, as nothing but a bunch of incompetents. While our Jinbei army rushed 1,000 miles to your aid, instead of gratitude, you audaciously attempt to trample over us. What a farce. This remark infuriated Lin Feng. His gaze suddenly icy, flames of wrath igniting within his eyes. The 2 centurions in the crowd crossed their arms, eager to witness Lin Feng's humiliation. You ought to receive punishment for your insolence, but to insult the fallen soldiers defending the city, this is unforgivable. Upon hearing this, the first-class soldier could no longer maintain his composure and stammered, What do you intend to do? Lin Feng, do not abuse your power. We, the brothers of the Jinbei army, fear you not. In truth, he had heard of Lin Feng's valor, and it was well known that Lin Feng had attained the realm of a 4th-tier warrior. As a 2nd-tier first-class soldier, he was acutely aware that provoking Lin Feng was a perilous endeavor. The remaining soldiers of the Yuan Jinbei army fixated their gazes on Lin Feng, perceiving themselves as neglected orphans. After a fierce battle, they had gained nothing, left stranded in the desolate Yinguan. Should Lin Feng dare to harm their comrades, they would not hesitate to revolt. Lin Feng turned, surveying the mass of Jinbei soldiers, and spoke calmly, brothers of the Jinbei army, after this great battle. None of you have been promoted, while I, a mere third-class soldier, have become your commander. I understand the resentment that brews within you. However, I assure you that both I and the other promoted defenders of Yanguan have earned our military honors through tenacious valor, fighting against overwhelming odds. I, Lin Feng, pledge to treat all my brothers equally. Should any of you achieve greater feats than I will willingly relinquish my position as commander. Upon hearing these words, the previously boisterous crowd fell into a swift silence. The soldiers, who harbored lingering resentment, found much of their ire dissipating in that moment. Their presence at Yin Pass was the decree of General Yin Nantian, the commander of the northern town. Yin Pass is a strategic frontier city, and in the future, there would be ample opportunities for them to distinguish themselves. I dare say that their future accomplishments will undoubtedly rival those of any who serve under General Yan. As these words resonated, the crowd felt a sense of acquiescence. As long as they could earn military merit, the specifics of where they fought or whom they followed were of little consequence. However, today's events, which involved the insult of fallen soldiers from Yin Pass, could not be overlooked. Consider this a reminder. From this day forth, you are no longer the Northern Army. You are the soldiers of Yin Pass, bound to share life and death with it henceforth. Upon hearing this, the two centurions immediately knelt before Lin Feng alongside the former Northern Army soldiers. The command of the centurion must be obeyed. What a jest! Lin Feng was known to have boldly executed a centurion under the Northern General's command during his time as a frontline soldier. Who would dare to defy him now, but seek their own demise? At this moment, the former Northern Army centurions, Chao Jiyuan and Hu Changzai, stepped forward. Centurion, this brother has acted thoughtlessly. Please forgive him, as it is his first offense. Lin Feng, however, waved his hand in refusal. Today's actions were meant to serve as a deterrent. Otherwise, how could he instill fear in this pack of fierce wolves? If he hesitated to execute even one man, how could he lead troops in the future? If I let him go today, how could I face those brothers who perished in battle? Even General Yin Nantian intends to erect a hero's tomb for the fallen. Yet this private dares to call them worthless? To spare him would be to undermine the morale of the troops. Seeing this, Chao Jinyuan and Hu Changzai fell silent. The private, now thoroughly frightened, hastily knelt before Lin Feng, weeping, Centurion, I was wrong. I truly realize my mistake. I will not dare again. Please grant me mercy this once. In an instant, he was bowing profusely. Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at him. Had the lad held his ground, perhaps Lin Feng might have viewed him with a modicum of respect. Yet, his cowardice only deepened Lin Feng's contempt. Stand up. Do you not look down upon the defending troops of Yin Pass? Do you not scorn this battle-hardened warrior, Wang Ming? Then I shall give you an opportunity. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the private grasped at the chance like a lifeline. Lin Feng turned to Wang Ming and coldly commanded, Wang Ming, engage in a contest with this brother. If you lose, you shall remain as your fire brigade. Wang Ming had long harbored deep resentment toward the former Northern Army private. He unsheathed a large blade, glaring fiercely at his opponent, ready to strike at any moment. Lin Feng swiftly drew a dagger from the waist of a soldier nearby and tossed it before the first-class soldier. Come forth. Let me witness the prowess of the first-class soldiers of the Northern Town Army. At this moment, the soldier, devoid of any fighting spirit, was already intimidated by Lin Feng's formidable presence. Trembling, he grasped the large blade, his gaze fixed on Wang Ming, swallowing nervously. Just then, Lin Feng approached Wang Ming and whispered, Do not hold back. Eliminate this wretch. From the very outset, Lin Feng had no intention of allowing the soldier to survive. His objective was to execute him in the most shocking manner, thereby utterly subduing the Northern Town Army. Indeed, there could be no more profound way to instill fear than for him to perish at the hands of a former death row inmate. Chapter 48. Are you convinced? Convinced. Wang Ming nodded silently, gripping the large blade tightly, awaiting Lin Feng's command. In that moment, everyone on the field retreated several paces, granting the two an absolute space to engage. Zhao Kai, fear not. That fellow is merely a death row inmate. Slaying him is as easy as dispatching a chicken. At this point, Lin Feng learned that the soldier's name was Zhao Kai. He is nothing but a condemned criminal. While you are a first-class soldier of our Northern Town Army, a second-tier warrior, there is nothing to fear. Summon the might of our Northern Town Army. Do not bring shame upon us. Stimulated by these words, Zhao Kai regained some confidence, his gaze resolutely firm once more. Indeed, a second-tier warrior could not possibly stand against a fourth-tier warrior like Lin Feng. Yet, what was there to fear when facing a death row inmate released to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield? Beside them, Jiang Yi addressed Wang Ming, saying, "Wang Ming, the honor and disgrace of our fallen brothers rest upon your shoulders. Do not disappoint the captain." Wang Ming nodded again, gritting his teeth. "Rest assured, Captain. Even if it costs me my life, I shall vindicate our fallen brothers." As Lin Feng shouted the command, the two swiftly clashed, their blades flashing in a fierce contest. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of clashing steel and fiery tempers. Both engaged with the intent to kill, delivering merciless strikes aimed at one another. Having traversed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood in battles against the northern barbarians, Wang Ming had undergone a profound transformation. Particularly recalling Lin Feng's valor on the battlefield bolstered his confidence immensely. In contrast, Zhao Kai's situation was quite different. This group had long thrived under the protection of General Yin Nantian, often fighting in favorable conditions. Now, confronted with Wang Ming's reckless style, they soon found themselves demoralized, their hearts filled with trepidation. As the two clashed blades once more, with a resounding clang, Wang Ming exerted all his strength to sever Zhao Kai's long blade. At that moment, Zhao Kai possessed not an ounce of courage left to continue. He turned and fled towards the two centurions of the northern town army. "Help! Help!" Zhao Kai cried out, desperately pleading for mercy. The two centurions looked at him with disdain. At that moment, Wang Ming turned his gaze towards Centurion Lin Feng. With a mere glance from Lin Feng, Wang Ming pivoted sharply and, with a chilling demeanor, hurled his sword with precision. The blade pierced through Zhao Kai's chest, blood gushing forth like a spring. His vision darkened as he collapsed before the two centurions, lifeless. Silence enveloped the arena as the so-called elite soldiers of the Northern Army, second-tier martial artists, had been bested by a mere soldier plucked from death row. What more could be said? What more could be lamented? At this juncture, Centurion Chao Ji Yuan stepped forward, clasping his hands in salute, and declared, "Zhao Kai has shown utter disrespect towards his superiors, harmed the bonds of brotherhood, and caused chaos within the ranks. His crimes warrant the utmost punishment." Centurion Hua Changzai echoed in agreement. "This man deserves to die 1,000 deaths. To spare him would fail to quell the fury of the troops. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to you, Centurion." Lin Feng, satisfied with their responses, nodded approvingly. He quickly extended his hand to assist the two centurions, smiling warmly as he said, "Your words resonate profoundly. We must not allow such vile individuals to tarnish our camaraderie." Upon hearing this, the two centurions nodded fervently, their expressions reflecting their respect. Then, Lin Feng called over Jiang Yi, introducing him. "Allow me to present to you Jiang Yi, another centurion within our ranks. In the future, should you have any military matters to discuss, you may relay them directly to him, and he shall convey them to me." Lin Feng's intention was to elevate Jiang Yi's status above the other centurions, indicating that he was a trusted confidant. Chao Ji Yuan and Hua Changzai, seasoned veterans, understood the implications and promptly smiled at Jiang Yi. "Centurion Jiang, we look forward to your guidance and support." Jiang Yi replied, "You flatter me, my brothers. As long as we unite our efforts to assist the centurion, all shall be well." Subsequently, Lin Feng addressed everyone again with authority. "As you are now guardians of Yin Pass, you must embody the spirit of the military. Within a day, all of you are to acquire the uniforms of the Guardian forces from the supply depot and discard your Northern Army attire. Those who defy this order shall face execution. To command this formidable force, it was imperative to start with their appearance. Could one truly expect them to don the Northern Army's garb while their hearts were set on the battles of Yin Pass? Moreover, following this incident, no one would dare to dismiss Lin Feng's words as jest. This centurion truly had no qualms about taking lives. Meanwhile, within the central tent, Pan Feng, upon hearing of Lin Feng's decisive actions against the former Northern Army, couldn't contain his amusement. "Su Chong, what do you think drives Lin Feng to be so cunning? I wish for the Northern Town Army to don the attire of our Yin Pass garrison. Despite my numerous efforts to persuade them, they remained unconvinced. Yet, that young man Lin Feng managed to win them over in no time at all." Su Chong poured a glass of wine for Pan Feng, chuckling as he remarked, "Is it any wonder that the general of the northern town holds him in such high esteem? This lad possesses a unique prowess in both warfare and military governance. Currently, our forces consist entirely of the Northern Town Army, but our numbers are still inadequate. If necessary, I believe we should have County Magistrate Lu Hong conscript more able-bodied men. Otherwise, should the Northern barbarians launch another assault, our current troop strength would be utterly insufficient." At that moment, a voice from outside the tent called out, "General." "That is out of the question." Lin Feng strode in confidently, followed closely by Jiang Yi and Wang Ming. Lin Feng respectfully saluted the two men. Lin Feng pays his respects to the general. After enduring a fierce battle together, the two had long regarded Lin Feng as a brother, eliminating any sense of hierarchy. Su Chong promptly invited Lin Feng to take a seat. Pan Feng, with a jovial demeanor, added, "Lin Feng, there are no outsiders here. We brothers need not stand on ceremony. Even amidst hierarchy, we must not disregard the proprieties, must we?" Lin Feng replied, though he casually accepted a cup of tea. Pan Feng laughed heartily. "You, who dares to strike down the captain of the Northern General's 100, speak to me of hierarchy? Spare me the pretense." This elicited a hearty laugh from Lin Feng. Then, Pan Feng, with a serious expression, inquired, "Earlier, you suggested conscripting County Magistrate Lu Hong to replenish our ranks. What objections do you have?" Lin Feng set down his cup and explained slowly, "Yin Pass has just endured a great battle, leaving it in ruins. Particularly, the farmlands outside the city have been nearly obliterated. If we conscript every able-bodied man who will tend to the fields, we cannot expect our soldiers to farm for themselves." After a moment of contemplation, Pan Feng asked, "So what do you propose? We can't rely solely on this 1,000-man garrison, can we? Simply put, enhance the soldiers' benefits and generously recruit the able young men surrounding Yin Pass. I believe that in a matter of months, we could amass the necessary troops." Lin Feng articulated his thoughts. Pan Feng, upon hearing this, found some merit in the idea, but soon his brow furrowed again. And the funds for this endeavor? Chapter 49. Hitting three birds with one stone. It must be understood that the most burdensome issue for Pan Feng in the military is finances. Each year, the court allocates a fixed amount of military pay to the garrison. Moreover, after passing through layers of scrutiny, from the Ministry of War, the Ministry of Revenue, the commanding officer, the provincial government, to the county magistrate, the actual funds that reach the garrison are quite scant. If we were to rely on increasing military pay to attract soldiers, while it may draw them in, the army cannot sustain it. The crux of the matter is that due to this recent conflict, the military has expended a fortune on weapons and provisions, leaving little silver in reserve. Su Chong lamented, "Lin Feng, you may not fully grasp the situation. Our military pay is distributed from the court to the province and county, and then finally to the army. In an inexplicable turn of events, we have raised the military salaries, perhaps due to the constraints imposed by County Magistrate Lu Hong. This is a tactic of the Great Zhou dynasty, intended to prevent local garrisons from becoming overly powerful and difficult to control." Unexpectedly, Lin Feng let out a cold laugh. "It is well known that a 3-year term as a governor comes with a reward of 100,000 taels of silver. That old scoundrel Lu Hong has at least a dozen wives and concubines. His son, Lu Long, is even more extravagant, reportedly spending several thousand taels monthly on courtesans alone. Does he lack silver? Hardly believable." Su Chong sighed bitterly. "Well, we can't just rob them outright." Although he voiced this sentiment, Lin Feng felt a deep discomfort at the thought of not being able to extract a piece of flesh from Lu Hong, the proverbial fat pig. Why should the soldiers risk their lives on the front lines, facing the constant threat of death, while the officials in the county office indulge in gluttony and inaction? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng cast a mischievous smile at General Pan Feng. "General Pan, do you not wish to shake down that group of fat pigs?" Pan Feng, resting his head on one hand, appeared despondent. "It is not that I do not wish to, but previously, when the northern barbarians attacked the city, we had a justification to demand contributions from the officials and wealthy merchants. Now that the great battle has concluded, they are utterly unscathed. What grounds do we have to request funds from them?" Sighing, Lin Feng acknowledged the validity of General Pan's reasoning. One cannot possibly notify the northern barbarians to return and attack the city. After pondering for a moment, Pan Feng concluded, "If there is truly no alternative, let us proceed as we are. We shall gradually recruit soldiers. One day we will have a full battalion. Do not entertain any thoughts of County Magistrate Lu Hong's schemes. It would only lead to greater losses." Although Lin Feng verbally acquiesced, he did not relinquish the notion of extorting funds from the officials. Days passed, and during training sessions, he appeared listless. One day, after returning home from drills, Lin Feng found his wife, He Kaiwei, had prepared a meal. Lost in thought, he absent-mindedly poked a broad bean up his nostril. Upon witnessing this, He Kaiwei rushed to stop him, her face filled with concern. "My dear husband, what is troubling you? You have seemed so listless and preoccupied these past few days. Is there something amiss in the army, or are the northern barbarians preparing to attack again? Let them come." Lin Feng blurted out, startling He Kaiwei. Observing her astonished expression, he then recounted the difficulties he faced. After a moment of contemplation, He Kaiwei suddenly remarked, "Is this truly what has you stumped, my husband?" Lin Feng looked up to see a mysterious smile gracing her face. His wife had always been remarkably astute. Seeing her so pleased, he sensed she had devised a plan. "My dear, do you have an idea? Please, do share." Hikaiwe rose, walked to the door, and gently closed it to prevent eavesdropping from the neighboring walls. She returned to her seat, her expression serious as she said, "Without any enemy forces, would you not conjure up a wave of adversaries?" Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt an immediate sense of overwhelming confusion. If the Northern Barbarian army were to besiege the city, it would be detectable by numerous factions. This was not a situation that could be easily altered. Even if he and his comrades pretended to be the Northern Barbarians attacking the city, it would be sheer folly. "My dear, I have contemplated this method. Pretending to be barbarian soldiers attacking the city is simply impractical. The court is not composed of fools." However, Hikaiwe shook her head and continued, "Who says we must pretend to be barbarian soldiers? The Yin Pass has never been peaceful, even in the absence of barbarian troops. There are numerous bandits. I encountered them in the village while you were resisting the barbarian forces." Her words awakened Lin Feng from his stupor. Ignoring his meal, he quickly grasped Hikaiwe's arm and urged, "My dear, please continue. You could disguise yourselves as a group of bandits and infiltrate the city. Ordinary citizens need not be concerned. Focus solely on the magistrate Lu Hong and the wealthy merchants within the city, creating as much commotion as possible. In this way, once you acquire the silver, they will be anxious, and you can demand more funds from them under the pretense of eradicating bandits, correct? Eventually, you would indeed purge the bandits and thieves surrounding Yin Pass, thereby performing a service for the people." With a resounding clap on his thigh, Lin Feng exclaimed, "Good heavens! How did I not think of this sooner?" He pulled Hikaiwe into his embrace and planted a fervent kiss on her. "My dear, how are you so astute? You are truly a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, a contemporary living dragon. This way, we will acquire funds, eliminate corrupt officials, and gain a good reputation, all in one stroke." Hikaiwe humbly replied, "It is merely due to my husband's wise guidance. I have only gleaned the surface from you." Lin Feng, holding Hikaiwe affectionately, was just about to set her down to seek out Jiang Yi for further strategizing when Hikaiwe halted him. "Not so fast. Let us finish our meal first. I shan't eat any more. I am off to the military camp to discuss matters with Jiang Yi. My dear, wait until I have accomplished this task. And I shall take you to the grandest restaurant in the city, Fengmenla, to savor shark fin." Before he could finish, Lin Feng swiftly mounted his horse, not daring to waste a moment as he galloped towards the military camp. Inside Lin Feng's tent, he, Jiang Yi, and Wang Meng were secretly deliberating their plan. "Brother Feng, I have over 100 men under my command, primarily composed of our former soldiers and local youths. Disguising ourselves as a band of robbers will suffice." Jiang Yi stated earnestly, "Brother Feng, I have previously conducted small businesses in the city. I am well aware of the dealings of that corrupt magistrate and the major merchants. I know all about the brothels, pawnshops, and gambling houses, and even the location of their treasury," Wang Meng added, his face alight with excitement. Having contemplated such schemes countless times before, he lamented the lack of courage and influence he had previously possessed. Now that the centurion had decided to take action, he was determined to contribute his efforts. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let us proceed with this plan." Jiang Yi insisted on selecting trustworthy individuals, and we must execute our plan convincingly, ensuring that Lu Hong, that old scoundrel, believes it was the work of bandits. Jiang Yi nodded. "Rest assured, Feng Ge. What are you so relaxed about, Jiang Baifu?" At that moment, the Assistant General Su Chong lifted the curtain of the military tent and strode in. Chapter 50. Courtesy before conflict. Seeing the lights still burning in the tent at such a late hour, I came to take a look. "Lin Feng, do you have any plans?" Su Chong said with a smile. As a seasoned assistant general, a little Zhuge Liang of the barracks, he could immediately discern that Lin Feng and his companions were once again discussing significant matters. Lin Feng let out a bitter laugh. There was little left to conceal. So he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing this, Su Chong was taken aback, gazing at Lin Feng with incredulity. "Lin Feng, you are exceedingly bold. Disguising as bandits? If this leaks out, not only you but even General Pan will be caught in the fallout." Lin Feng chuckled. "Brother Su, if you don't talk and I don't talk, who would know? In truth, regardless of whether the plan succeeded or failed, Su Chong would inevitably be responsible for liaising with the county office. Thus, he understood the necessity of this undertaking. Sighing, Su Chong remarked that Lin Feng's audacity was remarkable. Among the entire Yin Pass garrison, it seemed only this young man could undertake such a venture. After a moment's reflection, Su Chong spoke again. "I believe we should proceed with courtesy before conflict. If County Magistrate Lu could proactively reach out to wealthy merchants to assist us in rebuilding our defenses, it would be unnecessary to escalate tensions. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng displayed visible impatience. What kind of person was Lu Hong? The entire populace of Foshui County knew well. Even the remnants of their discarded goods could be exchanged for silver. Would he be benevolent enough to aid the military in reconstructing its defenses? It was a fanciful thought. Before Lin Feng could voice his objections, Su Chong continued, "Here's the plan, Lin Feng. Tomorrow morning, you and I will visit the county office to pay our respects to Lu Hong, gauging his stance and that of the prominent families and wealthy merchants in the city. If they prove to be utterly unyielding, we shall devise our course of action accordingly." With this declaration, Lin Feng felt a sense of relief. After all, in his estimation, Lu Hong would only part with his silver if the sun were to rise in the west. "It's getting late. Let us all retire for the night." With that, Su Chong turned and exited the tent. Lin Feng promptly rose to see him off. As they left the tent, Su Chong seemed to recall something, turning back to ask, "Lin Feng, why did you kill the former 100-man leader, Wang Eru? Though this matter is now in the past, he did die by your hand. And you owe General Pan an explanation." Lin Feng nodded, realizing he could not evade this issue. However, he was no longer the same person when Wang Eru was alive. He had not feared him. Now that he was dead, there was nothing left to fear. Wang Eru once intended to send someone to abduct my wife. And later on the battlefield, he sought to take the opportunity to eliminate me. With no other recourse, I retaliated and killed him. Su Chong, suddenly enlightened, raised his head in astonishment after a brief contemplation. "So, you truly were the one who killed Song Chun and his companions?" Lin Feng nodded helplessly. Su Chong sighed deeply, then looked at Lin Feng with a bitter smile. "Lin Feng, your audacity surpasses even the heavens. A mere foot soldier dares to slay a captain's trusted guards. How fortunate that I, Su Chong, have not offended you." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng offered an awkward smile. "Brother Su, we are comrades, and your esteemed character is beyond compare. How could you compare yourself to such lowly scoundrels?" Su Chong playfully punched Lin Feng, chuckling. "Your tongue is quite the marvel. You can turn black into white. Well then, let's consider this matter behind us. You should return and rest. Do not let tomorrow's affairs be delayed." Lin Feng nodded and then returned to his tent. Under the radiant moonlight, Su Chong couldn't help but feel a sense of profound reflection. This lad not only fights valiantly but possesses a clever mind as well. I suspect his future achievements may rival those of General Pan. The following morning, Lin Feng donned the attire of a captain and awaited Su Chong at the entrance of the military camp. After joining forces, the two set off for the county office with just a handful of attendants. Upon their arrival, they dismounted, and several clerks hurried forward. They went to report, stating that the deputy commander Su Chong and Captain Lin Feng had come to pay their respects to the county magistrate. One clerk, not daring to delay, swiftly entered the county office. Moments later, County Magistrate Lu Hong, his son Lu Long, and County Lieutenant Zhang Tianling emerged in haste. Lu Hong maintained his composure befitting a county head, appearing rather unfazed even upon seeing Lin Feng. However, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianling and Lu Long glared at Lin Feng with palpable fury, inwardly cursing the scoundrel for showing up again. Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Su Chong quickly smiled and introduced, "County Magistrate Lu, County Lieutenant Zhang, young Master Lu. Allow me to present to you the newly appointed Captain Lin Feng of the Yin Pass Garrison." Lin Feng, displaying great decorum, stepped forward to salute. Captain Lin Feng pays his respects to the county magistrate and county lieutenant. Seemingly unimpressed by the courtesy, Lu Long snorted, "In this day and age, anyone can rise to prominence. Even a stroke of luck can elevate one to the rank of captain. TSK. Lin Feng remained unfazed, reflecting that Lu Long did not possess such luck. After all, I recall when the northern barbarians threatened the borders. Young Master Lu was nowhere to be seen in the battlefield, hiding within the county office. Lin Feng, you. Lu Long's fury ignited instantly. Just as he was ready to unleash his wrath, he was halted by County Magistrate Lu Hong. Regardless of Lin Feng's past, he now held the esteemed position of captain. Wielding significant military authority, further conflict would be unwise. "Lu Long, how dare you? How are you speaking to Captain Lin?" Quickly apologized to him. Lin Feng quickly smiled and waved his hand, saying, No worries. This is not our first meeting with young Master Lu Long. It is merely a jest among old friends." At this moment, Zhang Tianling, standing beside him, also chuckled, remarking, "Indeed, Captain Lin exudes an extraordinary demeanor. My master was just sharing a light-hearted joke with Captain Lin. Please, step inside." Following this, Zhang Tianlang commanded, "Prepare a splendid feast at once for the esteemed arrival of General Su and Captain Lin, and invite the prominent gentlemen of the city to congratulate Captain Lin on his recent promotion." Subsequently, the group feigned cordiality, engaging in light banter as they made their way into the back hall of the county office. What Lin Feng did not anticipate was that after the county office disseminated the news, within less than half an hour, various distinguished gentlemen of the city began to arrive at the county office in droves, each bearing gifts to curry favor with the newly promoted captain. Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed by these sweetened overtures, observing with a serene expression as the gentry made their grand entrance. A gentleman clad in luxurious attire humbly poured wine for everyone present. The county magistrate, Lu Hong, stood up to raise his glass, prompting all others to rise as well. "Come, let us all drink this toast to celebrate our victory at Yin Pass and to express our gratitude to the valiant soldiers who fought bravely to defend the city." Just as the crowd was about to down their cups, Lin Feng, rather inopportunely, interjected, "Let us hold off on the wine for now. The defenses at Yin Pass are currently lacking, and we urgently require your generous contributions. What say you?" Chapter 51, Crying Poverty? Then I shall not be courteous. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the guests instantly turned frosty. They exchanged glances, for although the gifts they had presented to Lin Feng were valuable, they were but a mere trifle compared to their overall fortunes. However, if they were to contribute to the rebuilding of the defenses, it would indeed be a significant loss for them. In this awkward moment, County Magistrate Lu Hong suddenly smiled, saying, "The matter of rebuilding the defenses requires careful consideration. The great battle has ended, and today we are here solely to celebrate Captain Lin's elevation. We can discuss other matters at a later date." With these words, the tension in the room began to dissipate. Indeed, this old fox was reluctant to part with his silver for the reconstruction of the defenses. Once everyone was seated, Lin Feng was about to speak when Su Chong pressed his hand down, signaling him to remain patient. Understanding the intentions behind their visit, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang lamented, "General Su, Captain Lin, you may not be aware, but in the wake of this recent war, Fengshui County is in dire straits, and the county office along with the gentry are also in a precarious position. Moreover, due to the conflict, many bandits have wreaked havoc, causing the gentry to hesitate in conducting their business. He sighed, it is challenging for the guards, and the county office finds itself in an even more difficult predicament." Difficult? Just look at the fine garments you wear and the food you consume. A single meal could cover the salary of a third-rate soldier for several years. How dare you claim hardship? If we were to drag each of you out and execute you, there would be no injustice in it. Seated nearby, Lu Long chuckled and remarked, "Captain Zhang, you must understand that the esteemed captain of 1,000 may not grasp the intricacies of your words. After all, he was once merely a lowly private. How could he fathom the challenges of trade within this city and the cumbersome maintenance of the county office?" Sensing that his son Lu Long was on the verge of igniting anger, County Magistrate Lu Hong quickly interjected with a smile, "Captain, rest assured that the court will soon allocate this month's military salaries for the garrison. Once the funds arrive, I shall expedite the distribution to the registered soldiers. However, revitalizing our military strength and resources cannot be rushed." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nearly burst into laughter. Distributing funds to registered soldiers? How could one possibly expand military strength and resources under such constraints? Did they truly believe that Lin Feng, as captain of 1,000, was oblivious to the underlying issues? The military salaries and compensations reaching the county office would invariably be significantly curtailed, leaving only a meager amount to sustain the soldiers. Moreover, the county office often appropriated military funds under various pretexts. At this rate, it would be a monumental challenge just to maintain the current troop levels, let alone expand them. At that moment, Su Chong spoke up, "In that case, we shall not press the matter further." Observing that even the Deputy General Su Chong had yielded, the assembly collectively sighed in relief. If the Deputy General had acquiesced, what could Lin Feng, a mere captain of 1,000, hope to achieve in threatening the assembly? It should be noted that those who became wealthy merchants in Yinguan invariably possessed connections in the capital. Should he dare to act rashly, a single missive to the Ministry of War could see him return to the ranks as a common soldier. Lin Feng was taken aback. What was Su Chong doing? Had he forgotten the purpose of their visit? However, Su Chong's subsequent words illuminated the situation for Lin Feng. He had just mentioned the bandits, which were indeed a persistent concern for the garrison of Yinguan. Regrettably, the current forces were too sparse to effectively combat the thieves. County Magistrate, might it be possible to solicit some funds? As soon as this suggestion was made, Lu Long promptly interjected, "Deputy General, you needn't worry about the bandits. The soldiers of the Feng Shui County office are not idle. We can handle a few minor bandit groups ourselves. When the days in Yanguan improve, the county office and the prominent families will certainly contribute." Outrageous. Both Su Chong and Lin Feng understood that this was merely an excuse from the assembly. While it was true that numerous bandits roamed the outskirts of Yanguan, they primarily targeted the impoverished. The influential families protected by the county office would never dare to be disturbed. Even the bolder bandits could be easily eradicated by a mere 100 or 200 soldiers from the county office. In response, Su Chong maintained a calm demeanor, raising his cup and saying, "Well then, I shall refrain from further comment. May Yanguan soon flourish and restore the strength of our garrison." Following this toast, the gathering indulged in merriment and camaraderie. After the banquet concluded, Su Chong and Lin Feng bid farewell to County Magistrate Lu Hong and the Assembly of Gentlemen. After walking a considerable distance, Lin Feng promptly distributed the gifts bestowed upon him by the crowd to the destitute beggars languishing in the city. "What's wrong? Feeling uneasy?" Su Chong inquired in a deep voice. Lin Feng, however, merely flashed a devilish smile, stating, "Uneasy? Not at all. Initially, I held some reservations regarding these nobles, but now, regardless of my actions, I do not feel the slightest twinge of remorse." Upon hearing this, Su Chong tacitly approved of Lin Feng's forthcoming actions. "Let us see whether our county magistrate possesses the ability to deal with the bandits." Within the county office, after bidding farewell to Lin Feng and his companions, County Magistrate Lu Hong stood in the rear hall, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. What audacity to come to the county office and demand tribute. Lu Long chimed in gleefully, "Father, I observed that Lin Feng was just like a castrated donkey, visibly distressed. When the military funds from the court arrive, there is no need to allocate much to them. Let these soldiers learn that in Yin Pass, we reign supreme." Lu Hong nodded in agreement and turned to several gentry present, saying, "As you all heard, there has been an influx of bandits lately in the county. We must personally eradicate them. Should not your esteemed families also contribute?" At this, several gentry members immediately responded with smiles. "Rest assured, Magistrate. As long as commerce in Feng Shui County remains unimpeded, your share of our gratitude is guaranteed. Indeed, everything relies on you, Magistrate." They laughed heartily. Lu Hong chuckled, his gaze cold and fierce as he looked into the distance. "Compete with me? You are still too inexperienced." Upon returning to the military camp, Lin Feng did not hastily proceed with his plans. Having just encountered the county magistrate and the local gentry, an immediate uprising of bandits would undoubtedly raise suspicions. It was prudent to await a suitable opportunity. One day, while Lin Feng was training the soldiers, a subordinate rushed before him. "Captain, news has arrived that a group of bandits has ambushed the horse convoy of the local noble, Zhang, outside the city." Upon learning this, County Magistrate Lu Hong was infuriated and ordered County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang to take action. It is said that the bandits were decimated, leaving only their leader, the Hawk, to escape with a handful of followers. Upon hearing this news, Lin Feng's eyes sharpened with newfound intensity. Perhaps the opportunity he had awaited for nearly a month was finally at hand. "Go, summon Deputy General Su and Captain Jiang Yi, along with Wang Ming, to my tent. Bring a few reliable brothers with you and procure 100 sets of nocturnal attire. Ensure you find a trustworthy tailor, if even a whisper of this plan escapes. You will pay the price." With that, Lin Feng tossed a hefty silver ingot weighing 10 taels to his subordinate. "Do not worry, my lord. I shall see to it that this matter is handled appropriately." Chapter 52. Seizing the opportunity within the tent, Su Chong, Jiang Yi, and Wang Ming had all gathered. Su Chong asked in a serious tone, "Lin Feng, what are your intentions? Are we to masquerade as the Hawk men and raid the county office and the gentry?" Lin Feng shook his head, stating that the most critical task at hand was to apprehend the bandit known as the Thief Hawk before the county officials could. By doing so, they could disguise themselves as the Thief Hawk, effectively ensuring that someone else would take the blame. Su Chong nodded in agreement and continued to inquire about what would happen once the bandit was captured. "Surely, you do not intend to recruit such marauders into the military, do you? Brother Su, do you believe I am so desperate for soldiers that I would accept anyone?" Lin Feng offered a wry smile, explaining that the Thief Hawks gang was notorious for their brutality. During the Battle of Yin Pass, they had slaughtered several villages and would have raided the city for plunder and murder if they had not feared becoming embroiled in the conflict between the defending troops and the northern barbarians. They are merely a band of ruthless brigands. They can be executed and buried without hesitation. Su Chong pondered this, genuinely admiring Lin Feng's decisive and efficient manner of handling affairs. At that moment, Wang Ming stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Captain, allow me to investigate the whereabouts of the thief Hawk. I am well acquainted with the bandit dens surrounding Yin Pass and will surely discover their hiding place. Lin Feng patted Wang Ming's shoulder, affirming, Excellent, I entrust this matter to you. Remember, speed is of the essence. Wang Ming nodded vigorously and, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly gathered several men and rushed towards the city outskirts. As Lin Feng paced back and forth in the tent from day into night, he was alerted by the sound of urgent hoofbeats. He swiftly exited the tent to find Wang Ming riding a fine steed, who dismounted and approached Lin Feng with urgency. Captain, I've found them. The thief Hawk and his remaining crew, about 17 or 18 in total, are currently hiding in a dilapidated temple on East Mountain. However, the county officials are also patrolling that area, and it won't be long before they discover their hideout. Lin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Su Chong, standing nearby, voiced his concern. Lin Feng, perhaps we should let this one go and wait for another opportunity. Yet Lin Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head resolutely. No. If we miss this chance, we may not get another for a long time. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, declaring, We won't go to eliminate the thief Hawk directly this time, given the travel time to and from East Mountain. Lin Feng calculated that it would be impossible to kill the entire gang and dispose of their bodies before the county officials discovered them. Su Chong appeared momentarily taken aback, as it was clear that retreating was not Lin Feng's style. This time, we shall serve as reinforcements for the thief Hawk. This way, even the county troops will have no choice but to believe that a formidable band of robbers lurks near Yin Pass. In an instant, Su Chong's eyes lit up with understanding. Indeed, Lin Feng's quick thinking was impressive. Jiang Yi was ordered to assemble the prearranged men, swiftly don their night attire, and head towards the dilapidated temple on East Mountain. Inside the temple on East Mountain, the thief Hawk lay upon a slab of granite, parched and craving water. I need honey water. At this moment, one of the subordinates rushed over, his face etched with despair, exclaiming, Brother, our band of 60 to 70 men has been decimated by the officials, leaving us with barely a dozen. There is no honeyed nectar, only the taste of blood. The notorious bandit, Zhai Yaozi, forcefully shoved the subordinate to the ground. Damn it, you can't even handle such a trivial matter. When I rise again, I will ensure that wretched county magistrate knows my might. Beside him, the second in command, Sha Li Hu, voiced his discontent. I warned you. We must not touch the Zhang family's horsemen. They are under the protection of the county magistrate. It's one thing to rob the common folk, but provoking them is akin to courting death. Upon hearing this, Zhai Yaozi bristled with indignation. Damn it, do you think I am unaware of these matters? Being the elder brother? Yet, after robbing the commoners for so long, what have we gained? We barely have enough food. Such a large piece of succulent meat passes before us, and I am to simply let it go? Sha Li Hu retorted sharply, What good is your dissatisfaction? So many brothers have perished, and we haven't seized a single coin. Are you satisfied now? Damn it, how dare you speak to me like that? You dare to defy me. In an instant, the tension between the leader of the bandits and his second-in-command escalated. Just then, a lookout rushed in, breathless and alarmed, shouting, It's bad. It's bad. The county soldiers are coming, and they'll be here at the temple any moment. Upon hearing this, Zhai Yaozi collapsed onto the ground, momentarily rendered speechless. Fortunately, Sha Li Hu maintained his composure and turned to Zhai Yaozi, saying, Brother, it is too late to say anything now. We have already engaged with the Zhang family's horsemen, and that wretched county magistrate will not let us off easily. Instead of sitting here like ducks, let us set a trap and catch them off guard. Perhaps we can still carve out a path for ourselves. Encouraged by Sha Li Hu's words, Zhai Yaozi regained his spirit. All right, my second brother, I was wrong just now. If we can escape today, we will feast on meat and wield our blades boldly. The two swiftly gathered their remaining men and set various traps around the temple entrance. The group, invigorated, prepared to ambush the approaching county officials. Before long, the county soldiers stealthily approached. County Lieutenant Zhang, one of our brothers, spotted suspicious activity on the mountain. It is likely that Zhai Yaozi's men are hiding here. Capturing these bandits will be a great achievement for you, one of the officers flattered. Amidst the crowd, the county magistrate's son, Lu Long, made his way forward. Lu Hong had always hoped for his son to embark on a political career. However, the lad lacked both scholarly and martial prowess, proving not to be cut from that cloth. Seizing this opportunity, with Zhai Yaozi reduced to a mere dozen men, Lu Long sought to reap the rewards. This would also serve to elevate his standing and facilitate his ascent in the political realm. What do you think, County Lieutenant? Shall we advance? It shouldn't pose any danger, right? Rest assured, young master. The band of brigands, known as the Thieving Hawks, had already become startled as a flock of startled birds, reduced to a mere dozen members. While we boasted a formidable contingent of over 100 brothers, eliminating them would be akin to crushing an ant beneath our heel. Upon hearing that there was no danger, Lu Long could not suppress a chuckle. My father has promised that should we capture the Thieving Hawks this time, I shall earn military merit and be recommended to serve under the governor. Once I ascend to greatness, I will undoubtedly remember Brother Zhang's invaluable support. Young master, indeed, indeed, Zhang Tianlang responded, though a pang of jealousy stirred within him. A mere fool, elevated solely due to being the son of a county magistrate, could rise so effortlessly, while he, having toiled diligently for years, remained just a county lieutenant. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, the man had a fortunate father. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, Zhang Tianlang waved his hand decisively. Charge. When we encounter the brigands, let none escape. Leave the Thieving Hawk for young Master Lu Long. Upon our return, I shall commend my brothers for their valor. As Zhang Tianlang's words echoed, a group of county guards rushed forward, brandishing their crude blades towards the dilapidated temple. Just as one soldier kicked open the door, a wooden stake trap swung down and struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. This shocking sight left the men momentarily stunned. What are you afraid of? Advance. Anyone who hesitates, I shall deal with personally. With Zhang Tianlang's menacing shouts, the soldiers charged once more into the crumbling sanctuary. However, the brigands had been prepared, and the county guards suffered considerable losses right from the onset. Then, with a thunderous roar, the leader of the Thieving Hawks rallied his men, and a dozen brigands surged forth, catching the county guards off guard. Kill. Kill. One less brigand means no loss for us. 2 down, and we profit. Driven to desperation, the brigands summoned an extraordinary bravery they had not previously displayed. Amidst cries of battle, they managed to drive back the county guards. Zhang Tianlang understood that capturing the Thieving Hawk was vital for Lu Long's future prospects, thus it was imperative to secure victory today. Advance. For every brigand slain, a reward of 5 taels of silver. The capture of the Thieving Hawk himself will earn 100 taels and promotion to Chief of the County Guards. Under such generous promises, the soldiers surged forward as if spurred by a potent elixir, charging at the dilapidated temple. The cacophony of battle cries from both sides filled the air. However, with the County Guard's numerical superiority, the Thieving Hawks soon found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught. The Thieving Hawk himself bore multiple wounds, his face etched with despair as he lamented, "Heaven, must I perish here today?" Just as Zhang Tianlang believed victory was assured, a large contingent emerged from the mountains below, akin to a black dragon, riding fierce steeds and galloping towards them. By their numbers, they exceeded 100. Clad in dark garments and wielding steel blades, they were an unstoppable force. Brother Thieving Hawk, I am your second brother, Shaili Hu. I have come to rescue you. Lin Feng shouted from among the cavalry. The sound resonated like a mighty bell, instantly reverberating throughout the dilapidated temple. Inside, Shaili Hu stood dazedly, akin to a fool. Who is Shaili Hu, one might wonder. This band of constables had long been a source of tyranny under the authority of County Magistrate Lu Hong, frequently oppressing the common folk. Therefore, Lin Feng acted without the slightest hesitation. With a fervent charge, he scattered all the officials and soldiers brought by Zhang Tianlang, many of whom met their demise beneath the hooves of his fierce steed. Could it be that the brigand had reinforcements? Zhang Tianlang's expression shifted to one of panic, realizing he had fallen into the trap set by the brigand. With no time to ponder further, he shouted, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" The throng of men fled down the mountain in a disordered rush. Observing their terrified flight, Lin Feng chose not to pursue them further. However, amidst the chaos, he spotted a familiar figure, Lu Long. So this scoundrel had also arrived. He would not escape the wrath of my merciless hand. Bow. Upon this command, Wang Ming promptly handed Lin Feng a formidable tiger-headed bow. Drawing the bowstring, Lin Feng aimed directly at Lu Long's vital parts. With Lin Feng's renowned arrow technique, every shot struck true. A swift whoosh followed, and soon, a haunting wail echoed from Lu Long in the distance. Ah, my manhood. Subsequently, the county soldiers, in utter disarray, dragged Lu Long away. Su Chong, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why do you insist on ensuring Lu Hong's line is cut off? Isn't this an unnecessary act?" Lin Feng let out a cold laugh, replying, "Let us stoke the flames. when we eventually plunder his treasury, combined with the loss of his son's manhood, I doubt Lu Hong will refrain from begging us. Indeed, Lin Feng was as cunning as a fox. At that moment, the brigands group emerged, their faces filled with gratitude. Bowing profusely to Lin Feng. Observing these ruffians, Lin Feng displayed a visage of disdain. The brigand exclaimed, "Brother, you are like a reborn benefactor to me. If not for you, my comrades and I would have perished here. From this day forth, we shall follow you into the depths of fire and mountains, without hesitation." Lin Feng cast a scornful glance at the brigand, coldly retorting, "Follow me? You think you are worthy?" The brigand paused, somewhat bewildered by Lin Feng's words. However, understanding the necessity of humility under such circumstances, he forced a smile and said, "Of course, I am unworthy to accompany you. How about this, great brother? Grant me your name, and when I rise again, I shall bestow a fortune of 1,000,000 silver coins upon you." Lin Feng chuckled coolly, responding leisurely, "I am Lin Feng, captain of the Yin Pass Guard." Upon hearing the words Yin Pass Guard, the brigand nearly stood on end. For in comparison to the esteemed Yin Pass Guard, both their band of outlaws and the county soldiers were but mere insignificant pawns. Yet, he could not fathom why a distinguished captain would personally lead an army to rescue a mere brigand leader. "There's no need for money. Allow me to borrow your head for a moment." Upon hearing these words, even the dim-witted bandits understood that these individuals were not here to rescue them. Just as they contemplated taking action, the soldiers of Yin Pass swiftly intervened, leaving naught but a field strewn with corpses. Lin Feng, standing upon the head of the bandit leader, coldly remarked, "When you set out to massacre villages, you should have anticipated this day. To perish by the blades of the Yin Pass soldiers is, indeed, a fortune you might consider in your 8 lifetimes. Brother Feng, how shall we dispose of these corpses? Shall we bury them here?" Lin Feng responded, "Bring the heads of these bandit leaders back with us and place them in the cellar." Jiang Yi, perplexed by Lin Feng's actions, questioned, "What use are the heads of the dead?" Lin Feng smiled faintly, patting Jiang Yi on the head, and said with earnest conviction, "Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living." In the back hall of the county office, wails echoed throughout the premises. County Magistrate Lu Hong paced restlessly, like an ant on a hot skillet, while County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang kept his head bowed in silence. At that moment, a renowned physician from Yin Pass emerged, his hands stained with blood. Lu Hong and Zhang Tianlang hurried to meet him, their faces etched with anxiety. "Doctor, how is my son?" Lu Hong implored. It was indeed peculiar. Despite having numerous wives and concubines, Lu Hong had only one son from his primary wife. With his son in such dire straits, how could he not be concerned? The physician, with a look of resignation, replied, "My lord, your son's life has been preserved, but his vital areas are grievously injured. It may be difficult for him to carry on the family lineage." Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Tianlang helped him to his feet, and after a flurry of actions from the physician, Lu Hong regained his composure, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Zhang Tianlang, you must eradicate every last one of those bandits. Dismember them to assuage my wrath." Zhang Tianlang readily assented, but then seemed to recall something. "My lord, I noticed that the bandits are quite numerous. Perhaps we should request assistance from the soldiers?" To his surprise, Lu Hong flatly refused. "No need. Those bandits cannot breach the city. We require no support from the military. Moreover, my son despises that Captain Lin Feng above all, no matter how difficult my circumstances. I shall not seek his aid." Chapter 54. Military disguised as bandits, robbing the wealthy. "Brother Feng, I just dispatched someone to inquire at the county office. It appears that Lu Hong has summoned nearly all the physicians in the city to his residence, yet none can remedy his son's condition." Wang Ming exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. After all, Wang Ming had suffered greatly in the death row. Had it not been for the county magistrate's bribe, he would not have been directly thrown into the cell for condemned prisoners. However, Lin Feng remained indifferent to the matter. Did he not spread any rumors about seeking our soldiers for vengeance? Wang Ming nearly burst into laughter at the thought. Vengeance? On whom would he seek revenge? "No. I have inquired with the county officials through my brothers. Lu Hong stated that he intends to eradicate the bandits himself and has no need for our garrison." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng stroked his chin, a bitter smile crossing his face as he remarked, "It seems I must truly take on the role of a hero who robs the rich to aid the poor." At that moment, the Deputy General Su Chong entered. Lifting the curtain with a look of melancholy, he said, "Due to the recent large-scale invasion by the northern barbarians into our great show's northern borders, His Majesty is greatly incensed and has issued an order for General Zhang Qingsong and General Ma Chao to each lead 50,000 troops to campaign against the northern barbarians in 4 months. Upon receiving this news, Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Is everyone in the court mad? Not only has Yin Pass just endured a fierce battle, leading to widespread suffering among the populace, but cannot we afford a brief respite before embarking on another conflict? Moreover, not every city has withstood the siege as Yin Pass has. Many have fallen, with the common folk decimated. Yet, Lin Feng swallowed his complaints and inquired, "Is there any order concerning our Yin Pass?" Su Chong shook his head, replying, "Not for the time being. We are the garrison, and unless the situation becomes dire, we will not be deployed. However, it is uncertain. If the front line becomes critical, we may find ourselves at risk." Lin Feng sighed, reflecting on the current state of affairs. Realizing that even if reinforcements were needed, there are none to dispatch. It appears that reforming our military and augmenting our forces is of utmost urgency. While the group was still lamenting, Pan Feng suddenly entered the military tent with a dubious expression. In truth, Lin Feng did not intend to conceal his actions. It was simply that what he was undertaking was not entirely commendable. As a city defender, it was unreasonable to involve Pan Feng in such underhanded dealings. Lin Feng. Su Chong, are you two engaging in activities you do not wish for me to be aware of? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately glanced at Su Chong, who wore an innocent expression and shrugged, indicating he had said nothing. You need not look at him. With over 100 soldiers being mobilized, such a significant matter cannot be hidden from me, Pan Feng demanded. Speak. What exactly have you been up to? As the truth could no longer be concealed, Lin Feng reluctantly confessed. After hearing him out, Pan Feng's anger was, as expected, ignited. I say, you two have quite the audacity. Lin Feng. It is one thing for you to be reckless, but Su Chong, are you equally so thoughtless? In times of war, we will rely on the support of the county officials and the local gentry. If this matter is exposed, General, it will not be exposed. Lin Feng interjected decisively. Moreover, you are aware that our garrison at Yin Pass could be thrust into battle at any moment. Should that occur with only 1,000 or so of us, it would be tantamount to marching to our doom. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Pan Feng's fury lessened somewhat. As Lin Feng continued, he recounted, previously, I visited County Magistrate Lu Hong alongside Deputy Su. They were utterly unyielding, having delayed our military pay for several days. If they refuse to provide it, should we simply await our brother's starvation? The supplies in the granary are dwindling, barely enough for a month. Should conflict arise, it would be entirely insufficient. Pan Feng has been troubled by this matter for days. After much contemplation, Pan Feng's gaze sharpened suddenly. He then produced a detailed map outlining the locations of all silver warehouses, brothels, and gambling houses in the Yin Pass, along with their guard deployments. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes nearly bulged. Where did you acquire this, General Pan? He exclaimed. Pan Feng let out a cold laugh. Do you truly think I have grown old? I can discern your every move. Do you believe you can recklessly enter the city? No more chatter. If even one brother is captured by the county officials, the entire garrison, myself included, will face dire consequences. Engaging in banditry is akin to treason, a task only you, Lin Feng, could dare undertake. Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that nothing could escape Pan Feng's keen perception. Pan Feng continued, as the commander guarding Yin Pass. I am intimately acquainted with every stone and tree within this city. The locations I have marked were intended to prevent the northern barbarians from pillaging after breaching the walls. Who would have thought they would be employed for this purpose? Pan Feng's expression grew serious. Your operation is directed at County Magistrate Lu Hong's personal silver warehouse, as well as the brothels and gambling houses. Should anyone dare to harm innocent civilians, I shall cleave them in two. Lin Feng hastily patted his chest in assurance. Rest assured, General. With me here, my brothers will not transgress against the common folk. Anyone who violates military discipline shall be executed without mercy. Only upon hearing Lin Feng's vow did Pan Feng relax somewhat, though he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret, as he held stakes in several of the gambling houses within the city. This would likely result in their demise by Lin Feng's hand. Nevertheless, expanding the ranks and ensuring military supplies took precedence, and Pan Feng could only bear this painful sacrifice. Once their plans were finalized, Lin Feng divided the 100 men into several teams, setting them into motion under the cover of midnight according to the addresses provided by Pan Feng. Within an hour, the entire Foshui County was engulfed in the clamor of gongs. Thieves have infiltrated. Thieves have entered the city. The beleaguered county magistrate Lu Hong, exhausted from his son's troubles, had just settled down under the soothing comfort of his concubine when he was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of gongs. At that moment, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang rushed in, covered in dirt and disheveled. "Sir, it's bad. A grave situation has arisen." Having already endured the disgrace of his son, Lu Hong was far from unaccustomed to calamity. After donning his clothes and shoes, he slowly inquired, "What exactly is happening?" "My lord, a band of marauders has invaded the city, plundering every brothel and gambling den. And even the private treasury of the county magistrate has been looted." Upon hearing this, County Magistrate Lu Hong was struck with a wave of anguish, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "How could this happen to my savings amassed over 2 decades? Hundreds of thousands of taels of silver gone. Which band of thieves dared to be so audacious?" After a moment of lamentation, Lu Hong finally inquired. At that moment, Zhang Tianlang hastily produced a cloth strip inscribed with the words, "The marauders who have plundered the city are led by the infamous King Thief, the Hawk." "The Hawk? Once again, it is this notorious scoundrel. I shall not rest until I see you brought to justice." Chapter 55. Purchasing peace. The following morning, chaos reigned within the county office. The 4 prominent gentry, Zhang, Wang, Li, and Zhao, had gathered in disarray. "Gentlemen, what losses have you suffered?" "My gambling house was pillaged of 70,000 taels of silver and 800 taels of gold. My Peach Blossom Pavilion lost 110,000 taels. And most crucially, several esteemed guests were brutally assaulted by those ruffians. My business can scarcely continue. My money house suffered a loss of 200,000 taels, which is a matter of life and death for me." A group of wealthy gentry hung their heads in despair, as if mourning a great loss, awaiting a resolution from Magistrate Lu Hong. After a considerable time, Lu Hong emerged, supported by several maidservants, his face drawn and weary, as if he had aged decades overnight. "My lord, in a single night, the major households of Fengxue County have been plundered. Please, we implore you to take action." Lu Hong forced a bitter smile. Knowing his own treasury had been raided, he could hardly be surprised at the plight of the wealthy families. With a weak response, he simply said, "I understand." The 4 prominent gentry exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of the situation. At that moment, Li Yuanfeng, the head of the Li family, stepped forward and said, "I have heard that you triumphed over the bandits a few days ago. How can these marauders still be so rampant?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's expression darkened. "Are you blaming me, the county magistrate?" The Li family has a powerful uncle in the capital, which emboldens them to disregard Lu Hong's authority. Gathering his courage, he continued, "I mean no disrespect. I merely point out that the bandits are increasingly bold, not only robbing on the roads but now brazenly entering the county. If we do not eliminate this banditry soon, we may never know peace again." Lu Hong was well aware of this reality. Since his son had been deposed, he had dispatched numerous personnel to track down the marauders. Yet they seemed to have vanished from the world, leaving no trace behind. "My lord, perhaps you should seek the assistance of General Pan Feng, the commander at Yin Pass. I believe only the garrison forces there can resolve this matter," Li Yuanfeng stated earnestly. Sighing deeply, Lu Hong lamented that the marauders' successful incursion into the city must be closely tied to the negligence of the garrison. Moreover, having previously proclaimed his intent to resolve the issue of the bandits himself, seeking assistance from the garrison at Yin Pass now seemed a contradiction of his own declarations. Just then, a young servant rushed in, visibly flustered, and addressed Li Yuanfeng with urgency. "Master, there's trouble. Our granary in the western suburbs has been raided by bandits, and that was crucial for our trade." Fortunately, the servant was interrupted by a mere glance from Li Yuanfeng, who understood the grave implications of the situation. The grain was meant for trade with northern merchants, and the loss could spell disaster for his business. The essence of his prosperity lay in this commerce. If it ceased, the Li family would inevitably face ruin. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Li Yuanfeng candidly declared, "Esteemed county magistrate, if you are unwilling to intervene, I shall have no choice but to negotiate with the garrison myself. Our family's livelihood cannot falter. Otherwise, when the authorities in the capital seek accountability, it will not only be I who bears the consequences, but you as well." Upon hearing this, the other heads of families grew increasingly restless. "Magistrate, if you hesitate, we shall approach General Pan ourselves," they exclaimed. "If it were merely a matter of business loss, we might endure it, but the ramifications of prolonged inaction could be dire." Several prominent gentlemen could no longer restrain their agitation. After all, their vast fortunes were largely built upon serving the interests of influential figures in the capital. While they might not personally care about the losses, delaying the transactions of those powerful individuals would result in consequences far more severe than mere financial detriment. Silence. Lu Hong bellowed, his gaze piercing as he addressed the assembly. What do you intend? To incite rebellion? For over a decade, we have shared both honor and disgrace. How can we allow this situation to fracture our unity? With that, he resolved to consult General Pan Feng regarding combating the bandits. However, remember this, I shall orchestrate all matters, and do not allow disorder to ensue. At Lu Hong's words, the crowd gradually quieted. He then turned to County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang, instructing, prepare the carriage. I must head to the garrison at Yin Pass. Zhang Tianlang promptly rose to arrange the transport. In that moment, Li Yuanfeng approached with hesitation. Master, if we could persuade the garrison, might they assist in recovering the lost goods of the Li family? Lu Hong chuckled derisively. Do you think the garrison will simply hand over any riches that fall into their possession? Consider it a price paid for peace. Do not dwell on other matters. Li Yuanfeng and his fellow heads of families expressed their dismay and helplessness. Just then, Zhang Tianlang returned, announcing, Master, the carriage is ready. Without delay, Lu Hong boarded the carriage and hastened toward the military camp. However, upon arrival, the carriage was halted by the guards. Zhang Tianlang, visibly displeased, remarked, Are your eyes blinded? Unable to recognize that this is the carriage of the county magistrate? The squad leader on duty, known as Guzi, immediately bristled at the remark, retorting, What magistrate? I do not know him. This is a military zone, and without an official order from our commander, no one is permitted to enter indiscriminately. Infuriated by the response, Zhang Tianlang raised his hand, ready to strike, only to find himself encircled by a dozen armed guards who brandished their weapons menacingly. Guzi sneered, This is a military camp. Not your home. You think you can act recklessly here? You are not even worthy. Zhang Tianlang gritted his teeth in anger. He had come in haste, without even a formal note of introduction, and was taken aback to discover that he could not even enter the military compound. At that moment, he spotted Qianfu Zhang Linfeng and Baifu Zhang Jiang approaching from a distance. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Tianlang called out, Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Hearing the commotion, Linfeng turned to look, a slight smile gracing his lips as he strode over. County Magistrate, what brings you here on such a gust of wind? Zhang Tianlang managed an awkward smile and replied, The county magistrate has urgent matters to discuss with General Pan, but I did not expect these soldiers to be so unobservant. Zhang Tianlang intended for Linfeng to reprimand the soldiers and restore his dignity, but to his surprise, Linfeng chuckled and said, My lord, you cannot blame them. The garrison at Yin Pass is lacking in supplies and morale. They are simply being cautious in fear of further actions from the northern barbarians. Please do not take offense. Zhang Tianlang rolled his eyes in exasperation, speechless. He had yet to meet General Pan, and Linfeng was already lamenting. At this rate, would Pan not demand an exorbitant price? In that case, gentlemen, please enter. However, my lord, this is a military stronghold, and I must ask you to dismount. Chapter 56, An Exorbitant Demand? One must pay even if reluctantly. Lu Hong, who was in the carriage, grimaced in frustration at Linfeng, but he had no choice, as he was the one seeking assistance. Reluctantly, he lifted the curtain and disembarked, walking alongside Linfeng and the others towards the central command tent. It was only upon the arrival of County Magistrate Lu Hong within the tent that the garrison commander, Pan Feng, appeared taken aback and rose to greet him. County Magistrate Lu, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. Lu Hong, wearing a sour expression, found a spot to sit. Pan Feng smiled, saying, County Magistrate Lu, I am quite occupied with military affairs. The month's military pay has yet to be settled, and I am currently in discussions with Deputy General Su. I hope you will not take offense for not coming out to welcome you. Lu Hong's face darkened at this. How could Pan Feng, a commanding officer, exhibit the same demeanor as his Captain Linfeng? Without further ado, Lu Hong waved his hand decisively. Observing this, County Magistrate Lu Hong immediately placed several notes of currency atop Pan Feng's military desk. General Pan, this is the military pay for the garrison for 3 months. All brought here in one go. Upon witnessing the silver notes, Pan Feng was taken aback, and then with a cupped fist saluted, saying, County Magistrate Lu, you have indeed alleviated my pressing concerns. Su Chong, take this treasure and promptly exchange it for silver coins to distribute among the brothers. County Magistrate Lu, your kindness is overwhelming. In the past, when General Su sought military funds each month, the process was fraught with difficulties. Yet this time, it has arrived so timely. On behalf of the garrison soldiers, I extend my gratitude to you, my lord. Such pretense. You truly excel in feigning ignorance. Lu Hong rose, his expression grave as he declared, General Pan, Now that your military funds are sufficient, it is time to mobilize the troops, is it not? However, Pan Feng feigned ignorance. Responding, mobilize? For what purpose? Could it be that the northern barbarians have launched another attack? Lin Feng, hastily gather the soldiers and prepare for battle. Observing Pan Feng's act of foolishness, Lu Hong felt his anger boiling over. At that moment, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang quickly intervened, saying, General Pan, Magistrate Lu does not refer to the northern barbarians, but rather to the bandits whose devastation is equally severe. Are you not aware that in recent days, both within and outside the city, numerous gentry have been plundered by these marauders? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled, Lieutenant Zhang, your statement is misguided. If my memory serves me correctly, not long ago, County Magistrate Lu himself declared that these bandits pose no substantial threat, asserting that the troops at the county office could handle them. How is it that just a few days have passed, and we are now summoned to march against them? Is this not a blatant contradiction? As soon as these words escaped his lips, the expressions of Zhang Tianlang and Lu Hong turned exceedingly grim. After a long pause, Zhang Tianlang continued, Lord Lin, the duty of safeguarding the territory and its people is indeed that of the garrison. With the bandits causing unrest, and the garrison lacking any foresight, if we do not mobilize to quell these robbers, I fear repercussions from above may ensue. Before he could finish, Lin Feng burst into hearty laughter. Haha, Lord Zhang, I believe I have already articulated this to you. Following the Yinguan battle, the garrison's forces have been severely depleted, lacking both silver and provisions. We are preoccupied with the threat of another northern barbarian assault. How can we possibly spare time and energy to deal with a mere handful of bandits? Observing Lin Feng's smug demeanor, Zhang Tianlang was infuriated to the point of grinding his teeth. It is merely a matter of eliminating a group of bandits. It hardly requires a large force. The exchanges between Lin Feng and Pan Feng were merely a ruse to procure funds. After contemplating for a moment, Zhang Tianlang turned his attention back to Pan Feng, stating, General Pan, do you share the same sentiments as Captain Lin? If you too choose to remain indifferent to the bandits at Yinguan, I, along with Magistrate Lu, will have no choice but to write to the provincial governor, requesting troop reinforcements from the provincial government. Pan Feng scoffed, what nonsense. With the northern barbarians invading, everywhere is on high alert. The provincial governor values the local station troops more than his own life. To request him to send soldiers to assist in eliminating bandits? You might as well be dreaming. With this thought, Pan Feng cleared his throat and remarked, Lieutenant Zhang, you are unaware of certain realities. We find ourselves truly powerless, currently. The entire garrison at Yin Pass consists of merely over 1,000 soldiers, unable to adequately defend the city, let alone spare troops to quell bandits. Even if we could muster some forces, the expenses incurred for reconnaissance, mobilization, and extermination are considerable. Our financial situation is dire. You may inquire with Captain Lin Qianfu, who is nearly destitute. Lin Feng inwardly lamented about Pan Feng, as the old fellow seemed to relish in berating him at every opportunity. Subsequently, Lin Feng feigned a destitute demeanor. General Pan, you truly understand me. A few days ago, several villagers approached me, wishing to enlist, but I knew our garrison lacked funds. I had no choice but to turn them away, giving them a small sum of silver to buy some rice porridge instead. If it were not for our financial constraints, I would never dream of letting such promising recruits slip away. He even pretended to sob, convincingly embodying a state of despair. Every word reached the ears of County Magistrate Lu Hong. He understood that the primary motive behind Pan Feng and Lin Feng's lengthy discourse was simply one thing, money. However, he was somewhat unclear about the specific amount required. After pondering for a considerable time, Lu Hong spoke solemnly. The prominent gentry within the city wished to contribute their modest support to the garrison. Before Lu Hong could complete his statement, Lin Feng interrupted, Indeed. As long as our garrison's finances are sufficient to recruit soldiers and procure supplies, I would not hesitate to say that, with General Pan leading the charge, we could even march against the northern barbarians. General Pan Feng cast a glance at Lin Feng. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Lu Hong sighed. General Pan, Captain Lin, I implore you to provide a specific figure. Pan Feng and Lin Feng exchanged glances, and soon Lin Feng presented a meticulously prepared list. 300,000 taels of silver, 3,000 sets of armor, 3,000 swords, 3,000 long spears, 3,000 bows and crossbows, and 200,000 arrows. Upon seeing this sum, Lu Hong nearly fainted on the spot. He had anticipated that Pan Feng and Lin Feng would make exorbitant demands, yet he never imagined they would be so audacious. This amount was sufficient to re-equip the entire garrison. In other words, the responsibility for refurbishing the military armaments would now rest entirely upon the county office and the wealthy gentry, leaving the garrison with no stake in the matter. County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang, standing nearby, was rendered speechless, remarking coldly, "General Pan, this list is rather exaggerated. The county office faces its own difficulties." However, before he could finish, Lin Feng interrupted once more. "Mr. Zhang, we have faith in the financial capabilities of the county office and the esteemed gentlemen within the city. This request is but a trifling matter for you. Yet, if you truly face challenges, we can empathize. At the same time, we hope you can understand our predicament as well. General Pan and I must attend to military affairs, so we shall not keep you any longer. Jiang Yi, see our guests out." Lu Hong and Zhang Tianlang were utterly unprepared for Lin Feng's abruptness, leaving no room for negotiation. Jiang Yi approached with a smile, his demeanor respectful as he addressed the two gentlemen. "Esteemed lords, please." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Hong abruptly rose, declaring, "I shall accept your terms. When shall we commence the extermination of the bandits?" Chapter 57. A forceful extermination of bandits, abundant gains. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Pan Feng exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a sense of cunning triumph. Lin Feng stepped forward, grinning as he stated, "County Magistrate Lu, since you have acquiesced, I shall dispatch scouts to assess the situation of the marauders in the coming days. I assure you, we will eradicate all bandits surrounding Foshui County within a month, restoring peace and prosperity for the common folk." In truth, Lin Feng had intended to take this action from the outset. The bandits frequently harassed the populace and seized opportunities during the chaos of war, remaining a persistent threat. Lu Hong, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, ceased his objections and clasped his hands, saying, "I shall have County Lieutenant Zhang deliver the necessary supplies to the garrison in the coming days. However, Commander Lin, I have a small request." Lin Feng raised his hand, urging, "Please, speak freely, County Magistrate. There exists a band of brigands led by the notorious thief Hawk. I implore you, Commander Lin, to ensure his extermination. I desire to see him executed by dismemberment." Upon hearing this, Su Chong and the others were taken aback. Fortunately, Lin Feng had prudently concealed the head of the thief Hawk in the cellar. Otherwise, should any evidence be lost, it would be difficult for County Magistrate Lu to comply. Maintaining an air of composure, Lin Feng assured, "Rest assured, County Magistrate, I shall fulfill this task." Lu Hong nodded slightly, then, accompanied by County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang, exited the military tent with a pained expression. Lin Feng escorted them out, calling after Lu Hong, "County Magistrate, do visit the barracks for an inspection when you have the time. I apologize for the lack of hospitality this time. Next, General Pan, and I will ensure you receive a proper welcome." Lu Hong quickened his pace, not even glancing back to respond to Lin Feng. Once inside the tent, Lin Feng shared a hearty laugh with his comrades. However, Pan Feng's countenance appeared troubled. Lin Feng stepped forward, smiling, "General, there is no need for concern. With the silver and equipment we are receiving, we can not only restore our previous establishment, but even double our forces." Besides the silver and supplies soon to arrive from Lu Hong, they had also seized the county's treasury and various wealthy merchants' assets, providing ample funds to expand their military capabilities. Nevertheless, Pan Feng shook his head and handed Lin Feng a dispatch from the Ministry of War. Lin Feng took a glance, then sat down slowly, a heavy expression clouding his face. "The ministry wishes to promote you to the position of Deputy General under the jurisdiction of the Governor of Yanzhou. With a month until your appointment, what shall become of Yin Pass?" Though both the Deputy General and the Commander of Yin Pass held the same military rank, serving under the Governor would undoubtedly offer superior remuneration and prospects for advancement. Yet, having devoted years to cultivating Yin Pass, the prospect of departure weighed heavily on Pan Feng's heart. "I do not wish to leave either. However, military orders are not to be disobeyed. In the remaining month, I shall wholeheartedly support you in reorganizing the defense of Yin Pass." In truth, when Pan Feng uttered these words, he had already resolved to entrust the entirety of Yin Pass to Lin Feng. Although Su Chong held the rank of Deputy General and was a fifth-tier martial artist, his decisiveness in battle paled in comparison to that of Lin Feng. Nevertheless, Su Chong was unconcerned, for he was eager to serve as Lin Feng's aide. Only in this capacity could he hope for greater and more favorable advancement. Pan Feng placed a reassuring hand on Lin Feng's shoulder and spoke earnestly. "I have recommended you to the Ministry of War as the future commander of Yin Pass. However, the promotion system within the Great Zhou military is closely tied to martial prowess. before the special envoy from the ministry arrives to conduct an inspection. You must elevate your combat strength to the 5th-tier martial artist level. Do you understand? Upon receiving the esteemed gaze of General Pan Feng, Lin Feng's expression hardened with determination. Rest assured, General, I shall not fail in this mission. Pan Feng nodded and then turned to Deputy General Su Chong. Su Chong, I shall leave you here at Yin Pass. You must diligently assist Lin Feng. The future of this realm belongs to the younger generation. It is imperative that you unite and serve the nation faithfully. Su Chong nodded gravely, clasping his hands in respect. You can place your trust in me, General. Lin Feng did not find the prospect of elevating to the 5th-tier martial artist level within a month to be particularly daunting. After the recent battle, he had already repaid the advances of his accumulated killing value. With the system at his disposal, he could simply opt for a deferred payment and rise directly to the 5th-tier level. System, how much killing value is required to upgrade to a 5th-tier martial artist? Beep. 50,000 points of killing value are required. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Previously, when he ascended to the 4th-tier martial artist level, it had cost him 100,000 points of killing value. How could it now require 500,000 points to reach the 5th tier? Even if he utilized all the deferred payments for the month, it wouldn't suffice for the upgrade. Do I still have killing value? Beep. The host currently has 150,000 points of killing value remaining. At last, he received some good news. Thus, setting aside the potential advance of 200,000 points, he only needed to acquire an additional 150,000 points of killing value to elevate to the 5th-tier martial artist level. It seemed that he could not afford to let a single bandit escape in the vicinity of Yin Pass. In the ensuing days, under Pan Feng's guidance, Lin Feng diligently commenced preparations. Around Yin Pass, there were approximately 7 or 8 bands of marauders, with the smallest groups consisting of only 20 to 30 men. While the largest, the Black Tiger Stronghold, boasted no more than 100, led by a bandit chief with peak 3rd-tier martial prowess. They posed little threat. After gathering intelligence on the various factions, Pan Feng, Lin Feng, and their cohort devised a comprehensive plan to eradicate the bandits. 10 days hence, under Lin Feng's command, 500 soldiers would strike like a sharpened blade into the heart of the Black Tiger Stronghold, effortlessly dismantling this den of thieves. Continuing to seize the moment, he swiftly eliminated the remaining small groups of bandits before they could react. This battle proved to be immensely rewarding for Lin Feng, as he not only amassed a considerable amount of gold and silver, but also accrued significant merit from his victories. However, during the final encirclement of the last band of thieves, an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Feng rescued a young girl on the verge of being defiled by the bandit leader, playing the role of the gallant hero. When he arranged for her safe escort down the mountain, the girl clung to Lin Feng, declaring her unwavering trust in him. This scene left all present utterly astonished, their gazes fixed on Lin Feng, filled with ambiguous implications. Left with no choice, Lin Feng personally escorted her down the mountain. During this time, he learned that her name was Su Miaojin, the daughter of a government official from the capital. She had intended to visit her maternal uncle in Shuazhou, but found herself kidnapped by robbers while passing through Yin Pass. Seeing Su Miaojin's tear-streaked face, Lin Feng felt a pang of compassion in his heart. Upon returning to the military camp, Lin Feng sought someone to escort Su Miaojin back home. Yet, she refused to trust anyone but him. As Lin Feng prepared to leave, he was surprised to find Su Miaojin closely following him. Realizing he could not conceal this from his wife, a helpless Lin Feng decided to bring her home, thinking he would let her return to the capital after she had regained her composure in a few days. You wait here. I'll go back and inform my wife. Then I'll let you inside, he said. Su Miaojin grasped Lin Feng's arm, stammering, Brother Lin, please don't abandon me again. Rest assured, I wouldn't leave you behind. We are already at my doorstep. Where else could I possibly leave you? Chapter 58. My dear, please allow me to explain. With that, Lin Feng cautiously pushed open the door. Inside, he found He Kaiwei sitting alone, wearing an expression of deep concern. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, she rushed forward and threw herself into his embrace, anxiously checking his body for injuries. Once she confirmed he was unharmed, she sighed in relief, saying, Husband, you weren't injured, were you? Lin Feng smiled and nodded. I am unscathed. I dispatched those bandits with minimal effort, and our losses were only a few dozen men, marking a significant victory. Upon hearing this, He Kaiwei's anxious heart finally settled. Just as she was about to pour tea for her husband to quench his thirst, she noticed his gaze wandering, which struck her as odd. Husband, is there something you wish to tell me? Upon hearing her words, Lin Feng felt a jolt of anxiety. Should he reveal what had transpired? Speaking could easily lead to misunderstandings with his wife, and he certainly did not wish to find himself in a situation from which he could not extricate himself. Yet, remaining silent was also difficult. As Su Miaojin was still waiting outside, he could not possibly leave her standing there all night. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze frequently drifting toward the door, a heavy silence fell between them. He Kaiwei walked directly forward, gently pushing open the door, her gaze immediately landing on Su Miaojin outside in the courtyard. A sudden pang gripped her heart, but she composed herself and confidently stepped outside, bringing Su Miaojin into the room. Instantly, an awkward atmosphere enveloped the space. Lin Feng hastily explained, "My dear wife, please do not misunderstand. She is someone I rescued from a den of thieves. The young girl has nowhere to go, which is why I brought her back." He Kaiwei, being an astute individual, quickly discerned the underlying circumstances. It was evident that the den held more than just this one captive woman. Why, then, did he choose to bring back this particular young maiden, barely in her 20s? To claim there was nothing between them was simply incredulous. However, Hikaiwei refrained from behaving like a petulant shrew. Instead, she bore the pain within her heart and managed a faint smile. "Husband, if you desire to take a concubine, I hold no objections. I would even feel happy for you to have another person to serve you." Lin Feng's mind felt as though it might explode. He quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "My dear wife, you are truly mistaken. She is simply a pawn. Had I not rushed into the den, this young girl would have been violated by the bandit leader." At that moment, Hikaiwei could no longer contain herself, tears welling in her eyes. She felt grateful to have Lin Feng, and even if he were to take a second wife, she would not protest. Yet, the thought of her beloved husband sharing his affections with another shattered her heart, inflicting deep pain. After a long while, she looked at Lin Feng with tear-streaked cheeks and asked, "Is it truly so?" "Indeed." Lin Feng promptly pulled Su Miaojin forward. "Miss, please help clarify this. We truly have no relationship." Reluctantly, Su Miaojin responded, "Sister, Lin Gage speaks the truth. He merely rescued me. He has done nothing inappropriate." As she spoke, she tugged at her sleeve, revealing her virginity mark for Hikaiwei to see. This revelation halted her tears, and she managed to force a smile, inquiring, "What is your name?" "Sister, I am Su Miaojin, a resident of the capital." With the misunderstanding dissolved, Hikaiwei noticed that the girl was indeed quite charming, destined to bloom into a breathtaking beauty in no time. "You may stay here for a few days. Once Lin Gage has settled his matters in the military camp, he will escort you home. Is that agreeable?" Su Miaojin nodded obediently. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a weight lift from his heart. That night, Hikaiwei asked numerous questions regarding Lin Feng's experiences in the Black Tiger stronghold, and he disclosed everything without reservation. The following morning, Lin Feng bid farewell to his wife and made his way to the military camp. At that moment, Su Chong hurriedly entered the tent, his face marked with concern. "Lin Feng and Zhang Tianlang have arrived. I heard that we have had several significant operations recently, and you are here to inquire about the matter of the thief Hawk. Correct?" "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng replied solemnly, "Previously, we let it slip that the thief Hawk had sought refuge in the Black Tiger's stronghold. It is now time to hand him over. Have someone retrieve the thief Hawk's head and present it to him." However, Su Chong still appeared uneasy. "What troubles you?" Lin Feng inquired. "After so many days, even if the thief Hawk's head is kept in the cellar, it is bound to undergo some change. Zhang Tianlang is no fool. Simply handing it over may not suffice, right?" Lin Feng, unfazed, chuckled. "What is the issue? As long as we fulfill our obligation, it is sufficient. Their doubts are their own concern. We have already received our payment. What is there to fear?" Realizing the validity of Lin Feng's reasoning, Su Chong proceeded with the arrangements. Soon, Zhang Tianlang was invited into the military tent, and the head of the thief Hawk was brought forth. As Su Chong had anticipated, the head was already beginning to decay, and a putrid odor permeated the large tent. Zhang Tianlang scrutinized it carefully. He could faintly discern it was indeed the thief Hawk's head, yet he harbored some skepticism. "Is this truly the thief Hawk?" Zhang Tianlang asked coldly. "I personally severed the head. There can be no mistake," Lin Feng replied with a smile. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Tianlang examined it for a prolonged period, then asked with confusion, "Didn't Captain Lin recently eliminate the bandit? How could a freshly severed head have decayed to this extent?" "Consider the circumstances. It was a battle," Lin Feng replied, feigning impatience. "The body was trampled by horses and even fell into a crocodile pit, where it was bitten several times. I had to cut open the crocodile's belly to retrieve it for you." This was all done to avenge your county magistrate Liu. How can you not appreciate my efforts and instead doubt me? Seeing that Lin Feng's demeanor did not suggest deceit, County Lieutenant Zhang Tianlang quickly waved his hand. I dare not. I dare not. If that is the case, I shall take this head back to fulfill my duty. Although Zhang Tianlang held a rank not lower than Lin Feng wielded actual power as a captain in the military camp. And Zhang Tianlang naturally did not wish to offend him. As Zhang Tianlang departed with the head, Lin Feng exchanged a glance with Su Chong and burst into laughter. Su, ensure that we issue a notice promptly. We must swiftly replenish our troops and expand our arsenal. Certainly. I shall attend to it immediately, Su Chong replied, filled with excitement as he rushed out to draft the documents for the garrison to distribute, aiming to bolster the ranks. However, within a few days, Lin Feng encountered a significant issue. Chapter 59, The Manual of Military Training. The military salaries of the garrison at Yin Pass were evidently higher than those of the surrounding armies, with a typical C-rank soldier receiving nearly the same treatment as a former A-rank soldier. Consequently, an overwhelming number of recruits flocked to Yin Pass to enlist. In just a few short days, the new recruits had swelled to over 2,000. If this situation continues, it will be no surprise if the number reaches 5,000. However, the newly recruited soldiers are of mixed quality, the vast majority hailing from farming backgrounds, lacking even the status of a first-tier warrior. With such martial prowess, they would serve no purpose on the battlefield except as cannon fodder. If their martial skills and military knowledge are not enhanced, it is likely that the number of casualties will equal the number of original soldiers after a major conflict. Yet, these individuals are vibrant lives, brothers under his command. Lin Feng sat in the command tent, silently contemplating. System, appear. Host, what is your command? How many points of slaughter value do I currently possess? Ding. The host currently has 200,000 points of slaughter value. Previously, during the bandit eradication, I only obtained 50,000 points. Now that there are no ongoing battles, Lin Feng is not in a hurry to advance to a 5th-tier warrior. Moreover, the current slaughter value is still far from sufficient. Is there any way to train my troops and enhance their combat effectiveness? Ding. The host can enter the system mall to purchase training manuals. As for enhancing combat power, there are no pills available, but the host can buy alchemy manuals to concoct pills themselves. What the heck? You have a system mall and didn't mention it earlier. Ding. The issue is that you never asked. I thought you didn't need it. System, you rascal. Lin Feng mentally cursed. Soon, a blue panel appeared before him. Lin Feng quickly searched for the training manuals. Yes, the training manual. He hurriedly opened the interface. A list of military strategy books appeared before his eyes. Dragon and Tiger Classic, Beginner, valued at 200,000 slaughter points. 6 Strategies Classic, Intermediate, valued at 1 million slaughter points. Tai Bai Classic, Advanced, valued at 10 million slaughter points. And there were also King level, Emperor level, and God level books, the prices of which were simply beyond Lin Feng's reach. He then opened the alchemy shop, which, aside from unaffordable pills, contained numerous alchemy books. The only one he could consider was the Introductory Alchemy, Beginner, valued at 200,000 slaughter points. Lin Feng furrowed his brows, muttering to himself, even if I purchase just the Dragon and Tiger Classic and the Introductory Alchemy, my 200,000 slaughter points are insufficient. Host, you can also use the Enjoy First, Pay Later option. What the heck? Are you going to lend me money now, system? Nevertheless, at this moment, Lin Feng seemed to have no better alternatives. Both items were indispensable to him. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and stated, System, utilize the Enjoy First, Pay Later option to purchase 1 Dragon and Tiger Classic and 1 Introductory Alchemy. Ding. Purchase successful. The host now owes the system 200,000 slaughter points, with an interest of 10,000 slaughter points. Damn it, now I owe the system again. It appears that one cannot escape the grasp of the system. In the next moment, the contents of 2 books materialized directly in Lin Feng's mind. Is such a feat truly possible? Ding. The system would never disappoint its host. Moreover, both books are of elementary level, and with the host's comprehension, mastering them should be effortless. No need for unnecessary exertion. Well done, system. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and soon the information from the 2 books began to emerge in his consciousness. The content of the Dragon and Tiger Classic would assist him in training a formidable force known as the Iron Dragon Army, invincible against ordinary elite troops. Meanwhile, the art of elixir extraction primarily contained methods for extracting medicinal substances to enhance the soldier's combat prowess and physical abilities, although it offered scant information on true elixirs. It seems that one cannot expect exceptional quality for a bargain. Nevertheless, for a mere outpost like Yin Guan, these resources were more than adequate. At the very least, he could leverage the knowledge from these two texts to train 30% of his soldiers to become third-tier martial artists, with 70% achieving at least the second-tier martial arts realm. As for himself, it was not set in stone that he had to rely solely on killing points to reach the fifth-tier martial artist level. He would personally engage in training and utilizing the medicinal extracts. Whether he could attain the fifth-tier realm would be left to fate. Lin Feng exited the tent. The morning's physical training had just concluded, and everyone was preparing to return for a meal and rest. At that moment, Wang Ming and Jiang Yi approached, both looking weary. Observing their lackluster demeanor, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "What troubles you? You seem disheartened." Jiang Yi stammered, struggling to articulate his thoughts, while Wang Ming appeared equally reluctant to speak. After much contemplation, he finally said to Lin Feng with a sense of resignation, "Brother Fengs, the new recruits we've enlisted are utterly incompetent." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng retorted sharply, "Aren't you merely a second-tier martial artist yourself? How can you afford to criticize others?" "Brother Feng, you are correct, but a second-tier martial artist is still a martial artist. Before joining the army, I trained with my father from a young age. Although I haven't progressed much over the years, I certainly wouldn't let the team down." He then gestured toward the dispirited new recruits, who lacked coordination and displayed their dejection. These individuals are completely untrained. Many have no martial arts foundation whatsoever, and during training, they resort to underhanded tactics. On the battlefield, they would undoubtedly become cannon fodder. In truth, Jiang Yi's assertion was not entirely accurate. While martial arts practice does vary among individuals, time is also a crucial factor. With prolonged military training, even the most inept soldiers can become first-tier martial artists. However, the fundamental issue at present was the lack of time. The specter of renewed warfare loomed, and if the situation remained unchanged, it could escalate uncontrollably. In these moments, Jiang Yi would invariably cast his gaze toward Lin Feng. It seems that Lin Feng consistently manages to create miraculous outcomes that defy expectations. Most crucially, Jiang Yi is no longer the mere foot soldier he once was. He has risen to the rank of centurion and bears the responsibility for the brothers under his command. More importantly, he cannot afford to disappoint his elder brother. At the same time, Wang Ming, now leading a substantial guard of several dozen men, is tasked with safeguarding the centurion Lin Feng. However, if these soldiers cannot protect themselves, how can they be entrusted with the protection of centurion Lin Feng? During this period, such sentiments have weighed heavily on both of their hearts, leaving them feeling quite stifled. Chapter 60. Mastery and Might. The Northern Barbarian's Pillar. "Elder brother," Wang Ming exclaimed, lifting his head with a face full of grievance, his voice resonating throughout the military camp. Lin Feng, however, responded in a leisurely manner, "What is it?" With a faint smile, Lin Feng directed his gaze towards Wang Ming, the captain of his personal guard. A single glance from Lin Feng made Wang Ming's words falter in his throat. He was most unwilling to let Lin Feng down. Ultimately, he expressed his concerns with resignation. "Elder brother, the new recruits we have gathered are inadequate. Perhaps you should select some capable individuals from the original Northern Army to serve as your guards instead. If all else fails, I am content to remain a mere foot soldier. As long as I can stay by your side and protect you, I will have no complaints." Jiang Yi chimed in. "Elder brother, perhaps I am not suited to be a centurion. If you could speak with General Pan, I could stay by your side like Wang Ming and serve as a guard instead." The two of them poured out their hearts, feeling a sense of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Yet Lin Feng appeared puzzled. Had he elevated them to positions of authority only to have them reconsider? Was a minor setback enough to compel them to retreat? Especially Jiang Yi. Did he not recall how they had endured bullying under Centurion Wang Eru? Did they truly prefer the status of mere foot soldiers? Nevertheless, after some contemplation, Lin Feng chose not to reprimand them. Instead, he spoke earnestly, "You both must cultivate patience. After all, training new recruits is not an endeavor that yields results overnight. Exercise restraint." The two exchanged glances, resigned to accept his counsel. "Understood, elder brother." As they turned to leave, Lin Feng called out, "Wait, what is the hurry? You both come inside with me." Somewhat perplexed, the two followed Lin Feng into the military tent. Lin Feng then summoned paper and ink, dedicating half an hour to drafting a straightforward training regimen. After all, managing the training was his responsibility. He could not personally instruct each soldier. "Commence training according to this method. Have the armory forge heavy armor based on the designs I provide. Jiang Yi, you will primarily oversee the training of the infantry. As for you, Wang Ming, I expect you to train a formidable cavalry. The two men stared at the training manuals in their hands, both engulfed in a state of bewilderment. Particularly upon witnessing the specifications of that heavy armor, one could not help but feel utterly astonished. Brother Feng, such formidable armor would be laborious even for me to don. And you expect those recruits to wear it and train in accordance with your methods? I fear they may not endure. However, Lin Feng showed no inclination for negotiation on this matter. If they cannot withstand it, then they should leave. Do they truly believe that the generous military pay I provide is meant for them to luxuriate in the barracks? If they cannot endure this, they will be useless on the battlefield. Jiang Yi grimaced, expressing his helplessness. Brother Feng, wouldn't he that drive them all away? Lin Feng, too, felt a sense of helplessness. How do I usually instruct you? Don't you understand the principle of using examples to deter others? If any disobedient troublemaker complains about wanting to return home, simply bring them forth, execute military law, and administer a few dozen strikes with the rod, and see how many remain unruly thereafter. Jiang Yi chuckled, regarding Lin Feng with renewed admiration. Indeed, the elder brother has his ways. And you, Wang Ming? Wang Ming immediately lifted his head, affirming, since elder brother has faith in me, I have nothing more to say. I will complete the training. Moreover, I had a brief glance at the training manual you composed, and it is truly exquisite. By employing this method to train the cavalry, we need not fear even the elite Blood Wolf army of the northern barbarians, even if we do not engage in a defensive battle. Lin Feng promptly remarked, Jiang Yi, look at Wang Ming. From now on, learn from him. Do not let me hear any more of those defeatist sentiments. Understood? Jiang Yi nodded vigorously. Understood, elder brother. Very well, make haste to rest, and during this time, prepare the soldiers for rigorous training. Understood. The two clasped their hands in salute and took their leave. The reason Lin Feng assigned only himself and Jiang Yi to train the soldiers was partly to conduct an experiment to observe the results of their training. Additionally, he had discerned a significant issue. The original troops of the northern garrison had continued to act independently during the last campaign, seemingly disregarding Lin Feng as authority. Lin Feng understood that he must demonstrate his capability in training to earn the genuine respect of those originally from the northern garrison. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away within the iron original city of the northern barbarians, the general of the northern expedition sat upright upon a throne. Li Shuo, a master-level martial artist, was heralded as the pillar of the northern barbarians, the most formidable martial expert among the northern barbarian forces in proximity to Yanzhou. At this moment, the commander of the Blood Wolf army, Tai Su, who had previously attacked Yin Pass, knelt before him. Tai Su, I have placed great trust in you by appointing 5,000 Blood Wolf soldiers, yet you could not even capture a mere Yin Pass? You have greatly disappointed me. General, Tai Su acknowledges his failure in the attempt to seize Yin Pass and accepts full responsibility. Tai Su offered no excuses, only seeking a swift end. As he spoke, Tai Su picked up a nearby bone club, ready to strike his own head. Clang! Li Shuo merely twitched his hand, and a forceful surge of true energy shattered the bone club in two, right from Tai Su's grasp. I merely requested you to articulate the reasons for this failure, not to resort to self-destruction. A 7th-tier warrior is a high-ranking general of our northern barbarians. Nurturing one is an arduous task, and you have perished so easily. How shall we redeem our honor now? General, Iron Speed exclaimed, tears streaming down his cheeks. Speak. Why did we succumb to the Yin Pass? Defended by merely 3,000 soldiers? Is there a formidable expert hidden within Yin Pass? After a moment of contemplation, Iron Speed, with some embarrassment, confessed, I dare not conceal the truth. The strongest warrior within Yin Pass is the commander, Pan Feng, a 6th-tier warrior. If we must attribute this defeat to someone, it can only be one individual. Who? Li Shuo inquired, his gaze darkening. Iron Speed bowed respectfully, unable to hide the truth. It was a 3rd-class soldier, a 4th-tier warrior. What? Boom. In his agitation, Li Shuo's hand shattered the stone thrown beneath him into fragments. A mere 4th-tier warrior could dictate the outcome of your siege? Iron Speed, do you take me for a fool? In an instant, Li Shuo was before Iron Speed, his terrifying aura causing even the battle-hardened warrior to tremble and break into a cold sweat. Ultimately, unable to withstand such overwhelming pressure, Iron Speed fell prostrate on the ground. With utmost sincerity, he proclaimed, General, I speak no falsehood. Should I deceive you, may the Almighty Lord obliterate my soul. Chapter 61. The Great Competition of Old and New. The Almighty Lord is the supreme and ultimate faith of the northern barbarians. Even in death, No one among them would dare to lie in his name. Upon hearing these words, Li Shua gradually reined in his aura and calmly asked, "Rise. Tell me in detail how this third-class soldier turned the tide of battle." After a while, Iron Speed slowly got to his feet, his entire being drenched in sweat. "General, although this person possesses only the strength of a fourth-tier warrior, his archery is unparalleled, a rarity indeed. Many valiant warriors of my Blood Wolf army have fallen to his arrows. Moreover, he is cunning and full of tricks. I was inadvertently ensnared by his ploy, resulting in my grievous injury." Upon hearing this, Li Shua's gaze grew increasingly frigid. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke in a deep voice. "The king believes that as winter approaches, our northern barbarian front has stretched too thin, which is unfavorable for our army's operations. Does the barbarian king intend to withdraw?" Iron Speed asked, somewhat unwillingly. "Huh." Li Shua let out a chilling laugh. "Withdraw? Impossible. First, we shall negotiate peace. Let the great Zhou provide us with provisions and textiles, and when spring arrives, we shall resume our assault. In the coming months, do not remain idle. I shall allocate you an additional 5,000 troops, which you may deploy as you see fit. Before the grasslands freeze over, we must strike them fiercely, instilling fear and pain. Only then can we acquire what we desire." Upon hearing this, Iron Speed, filled with excitement, clasped his hands and vowed, "Rest assured, General. This time I shall not disappoint you." At Yin Pass, the camp resounded with wails, rising and falling like a mournful tide. Observing Jiang Yi leading a large group of infantry in strenuous training, the other soldiers stood in astonishment. Centurion Chao Jiyuan and Huachangzai leisurely patrolled the camp, chuckling as they discussed the peculiar situation. "What do you think is going on? Jiang Yi seems to take pleasure in tormenting the soldiers. Does he harbor some sadistic tendencies?" They laughed. "We see through it but dare not speak openly. Let us not forget that Jiang Yi is a brother to the 1,000-man commander. Offending him would bring no good," Huachangzai remarked with a face full of schadenfreude. At that moment, a slightly frail new recruit, unable to bear the burden, stumbled and fell to the ground, instantly drawing jeers from Chao Jiyuan and Huachangzai. With such a training method, they might as well carry sacks in town. "I fail to see the purpose of this so-called training." Jiang Yi's furious shout commanded, "Get up and continue training. If you cannot endure this hardship, then get out." The soldier immediately scrambled to his feet, resuming his burdened run. He recalled the last time a soldier had requested to retire. Jiang Yi had mercilessly whipped him. A truly harrowing experience. After that, he was still required to participate in training. Anyone daring to utter the word retirement again would likely face an even worse fate. Chao Jinyuan scoffed disdainfully. Why employ such crooked methods instead of the orthodox training protocols of the border troops? What can possibly be achieved this way? Huachangzai, seemingly recalling something, spoke with concern. "Do not be so dismissive. Just days ago, I saw Wang Ming acquire several fine horses, and he employs a training method similar to Jiang Yi's, albeit for cavalry. They use newly crafted superior sabers. I witnessed that spectacle, and to be honest, there was something to it." Chao Jinyuan remained unimpressed. In his view, it was merely favoritism from Lin Feng, who reserved all the good things for his confidants. A bunch of rookies, even with the best equipment, would amount to nothing more than a collection of useless individuals on the battlefield. Can one truly expect them to fight? When the time comes to battle, it will be our seasoned Northern Town Army brothers who will charge into the fray. Indeed, you two centurions appear quite relaxed. A familiar voice suddenly interrupted from behind them. At the sound, Chao Jinyuan's body tensed, his disdainful expression abruptly ceasing, and his demeanor shifted to one of acquiescence as he quickly turned around. The other soldiers, upon seeing the newcomers, hastily made way. Approaching with solemn expressions were Lin Feng and Su Chong. "Greetings, esteemed commanders. Greetings, 1,000-man commander." The two quickly saluted. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "This is the military. Such formalities are unnecessary. I must inquire of you both. Do you look down upon my training methods?" Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. As centurions, they were well aware that Lin Feng was likely to be the next commander of the Yin Pass. Therefore, none would be foolish enough to offend him at this juncture. Chao Jinyuan hastily replied with a smile. "Captain, what brings you to such a conclusion? Any training plan devised by you is undoubtedly the most effective." Lin Feng, exhibiting signs of impatience, cast a glance at Huachangzai and inquired, "Does Captain Hu share the same sentiment?" Huachangzai promptly responded with a smile, "Of course, of course." The two exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by Lin Feng's intentions. Lin Feng scratched his head, causing both men to instinctively retreat a few steps. "Is it really that alarming?" Am I truly so fearsome? Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness, as he had always been amiable towards them. Both men were inwardly troubled, and eventually, Hua Changzai could no longer endure it. He stepped forward and declared, "My lord, there is no need for such severity. It was I and Chao Jiyuan who expressed concerns regarding your training methods. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me." Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the two, inhaled deeply, and remarked, "If I were to invoke punishment simply because my subordinates voiced a few grievances, would that not make me an excessively petty captain? As the saying goes, a mule or a horse must be taken out for a walk. How about this? You two ought to intensify your training, and in 10 days, we shall hold a grand competition to determine whose training methods are superior, yours or mine. Gentlemen, what say you?" Lin Feng understood that although these seasoned soldiers could not be compared to the new recruits in terms of combat prowess, they were indeed stubborn and obstinate. If he were to abruptly impose new training methods upon them, they would not voice their dissent openly but would harbor resentment within. Such emotions would only hinder the cultivation of capable soldiers. This was precisely why Lin Feng had refrained from sharing the new training methods with Chao Jinyuan and Hua Changzai. The two exchanged glances, uncertain whether the captain genuinely desired a competition or was subtly reprimanding them. "What is the matter? Are you both too timid to even express a sound? Are you not the elite of the Northern Town Army?" Upon hearing the words elite of the Northern Town Army, their expressions shifted markedly. After all, they were captains who had followed General Yin Nantian into numerous battles. Now, faced with Lin Feng's scorn, their hearts brimmed with indignation. Chapter 62. What does true fairness mean? Chao Jinyuan, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "My lord, you may strike or scold me as you wish, but you must not jest about the Northern Town Army." Witnessing the fury etched on their faces, Lin Feng fanned the flames further. "I am not jesting. What is it? Are the words Northern Town Army too much for you to utter? Do you not know why you were stationed at Yin Pass?" This statement ignited even Hua Changzai's usually calm demeanor, as he replied, "My lord, we remain here to assist you in defending Yin Pass. If you deem us unworthy, you may dismiss us. But there is no need to humiliate us in such a manner." Lin Feng maintained his characteristic demeanor, serene and unperturbed, as he smiled and remarked, "As for compatibility, you and I are of equal standing. Our opinions hold no weight. Only in the clash of two armies can we discern who is a hero and who a coward." Having spoken thus, if we do not engage in battle, we would hardly embody the spirit of true warriors. Chao Jiyuan gritted his teeth and declared, "If the 1,000-man commander insists, then we shall engage in combat. As for the reinforcements, we shall rely solely on our 800 veterans of the Northern Town to face the 1,000 fresh troops under your command." "I concur," Hua Changzai added, clasping his hands in agreement. Indeed, in a confrontation with Lin Feng, the legendary warrior of the battlefield, they recognized their inferiority. Yet, they had always regarded their 800 seasoned soldiers as superior to the newly recruited troops. However, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. "This will not do. 800 against 1,000 is excessively unfair. I seek a contest of true equity, due to the absence of a 100-man commander." The original 800 soldiers of the Northern Town were now commanded by 400-man leaders, including Chao Yuan Jin and Hua Changzai. The remaining new troops, numbering over 1,000, were primarily under the command of Jiang Yi and several other guards from the original Yin Pass. At that moment, Jiang Yi was training a mere 200 soldiers. Thus, how about this? Your 800 from the Northern Town, along with Jiang Yi's 200 newly trained soldiers, and an additional 80 cavalrymen trained by Wang Meng. Both men were taken aback. Is this what you call fairness? Are you not merely setting up the original Northern Town troops to bully the inexperienced recruits? Chao Jiyuan said through clenched teeth, unable to accept the proposition. Lin Feng, however, chuckled. "Who among us is the 1,000-man commander? Who holds the authority here?" This retort left Chao Yuan Jin speechless. The hierarchy of command was indeed formidable. What if we win? And if we lose? Hua Changzai instinctively posed this question. Lin Feng replied with unwavering confidence, "Should you emerge victorious, all our Yin Pass guards will train according to the original methods of the Northern Town troops. Conversely, if you lose, not only must you adopt my training methods, but you will also be required to reorganize the original soldiers of the Northern Town, allocate them into various battalions, and integrate them into the new army without a trace of dissent." From the previous assault on the Black Tiger stronghold, Lin Feng had discerned that while the original Northern Town soldiers possessed formidable combat prowess, they operated as a cohesive unit, failing to cooperate with the new recruits. His aim was to restructure the battalions, transforming the entire Yanbei garrison into an unstoppable force. After a moment of contemplation, Qiao Yuanjin stated, "I must confer with the other 200-man commanders." Lin Feng, unperturbed, responded with a smile, "Very well, confer amongst yourselves. I shall await your return here." Qiao Yuanjin nodded and proceeded to summon the 100-man commanders Zhao Shanhe and Chen Hao from their respective encampments. Upon their arrival, the two men greeted Lin Feng with deep bows. "How did the discussions among the 400-man commanders fare?" Lin Feng inquired. The eldest and most seasoned centurion, Zhao Shanhe, approached Lin Feng and candidly expressed, "We are amenable to the proposal of the 1,000-man leader." However, Lin Feng's expression darkened. "However, what?" Zhao continued, "Before we proceed, the four of us wish to challenge you, the legendary 4th-tier master." Upon hearing this, the deputy general, Su Chong, immediately erupted in anger. "You are utterly audacious. How dare you show such disrespect?" Yet, the 4 centurions remained composed, even exhibiting a palpable eagerness for the contest. Lin Feng, who had merely been a third-rate soldier, had suddenly ascended to the rank of 1,000-man leader, igniting their sense of injustice. They had restrained their indignation solely out of respect for General Yin Nantian of the Northern Garrison and Lin Feng's status as a 4th-tier warrior. Now, with Lin Feng suggesting a spar between the Northern Garrison and the new army, especially with a small group challenging their greater numbers, they felt compelled to unleash their pent-up fury. Lin Feng chuckled softly, making a gesture as if to crack his neck. "Such a trivial matter. I can certainly oblige you. Lord Su, kindly refrain from intervening. We had agreed that you would oversee the logistics while I handle the training. We must not lose sight of our priorities, shall we?" Su Chong, incensed, retorted, "Very well, Lin Feng, go ahead and indulge yourself, dragging the entire garrison of Yin Pass into this madness." Ironically, this declaration shattered the previously tense atmosphere, and the centurions joined Lin Feng in hearty laughter. They had always considered themselves fit for the position of 1,000-man leader, and now, a seemingly inconsequential figure like Lin Feng was stealing their thunder. At last, they felt an opportunity to vent their frustrations. Nevertheless, since Lin Feng had made his decision, Su Chong conceded to his request. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the martial training ground at the center of the military camp, where numerous soldiers gathered. Intrigued by the event, what is happening? Why are the 1,000-man leader and the 4 centurions here at the training ground? Rumor had it that the 1,000-man leader was set to challenge all 4 centurions, promising an exhilarating spectacle. The 4 centurions were all peak 3rd-tier warriors, especially Zhao Shanhe, who had once followed General Yin Nantian into fierce battles, claiming the lives of 2 4th-tier warriors. The 1,000-man leader, it seemed, was destined for embarrassment this time. However, Lin Feng paid no heed to the whispers around him. If he did not subdue these 4 today, how could he hope to command the entire Yin Pass garrison in the future? Sensing the eager anticipation in the eyes of the surrounding soldiers, Lin Feng raised his hand, calling for silence. Instantly, the training ground fell into a hushed stillness. Today, I, Lin Feng, engage in a personal contest with the 4 centurions. There is no issue of insubordination here. Whoever loses must concede. Let all present bear witness. A rousing cheer erupted from the crowd. Lin Feng then extended his hand towards the 4 men, inquiring, "Gentlemen, what shall we play today?" Zhao Shanhe had witnessed Lin Feng's remarkable archery skills at Black Tiger's stronghold. They were certain to lose in that regard. Moreover, it fails to highlight the strengths of the 4 individuals. After some contemplation, he clasped his hands and said, "Captain, let us forego archery, for we cannot rival you. Instead, let us engage in hand-to-hand combat. What do you think? Who shall take the first step? Come forth." Lin Feng provocatively beckoned the 4 with a gesture, challenging them to join forces. Chapter 63. Subduing. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the accompanying deputy general, Su, was utterly astonished. Was Lin Feng not being excessively arrogant? Logically speaking, in a one-on-one confrontation, a 3rd-tier martial artist would invariably struggle against a 4th-tier martial artist. However, it was often the case that multiple 3rd-tier martial artists could overwhelm a 4th-tier martial artist with their collective might. During the battle at Yin Pass, how many 3rd-tier warriors from the northern barbarians had fallen to the onslaught of numerous 2nd-tier defenders? Had not 2 4th-tier warriors among the Yin Pass defenders perished in a similar manner? It must be acknowledged that Lin Feng was indeed more formidable than the average 4th-tier martial artist. Yet, these 4 captains were elite fighters under the command of General Yin Nantian, no less formidable themselves. "Captain, do you perhaps underestimate the prowess of my 4 brothers?" Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, responding with an air of calm. "How could that be? I harbor no disdain for any brother among the defenders of Yin Pass. I merely possess a modicum of self-confidence. By the heavens! The moment those words escaped his lips, the four captains were nearly incensed to the point of explosion. Lin Feng understood that attaining the rank of captain within the Northern Army was achieved through relentless combat and years of arduous training. Nonetheless, he harbored no concerns. He had previously single-handedly defeated numerous third-tier martial artists on the battlefield. He refused to believe that these four, united, could surpass the strength of a dozen elite soldiers from the Bloodwolf army of the Northern Barbarians. Only by conquering them decisively would he earn their respect and ensure that these four, along with all the rebellious elements within the army, would heed his commands, enabling them to achieve rapid advancement in the shortest possible time. Very well, my lord, in hand-to-hand combat, one must tread carefully, Zhao Shanha bellowed, launching a fierce strike at Lin Feng with a series of tiger-style punches. The other three, not daring to be negligent, swiftly joined the fray. As Zhao Shanha unleashed his punches, the resonant roars of tigers echoed throughout the venue. Instantly, the crowd erupted in a chorus of cheers. Lin Feng continuously parried their attacks, gauging the force behind their strikes. Quite impressive indeed. Your tiger style is commendable, but old Zhao, it seems your tiger has yet to fully mature. Your strength is lacking. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng transformed his hand into a blade, striking precisely at Zhao Shanha's palm. An intense pain surged through Zhao Shanha's hand and arm, causing his palm to retract reflexively. Witnessing Zhao Shanha falter, the remaining three launched their combined assault. Leopard Fist, Dragon Claw, and powerful Vajra Leg converged upon Lin Feng. Lin Feng met their attacks with precision, responding without hesitation, and soon Zhao Shanha joined in the encirclement as well. Initially, the four men possessed a semblance of gentlemanly spirit, contemplating how to confront Lin Feng one after another. However, in their moment of desperation, they abandoned all pretense, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Countless fists and flying kicks rained down upon Lin Feng, yet none succeeded in subduing him in the slightest. After a protracted struggle, it was finally Chao Jinyuan's leopard punch that struck Lin Feng's abdomen. With a triumphant expression, Chao Jinyuan exclaimed, "Captain, how does my leopard punch feel?" Little did he know. Lin Feng remained unfazed, responding with a calm smile. "Not bad. A tad stronger than the ladies at the Apricot Blossom Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the spectators were taken aback. It is worth noting that the leopard punch was Chao Jinyuan's signature move, which had once incapacitated a third-tier martial artist to the point of being unable to care for himself. With a light scoff, Lin Feng unleashed a surge of formidable energy from his abdomen, sending Chao Jinyuan flying. What a jest! Did he truly believe that Lin Feng's strength was to be trifled with? In truth, Lin Feng had been sparing the four captains their dignity. Otherwise, a swift resolution would have been too damaging to their pride. Feeling that the time was ripe, Lin Feng executed the Sky Slaughter Blade technique. In an instant, a domineering force erupted from his hand, as if he wielded an invisible blade. Within a single exchange, the remaining three were sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Feng, gazing at Zhao Shanha and his companions, inquired with genuine interest, "Gentlemen, would you care to try again?" Despite being captains, known for their fierce demeanor towards their subordinates, the four men were not foolish. From the very first encounter, they sensed the vast chasm between their strengths and Lin Feng's. They even speculated that the esteemed captain was not merely a fourth-tier martial artist, but rather a fifth-tier, or perhaps even a sixth-tier warrior akin to the garrison commander. This misconception stemmed largely from Lin Feng's exceptional physique and talents, which far surpassed their own. They understood that the captain had been holding back all along. Zhao Shanha, along with the other three, approached Lin Feng and knelt on one knee. "Captain, we concede defeat. We are no match for you. From this moment forward, we shall have no ulterior motives and will faithfully follow your lead." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. Finally having won over the four esteemed captains, he quickly stepped forward to assist them to their feet. "Gentlemen, your strength is truly formidable. I merely emerged victorious by chance." The four exchanged awkward glances, and one remarked, "My lord, is that truly what you consider luck? If you had taken it more seriously, our lives might have been at stake." Nevertheless, they recognized that Captain Lin Feng was merely showing them grace. At that moment, Zhao Shanha raised his head and suggested, "My lord, perhaps we should forego further contests and adopt the training methods you proposed. The esteemed gentleman possesses remarkable prowess, and one can only surmise that his military training techniques are equally exceptional. It is important to note that Lin Feng's intention in competing against the four centurions is to earn their respect, However, this does not imply that the soldiers under their command will automatically be swayed. A contest must indeed take place. For the training methods of the Northern Defense Army are far from simplistic. We must ascertain through comparison which approach is most suited for our troops stationed at Yen Pass. This notion has been articulated with considerable subtlety. Should they fail to grasp the underlying message, they would truly be unworthy of their rank. Very well. Since the gentleman has made his decision, we shall proceed as he has instructed. We shall return and diligently engage in military training without a moment's neglect. Hold on. Lin Feng swiftly interjected, catching Zhao Shanhe by the arm. Old Zhao, do you wish to enhance your overall strength further? I possess a method for ordinary soldiers to cultivate, which can rapidly elevate their combat capabilities. This technique has been acquired from the military training manual, and I have already implemented it with Jiang Yi and Wang Ming. Otherwise, the soldiers currently training would hardly endure such rigorous exercises. It is known that only a select few elite soldiers in the army are granted access to cultivation techniques, primarily due to the scarcity of resources to train a larger number of individuals. Typically, soldiers are nurtured according to their aptitude and are left to cultivate independently. Upon hearing that Lin Feng had devised a training method for all ordinary soldiers, the four were filled with exuberance. They once again knelt deeply, clasping their hands in salute, declaring, "All soldiers of Yen Pass shall obey the commands of the esteemed centurion." Chapter 64. A bath in heartbreak grass, are you certain? Situated at the border of the Great Zhou, the soldiers are perpetually on edge, vigilantly guarding against the incursions of the northern barbarians. Each morning, they awaken with trepidation, fearing that barbarian forces may breach the city, resulting in severed heads, whose burden is not heavy. Under such immense pressure, both the original Northern Defense Army and the existing garrison at Yen Pass, as well as the newly enlisted recruits, will inevitably develop varying degrees of psychological issues over time. Should a method arise that empowers them and allows for the release of their fears and excess energy, it would indeed be a divine blessing. Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the four centurions, speaking earnestly. This training will be arduous, and later stages will require additional weight training akin to that of Jiang Yi's soldiers. Are you prepared for this? The four stood, gazing up at Lin Feng with an expression that conveyed their unwavering resolve. To underestimate the capabilities of those we oversee would be folly, would it not? If those newly enlisted recruits can withstand it, surely we seasoned veterans of the battlefield can endure far more, as long as your training methodology proves efficient. I assert that none of my brothers shall falter. Should anyone dare to engage in deceitful practices, my iron whip shows no favoritism. If it doesn't break us, we shall train until we are utterly spent. In comparison to the fears instilled by the battlefield, these seasoned soldiers have never regarded the challenges of training as formidable. They exchanged fervent promises, each pledging their commitment before Lin Feng. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Feng refrained from further comment and, with a gentle smile, addressed the four centurions, urging them to devote their time to military training. The remainder would be determined by the merits of our respective training methods. That night, beneath the slanted moonlight and the pale sky, Lin Feng strolled through the military camp with his hands clasped behind his back. Occasionally, the air was pierced by the anguished cries echoing within the camp. The metallic scent of blood mingled with the acrid odor of sweat from the soldiers' boots, a combination potent enough to overwhelm the senses. As he lifted the tent flap, he observed two soldiers engaged in the grim task of pricking each other's blisters. Their faces contorted in pain, they grimaced as they bore the agony. "Salutations, esteemed centurion," exclaimed a soldier with keen eyes, hastily setting aside the wooden basin used for foot washing, water spilling across the ground. The two soldiers, caught in their painful endeavor, suddenly rose to their feet, only to be met with fresh waves of agony, their expressions once again twisted in distress. Witnessing this, Lin Feng felt a pang of empathy in his heart. "Sit down. Everyone, sit down," he commanded. "Attend to your duties without concern for me," with the order from a seasoned soldier within the tent. The others gradually returned to their respective tasks. Lin Feng found an empty spot and unceremoniously sat down, his gaze fixed on the two who had been tending to their blisters. "You two hail from Maple Village, correct?" he inquired. They nodded, pride swelling within them at the recognition from Lin Feng. "Indeed, we are from Maple Village, your neighboring village. We were present when you treated us to drinks." Lin Feng offered a faint smile and, with sincere gravity, posed a question. "Is it painful?" At this, the two exchanged glances. The elder of the two, after a moment of contemplation, finally spoke. "We do not wish to conceal the truth from you. It is indeed painful." We understand that your rigorous training is intended to minimize our sacrifices on the battlefield. As new recruits, we lack a solid foundation, and if we do not train earnestly, we risk becoming mere fodder for the enemy on the battlefield. Hearing their words, Lin Feng felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, many brothers in our camp have sustained injuries due to the intensity of this training, added the younger soldier, unable to contain himself. The techniques provided by the centurion have proven effective. Even the weakest among our ranks is now at least a novice warrior. Yet, I worry that while our spirits may not shatter under the strain, our bodies might ultimately succumb. Unbeknownst to them, Centurion Jiang Yi had entered the tent. Having overheard much of their conversation, he erupted in anger. "Zhou Hu, Wang Xing, what nonsense are you two spouting? If you can endure, then endure. If not, then get lost." At Jiang Yi's stern reprimand, the two soldiers immediately lowered their heads, silenced by fear. Lin Feng abruptly stood, startling Jiang Yi. "Brother Feng, why do you scold them? Are you forbidding the brothers from speaking the truth?" Jiang Yi was left exasperated, feeling near tears. "Brother Feng, why must you take on the role of the good guy all the time?" Subsequently, Lin Feng regarded Jiang Yi with a serious expression and inquired, "Is such a situation common?" Jiang Yi, his eyes darting, found himself at a loss as to whether to tell Brother Feng the truth or fabricate a tale. "I instructed you to train rigorously, not to conceal the injury reports from the training sessions. Why are you stammering?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi scratched his head and replied, "Among the 200 new recruits, 30% have sustained significant injuries, while the remainder are largely in similar condition. Brother Feng, is there any training without injuries? You were once a Class C soldier. You ought to be aware of that." Lin Feng was indeed aware, yet the training methods employed were excessively harsh. If no measures were taken to assist these brothers in recuperating, it was likely that few would be fit for the competition day. "Come with me." Jiang Yi promptly lifted the tent flap and followed Lin Feng outside. "Go find Su Chong. I've instructed him to procure a considerable amount of medicinal herbs. Take a few men and retrieve them. Additionally, prepare a large pot of spring water." Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering what his elder brother was planning. Was he to concoct porridge or prepare a meal at such a late hour? It was only when Lin Feng gave him a gentle kick that Jiang Yi exclaimed, "If you want me to go, I'll go. Why hit me?" At the center of the camp, a large pot was set up over a roaring bonfire, and the water within was already boiling. A group of soldiers gathered around the scene. Su Chong, who had been yanked from his warm bed by Jiang Yi, approached and could not help but ask, "Lin Feng, why are you stirring up trouble in the middle of the night instead of returning home to accompany your wife?" "I won't be going back tonight. I must prepare this pot of medicine to enhance the brother's physical condition, which will render future training far more effective." As Lin Feng began to add various costly herbs into the pot, a delightful aroma quickly permeated the entire military camp. "This smells delightful. Could it serve as a midnight snack?" Lin Feng shot Su Chong an incredulous glance. "Who said this is for drinking? It contains poison hemlock, 7-kill flower, and mandrake. Do you wish to drink it? If so, I shall serve you a bowl." Upon hearing the names of these toxic plants, Su Chong hastily shook his head. "This is meant for medicinal baths. Each tub can accommodate a ladle's worth, sufficient for 10 men to use repeatedly. I did not anticipate that training would be so excessively harsh. If these youngsters were to perish, who would bear the responsibility when their parents arrive? I will assist you." Su Chong reached for the herbs, only to be gently tapped on the hand with a large wooden ladle by Lin Feng. "Do you know which herbs to add at each step? Go summon the soldiers for their medicinal baths. None are to be left behind." Su Chong complied immediately, though he inwardly grumbled, "Since when did I, a 7th-rank official, become a messenger for your 9th-rank authority?" Chapter 65. The Dual Swords Unite. Uncommon Excellence. Observing the group of bare-bodied men soaking in the medicinal baths before returning to their respective tents, in truth, Lin Feng felt a twinge of unease within himself. This medicinal bath was formulated by the system, and should it prove ineffective, his reputation would be severely tarnished. "How many soldiers have undergone the medicinal bath?" Lin Feng inquired. Jiang Yi picked up the roster in his hand and replied, "According to the progress, nearly half of the soldiers should have completed the bath by now." "Let us go and observe the results," Lin Feng suggested, as he and his companions returned to the military tent. Sensing Lin Feng's return for inspection, the soldiers had tidied themselves up. "What are the effects?" At that moment, each soldier's face radiated genuine joy. "Captain, this medicinal bath is remarkably effective. After just one session, not only has all my fatigue vanished, but the bruises from training have nearly healed, and I feel significantly stronger." "Where did you acquire this formula?" We have used plenty of the physician's ointments previously, yet they proved rather ineffective. With this, we could train twice as hard tomorrow. Upon hearing this, several soldiers shot an angry glare at the speaker. You sure talk a lot, don't you? Noticing this, Lin Feng smiled gently and reassured, do not worry. Simply follow the normal training regimen. I will not impose additional tasks upon you. With this statement, the new recruits erupted in cheers. Captain, you are magnificent. At that moment, many regarded Lin Feng as a deity. Everyone yearned for enhanced physical prowess. With this medicine, coupled with the cultivation techniques bestowed by Captain Lin, diligent effort would enable them to ascend to higher realms of martial prowess. Such kindness was akin to a rebirth from their parents. Glancing at the moonlight, sensing the hour was late, Lin Feng waved his hand and declared, all right, make sure to rest well. We shall continue training tomorrow. He then exited the military tent and turned to Jiang Yi, asking, have the 400 commanders also undergone the medicinal bath? Jiang Yi nodded. The entire army participated together. Lin Feng would not show favoritism. All were his brothers, and only by enhancing everyone's strength could they become a formidable force. That is good. It's getting late. You two should return and rest as well. After taking a few steps, Su Cheng seemed to recall something and returned. With a mysterious expression, he gazed at Lin Feng and asked, Lin Feng, where did you truly obtain this medicinal bath formula? Throughout our entire Great Zhou army, there are countless formidable warriors. Yet they are all selected from a vast pool. To cultivate an almost entirely martial force from nothing is indeed extraordinary. In Su Cheng's impression, Lin Feng was unmatched in combat and unparalleled in strategy. However, he never anticipated that he was also a master of medicine. Even Su Cheng began to harbor doubts, suspecting that this lad was not merely a lowly private hailing from the countryside, but rather a scion of a prestigious family who had somehow found himself among the common folk. Observing Su Cheng's inquisitive expression, Lin Feng feigned an air of mystery and replied with a playful smile, I shall not divulge. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled towards his tent. Watching Lin Feng's retreating figure, Su Cheng grumbled, this insufferable brat. Keeping secrets right in front of me. In the blink of an eye, 9 days had elapsed, and the soldiers displayed a remarkable enhancement in their overall capabilities. Many ordinary soldiers, who previously lacked martial prowess, had now ascended to the rank of first-tier warriors. Those who were already martial artists, including the centurions, also reaped the rewards of their intensive training. On the training grounds, Lin Feng observed the soldiers performing their formations with precision, and he waved his hand, summoning Jiang Yi over. Jiang Yi jogged towards him, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, and cheerfully inquired, Brother Feng, did you call for me? How are you holding up? Are you tired? Not at all. I have grown accustomed to it. Though Jiang Yi spoke nonchalantly, his drenched hair revealed the intensity of their training. What is your current rank? Lin Feng asked. To be honest, I have now attained the status of a third-tier warrior. As for my brothers under my command, they have all successfully entered the ranks of martial artists. Upon hearing this, even Lin Feng, who was typically composed, could not suppress a look of incredulity. Indeed, the cultivation techniques provided by the system, coupled with the medicinal baths, formed a formidable combination, yielding extraordinary results. Do not become complacent. The road ahead remains long, and we must not allow ourselves to slacken, Lin Feng cautioned, to which Jiang Yi nodded earnestly in agreement. Lin Feng's thoughts then drifted to the military strength classifications of the northern barbarians. The elite of the imperial class boasted ordinary soldiers with a minimum combat prowess of fourth-tier warriors. The royal class possessed ordinary soldiers with a minimum strength of third-tier warriors. The first-class elite had ordinary soldiers at a minimum of second-tier warriors. Should a large-scale conflict arise, if they were to encounter the first-class elite of the northern barbarians, their forces would be evenly matched, and Lin Feng would have little to fear. However, if they were to face the royal or even the imperial class elites, they would still be at a disadvantage. Fortunately, in most scenarios, whether besieging a city or engaging in battle, the military strength deployed by both sides was generally comparable. In a modest place like Yin Pass, deploying the imperial class would be akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. With this in mind, Lin Feng clapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder and said, Come, let us go observe the cavalry training. Jiang Yi's face lit up with excitement. He had long desired to witness the cavalry's prowess, but had been too preoccupied with training to find the time. Wang Zhao, Jiang Yi shouted towards the training squad, and a soldier named Wang Zhao swiftly broke from the ranks and jogged over. He placed his right fist over his chest, his gaze towards Lin Feng filled with respect. I am Wang Zhao, reporting to you. Esteemed Centurion, I, accompanied by the Centurion, set forth to attend to certain matters, while you and the brethren shall continue with the training, leaving no room for negligence. Understood. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Yi proceeded with Lin Feng to the cavalry training grounds. This training area, a vast expanse deliberately cleared by Lin Feng, was designed to facilitate large-scale charges and assaults. Gazing into the distance, one could see a formidable assembly on the hillside, poised for action. Each warhorse was adorned with thick armor, their chests and abdomens securely encased. These steeds, procured at great expense by Lin Feng, along with their armor, each commanded a price of over 100 taels of silver. The entire training ground was dotted with sturdy wooden stakes, fashioned to resemble the enemy, densely packed, numbering around 300. Observing the imposing cavalry, Jiang Yi felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, the resounding beat of a drum echoed through the air. Following this, 80 cavalrymen surged down the slope, drawing gleaming sabers from their waists as they charged into the ranks of wooden figures. In a swift onslaught, every one of the 300 wooden figures fell. Their heads toppled. Chapter 66. Eager for action, brimming with confidence. Such a rapid and large-scale slaughter left Jiang Yi momentarily speechless. However, he felt little trepidation. This cavalry charge indeed represented a dimensional shift in assault against ordinary infantry. Yet, the weight training was precisely to prepare for heavy armor combat. Moreover, their training regimen included a specialized cavalry unit for slaying horses. This contingent comprised towering, robust men wielding long, sharp polearms, specifically targeting the legs of steeds. The outcome of a confrontation between these two forces was far from certain. After the initial onslaught, the 80 cavalrymen swiftly returned to Lin Feng's presence. Halting their mounts 50 paces from him, they dismounted and approached in unison, kneeling before Lin Feng. Captain Wang Meng led the 80 riders in saluting the esteemed centurion. Lin Feng, visibly pleased, nodded in approval and then assisted Wang Meng to his feet. He then addressed the assembled cavalrymen behind Wang Meng, declaring, "Rise." In unison, the cavalrymen stood tall. "Wang Meng, each of you is a treasure to me. How has training been lately? Any injuries?" Wang Meng smiled and shook his head. "Centurion, thanks to your medicinal baths, the brethren have sustained no injuries. Moreover, without your consent, I had the brethren apply the baths to the horses as well. And the results have been remarkable, albeit somewhat wasteful." Lin Feng, unfazed by this, responded, "That concoction is meant for use. You cavalrymen are my treasures. And so are those steeds. What harm is there in utilizing a bit of medicine? From now on, take as much as you need, no need for reporting." Hearing this, Wang Meng felt a surge of gratitude within him. Lin Feng felt he could only repay this gratitude with a lifetime of loyalty. At that moment, Jiang Yi chuckled and remarked, "Brother, Wang Meng and the cavalry brothers are your treasures, are we not? You seem a bit biased." With a swift motion, Lin Feng playfully smacked Jiang Yi. "Why do you have so much to say?" The other cavalrymen couldn't help but burst into laughter at the scene. Subsequently, Lin Feng gathered Jiang Yi and Wang Meng together and quietly inquired, "Tomorrow marks your competition against the 400 captain's troops. Are you confident?" "Absolutely," they responded emphatically, the vigor of their voices nearly causing Lin Feng's ears to ring. It should be noted that the vast majority of these soldiers in training were newcomers, having only recently enlisted. Their opponents, however, were the seasoned veterans of the Yuan Jinbei army, accustomed to the rigors of battle. Lin Feng felt satisfied with their spirited response, but he cautioned them, "Do not underestimate the brothers of the Yuan Jinbei army. General Yan's men are no fools, and their combat experience vastly exceeds yours. Once the battle commences, they will not hold back." Wang Meng, exuding confidence, replied, "What is there to fear? They are merely two shoulders supporting one head. They have fought a few more battles than us. Are they gods now?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi, equally undaunted, chimed in, "I've observed their training methods. They follow the traditional techniques of the Great Zhou, primarily focused on combat drills, which are far less efficient than our training. Moreover, we have conducted additional military formation exercises. I refuse to believe we will lose to them, even though their combined forces of cavalry and Jiang Yi's recruits numbered less than 300. They showed no fear of the 800 men of the Yuan Jinbei army. All right, your confidence is sufficient." Lin Feng expressed with a contented smile. "Today, I will merge your two units into one, and we shall train together using the military formation methods outlined in the training manual." Understood. Soon, the two units were combined into one, their morale soaring. Observing this spirited army, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Once they triumphed over the 800 men of the Yuan Jinbei army tomorrow, winning their wholehearted respect, they could then promote the newly developed training methods throughout the entire Yin Pass forces. Meanwhile, within the camp of the Yuan Jinbei army, the four captains, Chao Jinyuan, Hua Changzai, Zhao Shanhe, and Chen Hao were discussing the upcoming confrontation in their tent. Chao Jiyuan took the lead. "Gentlemen, how has your training been of late?" Hua Changzai smiled lightly, lifted a cup of tea, and drank it down. "With the medicine and training techniques provided by the 1,000-man commander, the strength of my battalion has surged tremendously. To put it plainly, even if we were to face the Blood Wolf army now, we could decimate them without a trace." The contributions of Lin Feng had not gone unnoticed by the four captains. They nodded in agreement, acknowledging that in less than 10 days, their training had yielded results far superior to those achieved in months prior. The crux of the matter is that previously, certain soldiers had little hope of becoming martial artists. However, with Lin Feng's assistance, they have begun to glimpse a glimmer of hope, thus training with renewed vigor. At this moment, Captain Chen Hao lifted a cup of tea, pondered for a moment, then set it back down. "Gentlemen," he began, "it is essential to comprehend that Captain Qian treats everyone equally, whether it be us, the new recruits, or the former guards of Yin Pass. He is indeed worthy of his position as our captain and fulfills his duties admirably." The others exchanged perplexed glances, unsure of Chen Hao's intention behind his words. While they unanimously respected his statement, the timing seemed peculiar with the competition looming tomorrow. Amidst the ensuing silence, Zhao Shanhe took the initiative to break the tension. "Captain Chen, are you suggesting that we should abstain from the competition tomorrow?" Chen Hao nodded. "Since we are here, we must find peace. We are already the guardians of Yin Pass. We shall follow Captain Qian's lead without the need for a contest to determine superiority." Upon hearing this, several captains bowed their heads in silence. After a lengthy pause, the elder Zhao Shanhe spoke. "You all fail to grasp Captain Qian's intentions." The others turned to him in surprise. Zhao Shanhe sighed and continued. "Is Captain Qian trying to make us submit? Wasn't it he who subdued us all that day? Who among you still harbors any dissent? Is it you, or perhaps you, Chao Jiyuan?" Then, Zhao Shanhe shifted his tone. "Captain Qian's proposal for a contest is merely an attempt to unite us, the brothers of the former Northern Town Army." Chao Jiyuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you suggesting that we play along with Jiang Yi and his men in a grand performance?" "Absolutely not," Zhao Shanhe retorted sharply. "To lose against a bunch of fresh recruits would tarnish the reputation of the Northern Town Army." He then glanced at the three others and continued. "What I mean is that we must win tomorrow, and convincingly so, to demonstrate that the former Northern Town Army is not comprised of weaklings. However, given our numerical advantage, it might seem somewhat unfair. We can offer a few courteous words to Captain Qian afterward, and then adhere to his training methods moving forward." Upon hearing this, Chao Jiyuan slammed his thigh in agreement. "It is settled then. Tomorrow, we shall show those new recruits our true strength." Chapter 67, A Resounding Defeat. On the 10th day, in the morning at the central training ground of Yin Pass, the 800 soldiers of the former Northern Town Army marched in unison towards the southern side of the venue. Captains Chao Jiyuan, Hua Changzai, Zhao Shanhe, and Chen Hao walked side by side towards a nearby elevated platform. At the center of the platform sat the commanding officer, Pan Feng, flanked by Captain Lin Feng and Deputy General Su Chong. The remaining captains stood behind, having not participated in the training. "Greetings, General. The soldiers of the 4th Battalion have assembled and await your orders." Pan Feng turned to Lin Feng and asked in a deep voice, "Where are Jiang Yi and Wang Ming? Is it not a confrontation between two armies?" After Pan Feng posed his inquiry, a plume of smoke rose in the distance. First appeared 80 heavily armored cavalrymen, brandishing their sabers and charging forth with the ferocity of dragons. Following closely behind was a formidable force of 200 heavily armored infantry. Clad in their formidable armor, the foot soldiers bore bows slung at their sides and wielded long spears, with robust shields positioned in front of them. Their imposing presence resembled that of a colossal armored dragon. Though merely 200 in number, their might was even more terrifying than the encroachment of the northern barbarians. Upon witnessing such a battalion, even the seasoned 4 centurions could only swallow their trepidation and feel an unsettling anxiety within. Wang Ming dismounted, closely followed by Jiang Yi. The two knelt on one knee before the platform, clasping their hands together and stating, "General, the 280 men are assembled and await your orders." Pan Feng nodded with satisfaction. He then exchanged a glance with Lin Feng, whispering, "Will this drill inflict too great a toll?" Lin Feng replied, "Not at all. In this engagement, wooden weapons are employed, wrapped in cloth. Although minor collisions are inevitable, serious injuries will be averted. Besides, they are our own brothers. No one would strike with lethal intent. Reassured by Lin Feng's words, Pan Feng quelled his anxieties. He then stepped to the forefront of the platform and proclaimed loudly, "Prepare yourselves." The 4 Centurions promptly rushed to their respective camps, while Jiang Yi and Wang Ming swiftly returned to their positions. "Brothers, we are a force of 800. Seasoned warriors all. Tell me, can we allow ourselves to be bested by these recruits?" "No, absolutely not." The 800 soldiers, stirred by Wang Ming and Jiang Yi's fervor, felt a surge of resolve. Yet, among them, there was not a single coward. Those who had survived within the Northern Army had surely claimed the heads of several fierce Northern barbarian foes. Unless knocked down directly, none would accept defeat. "Very well. Let us display our valor for these esteemed gentlemen to behold. We 800 are far from weaklings. We shall not allow these new recruits to underestimate us. We must not allow the recruits to look down upon us." The chorus of 800 voices rose in a deafening roar. Wang Ming and Jiang Yi, however, remained silent. Only after a prolonged moment did they inquire, "Are you ready?" "Ready." Both sides stood poised, eager for the clash. As Lin Feng bellowed, "Let the contest begin." In an instant, the 800 surged forth like a tempest, roaring as they charged towards their opponents. This strategy had been devised collectively by the 4 Centurions, relying on their numerical superiority to strike first and seize the momentum. However, Wang Ming and Jiang Yi remained inscrutable. Once the soldiers had advanced a certain distance, Lin Feng produced a command flag from his sleeve. With a flourish, Jiang Yi immediately dispersed the troops to the flanks, forming a wing-like convergence. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Shanhe could not help but let a slight smile grace his lips. Indeed, the Centurion was still rather youthful. To envision that a mere 200 men could encircle a force of 800 was nothing short of a delusion. In the next moment, Lin Feng once again brandished his command flag. 80 cavalrymen surged forth like ferocious tigers descending a mountain, charging directly at the 800. "Dodge the cavalry!" Even as Zhao Shanhe shouted this command, his soldiers stood no chance against such velocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless wooden sabers fell, and soldiers were felled one after another. The remaining men attempted to engage the heavily armored infantry on the flanks, yet their wooden weapons inflicted no damage upon the shields, and they were instead toppled by a barrage of headless pikes. In the next instant, a rain of headless arrows descended from behind the shielded soldiers. In the blink of an eye, 800 soldiers under the command of the 4 Centurions fell in droves. This unprecedented and overwhelming assault was unlike anything they had ever encountered or heard of. The 800 were swiftly scattered and defeated, unable to muster a single coherent counterattack. The 4 Centurions, witnessing this calamity, were filled with urgency and despair, yet they found no means to penetrate the enemy's defenses. Was it truly possible that an entire battalion of 800 could collapse in less than a quarter of an hour? Initially, the 4 Centurions had hoped to redeem the reputation of the Northern Town Army, but it seemed they were merely offering their cheeks for a resounding slap. In the next moment, Lin Feng's military flag altered once more. From the vantage point of the high platform, it was evident that the cavalry had withdrawn from the battlefield, while the heavy infantry had formed a formation resembling scales of fish. In groups of 3 and 1, they systematically executed the remaining enemies. The strips of fabric were stained with white dye. Any vital area struck would designate the soldier for withdrawal from the battlefield. Approximately half an hour later, all 800 were slain. Even among those of the second and third ranks, their contributions were nearly non-existent. Faced with such a rapid and relentless onslaught, akin to a torrent of steel, they were utterly defenseless. Once the battlefield was entirely cleared, Wang Ming and Jiang Yi returned to the front of the high platform. Not a single cavalryman had sustained injuries. Wang Ming clasped his hands in salute. Jiang Yi reported, among the 200 heavy infantry, 2 were injured, yet none severely. Astonishingly, less than 300 had faced off against 800 seasoned veterans without a single casualty, and all this transpired in under half an hour. Such a remarkable outcome left even the battle-hardened Pan Feng utterly astounded. Meanwhile, the 4 Centurions hung their heads, dejected, resembling frostbitten eggplants. During this time, they had not neglected their training, utilizing all the rewards bestowed by Lin Feng, and even several third-rank warriors had emerged within their ranks. Yet, could they truly have suffered such a devastating defeat? As Lin Feng contemplated offering solace to the 4 Centurions, he was taken aback when they simultaneously knelt before him. Zhao Shanhe raised his gaze and clasped his hands respectfully, declaring, "My lord, we are convinced. Please, allow us to disperse these 800 soldiers into various camps. We shall harbor no grievances. From this moment forth, We shall rigorously adhere to your military training strategies." Observing this, the other three also bowed deeply, their tones earnest as they implored, "We beseech you, my lord, to extend this training methodology throughout the entire army. Who does not wish to grow stronger?" Upon witnessing the formidable armored troops, the soldiers of the Yin Pass no longer harbored doubts about Lin Feng's military training methods and tactical prowess. Chapter 68. Your father is General Wei? A second-rank official. In the small courtyard, He Kaiwei and Su Miaojin were busily tidying the premises. During this period, Lin Feng had been preoccupied with military training, leaving him no time to send Su Miaojin back to the capital. However, fortunate was it that despite her noble upbringing, this young lady exhibited none of the delicacies often associated with her status. She was adept at tasks such as pounding rice and washing clothes, impressing He Kuei to the point of reluctance at her departure. Just as the two had finished cleaning the courtyard, the sound of hoofbeats echoed from outside. Turning their heads, they beheld Lin Feng approaching, carrying a food box. He halted his steed, dismounted nimbly, and entered the courtyard with a broad smile. He Kaiwei and Su Miaojin promptly set aside their tools to greet him. "Husband, you have returned." The brothers have been training day and night, utterly exhausted. I thought to grant them a brief respite and indulge in a moment of peace myself. Su Miaojin took the food box while He Kaiwei assisted Lin Feng in shedding his military cloak. "That is splendid. You must take some time to rest at home these next few days. Miaojin and I shall prepare some delightful dishes for you." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng appeared contemplative, choosing not to engage with her remark. "The food in this box is from Fengman Tower. It has likely cooled during the journey. Let's heat it up and enjoy lunch together." As He Kaiwei reached for the food box, Su Miaojin, eager and quick, seized it and scurried into the kitchen. "Lin Feng, please go and rest in the room. Leave this task to me." Lin Feng watched as Su Miaojin tiptoed into the kitchen, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. To him, Su Miaojin was the epitome of a pampered young lady from a wealthy family, born with a silver spoon in her mouth. Little did he expect that in just half a month's time, she had become quite capable in the kitchen. He Kaiwei guided Lin Feng toward the living room, praising Su Miaojin along the way. "Miaojin is truly remarkable. Although she had never engaged in such labor before, she has been remarkably diligent in learning. During your absence, she has been an immense help to me." "Is that so?" Lin Feng responded, taken aback. It seemed that the environment indeed has the power to transform a person. "Ah!" At that moment, a sharp cry echoed from the kitchen, followed by a thick plume of smoke billowing out. He Kaiwei immediately sprang to her feet and rushed into the kitchen. There, she found Su Miaojin, her entire figure shrouded in soot, gazing at He Kaiwei with a woeful expression. The sight elicited a chuckle from He Kaiwei. "Sister Kaiwei, I am so clumsy. I've watched you start a fire countless times, yet I still haven't learned." The pitiable look on her face tugged at each Kaiwei's heartstrings, prompting her to gently push her out. "Go wash your face and wait for me in the living room." Su Miaojin, resembling a child caught in a misdeed, dawdled to the sink to wash her face before returning to the living room. She sat quietly beside Lin Feng, her head bowed in silence. "If you cannot do something, there is no need to force yourself," Lin Feng said, offering Su Miaojin a handkerchief to wipe her face. Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin nearly burst into tears, sobbing. "Brother Lin Feng, I merely wanted to cook you a meal to express my gratitude for saving my life. But I am so inept, I can't do anything right." Observing Su Miaojin's tear-streaked visage, Lin Feng felt a mix of amusement and sympathy. He consoled her. "It's all right. You've never done this before. My act of saving you was merely my duty. You need not take it to heart." Upon hearing his words, Su Miaojin lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with tears. "Brother Lin Feng, how can that be? You may brush it off, but for me, without you, I fear I would have fallen prey to those bandits." At that moment, He Kaiwei entered with 2 plates of food. Su Miaojin quickly stood, wiped her tears, and headed toward the kitchen. "Let me help with the dishes." He Kaiwei turned to Su Miaojin, her expression puzzled, and asked Lin Feng, "What happened? Why did you make this girl cry?" Lin Feng, feigning innocence, quickly explained. "How could I have such power? I have no idea why she is crying." Just then, Su Miaojin returned with the dishes. "Brother Lin Feng, Sister Kuei, the food is ready. Let us eat." With Su Miaojin seemingly all right, the couple finally settled down to enjoy their meal. As they neared the end of their meal, Lin Feng set down his chopsticks and suddenly said, "Miaojin, you've been in Yinguan long enough. Tomorrow I shall send someone to escort you back to the capital." Upon hearing this, Su Miaojin froze, her large eyes welling with tears again. She set down her bowl, her face a mask of distress as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin Feng, do you think I've done something wrong? Are you sending me away?" Lin Feng was taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. No, that is not it. I merely think you've stayed in Yinguan too long. Your parents must be worried since they haven't heard from you. Hikawe chimed in to reassure her. Once you return, it doesn't mean you can't come visit us again. Besides, when Brother Lin Feng is less busy, we can come to see you as well. Unexpectedly, Su Miaojin shook her head vigorously. No, Brother Lin Feng, Sister Kaiwei, there is something I have deceived you about. Lin Feng and Hikawe exchanged a glance, somewhat perplexed by Su Miaojin's words. In truth, my purpose for coming here was not to seek out family, but to escape an unwanted marriage. Upon hearing this, both Lin Feng and Hikawe were taken aback. Although marriages in ancient times occurred at an early age, Hikawe was merely around 15 or 16. Was it not a tad too hasty for her parents? My father is General Su Dachuan of the Wei. At this revelation, Lin Feng felt as if his head might explode. The Wei General is a second-rank military officer, a formidable warrior responsible for the defense and security of the capital. A paramount commander of the Dazhou army safeguarding the imperial city. To think that Su Miaojin's father was such a prominent figure. It was solely because my father betrothed me to the foolish son of the Minister of War, Zhou Chuanqiu, that I was to be taken away in 2 years, which I absolutely refused to accept. Thus, I fled. As she spoke, Su Miaojin suddenly knelt before Lin Feng and Hikawe. Brother Lin Feng, Sister Kuei, I do not wish to marry. I truly do not want to marry. I would rather spend my life by your side than wed such a fool. Observing Su Miaojin's pitiful demeanor, both Lin Feng and Hikawe felt a pang of discomfort. Yet, they understood that with the influence of the Wei General and the Minister of War, it was only a matter of time before they would trace her to Yin Pass. When that day arrives, the situation would likely worsen. Hikawe hastily approached to help Su Miaojin up, saying, "Miaojin, please rise, let us talk." Su Miaojin was led to a chair, yet continued to sob profusely. After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng sighed. "Miaojin, there is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. Your father will eventually find you. It is better for you to return, lest your family worry. However, I can promise you one thing. As long as you do not wish to marry, no one can force you." Chapter 69. Something unusual must be afoot. Su Miaojin looked at Lin Feng with tear-filled eyes, uncertain whether his words were a genuine promise or merely a way to placate her so she would depart soon. "Miaojin, I am an orphan. Since you call me brother, you are now my sister. Moreover, I have never lied in front of Kuei. Once I make a promise to you, I shall certainly fulfill it." Seeing the determination in Lin Feng's gaze touched Su Miaojin. Hikawe, standing nearby, solemnly added, "Miaojin, your brother Lin Feng always keeps his word." Although Hikawe was unsure how Lin Feng would accomplish this daunting task, after all, one was a second-rank general and the other a powerful minister of war, she understood that her husband was not jesting. Su Miaojin weakly nodded. In that moment, her gaze fell upon Hikawe, and she silently mused, "Sister Kaiwei, I envy you so." The following day, Lin Feng and Hikawe prepared provisions for Su Miaojin for her journey and bestowed upon her 100 taels of silver for expenses along the way. As Yin Guan could not part from Lin Feng at that moment, he dispatched a small escort to accompany Su Miaojin back to the capital. Just as they were about to set off, Su Miaojin suddenly leaped down from the carriage and ran towards Lin Feng, embracing him tightly. Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Goodness, this little girl, does she not see that your sister-in-law is still here?" Fortunately, Hikawe bore no ill will, sensing that Su Miaojin simply found it difficult to part with their time together. "Brother Lin, you and Sister Kaiwei must take care of yourselves. It is uncertain when we shall meet again," Su Miaojin said, her voice tinged with emotion. Lin Feng nodded, feeling the weight of the girl's feelings for him. After a moment, Su Miaojin released her hold and retrieved a piece of blood-red warm jade from her waist, placing it into Lin Feng's hands. "Brother Lin, this jade pendant was left to me by my mother. I have carried it with me always. Even when those bandits attacked, I never lost it. Now I give it to you as a keepsake." Gazing into Su Miaojin's sincere eyes, Lin Feng understood that refusing this pendant would leave her uneasy, even upon her return to the capital. "Very well, I shall accept this gift." Su Miaojin nodded earnestly, then turned to Hikawe. "Sister Kaiwei, I am leaving now. Please take care." Su Miaojin turned away, tears streaming down her face, and climbed into the carriage, unable to bear looking back even once. Dogsy. Travel along the main roads and avoid the back alleys. Do not fear spending money. Ensure Miaojin reaches the capital safely. Understood, brother. Rest assured. Dogsy drove the carriage forward, followed closely by a dozen soldiers on horseback. After they departed, Hikaiwei remarked with a tinge of jealousy, "Husband, do not linger. She has already gone far away. And you seem reluctant to let her go?" Lin Feng's face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly replied, "I am merely concerned for Miaojin's safety on her journey." "What do you mean by that, Kaiwei?" Hikaiwei chuckled softly. "While others may not perceive it, I see it clearly. That girl's feelings for you are undoubtedly more profound than mere gratitude for saving her life." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head vigorously, hastening to clarify his loyalty. "Kaiwei, I assure you, my heart belongs solely to you. I regard Miaojin only as a sister." Observing Lin Feng's flustered demeanor, Hikaiwei laughed heartily. "Haha, you are quite the sight. I have never doubted you. You are the best husband in the world. The one to whom I have entrusted my life. How could I ever doubt you?" At her words, Lin Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, those words also elevated Lin Feng's spirits. Even if he harbored some stray thoughts, he must uphold the trust bestowed upon him by his wife. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. At this moment, outside Yinguan, Lin Feng rode alongside Jiang Yi, Wang Ming, and others, traversing the military buffer zone between the northern barbarians and Yinguan. The purpose of this visit is to gather intelligence on the enemy. Jiang Yi, with a yellowed reed grass clutched between his lips, gazes at the endless ancient path and mutters to himself, "How dreadfully tedious this is, brother. It would be far better to return to the barracks and practice our drills." In agreement, Wang Ming and the others nodded in unison. Initially, during their training, they felt utterly tormented, as if each day stretched into eternity. However, as their strength visibly increased, the trials transformed into a kind of addiction, a source of exhilaration. The very thought of their growing prowess made the accompanying muscle soreness feel oddly pleasurable. Yet, in moments of idleness, they found themselves somewhat ill at ease. Wang Ming seemed to have a sudden inspiration, urging his horse closer and inquiring, "Brother, when do you think we can lead our men straight into the heart of the northern barbarians' lair and annihilate them completely?" Lin Feng glanced back at Wang Ming, who immediately straightened his chest, his muscles taut with anticipation, as if eager to prove his readiness. With a slight smile, Lin Feng replied, "Since you are so impatient, perhaps we should double the training for your cavalry unit, ensuring that you can march northward to retaliate without delay." "What?" Before he could fully process Lin Feng's words, the nearby cavalrymen shot him fierce glares. Observing their reaction, Lin Feng merely chuckled and rode ahead. Indeed, his comrades had grown stronger with his guidance. Yet there were always those more formidable in the world, recklessly charging northward, not to mention whether higher authorities would permit it, would be perilous should they encounter the elite forces of the emperor. Previously, the northern barbarians had suffered a severe defeat at Yin Pass, and it was inevitable that they would harbor resentment and seek revenge. Thus, whenever time permitted, Lin Feng led a few brothers on horseback to patrol the buffer zone, vigilant against potential ambushes from the northern barbarians. Additionally, should they encounter any stragglers from the enemy forces, Lin Feng's kill count would surely rise. Suddenly, Lin Feng lifted his gaze towards the horizon and spotted a caravan adorned in the attire of the great Zhou not far ahead. How could such a large caravan appear here? Lin Feng turned to Jiang Yi and the others for clarification. Upon hearing Lin Feng's call, the others swiftly approached on horseback, following his gaze and soon recognizing the lengthy caravan. They must be trading with the northern barbarians, Jiang Yi speculated. Trading with the northern barbarians? Lin Feng asked with intrigue. Jiang Yi quickly elaborated. Not long ago, the northern barbarians clashed with the Great Zhou, both sides suffering significant losses. The northern barbarians require our grain and textiles, while we seek their high-quality iron and copper. Thus, some individuals take the risk of traversing between north and south, seeking substantial profits. As the caravan drew nearer, Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he asked in a low voice, "Are you certain about this?" Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before responding. "Such caravans are quite common. It should be fine." "Fine? When have you ever seen a caravan approach a military camp, not only failing to evade but actually heading directly towards us?" Chapter 70. A chance encounter at last. Upon hearing the words, the crowd turned their gaze toward the merchant convoy, only to realize that it had drawn near unbeknownst to them. Wang Ming quickly deduced that this caravan was approaching with intent. What could they possibly want? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, his expression stern and resolute as he calmly commanded, "Prepare yourselves, form ranks and charge." In response, several individuals instinctively drew their sabers from their waists, urging their horses into formation. Lin Feng, leading the charge, positioned himself at the forefront. At that moment, the camel caravan stood directly before them, its gaze flickering among the group with uncertainty. Yet, without Lin Feng's command, Jiang Yi and the others remained motionless, allowing the caravan to pass by. Suddenly, a palpable aura of hostility enveloped the air. "Eliminate them!" A harsh voice rang out from within the convoy. In the next instant, merchants concealed beneath the camel saddles unsheathed their long knives and spears, advancing menacingly toward Lin Feng and his companions. Unfazed, Lin Feng raised his hand and commanded, "Attack." With that order, the group immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Confronting their assailants, they struck swiftly. A spray of blood erupted as Lin Feng, the first to engage, cleaved the nearest foe in two, exposing the soft armor beneath. The previously disguised merchants revealed their weapons, swiftly closing in. Observing this, Lin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, the trap has been set. He spurred his steed forward, the dragon roar blade humming in response to the wind. Just as Lin Feng felled two adversaries, additional figures emerged from behind the camels. One charged directly for the throat of his steed, while two others targeted Lin Feng's legs, aiming for his head and chest. With a firm grip on the reins, Lin Feng tightened them, prompting his mount to deliver two powerful kicks. The attacker was sent sprawling through the air. As two long spears approached from either side, he seized one and swiftly decapitated another assailant. Lowering his gaze, he evaded two thrusts from the remaining spears. With a powerful lift of his arms, he pinned the two enemies under his armpits and hurled them high, sending them crashing to the ground, lifeless upon impact. A notification chimed from the system. "Ding. You have slain 5 elite warriors of the Northern Barbarians, earning 1,500 points of slaughter value." Indeed, they were spies from the Northern Barbarians. After dispatching his immediate foes, Lin Feng turned to glance at Jiang Yi and the others. Noticing their ease in handling the Northern Barbarian scouts, he paid them no further mind, redirecting his attention to the gathering enemies. As they converged, Lin Feng sensed the martial prowess of these newcomers. The overwhelming majority are third-tier martial artists, among whom there is even one at the same level as myself, a fourth-tier warrior. Clearly, he is the leader of this group. It seems these individuals are indeed formidable. Together, let us eliminate him. As we approached, several scouts from the Northern Barbarians swiftly charged at Lin Feng. Their movements were enigmatic, and their spears struck like dragons, entirely different from the previous Blood Wolf army. However, as Lin Feng swung his Dragon Champ blade, a cold gleam flashed, and 3 more heads fell to the ground. "Ding. You have killed 3 elite scouts from the Northern Barbarians, third-tier warriors. Kill value, 900 points. Lin Feng flicked the remnants of blood from his Dragon Champ blade, sneering. Easily dispatched. This scene caused the remaining scouts from the Northern Barbarians to tense up. They immediately realized they had encountered a tough opponent. The leading scout gritted his teeth and said, "How is it that we haven't even infiltrated the city yet and have already met such a ruthless adversary? Captain, intelligence indicates that there is only one fourth-tier warrior among the Yin Pass defenders. Could it be that he is?" Before the scout leader could finish his sentence, his expression suddenly changed. Could this be the Lin Feng who has instilled fear in the Northern Barbarian Blood Wolf army, even severely wounding the 7th-tier master, Iron Speed? However, the scout leader quickly regained his composure. "Regardless, even if he is that infamous killing god, we must eliminate him here. I refuse to believe that as a fellow 4th-tier warrior, he is superior to me in any way. You all step back. Allow me to handle this." As soon as he spoke, the scout leader charged at Lin Feng with a massive Northern Barbarian curved blade in hand. The blade slashed, as expected of a 4th-tier warrior. He was markedly different from the 3rd-tier warriors. His movements were swift, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Lin Feng. The curved blade, wielded with precision, created countless afterimages in front of Lin Feng. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Feng leaped, but his warhorse was cleaved into several pieces by the opponent's strike. Lin Feng's expression darkened. Across from him, the scout leader wore an expression of smugness. Just a lowly soldier, no matter how strong he is. How can he compare to me, a seasoned elite of the Northern Barbarians? I have sent numerous 4th-tier warriors to their demise. How could he possibly regard Lin Feng with any respect? Yet, he soon sensed something was amiss. The blade's aura had the power to kill a horse. Yet it had left Lin Feng unscathed. Although the blade's energy had passed through the horse and struck Lin Feng's chest, he bore no signs of injury. In a moment of confusion, it seemed he caught a glimpse of disdainful mockery flickering in Lin Feng's eyes. "Damn it, you underestimate me." The scout leader's fury ignited. Even though he could not comprehend why Lin Feng had remained unaffected by his strike, this arrogant demeanor was intolerable. "Humph. Today, I shall." Boom. However, before he could finish his menacing words, a ghostly figure suddenly appeared before him. In the next moment, a powerful kick struck directly against his chest. Under the force of this terrifying blow, the leader of the scouts swiftly unleashed his inner energy, forming a protective barrier. Yet, upon contact with Lin Feng's kick, the barrier immediately contorted, skillfully dissipating some of the force, though the residual impact still crashed into his chest. Subsequently, the figure was sent flying several dozen meters. Upon landing, with a thud, he collided with a camel, causing blood and flesh to scatter. Looking up, the scout leader had become a bloodied figure, drenched in crimson. Uncertain whether the blood was his own or that of the camel, Lin Feng regarded the swaying scout leader and coldly remarked, "Do you really think that being able to slay a horse means you possess the ability to kill a man? I am not someone you can defeat." The scout leader's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng, perplexed as to why, despite being a fourth-tier martial artist like himself, the aura surrounding Lin Feng remained beneath his own. Nevertheless, the sheer strength and combat prowess of Lin Feng far surpassed his own level. A wave of panic surged through him, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he shouted, "Retreat! Retreat? Is it not a tad late for that?" With those words, Lin Feng transformed into a blur once more, his dragon roar blade rising with the wind. In the next instant, the scout leader's head soared into the air, only to crash down violently, exploding with a resounding thud, akin to a ripe watermelon bursting open. Ding! Host has slain the leader of the Northern Barbarian Scout Team, a fourth-tier martial artist, earning 400 points of slaughter value. Chapter 71. What? Elite of the King S level. It appears that with my current strength, slaying opponents of the same rank is no longer a daunting task. However, that fellow's method of using energy for protection is indeed worth learning. After musing to himself, Lin Feng raised his gaze to the remaining scouts of the Northern Barbarians. Their eyes were filled with terror and unease. They were elite captains selected from the Northern Barbarian Army, fourth-tier martial artists, not mere cabbages sold by the roadside. How could such formidable foes be effortlessly dispatched in just 2 exchanges? They had initially intended to infiltrate Yinguan City under the guise of disguise, to launch surprise attacks and assassinate high-ranking generals among the guards, inciting panic among both the soldiers and the citizens. Yet, now they had not even glimpsed the city of Yinguan, facing near-total annihilation instead. At this moment, their hearts were consumed by fear. Neither could they escape nor surrender. They stood in shock, dazed and at a loss. With a mere glance, Lin Feng surmised that these individuals had lost all desire to fight. Very well. One should never waste an opportunity that is so readily at hand. Lin Feng did not grant them further time for contemplation. He swiftly darted forward, raising his long blade. As the Northern Barbarians finally reacted to Lin Feng's imminent attack, they realized it was too late to utter pleas for mercy. Confronted by Lin Feng, who casually slaughtered the fourth-tier martial artists, they were deprived of any opportunity to retaliate and lost their lives. At this moment, only a single scout from the Northern Barbarians remained, standing several dozen meters away from Lin Feng, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Although the adversary was a fourth-tier martial artist, it should have been manageable for several third-tier warriors to subdue him. Yet, why were the elite troops of the Northern Barbarians, accustomed to 10-to-1 odds in the military encampment, so effortlessly annihilated? Even their leader fell within mere exchanges of blows. As Lin Feng's piercing gaze turned towards him, the last remaining scout comprehended the imminent threat. "I cannot perish here. I must relay this information back." Resolutely, the Northern Barbarian scout pivoted and mounted his camel, intent on fleeing the scene. However, Lin Feng was well prepared. He raised his dragon's roar blade high, observing the scout sprinting several hundred meters away. His eyes narrowed as he engaged his core muscles. In an instant, a nearly straight trajectory sliced through the air. In the distance, the Northern Barbarian scout, having escaped several hundred meters, felt a surge of relief, thinking he had evaded the murderous fiend. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him, intensifying with each passing second. Thud! A tremendous force abruptly toppled both him and his camel to the ground. A sharp pain pierced his chest as he looked down to see a massive blade embedded in him, pinning him to the earth. Ding! A Northern Barbarian elite scout, a third-tier martial artist, has been slain. Kill value, 300 points. The system notification confirmed the demise of the target. Lin Feng approached leisurely, extracting the dragon's roar blade from the scout's back and shaking off the blood. Dreaming of escaping from my grasp? Having completed this, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Jiang Yi and his companions, who were no longer the ordinary soldiers of yore, relying solely on brute strength. They coordinated their efforts in battle, effectively managing to fend off numerous enemies that outnumbered them. With the aid of cavalry tactics, they had already decimated the northern barbarian scouts, leaving chaos in their wake. Had this been in the past, facing such a multitude of third-tier northern barbarians would have thrown them into disarray, each fighting for themselves, with a high probability of casualties. As Jiang Yi felled a third-tier warrior with a single stroke, Wang Ming raised his horse's hoof and brought it crashing down, ensuring the last scout met his demise. Surveying the entire military buffer zone, apart from a few scattered camels, not a single enemy remained. As they beheld the lifeless bodies of the northern barbarians strewn across the ground, the group exchanged glances, their faces illuminated with radiant smiles. At last, they had proven their strength and regained their pride. As Lin Feng approached, the group promptly dismounted and led their horses forward. "Brother Feng, how did we perform? Did we bring you shame?" Jiang Yi exclaimed, his excitement barely contained. Gazing at the nearby corpses, Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction with the accomplishments of his companions. 27 third-tier warriors from the northern barbarians. Indeed, you have grown significantly. Excluding Lin Feng, there were merely 9 of them. This implies that they had acquired the strength to contend with 3 third-tier northern barbarian warriors single-handedly. Of course, this was also a result of tactical cooperation. Such feats would be unattainable through individual prowess alone. Compared to my elder brother, they still have a long way to go. Wang Ming glanced at the scattered corpses nearby, realizing that his elder brother must have single-handedly faced over a dozen elite northern barbarian soldiers. If he had not misjudged, one of them was even a 4th-tier warrior, now lying slain beneath the captain's blade. Such terrifying strength evoked profound admiration among the onlookers. Everyone knew that the captain was formidable, but the ability to take on over a dozen elite northern barbarians, including a 4th-tier warrior, was beyond their expectations. "Let us take their heads back. Brother Feng, what do you intend to do with these?" Jiang Yi inquired, his face reflecting confusion. Although they emerged from a mound of corpses, this task was certainly not a pleasant one. Lin Feng raised his hand and delivered a sharp reprimand. "Take them back to the county office and let the old man Lu Hong pay us. Didn't you know that during peacetime, slaying a northern barbarian soldier fetches 20 taels of silver? There might even be unexpected surprises." The group then set to work, their initial hesitations dissipating. As they toiled, Lin Feng reminded them, "Those camels can also be quite valuable. Make sure to bring them along." The medicinal herbs needed for the soldiers' medicinal baths were not inexpensive. Although the treasury of the Yen Pass garrison was indeed plentiful, frugality was essential for future sustenance. The entire army was commencing a new training regimen. Which soldier did not yearn for a set of heavy armor? The cavalry unit also required expansion. Superior steeds and fine equipment were not inexpensive. After a quarter of an hour, they finally finished clearing the battlefield. With the steed slain, Lin Feng had no choice but to select a robust camel as a temporary mount. Due to the necessity of keeping pace with the camel caravan, their speed had considerably diminished. Jiang Yi led the horse while assisting Lin Feng with the camel. After a moment's contemplation, he could not resist asking Lin Feng, "Brother Feng, who do you think these barbarian soldiers are? Why did they attack us?" Upon hearing this, Lin Feng immediately recalled the soft armor worn by those individuals. Judging by the defensive capabilities of their armor, they were likely scouts from the elite ranks of the Northern Barbarian Army. What? Elite ranks? The mention of elite ranks caused everyone to collectively draw a sharp breath. Such elite forces had never been seen in the modest locale of Yen Pass. However, as individuals who had endured the horrors of bloodshed, their astonishment was but fleeting. Wang Ming led the horses over, unable to suppress a chuckle as he remarked, "Brother, who would have thought that our little Yen Pass has become quite the sought-after locale, even attracting the attention of elite warriors of the royal caliber? This must be a consequence of the reputation gained by our garrison during the last siege, where serves to eradicate the living forces of a region, and with the emergence of a formidable power at the border. It is only natural that the enemy would take heed." At that moment, Lin Feng's mind swiftly traversed the information he had previously perused about the various armies of the northern barbarians. Based on the materials and styles of their armor, these individuals must belong to the royal elite, the rampaging lions, under the command of General Li Shua, who also led the blood wolves that had previously attacked our Yen Pass. Is the northern conquering general truly formidable? Jiang Yi inquired with curiosity. After all, a figure capable of commanding royal elites must possess considerable strength. If memory serves, Li Shua is a master-level powerhouse, known as the Pillar of the Northern Barbarians. Under his command are not only royal elites but also imperial elites. Heavens, A master-level powerhouse? That is a being exponentially more fearsome than the Northern Guardian General. Within the Great Zhou army, such individuals are exceedingly rare. To be targeted by someone of such caliber, one could hardly discern whether it was a stroke of fortune or misfortune. Brother, what do these fellows intend to do? Wang Ming asked, his brow furrowed. Lin Feng slowly shook his head. What they specifically aim to achieve remains unclear to me. However, it is certain that it bodes ill for our Yin Pass. Starting tomorrow, we shall deploy 30 cavalry and 80 infantry to enhance patrols in the buffer zone outside Yin Pass. We must ensure that not a single northern barbarian scout infiltrates our city. Understood. As evening descended, the group returned to the military camp. In the central tent, Pan Feng exclaimed, "You encountered an ambush from northern barbarian scouts in the military buffer zone?" His face was etched with shock. Should a large army invade, the garrison could prepare defenses. However, such stealthy incursions by scouts are nearly impossible to guard against. Rest assured, General, all 48 scouts have been slain. Not one slipped into the city, Lin Feng reported. I have brought back all their heads. One was a 4th-tier warrior, while the rest were all 3rd-tier. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng immediately exited the tent. Outside, dozens of camels were tethered, and on the foremost horse hung a gruesome display of 48 enemy heads. Wang Ming and Jiang Yi stood beside the caravan, awaiting Pan Feng's inspection. Pan Feng approached, scrutinizing the bloodied heads. As expected, upon infusing them with his true energy, he confirmed they were all 3rd-tier warriors. Is it truly just the few of you? Pan Feng could not help but exclaim. Indeed. Moreover, based on my assessment, these individuals are all members of the Rampaging Lions, the royal elite under General Li Shua. At the mention of the Northern Conquering General and the royal elite, Pan Feng's mind nearly erupted. Was that rumored master-level powerhouse truly planning to strike at Yin Pass? He found it hard to believe. Yet upon gazing at the heads of these 3rd-tier warriors, he noted that one amongst them was a 4th-tier warrior. Pan Feng could not help but believe that Lin Feng's judgment was indeed correct. Did you kill that 4th-tier warrior? Based on Pan Feng's intuition, aside from Lin Feng's, it seemed that none other possessed such capability. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Jiang Yi, unable to restrain himself, interjected, General. Not only did the captain eliminate that 4th-tier warrior, but also 30% of the other scouts fell by his hand. Pan Feng scrutinized Lin Feng, realizing that his terror was as unfathomable as an abyss. Lin Feng remained calm, finding this scene rather trivial. He lamented that the Northern Expedition General had not dispatched scouts of higher combat prowess. Otherwise, he would have wished to gauge the disparity between himself and a 5th-tier warrior. Observing Pan Feng lost in astonishment, Lin Feng suddenly inquired, General, I have heard that the court is currently preparing to negotiate peace with the northern barbarians? Pan Feng nodded. Indeed, the court harbors such intentions, and the northern barbarians also exhibit a willingness to negotiate. However, if peace is to be sought, why send scouts to infiltrate Yin Pass? For a moment, Pan Feng pondered, unable to comprehend, falling into deep thought. Surely, they could not be seeking to regain face after their previous defeat at Yin Pass. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle softly. This was not a street brawl. The notion of regaining face held little weight. Of course, that possibility was slim. The Blood Wolf army was quite ordinary among the northern barbarian forces. Furthermore, victory and defeat were commonplace in warfare. A general would not act out of impulse. Unless, upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Pan Feng immediately perked up. Unless what? Lin Feng's mind raced as he assessed the current situation and provided his judgment. Unless it is a false negotiation. False negotiation? Pan Feng blurted out instinctively, then his expression shifted as he grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the northern barbarians have no intention of ceasing hostilities, and that the negotiation is merely a facade, aimed at amassing strength for the next wave of assaults against our Great Zhou? Lin Feng nodded lightly, then shook his head. There exists another possibility. The northern barbarians may wish to launch a few significant surprise attacks before the negotiation is finalized, thereby gaining the upper hand during the discussions. In truth, regardless of which scenario unfolds, the conflict between the northern barbarians and Great Zhou would never reach a resolution. The northern barbarians' desire to annihilate Great Zhou would remain unquenched. Pan Feng expressed his agreement with Lin Feng's assessment. After pondering for a moment, he remarked, What you say is not lost on me. Yet the issue lies in the fact that despite Yin Pass being a border city, there is truly no necessity to dispatch royal-level elites for reconnaissance. What could their objective possibly be? Do they intend to seize Yin Pass? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression abruptly changed as he slapped his thigh in realization. I figured it out. Figured out what? Pan Feng asked, perplexed and impatient. Observing Lin Feng deep in contemplation, he urged, "Speak. You're going to drive me mad." The Northern Barbarian Army's ability to deploy royal-level elite forces, the Fierce Lion Army, was undoubtedly a matter of great significance. As Pan Feng, the commander stationed at Yin Pass, felt an overwhelming sense of urgency, Lin Feng suddenly lifted his head, a grave expression adorning his face. Their objective might not be to capture Yin Pass. Pan Feng was momentarily taken aback, his confusion deepening. Lin Feng elucidated, stating that it was unnecessary to seize Yin Pass. Their intention was merely to incite chaos there, thereby diverting all our attention towards the defense of the city. Consequently, irrespective of the circumstances, our forces at Yin Pass would be ensnared. But what then was the enemy's aim? A surge of profound concern welled up within Pan Feng. Without hesitation, Lin Feng grasped Pan Feng's arm and led him back to the central military tent, standing before the battle map. His gaze wandered for a moment before finally settling on a particular location. If I am not mistaken, they intend to strike here. Chapter 73. A critical juncture. Uli City? Impossible. Uli City is the most formidable stronghold in the northern region, housing over 10,000 defenders, while outside, General Yin Nantian commands a formidable army. It would be more feasible to harass the northern barbarians. In response, Lin Feng slightly shook his head. There is nothing absolutely impossible. It is often in the least expected places that the actual targets lie, precisely because everyone thinks that way. On what basis do you make such a judgment? Pan Feng turned to Lin Feng, aware that even if there was a possibility, it must be substantiated. Mere speculation was inadequate for military decision-making. Lin Feng pointed towards the direction of Uli City. General, observe, although Uli City is as solid as a fortress, heavily guarded, the eastern side is a desolate wasteland. And reinforcements can only be summoned from Liaohai City, which lies 1,000 miles away. The only route for reinforcement is through the western Yin Pass. While the Northern Army is indeed outside the city, their forces are too dispersed, though a surprise attack on the Northern Barbarians could yield results. They may not withstand a counteroffensive. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled something and quickly inquired, "Who is the commander of Uli City?" "General Wu Wei, an 8th-tier martial artist, He Xian." He Xian? Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Which He Xian? The same one whose younger brother was slain by General Yin Nantian? Years ago. He Xian's brother was serving under General Yin Nantian and faced execution for military failures that compromised the army's interests. This incident had reverberated throughout the military, becoming a hallmark of General Yan's stringent discipline. It was indeed this individual whose brother, He Feng, had made a grave error while intoxicated, allowing the northern barbarians to launch a surprise attack, which incited General Yan's wrath, leading to his execution before witnesses. However, Pan Feng appeared unfazed. There is no need for excessive worry. Even if He Xian is bold and harbors grievances, he would never betray the Great Zhou. General Yan's northern army is invincible, and the Ministry of War has replenished his forces. The northern army now boasts over 20,000 soldiers. Who would dare sacrifice public duty for personal grievances, risking the ire of the world? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng spoke candidly. My concern does not lie in the possibility of He Xian leading a rebellion and colluding with the northern barbarians. Rather, I fear that if the northern barbarian forces launch an assault on the northern garrison and the city of Wuli remains indifferent, the northern garrison will find itself trapped without a path forward or a means of escape, akin to fish in a barrel. Should the northern garrison be defeated, Wuli will undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught. If Wuli falls, the northeastern gateway of the Great Zhou will swing wide open, allowing the northern barbarians to advance southward, seizing half of our territory with ease. Hearing this, Pan Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Even if Wuli could not be captured, once the northern garrison was annihilated, the city would be besieged, and whatever the northern barbarians demanded, we in the Great Zhou would have no choice but to comply. At that point, it would be tantamount to drinking poison to quench our thirst. Pale-faced, Pan Feng nonetheless argued, that is impossible. Relying solely on the strength of the Mad Lion army, they cannot achieve such a feat. Lin Feng, however, disagreed and solemnly replied, do not forget. It is the northern barbarian strategist, General Li Shua, who orchestrates this. His forces consist of more than just the elite Mad Lion army. At this point, even Pan Feng, slow to react, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What should we do now? After all, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. If Wuli were indeed breached, even the most valiant defenders at Yin Pass would only provide a drop in the bucket. The immediate course of action must be to dispatch personnel at once, urging swift travel to the northern general's encampment. instructing him to consolidate his forces and communicate with Commander He Xian of Wuli, ensuring mutual support and avoiding rash actions. As for us at Yin Pass, I have already arranged patrols to conduct daily inspections, preventing any northern barbarian influence from infiltrating the city. As long as we maintain order at Yin Pass, even if the entire northern barbarian army were to mobilize, we could strike back against the enemy, alleviating the peril faced by the northern general. Excellent, Lin Feng. We are fortunate to have you at Yin Pass. Lin Feng smiled modestly, responding, without General Pan's endorsement and the support of the northern general, there would be no Lin Feng of today. I shall personally lead the mission to inform the northern general. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng quickly objected. Through their time together, he had realized that Lin Feng had become the cornerstone of Yin Pass. While he was indeed the current commander, the soldiers' hearts were firmly aligned with Lin Feng, the centurion. Absolutely not. Yin Pass can do without me, but it cannot afford to lose you, Lin Feng. Yet Lin Feng remained resolute. General, the current garrison at Yin Pass has undergone a transformation. Even in my absence, they can withstand the northern barbarians' ambush. However, the journey to Wuli may encounter northern barbarian elite forces lying in wait. Should the message fail to reach Wuli, it could alert the northern barbarians, leading them to act desperately. Very well. Though reluctant to part with Lin Feng, Pan Feng recognized the necessity. As the commander of Yin Pass, he could not leave without an edict from the court or the Ministry of War. Thus, this heavy responsibility inevitably fell upon Lin Feng's shoulders. He brought along Wang Ming and selected 12 capable horsemen from the cavalry unit. First, he returned home to give his wife, He Kaiwei, a few instructions before heading back to the military camp to arrange various affairs meticulously. Subsequently, the 13 riders spurred their horses, hastily making their way to the garrison of the Northern Town Army outside Wuli City. Wang Ming, who was accompanying him, inquired with some confusion, "Elder brother, has the situation truly reached this point? Must you personally intervene?" In a moment of peril, all his deductions were based on the existing information. He was unaware of the specific circumstances concerning the Northern Town Army and Wuli City. Perhaps the situation was even more dire than it appeared. Furthermore, even upon reaching the Northern Town Army, he would need to find a way to persuade General Yin Nantian. Yin Nantian held Lin Feng in good regard. Yet the gravity of this matter would likely compel him to seek verification of the facts through his own means. This would inevitably squander precious time. If Lin Feng's fears proved correct, the northern barbarians might have already begun their maneuvers. Even a moment's delay could lead to ever-shifting battle conditions. In summary, the swifter the news reached the Northern Town Army, the better. Throughout the journey, Lin Feng dared not waste a moment. The original travel time to Wuli City was 2 days and 1 night. At this pace, he feared they could arrive in merely a day and a night. From afternoon until midnight, Lin Feng had already covered a third of the distance, but both horse and rider were becoming increasingly fatigued. Noticing this, Lin Feng promptly pulled on the reins and commanded, "Dismount and rest for the duration of an incense stick." Upon hearing this, everyone dismounted to rest and replenish their water and provisions. Just as a few had taken a few bites of their rations, they suddenly heard a rustling sound from the surroundings. Lin Feng immediately stowed away his food, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Chapter 74. Enemy Attack. The others, mirroring Lin Feng's actions, swiftly set aside their rations, rising to their feet with weapons drawn. "Elder brother, what is happening?" Lin Feng's gaze was piercing, his eyes fixed intently on the dense forest flanking them. His instincts screamed that it was too quiet, unnaturally so. Without a hint of doubt, the group quickly formed a triangular formation, drawing their swords from their waists. Indeed, as an arrow ignited with flame shot forth, a torrent of arrows followed, hurtling towards them. Enemy attack. With Lin Feng's bellow, the group's tension escalated instantly. They wielded their sabers with urgency, but the horses could not evade, falling victim to the onslaught of arrows. After the barrage, Lin Feng turned to check on his comrades. Fortunately, as they were all third-tier martial artists and had undergone training during this period, they managed to cope with the situation without sustaining any injuries. However, upon witnessing the fallen steeds still whimpering in pain, Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. If it were not for the urgency of their journey, Lin Feng would not have instructed his comrades to remove the armor from their war horses. These steeds had been procured at great expense and nurtured over a considerable period. Even more infuriating, without these horses, their remaining journey to Yuri City would necessitate traveling on foot, inevitably causing significant delays. At that moment, a conflagration erupted within the dense forest. Subsequently, a group of more than 30 ambushers clad in northern barbarian attire emerged. At their forefront stood a tall figure wielding a mixed iron staff, exuding the presence of a fifth-tier martial artist. The leader remarked, "It has been said that someone might attempt to reach Yuri City to deliver news. I did not anticipate their arrival would be so swift." His gaze fixated on Lin Feng and his companions. Discerning their attire, he questioned, "Are you the garrison of Yanpass?" Stepping forward, Lin Feng declared, "The Great Zhou and the northern barbarians are in negotiations. Yet you obstruct and slay the soldiers of Great Zhou. Do you seek to reignite the flames of war?" As he spoke, Lin Feng made a subtle gesture, signaling Wang Meng and the others to prepare for a military charge. The leader noticed this slight movement, but dismissed it, confident in their overwhelming numbers. After all, they were 30 strong, and the Great Zhou soldiers before them were merely third-tier martial artists. A fourth-tier martial artist posed no real threat. "Are we northern barbarians afraid of war? Surrender your weapons, and perhaps I shall allow you a merciful death," he sneered. Before he could finish, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light emanating from them. "Attack," he commanded, and Wang Meng and the others immediately surged forward. Though their horses lay lifeless, their training as cavalry ensured their movements remained swift. Wang Meng swiftly felled a third-tier martial artist with a single blow. Witnessing this, the leader erupted in fury, swinging his mixed iron staff with formidable energy towards Wang Meng's midsection. In an instant, a cold flash streaked through the air. A great blade descended from above, pinning the leader's staff to the ground with tremendous force. The leader was taken aback, staring incredulously at Lin Feng. Such strength was beyond even his capabilities as a fifth-tier martial artist. "You shall contend with me," Lin Feng commanded, as his companions moved to assist. "I can handle this one alone. Focus on eliminating the remaining foes." Arrogance. To think that a mere 10 could vanquish their 30-strong ambush team. If this youth was not mad, he was certainly overstepping the bounds of folly. "You seek death," the leader roared, yanking his staff free with a shower of sparks, and unleashed a barrage of strikes towards Lin Feng. The ferocity and potency of his blows forced Lin Feng to retreat several paces. Indeed, the fifth-tier martial artist proved to be exceedingly formidable. However, Lin Feng remained composed, secretly reveling in his thoughts. For no other reason than that, upon their initial clash, Lin Feng discerned a crucial truth. Despite being only a fourth-tier warrior, he could indeed contend with a fifth-tier expert from the northern barbarians. In fact, he might even prevail. "Young man, your prowess is commendable. You managed to withstand my relentless strikes. You are indeed a talent. How about joining us in the northern barbarians? If you pledge your allegiance, I can offer you gold, beauty, and luxurious estates, whatever your heart desires." Lin Feng sheathed his blade, regarding the speaker with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. "Is that so? Do you truly mean what you say?" The leader, with a boisterous laugh, declared, "I am Yi Chong, the captain of the Northern Barbarian Wild Lion Army, and I certainly keep my word." Gripping his great sword tightly, Lin Feng mocked, "In that case, it appears there is no other option. I am also a captain. How about this? You allow your king to descend, and I shall take his seat for a moment." At these words, the previously jovial Yi Chang's countenance darkened to an extreme. Even he, though not the sharpest, understood that Lin Feng was intentionally toying with him. "You insolent fool! You seek your own demise." As he prepared to strike, Lin Feng had already gathered his strength. In an instant, 3 martial techniques were unleashed. Shadows flickered before them, followed by a torrent of domineering true energy surging from all directions. The earlier complacency left Yi Chang momentarily stunned. By the time he attempted to project his true energy for protection, the blade's aura had already penetrated deep within him. With a resounding thud, Yi Chang spun through the air several times before crashing to the ground. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his lips as he stared, wide-eyed, at Lin Feng. How could a mere fourth-tier warrior possess such formidable strength? Lin Feng sneered, "I have already dispatched the leader of your Bloodwolf army. Do you, a mere captain of the Wild Lion army, dare to flaunt your bravado before me? Truly, you are courting death." The reason Lin Feng uttered these words was not to boast, but rather to provoke, aiming to shatter his opponent's mental fortitude. From their recent encounter, Lin Feng sensed that as long as the adversary remained cautious, eliminating him would not be a swift endeavor. You are Lin Feng, the third-class soldier who has slain countless of my northern barbarian troops at Yanpass. Indeed, Lin Feng's reputation within the northern barbarian ranks was formidable. Raising his dragon roar blade, he coldly proclaimed, "Indeed, I regard your 5,000 Bloodwolf soldiers with disdain. Do you truly believe that your 30 men can obstruct my path?" As he spoke, Lin Feng deliberately elevated his voice. "Yi Chang, The captain of the Wild Lion Army and a fifth-tier warrior felt a tremor of fear. Was it possible that the mighty Iron General had fallen to this young man? Today, Lin Feng was engaging in a psychological battle. With the war horses lost, time was of the essence, and before him stood a fifth-tier warrior, flanked by 30 third-tier warriors. The task of overcoming them would undoubtedly be arduous. Letting these barbaric soldiers go may not seem significant, but should it compromise our military operations, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 75. A moment of separation initially, apart from the fear that gripped him, there was also a hint of defiance. However, upon glancing back, he was dismayed to see that half of his elite 30 had been slain by the Zhou soldiers, while none of the adversaries had suffered any casualties. This realization sent a wave of trepidation through him. "What do you intend to do?" he inquired, his face flushed with anger. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. Casting a glance at his comrades, he noted that half of the elite lion army was still engaged in a fierce struggle. These warriors, undoubtedly stronger than their fallen counterparts, would likely not be subdued anytime soon. Thus, allow us passage. Let today's battle be settled upon the future battlefield. Your superiors have merely commanded you to lie in ambush here. You cannot assume failure in this ambush equates to defeat. However, should you insist on sacrificing your life here, I shall not hinder you. As his voice faded, Lin Feng's dragon roar blade struck fiercely against a tree of considerable girth. Boom! The tree fell instantly, leaving the 5-rank martial artist, Yi Chong, in a state of shock. Indeed, this individual's prowess was extraordinary, clearly surpassing his own. Although he could not fathom how a 4th-rank martial artist could possess the capability to kill a 5th-rank warrior, this display was undeniably intimidating. Moreover, at this moment, with no supervisory troops present, even if he chose to retreat, no one would be aware. A life is singular. To squander it here is hardly worthwhile. With this thought, Yi Chong turned and bellowed to his subordinates, "Cease fighting." Despite their confusion, they quickly withdrew from combat. Wang Meng and his companions were momentarily stunned. Quickly glancing towards Lin Feng, he gestured for his brothers to return to his side, and they did so without a hint of disarray in their ranks. Grimacing with reluctance, Yi Chong commanded his men, "Fall back." Subsequently, the band of barbaric soldiers hastily retreated into the dense forest. Wang Meng, observing the sudden withdrawal of the barbaric soldiers, felt perplexed. "Brother, what is happening? Why are they fleeing?" Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly to save their lives. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng snorted with disdain. "I thought the northern barbarians were as fearless as the legends portray. It seems they are not so formidable after all." Yet, upon further reflection, Wang Meng sensed something amiss. He immediately pressed, "Brother, wait. Why did you let them go? In another hour or two, we could have annihilated these barbaric soldiers." Lin Feng rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Would you prefer to chase after them? Shall we wait here for your return?" His retort left Wang Meng momentarily speechless. Their horses were incapacitated, and reaching Uli City would likely take another day's journey. The presence of ambushing troops only confirmed Lin Feng's suspicions. The northern barbarians were indeed plotting an assault on Uli City. "How much time do you believe we can afford to squander here?" A few brothers exchanged glances, though reluctant. They could not dispute Lin Feng's reasoning. Lin Feng sheathed the dragon roar blade, and the others followed suit, securing their weapons. He surveyed the group and promptly issued a command. "Run forward. We must reach the northern army's encampment by dawn the day after tomorrow." Upon the issuance of this order, Wang Meng and the others sprang into action, not daring to exhibit an ounce of complacency. Leading the way, Lin Feng urged, "Stay vigilant and observe your surroundings, lest we encounter any lurking ambushes." The others nodded in agreement. After a period of rigorous training, the guard's physical condition had undergone a remarkable transformation. Long-distance foot racing had become a standard exercise for all the soldiers stationed at Yin Pass. Thus, even without steeds, their pace was considerably swifter than that of ordinary men. As evening fell, a mere 10 miles outside of Wuli City lay a desolate little town, the Northern Army's encampment. General Yin Nantian moved swiftly through the ranks, conducting inspections. The soldiers, adhering to their routines, halted their drills and saluted as he approached, to which Yin Nantian acknowledged with a slight nod. His deputy, Yu Kai, closely followed. Unable to restrain himself as he remarked, "General, our Northern Army is well trained, and the brothers are eager for action. When shall we seize the opportunity to venture into the northern tribes and allow our men to achieve great feats in battle?" Upon hearing this, Yin Nantian's expression shifted slightly. The court was currently seeking peace with the northern tribes, and it would be prudent not to act rashly. If the northern tribes found an excuse to claim we initiated provocation, the peace faction within the court would undoubtedly report as harshly. Yan Nantian then turned, placing a hand firmly on Ye Kai's shoulder, and spoke earnestly. I understand the brother's eagerness for merit, but we must exercise patience. A moment's impatience can disrupt our grand strategy. What if the northern tribes launch a surprise attack on us? Ye Kai expressed his concerns. Yan Nantian had indeed contemplated this scenario, but felt no apprehension regarding its occurrence. The northern army, combined with the guards of Wuli City, numbered over 30,000. In a show of strength, it would be unwise for the northern tribes to provoke us at Wuli City. Indeed, Wuli City was not akin to the small town of Yin Pass. Its towering and formidable walls, coupled with superior equipment, would render any assault by the northern tribes futile unless they brought a significant force. Even if they did muster a considerable army, Yan Nantian remained untroubled, as long as he could lead his forces into Wuli City and join the guards in battle. No matter how vastly outnumbered, they would not breach this first line of defense in the northern territories. As the twilight deepened, the ever-considerate Yan Nantian instructed Ye Kai. The hour grows late. Please inform all camps to rest. Ye Kai nodded and turned to leave. Yan Nantian then mounted his steed, the Firecloud horse, and rode out of the military camp to survey the surrounding area. However, just as Yan Nantian had driven his horse out of the military camp for merely a few hundred meters, he suddenly spotted a group of over 10 unidentified individuals swiftly approaching his direction. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Could it be that Ye Kai's words were indeed prophetic? Were there reckless northern barbarians intent on launching a surprise attack on the military camp? Yet, as the distance between them diminished, Yan Nantian discerned that the newcomers were clad in the uniforms of the Yin Pass guards. To his astonishment, the leader was none other than the young General Lin Feng, whom he valued greatly. What on earth were these lads doing trekking down to Xiakou town on foot? Yan Nantian hastily urged his horse to gallop towards them. Upon recognizing Yan Nantian, Lin Feng finally came to a halt. They had scarcely paused during their journey, save for brief moments to rest and recuperate. Even though they were third-tier martial artists, Wang Ming and the others were utterly exhausted. The sight of Yan Nantian was akin to the arrival of a beloved kin, and one by one, they collapsed onto the ground. Their lips were parched, and they gasped for breath, barely able to utter a word. Only Lin Feng, relying on his fourth-tier martial foundation, managed to remain standing. Yan Nantian swiftly dismounted and rushed to Lin Feng's side, supporting him with urgency, and inquired, "What has transpired at Yin Pass?" "General Yin, the northern barbarians are planning to ambush the Jinbei army." Chapter 76. There's nothing else, just plenty of grit. Within the central tent of the Jinbei army, General Yan Nantian sat upright before a grand table. In front of him were several small tables prepared to host Lin Feng and his companions. Before long, a few plates of flatbreads and bowls of meat soup were laid out on the table. Jiang Ming and the others cast their gazes upon Lin Feng, awaiting his command. He quickly, as soon as the words left his mouth, they began to devour their food ravenously. Lin Feng also took a piece of flatbread, dipped it in the meat soup, and started to eat. Just as he set down his bowl and chopsticks, Yan Nantian eagerly asked, "Lin Feng, is what you just told me true? Where did you acquire this information? Is it accurate?" Yan Nantian was not one for hesitation. However, the gravity of the situation demanded utmost precision. There could be no room for error. Lin Feng picked up a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, gazed solemnly at Yan Nantian, and replied, "As of now, it can be considered confirmed." "How so?" Yan Nantian pressed for clarification. "On our way here, we encountered an ambush by the northern barbarians. Even our warhorses were slain, or else we wouldn't have needed to walk here." At these words, Yan Nantian's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion crossing his features. In the midst of a conflict, encountering a few northern barbarian ambushes is quite normal. That alone does not signify anything significant. It was evident that Yan Nantian believed Lin Feng was overreacting. Lin Feng, however, shook his head gently. "A few days ago, a group of scouts from the northern barbarians attempted to infiltrate Yin Pass City but were intercepted by us." Pausing for emphasis, Lin Feng's voice grew more grave. These individuals were all elite warriors of the northern barbarians. As the term royal elite was uttered, a subtle change washed over Yan Nantian's countenance. Seemingly sensing something amiss, he hastily rose and approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng promptly stood as well and continued, "General, by all accounts, given the military strength of Yin Pass and its strategic significance, the northern barbarians have no necessity to deploy their royal elite. I surmise their objective is not us. If not Yin Pass, then where could it be?" Contemplating this matter, Yan Nanshan's expression grew increasingly grave. He then waved his hand decisively, summoning his subordinates to clear the dining table and bring forth the strategic map for analysis. Following the instructions given by Pan Feng, Lin Feng casually picked up a wooden stick from the simulation table and gestured towards the locations of Yin Pass and Wuli City. You see, near Wuli City, apart from the distant Dongliao City, there is only Yin Pass as a supportive stronghold. Should the northern barbarians render Yin Pass incapable of self-defense? If Wuli City were to face a crisis, it would become isolated. Upon hearing these words, Yan Nantian was taken aback, a look of melancholy washing over him. If Lin Feng's assumptions held true, the position of their northern town army would indeed be perilous. General, is our troop deployment not exceedingly dispersed at present? Yan Nantian nodded slightly, subsequently gesturing with the stick at several positions on the map. The garrison at the downhill position consists of around 8,000 men. Nuji and Guizhuang each have 4,000, while the vanguard is stationed at the military buffer zone by the Blackwater River with 2,000 troops. The left and right flanks have 1,000 troops each stationed at Fengshan and Jiaozhuang. Hearing such a distribution of forces, Lin Feng felt as though his head might burst. The front line was stretched too thin. Should they be encircled, supplies would fail to reach them. If it came to that, the northern barbarians could easily dismantle them one by one. General, with so many strongholds and such an extended front, this is a grave military blunder. Lin Feng's voice was urgent, his eyes filled with concern. Yan Nantian, equally resigned, pressed a large hand onto the map and explained, "It was my miscalculation. I believed that with the two nations negotiating peace, the northern barbarians would refrain from military actions, hence I dispersed our forces across various strongholds. Should the negotiations falter, we would swiftly mobilize our stationed troops to launch surprise attacks against the northern barbarians, thereby alleviating concerns over the front and supplies." Indeed, had events unfolded as Yan Nantian envisioned, it would have been a risky gambit, yet one potentially laden with triumph. However, the core issue lay in the fact that the northern barbarians were treacherous and had never truly intended to negotiate peace. At that moment, Yan Nantian urgently called out to his trusted guards at the entrance of the tent, "Go, fetch Ye Kai for me." Yes, observing the general's fury, the guards did not dare to delay and promptly dashed out. In less than the span of a teacup's worth of time, Ye Kai rushed in, breathless. "General, what do you require of me?" Ye Kai lifted the military tent flap and instantly spotted Lin Feng standing opposite Yan Nantian. With a cheerful demeanor, he stepped forward and playfully punched Lin Feng. "Young man, why have you left your position as the 1,000-man commander at Yin Pass to come here?" However, in the next moment, Ye Kai's expression stiffened. He realized that despite the reunion with old friends, every face bore an expression of tension and seriousness. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "What has happened?" Yan Nantian, unable to explain to Ye Kai, hastily commanded, "Ye Kai, immediately dispatch a messenger to swiftly reach all military outposts and summon all troops back down the hill without delay." From the urgency and gravity reflected in Yan Nanshan's expression, Ye Kai discerned the seriousness of the situation. He quickly cupped his hands in respect, took the messenger flag from Yan Nantian, and promptly exited the military tent to assemble the messengers for immediate departure. Yan Nantian strode to the front of the military tent and observed as Ye Kai led the messengers rapidly out of the camp, which gave him a slight sense of relief. He could only hope that no mishap would occur. Lin Feng approached, hesitating for a long time before finally voicing his concern. "General, if the northern barbarians launch a surprise attack on the North Guard army, will we be able to safely and swiftly retreat into Wuli City?" Yan Nantian turned around, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Observing the tension on Yan Nantian's face, Lin Feng understood that his worries were not unfounded. He soon, after a moment, Yan Nantian slowly uttered these two words. Due to the earlier conflict where Yan Nantian had killed Hisun's brother, the two had never gotten along. According to court regulations, a portion of the military supplies was to be provided by the local area. Previously, when Yan Nantian requested supplies from Hisun, Hisun had refused, citing insufficient provisions for the defending troops. If war were to break out, it was not out of the realm of possibility for Hisun to disregard the North Guard army and close the city gates. This remained a persistent concern. "Lin Feng, do you have the courage?" Suddenly, Yan Nantian fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, asking with a serious expression. Lin Feng shrugged and replied with a smile, "General, if you are seeking gold and jewels, Lin Feng cannot provide such treasures, but as for courage, I possess plenty of it. As for Hisun of Wuli City, I bear a grudge for the death of his brother. In this time of crisis, accompanying you to meet him would be a perilous endeavor. Yin Nantian spoke in a low voice. As soldiers, we risk our lives every day. Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Besides, with General Yin by my side, what I have to fear? Even if I were to die alongside you in battle, it would be an honor for me, Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Yin Nantian laughed heartily. Good lad, your words are invigorating. Tonight, we shall venture into Wuli City together. Chapter 77. We must increase the payment. The base camp was not far from Wuli City, and Yin Nantian and Lin Feng quickly arrived at the foot of the city. Yin Nantian rode up to the city gate and shouted to the soldiers on the battlements, I am General Yin Nantian of the North Guard. Open the gate swiftly, for I wish to see your commander, He Sun. The sound traveled to the city tower, where several torches were ignited, casting their glow as the guards below peered down. Upon confirming that the visitor was indeed Yin Nantian, one of the guards bellowed, General Yin, the city is under curfew, and without the command of the commanding officer, no one is permitted to enter. Preposterous. Yin Nantian could no longer contain his fury and retorted vehemently. The northern barbarians had yet to launch their attack, yet he, the esteemed general of the northern garrison, was barred from entering the city at night. What if the northern barbarians were to launch a surprise assault? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Lin Feng urged his horse forward, calling out, brothers atop the tower. The general of the northern garrison has urgent matters to discuss with the commanding officer. We request you kindly relay this message. We shall await your response. The guards above deliberated for a moment, seemingly wary of delaying a significant military matter, and then shouted down, Please wait a moment, General Yin. I shall notify you shortly. The guard then descended the tower, torch in hand, making his way toward the commander's residence. Such audacity, daring to obstruct even me. Yin Nantian expressed his indignation. Were this in the northern garrison, anyone who spoke to me in such a manner would have received a resounding slap across the face. One must bow their head when under the eaves. General Yin, surely you cannot leap over the city walls, Lin Feng jested. With a bitter smile, Yin Nantian glanced at Lin Feng. Though the words were unflattering, they held a kernel of truth. General, did you glean anything from the demeanor of that soldier? Lin Feng inquired softly, riding alongside Yin Nantian. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Nantian shook his head slightly. Aside from arrogance, I discerned nothing further. Logically, as the general of the northern garrison, you should command authority over any border town, be it at Yin Pass, Wuli City, or any other frontier. Yet, a mere foot soldier in Wuli City dares to disregard your presence, which can only imply that Wuli City is united in purpose. At these words, a shiver ran down Yin Nantian's spine. This meant that if war broke out, the northern garrison's hopes of seeking refuge within Wuli City were futile unless the commanding officer, He Xin, consented. From that point onward, Yin Nantian fell silent, his gaze cold and piercing as he stared at Wuli City. He could hardly believe that He Xin would dare to defy the world and abandon the entire northern garrison to its fate. Meanwhile, within the well-lit residence of the commanding officer in Wuli City, revelry and merriment reigned. The opulence on display would surely astonish even the commanding officer, Pan Feng. He Xin was currently toasting with a young man clad in luxurious furs. In the parlor, 6 enchanting beauties adorned in exotic attire danced gracefully. He Xin raised his goblet, a broad smile on his face, and declared, Prince Harry, I raise a toast to you. The young man nodded slightly, exuding an air of arrogance, and clinked glasses with He Xin before downing the contents in one gulp. Then, with a cunning glint in his eyes, he asked with a smile, General He, have you given any thought to the matter we discussed? He Xinduan paused for a moment, then clapped his hands, bringing the dancers to an immediate halt. You may all leave. The dancers and all the attendants present bowed their heads and exited, closing the door behind them. At this juncture, He Xin slowly remarked, Prince Harry, I am the guardian of Wuli City. To conspire with you to vanquish the northern army and seize Wuli City would constitute treason of the gravest nature. Prince Harry merely chuckled, unfazed by He Xin's response. General He, you have long been exchanging intelligence with our northern barbarians, facilitating trade in tea, horses, salt, and iron. Is that not treason as well? Upon hearing this, He Xin's expression darkened, and he slammed his palm on the table. Are you threatening me? Noticing the unmistakable ire in He Xin's demeanor, Prince Harry hastily replied, General He, we have known each other for many years, and you are a dear friend of my father, the Left Sage King. How could I possibly threaten you? The Left and Right Sage Kings rank just below the Barbarian King, holding the highest positions in the barbarian realm, their martial prowess unparalleled. Therefore, Prince Harry's status was indeed formidable. were it not for his current position under General Li Shua of the Northern Expedition. Serving as the vice commander of the Fierce Lion Army, he would not have deigned to visit Uli City. He continued, "It is General Li Shua, a master of martial arts and the pillar of our northern barbarians, who will seize Uli City, with an army of 60,000, including elite warriors of royal caliber. Do you truly believe we cannot take Uli City without your assistance?" Each word reverberated in He Xian's mind like a thunderclap, gently patting He Xian's shoulder. Prince Harry pressed on, "Yin Nantian has slain your younger brother. Do you not wish to seize this opportunity to avenge him?" He Xian's eyes flickered momentarily, lost in contemplation. Avenging his brother? Such matters did not sway He Xian's resolve. The crux of the matter lay in what benefits the northern barbarians could offer him. "Prince Harry, I am now the guardian of Uli City, a martial general of the 8th rank, holding a 5th-grade official position, and His Majesty treats me with kindness." With that, He Xian drained his cup and smiled at his counterpart. Indeed, this old fox was waiting for something in return. Uli City held immense significance for the northern barbarians. Thus, any price would be worth paying. Contemplating this, Prince Harry smiled and declared, 100,000 taels of gold. He Xian could scarcely believe his ears. Given his salary as a 5th-grade martial general, even living for 100 years would not amass such wealth. However, he quickly regained his composure. Is there more? He Xian needed assurance that after his defection, the northern barbarians would grant him the corresponding rank and protection. Otherwise, gold would be of no use if he had no life to spend it. As long as general, he is willing to serve the northern barbarians. Uli City will remain under your command, and my father is in need of one more commander among the 8. If you are willing, you may take the position. His position is undoubtedly on par with that of the 4 generals of your towns. After making this declaration, Prince Harry withdrew a handwritten letter from his father, the left virtuous king, from his sleeve. The terms had long been clearly delineated within the missive. As he meticulously perused the letter, He Xian's gaze flickered, his eyes glistening with avarice. It is worth noting that He Xian had long been suppressed by General Yin Nantian of the northern town, and without substantial connections in the court, attaining the rank of military guard general was already the pinnacle of his accomplishments. Unlike the Great Zhou, each general of the northern barbarians and the sovereigns within the royal court wielded their own territories. Should he choose to submit to the northern barbarians and seize control of Uli City, He Xian would become the local sovereign. This prospect was infinitely more appealing than serving the Great Zhou, 100-fold more advantageous. After careful contemplation, He Xian presented a treasured jade pendant he had always carried as a token to Prince Harry. "Prince Harry, this artifact is a family heirloom. Please return it to the left virtuous king and convey my willingness to serve the northern barbarians." Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resonated from outside the door. "General, Yin Nantian is calling at the city gates. Shall we let him in?" Chapter 78, The Shattering of the Cup as a Signal. Upon hearing this, He Xian felt a surge of anxiety. Could it be that Yin Nantian had caught wind of his intentions? He stepped forward, opened the door, and coldly inquired, "How many men does he bring?" "Only 1 aide, a total of 2. He Xian was taken aback by this news. Was Yin Nantian's audacity truly so great? Having slain his own brother, he dared to storm Uli City with merely 1 companion? Was he truly so dismissive of his own safety? Very well. Bring him to the residence. Additionally, immediately arrange for 100 skilled axe wielders to be stationed throughout the premises. The shattering of a cup shall serve as our signal. Upon hearing the sound, you must all surge forth and leave no room for them to escape." Understood. As he watched his confidant depart, He Xian turned to Prince Harry. "Prince Harry, today I shall secure a significant accomplishment for the northern barbarians, a testament to my allegiance." At this, Prince Harry erupted in hearty laughter, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he regarded He Xian. "Excellent. I shall assist the general here in eliminating this thorn in the side of the northern barbarians." Outside the city, both Yin Nantian and Lin Feng were growing increasingly impatient. What was taking He Xian so long? Did he truly expect the general to plead for entry? After pondering for a moment, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. "General, there may be unforeseen developments. If He Xian truly harbors treachery, our entrance into the city could spell great trouble." To this, Yin Nantian responded with disdain, scoffing, "What is there to fear? I am a dignified 9th-grade warrior, on the verge of attaining master status, capable of claiming the head of a general amidst a myriad of troops. Should He Xian truly entertain rebellious thoughts, I shall personally slay him." Lin Feng sighed, speaking candidly, "While you indeed possess the ability to claim a general's head among the throngs, even as a master, can you truly vanquish tens of thousands in a single stroke? Do not forget, There are indeed tens of thousands of people in the city of Uli. For a moment, Yan Nantian found himself at a loss for words, cornered by Lin Feng. After a lengthy pause, he finally exclaimed in exasperation, "You wretched lad, always speaking such disheartening words. If it were anyone else, I would have dealt with them long ago." While the two were venting their frustrations, the sound of the main gate opening drew their attention. The gate swung wide, and the heavy inner bolt was drawn up. Soon after, a troop emerged from the city gate, torches in hand, illuminating the night. A guard swiftly approached them, a broad smile on his face, and said, "General Yan, thank you for your patience. General, he invites you to his residence for a discussion." Yan Nantian snorted dismissively, retorting, "Your general, he certainly has a grand sense of self-importance." With that, he shook the reins and galloped towards General He's garrison, with Lin Feng closely following. As they traversed the city, Lin Feng deliberately glanced around, relieved to note that there were no troop movements, allowing his anxious heart to settle somewhat. Upon arriving at the garrison, both dismounted in unison. Yan Nantian strode directly into the residence. At that moment, Lin Feng's heart tightened. The atmosphere around him felt ominously unusual. To his dismay, there were no patrolling soldiers within the garrison. A furtive glance revealed a few armored figures moving at the far end of the corridor. This is bad. That old fox, he truly harbors ill intentions. He has arranged for assassins within the residence. This is clearly directed at the general of the Northern Defense. Just as Lin Feng intended to inform Yan Nantian of his troubling observations, the latter had already entered the grand hall with swift strides. With no choice, Lin Feng followed closely behind, gripping his dragon's whisper blade tightly at his waist. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable today. "Ha! General Yan, it has been a while. I trust you have been well." He Xian greeted with an exaggerated smile, clasping his hands together, followed by Prince Harry, dressed in the attire of the great Zhou. Yan Nantian cast a sidelong glance at Xian and unceremoniously plopped himself into a chair at the center of the hall, glaring at Xian and scolding, "Xian, your military command is commendable. Your men knew I was coming and still closed the city gates. It appears that the highest authority in the northern region is not me, Yan Nantian, but rather you, Xian." Xian's smile faltered, a fierce determination flickering in his heart, but he quickly regained his composure, responding with a smile, "General Yan, the curfew is your command. Why must you become so enraged? Come, let me offer you a drink as a gesture of goodwill." With that, Xian raised his cup and drank it down in one gulp. Then, he presented a cup of wine to Yan Nantian, smiling, "General Yan, please." Yan Nantian accepted the cup, but did not drink. Instead, he placed it down. Witnessing this, Lin Feng let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, Yan Nantian was not so devoid of caution. "I did not come here today to indulge in drinks with you." Yan Nantian spoke coldly. Xinxin's expression darkened, his grip on the wine glass tightening, ready to shatter it at any moment. "The Northern Barbarian army is poised to attack Uli City, and I command you to open the city gates starting tomorrow to assist my northern garrison. Once the army returns, we shall collectively resist the Northern Barbarians." Upon hearing this, Prince Harry beside Xinxin immediately changed countenance. How did Yan Nantian know about the impending ambush by the Northern Barbarians? Who leaked such intelligence? Xinxin was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure, chuckling as he replied, "General, are you being overly concerned? The Northern Barbarians are not fools. Our Uli City is as solid as a fortress. Would they dare to assault Uli City? That would be tantamount to seeking death." Yan Nantian's expression darkened. He tilted his head, gazing at Xinxin with suspicion, then erupted in fury. "Xinxin, can you not hear? Or do you fail to comprehend the orders of this general? Do you wish to defy military command?" At this statement, Prince Harry, standing behind, coldly interjected, "General, he is the highest authority of Uli City. The decision to open the gates rests solely with him, even when offered a drink. General, Yan shows no willingness to comply, and yet you presume to issue commands." Upon hearing this, Yan Nantian shot a fierce glare at Prince Harry and slammed his hand on the table. "Who are you? What right do you have to speak here?" At this moment, Lin Feng beside them discerned the northern barbarian traits in Prince Harry and concluded that Xinxin had indeed betrayed them. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped forward, approaching Xinxin. As Xinxin remained bewildered, Lin Feng drew his blade and struck, realizing the imminent danger. Xinxin was taken aback and quickly summoned his protective energy to withstand Lin Feng's blow. Bang! Xinxin was sent staggering back several meters, his wine glass crashing to the ground. In the next instant, dozens of axe-wielding soldiers rushed in, brandishing their weapons. Yin Nantian, perplexed, could not comprehend why Lin Feng would suddenly attack Yixin. Why were Yixin's personal guards so disrespectful? Do you not see? General Yin, Yixin has rebelled. And this young man must surely be an envoy of the northern barbarians. Chapter 79. The mask is torn. At this revelation, Prince Harry's gaze fixated on Lin Feng. Unable to believe that a mere attendant of the northern garrison possessed such ruthless insight. Yin Nanchan's face was aflame with rage as he glared at Yixin from a distance. Yixin, is what Lin Feng said true? In fact, upon seeing the axe-wielding soldiers behind him, Yin Nantian had already grasped the gravity of the situation. Yet, he was reluctant to accept that the esteemed guard of Wuli City, General Yixin, would betray the great Zhou. Faced with the undeniable reality, Yixin chose to drop the pretense. Yin Nantian, this young man beside you speaks the truth. I have indeed turned traitor. He stepped forward, his voice cold. I am now the general of the northern barbarians. A wise bird selects the right tree to perch upon. The realm of the great Zhou is rife with factions, and the scholars and generals in the capital are only concerned with fame and fortune. Who cares about the lives of us border generals? If you possess any sense, surrender now, and I shall speak a few kind words for you before the king of the barbarians and reward you with a moment of silence. Yin Nantian roared with a voice hoarse from fury, his eyes wide with rage, teeth clenched. I must be blind to have brought troops to protect Wuli City, only to ally with treacherous scoundrels like you against the northern barbarians. Hearing this, Hexin let out a cold laugh. Yin Nantian, have you forgotten that it was you who personally killed my brother? Do you think I could ever forget this? That you have lived to this day is already a stroke of luck for you. Today, I shall slay you in my manner, avenging my brother and earning merit for the northern barbarians. Meanwhile, Prince Harry stealthily moved behind a pillar, slowly raising his sleeve. Lin Feng kept a vigilant eye on the surroundings, observing every move of Prince Harry. General Yin, be careful, he shouted as Prince Harry activated a hidden mechanism in his sleeve. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from the sleeve, aimed directly at Yin Nanchan's face. Yet Yin Nantian neither flinched nor dodged. With a mere wave of his hand, a powerful surge of true energy deflected the incoming arrow. Thud! A nearby axe wielder was unfortunate enough to be struck by the errant arrow, instantly collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Yin Nantian cast a cold glance at the concealed Prince Harry, scornfully declaring, the northern barbarians are treacherous, cunning, and utterly despicable. However, Prince Harry paid no heed to Yin Nanchan's insults. He impatiently shouted at Hexin. What are you waiting for, Hexin? With gritted teeth. Hexin finally took that step forward, bellowing, kill them. The axe wielders, receiving the command, charged forward in a frenzy. Lin Feng quickly moved to join Yin Nantian. The two standing back to back, each defending their respective flank. Yin Nantian spoke in a low voice, Lin Feng, can you withstand the onslaught of these axe wielders alone? Lin Feng hesitated for a moment, wondering if they should not be escaping in such dire circumstances. Yet, after a brief pause, he responded resolutely, I can. Good. You hold off these axe wielders while I deal with Hexin. As long as that scoundrel is not eliminated, even if we manage to escape, it will be of no use. Lin Feng nodded. The disparity between himself and the 8th-tier martial artists was vast. Rushing in to assist would only burden Yin Nantian further. It was far wiser to buy time for him. Once Hexin was dead, the axe wielders would pose no threat. Having reached an agreement, they both shouted and charged toward their respective targets. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering as he drew his dragon roar blade, swiftly severing the life of the nearest 3rd-tier martial artist with a single stroke. Clang! The host has slain an elite soldier of the Wuli City garrison, a 3rd-tier martial artist, earning 300 points of slaughter value. Suddenly, a long knife lunged at Lin Feng from the side. With a swift block from the dragon roar blade, he executed an uncanny leap, delivering a fierce kick that obliterated the assailant's head. Ding! The host has slain an elite soldier of the Wuli City garrison, a 3rd-tier martial artist, earning 300 points of slaughter value. Next, 2 more 3rd-tier martial artists charged at Lin Feng, brandishing long spears aimed at his chest. A flash of cold light glinted as the 2 spears were severed in an instant. In the next moment, another glint of cold light appeared, and the heads of the 2 former spear wielders were cleaved in half. Ding! The host has slain 2 elite soldiers of the Wuli City garrison, 3rd-tier martial artists, earning 600 points of slaughter value. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng, like a phantom, plunged into the throng. As if entering a realm devoid of opposition, he wielded the dragon roar blade with grace, sending limbs and blood flying in a gruesome display. Within moments, he had vanquished over 10 martial artists, leaving them sprawled in disarray. Even the seasoned soldiers of the Yuri City garrison, who had witnessed countless brutal battles, were now paralyzed with fear at the sight of Lin Feng, who resembled a demon. Some even found themselves devoid of the courage to grasp their weapons, gasping for breath with terror-stricken eyes, pondering whether they would be the next to fall to the Reaper's scythe. Lin Feng, however, felt nothing but disdain. Compared to his brothers, the garrison soldiers, though also third-tier martial artists, lacked the indomitable fighting spirit. Individuals like Wang Ming would continue to fight valiantly even against foes of superior rank, never yielding an inch of cowardice. This lot was utterly unworthy of serving as mere foot soldiers under his command. They merely retreated step by step, and within moments, they found themselves outside the commander's residence. Turning his gaze, Lin Feng observed Yin Nantian confronting Commander He Xian and a cunning northern barbarian alone. Although Yin Nantian maintained the upper hand, the northern barbarian occasionally unleashed cold arrows, hindering Yan's ability to claim He Xian's head. Just as Lin Feng became momentarily distracted, a powerful aura surged from his side. Instinctively, he raised the Dragon Roar blade to defend himself. Bang! Lin Feng felt a tremendous force strike him, causing him to stagger backwards several paces. Upon glancing back, he beheld a tall, heavily armored, corpulent commander of the Yuri City garrison. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a deputy general, emanating the aura of a fifth-tier martial artist. Young man, is it fitting to treat my brethren as mere melons to be cleaved? The commander declared, slamming his massive axe into the ground, cracking the earth beneath. Lin Feng, concealing his aura and preparing himself, responded, Brother, you must be the deputy general of the Yuri City garrison, am I correct? Are you aware that your commander He Xian has betrayed the nation by following him? You are no better than swine. Do you wish to become a criminal of the Great Zhou? The vice commander, wielding a massive axe, appeared momentarily taken aback, clearly unaware of the unfolding events in the hall. Lin Feng continued, It is not wrong to heed the orders of your superior. But when the principles of family and country are at stake, do you not take a moment to reflect? The vice commander's expression was conflicted. Yet in the next moment, he coldly retorted, We are soldiers of General He Xian, and we follow his command. If you wish to persuade me, you must first defeat me. Stubborn and unyielding. Chapter 80. Then let me awaken you. However, Lin Feng also sensed that not all of the soldiers guarding Wuli City were blindly loyal. If he and his companion were to capture He Xian today, many among them still held allegiance to the Great Zhou and did not wish to be traitors. After all, even if He Xian amassed mountains of gold and silver, he would not share a single coin with them, rather than betray their country and bear a lifetime of scorn. They would prefer to serve as loyal soldiers in Wuli City. Enough talk. Let us engage. I wish to witness the prowess of the Northern Defense Army. The vice commander of Wuli City clearly regarded Lin Feng as a member of the Northern Defense Army. Nevertheless, Lin Feng was unconcerned. He understood one thing. He was a citizen of the Great Zhou and a defender of the realm. Regardless of the cost, he must subdue the soldiers of Wuli City today. Otherwise, if the Northern Defense Army was ambushed and Wuli City fell, the entire Great Zhou would plunge into irretrievable chaos. Very well, let me awaken you. Lin Feng swung the Dragon's roar blade once more, unleashing his martial arts. 3 consecutive beams of cold light surged toward the vice commander Zhao Tuo. The latter's face registered shock, although he had 4th-tier warriors under his command. None could replicate such prowess. A tempestuous wave. Zhao Tuo raised his colossal axe high, unleashing a fierce martial technique. Boom. The 2 formidable forces collided, sending both combatants staggering backward several paces. 4th-tier warrior? How could one possess such combat strength? Zhao Tuo was astonished, his corpulent form swaying with the impact. Lin Feng, however, exhibited no hesitation. He brandished the Dragon's roar blade and attacked again. Yet, Zhao Tuo stood like a heavily armored tank, absorbing Lin Feng's relentless strikes without yielding an inch of defense. Indeed, slaying a 5th-tier warrior was no simple feat furthermore. Zhao Tuo proved to be even stronger than the 5th-tier warriors Lin Feng had previously encountered among the northern barbarians. Yet, after several rounds of combat, Lin Feng discerned a weakness in his opponent. While Zhao Tuo had established a formidable defense due to his physical advantages, he was far inferior to Lin Feng in terms of stamina. As their battle continued, the vice commander's movements noticeably slowed, and his breath grew increasingly labored. Upon discovering this issue, Lin Feng's heart surged with uncontainable joy. He immediately began to fervently channel the true energy within him. The Lutian blade technique operating at a frenzied pace, his movements growing ever swifter. The soldiers standing on either side, fearing collateral damage, could only stare in astonishment. Such a display of combat was beyond anything they had previously witnessed. The dragon roar blade that Lin Feng wielded left behind a flurry of afterimages in the air. The sound of dragon roars reverberated and exploded in the atmosphere, the successive waves of energy causing the soldiers on either side to contort in terror. Lin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Zhao Tuo's actions. In a fleeting moment, he discerned a slight flaw. With a sudden shift, Lin Feng executed a peculiar backslash with the back of his blade. Weakened and fatigued, Zhao Tuo's eyes widened in disbelief, even upon realizing Lin Feng's maneuver. He found no room for defense. Bang! Weighing nearly 300 pounds, Zhao Tuo was sent flying like a deflated rubber raft, crashing heavily against a massive stone screen opposite the guardhouse. The screen cracked upon impact, and Zhao Tuo tumbled to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, Lin Feng was already upon him. The dragon roar blade emitted a resonant roar as it descended forcefully upon his neck. Just as Zhao Tuo closed his eyes, awaiting death, Lin Feng refrained from delivering the final blow. The northern barbarian army was soon to arrive. The death of a commander from Wuli City would be a considerable loss for the city. Why do you not kill me? Zhao Tuo could not help but inquire after a brief moment. Lin Feng sheathed his dragon roar blade and replied solemnly, "Brother, we are both soldiers of the Great Zhou. Our wives and children are within the borders of the Great Zhou. Must we truly become traitors, subjecting our families to the scorn of others?" These words resonated not only with the heart of this deputy commander, but also struck a chord with all the soldiers present. Noticing the lack of response from Zhao Tuo, Lin Feng continued, "We are comrades. I cannot bear to kill you. However, should you insist on following He Xin as a traitor, my blade shall not spare your life." Faced with the threat of death and the remnants of his own conscience, Zhao Tuo glanced at Lin Feng and finally gritted his teeth, saying, "Brother, thank you for sparing my life. I, Zhao Tuo, refuse to conspire with the traitor He Xin." "Indeed, this is the spirit of a great Zhou warrior," Lin Feng remarked. He then sheathed his blade and stepped forward to assist the corpulent Zhao Tuo to his feet. "Goodness, this man is truly heavy," Lin Feng exclaimed. "Zhao Tuo, you must immediately open the city gates and dispatch troops to inform the northern town army below the hill, aside from a few troops to assist the station forces. Everyone must rush to Wuli City." Afterward, Lin Feng firmly patted Zhao Tuo's hefty form and assured him, "Brother, I promise you will still be the deputy commander of Wuli City. Furthermore, I will petition General Yan on your behalf. With such a significant contribution, it is highly likely you will become the next commander of Wuli City." Of course, Lin Feng could not guarantee this. However, at that moment, he would have dared to promise Zhao Tuo the title of Northern Town General of the Great Zhou. Fortunately, although Zhao Tuo possessed formidable combat strength, his intellect appeared somewhat lacking. He genuinely believed Lin Feng's words and, with a Na'vi grin, remarked, "Brother, I truly do not covet the position of the commanding officer. As long as the General of the North does not penalize us, I shall be content. Penalty? As long as you fulfill your mission. What basis is there for such a term? Do not forget, the General of the North is the highest military officer in our Great Zhou's northern territory. Your ability to rescue him here is a monumental achievement." The more he spoke, the more exhilarated Zhao Tuo felt. The prospect of serving under the General of the North in the future was far more exhilarating than remaining in Wuli City. "Fear not, brother. With me around, Wuli City shall not fall. Brothers, let us ride forth to welcome the soldiers of the North. We shall not engage in treachery or betrayal." Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the remaining soldiers had no desire to become Lin Feng's casualties. In an instant, they rallied together, mounting their steeds and galloping towards the city gates. Seeing Zhao Tuo leading the soldiers from the guardhouse in retreat, Lin Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. He quickly looked up at the guardhouse, where the entire hall was on the verge of collapse, battered by the clash of the three combatants' true energy. The battle between the 8th and 9th grade martial artists was indeed earth-shattering. As for the northern barbarian youth, despite his tender years, he exuded the aura of a 6th grade warrior. Achieving 6th grade status at such a young age could only indicate either a prodigy within the northern barbarian army or a member of the northern nobility. Lin Feng brandished his dragon roar blade and advanced swiftly, declaring, "Young one, today you shall remain in Wuli City." Chapter 81, Seizing the Kill Within the Hall. The glimmer of blades and flickers of swords filled the air, with true energy surging forth. In an instant, Yan Nantian unleashed dozens of strands of true energy from his longsword, the blade's shadow looming ever closer. Subsequently, a flurry of true energy descended, forcing He Xin to kneel before him. Clang! Xin raised his blade to block, sparks flying. Xin, you have not wasted your time in Woolly City. Your swordsmanship has become remarkably formidable. After enduring hundreds of my strikes without faltering, I, Yin Nantian, have underestimated you. Xin, straining to hold his treasured blade, gritted his teeth and fixed his gaze fiercely upon the suppressing Yin Nantian. You killed my brother, and not a day has passed without my desire to take your life. Thus, my blade has never been idle. As he spoke, he tilted his body, narrowly evading a fatal blow that would have taken a significant piece of flesh from his shoulder. At that moment, Prince Harry, who had been lurking in the shadows, seized the opportunity while Yin Nantian relaxed, hurling a G-class weapon, the demon-subduing staff, directly at Yin Nantian's lower back. Yet, such a tactic would only serve to distract Yin Nantian momentarily and would not inflict any real harm. With a swift motion, Yin Nantian raised his hand, sending the staff hurtling back. With a resounding crash, it pierced through a pillar, creating a large hole. Had Prince Harry not dodged in time, that strike could have pierced him as well. As Prince Harry grappled with the uncertainty of whether to continue his assistance, an ominous aura of death suddenly enveloped him from behind. In the instant he turned, a glimmer of cold light flashed by. Before he could even summon his vital energy for protection, the icy ray sliced through his chest, eliciting a muffled groan. When he reached to touch his wound, blood had already saturated his entire torso. Fortunately, his swift reflexes, combined with the resilience of a 6th-tier warrior, spared his vital organs from harm. However, when Harry focused his gaze on the assailant, he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Was it one of Yin Nantian's subordinates? He quickly turned to look outside the courtyard, only to find a gruesome scene of numerous corpses scattered about. A chill ran down his spine. Had this individual truly annihilated all the soldiers guarding Woolly City? He distinctly recalled that a general was stationed outside. Could it be that he too had fallen victim to this person's treachery? A wave of unease washed over Harry. Who on earth are you? Have you suppressed your aura? Or are you truly a 4th-tier warrior? Lin Feng chuckled coldly, speaking leisurely. I am indeed a 4th-tier warrior. However, even your commander, Tiesu of the Northmen's Blood Wolf Army, has fallen to my hand. Do you truly believe I cannot handle a few insignificant pawns outside? This was yet another instance of Lin Feng employing psychological warfare. No matter the opponent, even if their cultivation level surpassed his significantly, once their mental defenses crumbled, their combat effectiveness would diminish, if not by 7/10, then at least by 5/10. As Harry looked upon Lin Feng, his eyes were suddenly filled with terror. Commander Tiesu was not only his mentor, but also the leader of the Mad Lion Army, and a favored general of General Li Sha. The horrific scene of Tiesu being brought back to the camp was etched in his memory. When he learned that Tiesu had been injured by a mere 4th-tier warrior and a lowly soldier, he had been in disbelief. Now, standing before him was that very person, and in an instant, Harry was engulfed in fear. Once a youthful prodigy within the Northman army, he now felt like nothing but a mediocre talent compared to Lin Feng. The more he pondered, the more his mental defenses began to falter. Finally, trembling, he pointed a finger at Lin Feng, seeking confirmation. You are that lowly soldier from Yinguan. Lin Feng. Lin Feng smirked coldly. Indeed, I am Lin Feng. However, your information seems outdated. I am now the captain at Yinguan, soon to succeed General Pan Feng as the next guardian of Yinguan. With my presence, neither Yinguan nor Woolly City shall tremble in the slightest. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Feng charged forward with ferocity. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, he declared, Aren't you afraid? Then I shall ensure you have nightmares every day. In the next instant, Lin Feng's dragon roar blade, accompanied by a cacophony of raging dragon cries, descended upon Prince Harry like a torrential downpour. At this moment, Harry exhibited no semblance of a desire to continue fighting. He fled desperately towards the exit of the government office. However, it must be said that Prince Harry possessed commendable skills in evading capture. His movements were erratic, and with a few leaps, he effortlessly vaulted over the courtyard wall of the guardhouse, vanishing into the night like a specter. Lin Feng, however, chose not to pursue him. The priority was to confront the treasonous general, Xin, alongside Yin Nantian. Turning back, Lin Feng noted that with Harry's interference eliminated, Xin was now firmly suppressed by Yin Nantian. The treasured blade in Xin's hand had sustained numerous nicks, and his body bore various wounds, blood flowing freely. Just as Xin contemplated retreating to summon reinforcements, a figure abruptly materialized behind him. With a mere turn of his head, a sword and dagger plunged into his body. Xin's eyes widened in disbelief. It was inconceivable that he, a dignified 8th-tier warrior, could be so easily slain by another. With a sudden burst, Both adversaries withdrew their weapons in unison, and two jets of blood erupted like fountains. The once revered commander of Wuli City, who had contributed significantly to the Great Zhou, fell heavily to the ground. Ding! Host has slain the commander of Wuli City, an 8th-tier warrior, earning 800 points of slaughter value. Lin Feng was elated. Could one truly benefit from the assistance of others? His joy was not solely due to the 800 points of slaughter value, but rather the fact that he, a mere 4th-tier warrior, had vanquished an 8th-tier warrior. Such an achievement was worthy of future bragging rights. Yan Nantian, shaking the residual blood from his sword, looked up at Lin Feng. Have the rebels outside been dealt with? Lin Feng scratched his head sheepishly, casting a guilty glance at Yan Nantian. Not all of them have been eliminated. And what of that man? Yan Nantian inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Lin Feng chuckled. I defeated Zhao Tuo, the deputy commander of Wuli City, and spared his life, promising him the position of commander. He eagerly rushed to open the city gates to inform the northern garrison. Upon hearing this, Yan Nantian initially smiled wryly and then shook his head slightly. You, my friend, if given the opportunity, I suspect you would even fabricate imperial edicts. Lin Feng quickly pleaded with Yan Nantian. General, after all, I made a promise to Zhao Tuo. Even if you do not allow him to become the commander of Wuli City, please. Very well, Yan Nantian interjected. Since Deputy Commander Zhao Tuo has shown a capacity for repentance, I shall grant him a reprieve. As for his competence in the deputy commander's role, that shall depend on his future conduct. Lin Feng grinned appreciatively and bowed respectfully. Thank you, General Yan, for granting me this favor. Chapter 82. Unfamiliar with the character for death. With a swift stroke, Lin Feng severed He Xian's head from his body, casually wrapping it in a tablecloth. Yan Nantian and Lin Feng then exited the hall of the guardhouse, stepping over the bodies littered along their path, and mounted two idle warhorses outside the premises, hastily making their way towards the city gate. Even though He Xian has met his demise, the possibility of unforeseen events still looms. The two men dared not delay for even a moment. Before long, they hastened their steeds to the gates of Wuli City. As anticipated, a formidable contingent of guards faced off against the Deputy General Zhao Tuo and his retinue. The Northern Army was resolutely barred from entering the city, with tensions palpable, as both sides seemed poised for a violent clash at any moment. Stop! A resonant and magnetic voice reverberated through the gates of Wuli City. The crowd turned to behold Yan Nantian and Lin Feng approaching on horseback, one following closely behind the other. Upon recognizing General Yan Nantian of the Northern Army, both factions parted to create a broad thoroughfare. Yet Nantian did not rush forward. Instead, he surveyed the soldiers still clinging to resistance under the flickering torchlight, his expression darkening. Brothers, let us halt at the precipice. He Xian has betrayed the Great Zhou and has become a pawn of the northern barbarians. We cannot tread this path into oblivion. With Yan Nantian's arrival, Zhao Tuo hastily raised his voice, urging the still-armed soldiers, if you do not act now, when will you make your stand? The soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a centurion from the ranks stepped forward and declared, General Yan, you bear a deep grudge against General He. We cannot heed one side of the story. If you wish for us to surrender and relinquish the city, we would require General He to come forth and speak. Upon hearing this, Yan Nantian's countenance darkened further. Were it not for the imminent threat of the northern barbarians attacking Wuli City, this insolent youth would soon find himself facing dire consequences. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yan Nantian turned to Lin Feng. Understanding the unspoken cue, Lin Feng spurred his horse forward, dismounted, and carelessly tossed a bundle onto the ground. A bloodied head rolled forth, glistening ominously before the assembly. The guards gasped in shock. This is the head of General He Xian. They have slain General He. The murmurings quickly spread through the ranks, a cacophony of disbelief and outrage. Though Yan Nantian was the supreme military commander of the northern frontier, He Xian had been the city's defender. Their years of camaraderie were palpable, and the sight of He Xian's head rolling across the ground ignited fury among every soldier of Wuli City. Lin Feng's expression darkened. If he could not restore order, a mutiny could easily ensue. In the next moment, he dismounted and addressed the wavering guards, raising his voice, Brothers, you are all valiant sons of the Great Zhou. We are soldiers of the Great Zhou, not mere private soldiers of He Xian. He has indeed betrayed us, just moments ago. He conspired with envoys from the northern barbarians within his residence. When General Yan and I discovered his treachery, he attempted to slay General Yan, and thus, we were compelled to strike him down. Such disloyal and unscrupulous individuals, do they truly merit your unwavering dedication? Upon uttering these words, it was as if boiling water had been poured into a searing hot pot, causing an immediate eruption. Indeed, just yesterday, General He Xian personally entered the city to escort a northern barbarian, a sight I witnessed with my own eyes. What? We have placed such trust in He Xian. How could he commit such an act that invokes the wrath of heaven and the ire of the people? Though He Xian is our general, his treachery and betrayal render him no longer our commander, but a foe. Among those present, how many have lost brothers and comrades at the hands of the northern barbarians? Once it was confirmed that He Xian had indeed sold out for personal gain, the crowd ceased to dwell on the matter. At that moment, Deputy General Zhao Tua swiftly stepped forward to lend support. Brothers, you all know of the favor general he has shown me, had he not betrayed our nation. Would I be in this position? My comrades, in the face of such critical issues, we must discern right from wrong. Even Zhao Tua, once a staunch confidant of He Xian, echoed this sentiment. The hesitation among the crowd dissipated, and they collectively laid down their arms, kneeling in unison. We are willing to surrender to General Yan Nantian of the Northern Garrison. Please allow the Northern Army to enter the city and assume control of all defenses in Wuli. Witnessing this scene, both Yan Nantian and Lin Feng exhaled deeply, their anxieties finally alleviated. Yan Nantian then gestured grandly. Northern Army, enter the city. A contingent of over 7,000 troops gradually streamed into Wuli, swiftly taking control of the city's vital thoroughfares and key defensive positions. The following morning, the previous night, the crowd had rested against the city wall in a corner, weary from their vigil. Lin Feng awoke, feeling the aches in his back. Wang Ming and his companions had inquired and located Lin Feng. Brother. Lin Feng rose and nodded slightly. What is the situation outside the city? Have all the station troops returned? Wang Ming shook his head slightly. When I arrived, not a single garrison had returned, nor had I seen General Yu Kai. Lin Feng sighed, his expression grave. At that moment, he observed the guards of Wuli assembling in a disorganized and undisciplined manner. Thankfully, the Northern Army had entered the city. Otherwise, the current defenders of Wuli would likely be unable to hold the fort. Brother, when shall we return? I am somewhat concerned that the Northern barbarians might launch a surprise attack on Yen Pass, Wang Ming suddenly asked. After all, Yen Pass is their home, and its defenders are their brothers in arms. To risk their lives delivering messages to the Northern Army was already an act of utmost loyalty. Should Yen Pass fall victim to a surprise raid by the Northern barbarians during this time, none of those present would find solace in their hearts. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and placed a reassuring hand on Wang Ming's shoulder. Do not worry. I have already made arrangements to prevent any Northern barbarians from entering Yen Pass, leaving them with no opportunity to exploit. Regardless of how the Northern barbarians may provoke us, no one shall engage in combat with them. Currently, the Northern barbarians aim to target the Northern Garrison and the city of Wuli. As long as the defending troops at Yen Pass remain behind closed doors, they should face no significant issues. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming nodded, his outward calm contrasting with the turmoil within him. Let us ascend the city tower and inspect the state of their defensive arrangements, he instructed. Subsequently, Lin Feng led Wang Ming and a few others up the tower to survey the fortifications of Wuli. To Lin Feng's astonishment, not only were the soldiers throughout the city dispirited and lax, but even several centurions were found gambling in a corner of the tower. Lin Feng glanced at them, striding forward to overturn their table in a swift motion. You wretched fools! With battle imminent, you dare to play cards here? Do you not know how to write the word death? Chapter 83. 100 military sticks, killing chickens to warn monkeys. The individuals were taken aback by Lin Feng's actions, gradually rising to their feet with cold, disdainful gazes directed at him. One centurion scoffed, You are merely General Yan's attendant. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? He continued, My brothers have toiled through the night, and now that they have a rare moment to relax, you presume to interfere? Impudent! How dare you speak to our centurion in such a manner? Wang Ming shouted angrily at the disrespect shown towards his elder brother. The centurion paused, realizing Lin Feng was indeed a centurion, and his demeanor softened slightly. You are a centurion of the Northern Garrison? Why have I never seen you before? Lin Feng replied coolly, I am not from the Northern Garrison. I am Lin Feng, a centurion of the Yen Pass defending troops. Humph. What authority do you? A mere centurion from Yen Pass have to instruct us? Another centurion interjected with derision. In response, Lin Feng maintained a calm expression, stating, It matters not from where I hail. Having chosen to come here to deliver news to General Jinbei, I must assume responsibility for Yuli's defenses. Should you continue to disregard discipline, Do not hold me accountable for my unyielding wrath. Despite witnessing Lin Feng's favorable rapport with Yin Nantian, the defenders of Uli had always looked down upon those hailing from the lesser place of Yin Pass. Thus, they dismissed Lin Feng entirely. A hot-tempered centurion stepped forward, taunting. Then show me your unyielding wrath. This is Uli, not your Yin Pass. You have no right to shout here. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng's tone turned menacing. His icy gaze fixated on the speaker. Is it? Before the centurion could finish his retort, Lin Feng's leg shot up unexpectedly. With a resounding thud, he struck the centurion squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling backward like a blade of grass in the wind, crashing heavily against the city wall. Poof! A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he stared at Lin Feng in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how a mere centurion could strike him down without affording him even a chance to defend himself. Several centurions were instantly consumed by rage upon witnessing the scene. Damn it! Who dares to lay hands on our men? Brothers, charge forth. Let us incapacitate this unworthy scoundrel from Yin Pass. One centurion bellowed, and the others surged forward in unison. Wang Meng and his companions swiftly assumed a battle-ready stance. They were more than willing to shed a little blood at their leader's command. What is the meaning of this? A thunderous voice erupted from the crowd. As the Deputy General Zhao Tua approached, flanked by two captains. Upon recognizing Zhao Tua, the crowd immediately reined in their fierce demeanor, their expression shifting to one of trepidation. At that moment, one centurion, grasping at straws, protested, Deputy General, this brother from Yin Pass has assaulted us without provocation. Look, Captain Zhang Jing was nearly incapacitated by him. Indeed, this man holds our garrison in Uli City in utter contempt. General, you must avenge our brethren. Several centurions vociferously echoed their grievances. Zhao Tua furrowed his brow slightly. Although he held the rank of Deputy General, superior to Lin Feng, he was acutely aware of Lin Feng's formidable reputation. Not only was he a figure of authority in Yin Pass, but he was also likely the second-in-command within the Northern Town Army. Likely under the tacit approval of Yin Nantian himself. Nevertheless, as the Deputy General of Uli City, he could not show favoritism. He needed to ascertain the full context to provide an equitable resolution. Captain Lin, what on earth transpired here? Why has conflict erupted? Zhao Tua inquired cautiously. Cautious of appearing arrogant before Lin Feng. This spectacle had astonished all present. Zhao Tua, a Deputy General of Uli City, was known to potentially ascend as the future commander of the city. Yet here he was, seemingly submissive before a mere captain from a minor outpost, an incongruity that did not escape anyone's notice. Lin Feng leisurely pointed toward a scattering of gambling tokens on the ground. With a battle imminent, yet you centurions are here playing Pai Gao. It appears the garrison of Uli City enjoys a rather leisurely existence. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tuo's expression hardened and his gaze turned menacingly toward the centurions. At that moment, he was filled with indignation. Should this news reach Yin Nantian's ears, it would reflect poorly on him if his subordinates were found negligent and derelict in their duties. Is this true? Zhao Tua asked coldly. In response, one centurion forced a smile. General Zhao, we were merely passing the time with a few rounds. The high walls of Uli City deter any barbarian incursions. With such a show of force, wouldn't it be? However, his words were abruptly cut short as Zhao Tuo's hand struck his face with resounding force. The centurion spun a full 360 degrees before regaining his balance, only to find one side of his face swollen like a pig's head. Fool, reinforce the defenses. That is General Yan's command. You are not on high alert, yet you still have the audacity to play cards here. Get out at once. In truth, Zhao Tua was providing a way out for a few individuals. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng spoke up at that moment. Wait, with the impending battle, can we be so negligent? If everyone were to act in such a manner, what need would there be to defend the city of Wuli? Noticing Lin Feng's stance, Zhao Tua understood that without a resolution, the matter would not come to a peaceful conclusion. My lord Lin, you may deal with these rascals as you see fit. Hearing this, several centurions looked at Zhao Tua in bewilderment. The deputy commander of Wuli City was actually seeking advice from a centurion of Yingguan. Lin Feng, however, felt no need to be polite. 50 lashes with the military staff, followed by a public display along the city walls, to set an example. This was already showing Zhao Tua some consideration. Had this incident occurred among the guards of Yingguan, Lin Feng would have broken the legs of the offenders on the spot. General Zhao, this cannot be. If 50 lashes are delivered, our brothers will be left in tatters. How can you heed the words of a centurion from Yingguan? The centurions lamented, their faces drawn. 80. Lin Feng remained unperturbed. Seeing that they still wished to plead for mercy, Lin Feng's voice turned sharp. 100. Zhao Tuo, observing the situation escalating, feared that these audacious youngsters would be ruined entirely. He quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Bring these centurions down at once, administer 100 lashes, and then parade them through the streets as a warning." Upon receiving the order, several of his personal guards swiftly dragged the disruptive centurions away. Within moments, the walls echoed with their heart-wrenching wails. Witnessing this scene, the previously lax guards of Wuli City now dared not abandon their posts. Just then, the urgent sound of hooves approached from not far outside the city. Lin Feng looked up and saw Ye Kai leading a troop hastily towards Wuli City. Open the city gates. Chapter 84. The Army's Advance. Lin Feng, accompanied by Wang Ming and others, swiftly descended from the city walls. At the same time, upon hearing the news, Yan Nantian rushed over immediately. As the army entered the city, Lin Feng cast a glance and noted their disheveled and defeated appearance. The returning force numbered no more than 5,000, and an ominous premonition gripped his heart. Thud! At that moment, Ye Kai could no longer hold on and fell from his horse. Upon closer inspection, he bore several gruesome wounds, blood oozing from them. Lin Feng hurried forward, lifting Ye Kai with one hand and applying some medicinal powder to his wounds. Ye Kai winced in pain but remained silent. Just then, Yan Nantian arrived, dismounting and rushing over. What happened? What transpired? Upon seeing Yan Nantian, Ye Kai could no longer contain himself. A full-grown man of 7 feet wept uncontrollably. "General, we have been ambushed. The northern barbarians relentlessly pursued us, and from the 8,000 troops stationed at Xinjia and Guozhuang, I have returned with fewer than 5,000. Yan Nantian, momentarily dazed, clutched Ye Kai's collar with an air of desperation and inquired, "What has become of the 2,000 vanguard troops stationed by the Blackwater River? What of the 1,000-man flanking assault teams at Fengshan and Zhaozhuang?" Ye Kai knelt before Yan Nantian, his voice a heart-wrenching lament. "The 2,000 vanguard troops have been annihilated, and the assault teams have been completely wiped out. By the time I arrived, the scene was one of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The northern barbarians not only dispatched a formidable army but also seemed to possess an intimate understanding of our troop deployments. Had I not retreated in time, we would have lost our positions at Xinjia and Guozhuang as well. General, I am deeply remorseful." Upon hearing this, the seasoned and steadfast general of the northern defense, Yan Nantian, was left hollow-eyed and sank to the ground. It is crucial to note that those 2,000 vanguard troops and the 2,000 flanking assault teams were the elite of the Northern Defense Army, with the weakest among them being third-tier warriors and their leaders being sixth-tier experts. Although 5,000 soldiers were brought back, Yan Nantian realized that he no longer possessed any trump cards to launch a counteroffensive against the northern barbarian forces. If only I had not placed such trust in EXIN, believing he would not betray the Great Zhou, perhaps the news of our troop placements would not have leaked. My vanguard, my assault teams, my 4,000 brothers. In an instant, tears streamed down Yan Nantian's face. In his eyes, the root of this catastrophe lay solely in his own hubris and poor command. Observing this scene, Lin Feng hastily turned his attention to Ye Kai, urgently asking, "How far are the northern barbarians from Wuli City now? How many troops have they brought?" Ye Kai, shaking off his own guilt, replied promptly, "The northern barbarians have already seized the lower slopes and are merely a few dozen miles from Wuli City. I am uncertain of their exact numbers, but they appear to be a sea of black, with at least 50 to 60,000 troops." Upon hearing this, the faces of Deputy General Zhao Tuo and others turned pale. Despite Ye Kai bringing back 5,000 troops, the elite forces were decimated. Combined with the remaining over 7,000 northern defense troops and 10,000 city defenders, they barely totaled over 20,000 men. Under such circumstances, the defense of the city would be exceedingly challenging. After a brief moment of sorrow, Yan Nantian swiftly regained his composure. As the general of the northern defense, the highest military commander in the north, he knew that no matter how profound his grief, he could not falter at this critical juncture. Ye Kai, swiftly allocate the 5,000 troops to the various critical points and defensive positions in Wuli City. Wuli City is the gateway to our great Zhou's northern border, and we must not suffer any losses. Understood. Ye Kai acknowledged with a salute, and despite the pain he endured, he began directing the troops. Subsequently, all present, including Lin Feng, rushed to the city walls, their gazes fixed unwaveringly on the horizon, standing ready for what was to come. After approximately half an hour, a long, resonant horn echoed from the distance. The countenance of the officers and soldiers present suddenly shifted in alarm. Lin Feng pointed towards the distance and spoke solemnly. They should be arriving. In the next moment, everyone immediately turned their gaze in the direction Lin Feng indicated. A cloud of dust was rising not far away, accompanied by the continuous sound of horns. Soon, countless dark figures emerged within their line of sight. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that they were the heads of the barbarian soldiers. At that moment, the entire garrison of Uli City became tense. Uli City had long been free from major warfare, so seeing such a multitude of northern barbarian troops invading was undeniably alarming. In the blink of an eye, everyone's expressions froze, their gazes coldly fixated on the distance. There, the vanguard of the northern barbarians was entirely comprised of elite warriors mounted on massive yellow lions. Clad in armor and wielding sharp spears, the renowned Royal Lion Legion. Their imposing presence was enough to instill fear in the hearts of many. Everyone prepare. With Yin Nantian's thunderous command, the crowd snapped back to reality. Instantly, they drew their bows and readied arrows, while stones and logs were gathered for defense. Lin Feng observed this scene but paid little heed. Compared to his brothers at Yin Pass, the military prowess of these individuals was alarmingly deficient. It was fortunate that this was a city defense, not a straightforward clash of armies. Otherwise, a single engagement could lead to the barbarian troops devouring them whole. Watching the dense formation of soldiers in the distance, Wang Ming couldn't help but gasp in awe, murmuring, "Goodness! There must be at least 5,000 of those vanguard lion soldiers." Ye Kai's expression turned grave. 5,000 are merely heavy cavalry. There are still nearly 15,000 infantry behind them. The sheer scale of the assault was overwhelming, and the pressure on everyone was immense. Just a single wave of attack approached the number of defenders, and the most critical factor was the presence of the elite heavy cavalry. Were it not for the siege, they would be akin to demonic harbingers of doom on the battlefield, leaving ordinary soldiers with no chance to retaliate. The centurions, who had previously flaunted their bravado, now witnessed this scene and lost their earlier arrogance, their faces paling and their hearts trembling. They had underestimated the northern barbarians, relying on the fortress walls of Uli City, oblivious to the enemy's strength. Yet, confronted with this sight, they finally realized the folly of their previous actions. As the approaching army drew nearer, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, I didn't expect these fellows to arrive so swiftly, leaving us no chance to send word back to Yin Pass. Otherwise, if we could flank them from two sides, we might have had a fighting chance." Lin Feng shook his head slightly, speaking in a measured tone, "Do not rush. Let us wait and see. Perhaps we still have an opportunity." Meanwhile, on the northern barbarian side, the command tent was set up on the slope. The disoriented Prince Harry was brought in by two barbarian soldiers. General Li Shua of the northern barbarians sat upon a throne of mixed iron, with a bronze table before him. Noticing Harry's dazed demeanor, he furrowed his brow and inquired, "Has the garrison commander of Uli City, Xin, agreed to cooperate with us? Has the city of Uli opened its gates?" Upon hearing this, Prince Harry came to his senses and suddenly knelt before the bronze table with a thud. He raised his gaze towards Li Shua, his eyes vacant as he lamented, "General, the mission has failed." Chapter 85, The First Wave of Assault. Li Shua sprang to his feet, disbelief etched across his face. "He didn't agree to the letter of surrender?" Prince Harry shook his head and, looking up at Li Shua with a sense of resignation, replied, "He did agree." "Then why has the mission failed?" Li Shua exclaimed in anger. Harry continued to explain. "He indeed consented to surrender to our northern barbarians, but coincidentally, Yin Nantian also sent troops to the garrison. Our intention was to set a trap to eliminate Yin Nantian. But unexpectedly, before Harry could finish, Li Shua grasped the situation, letting out a long sigh. Heaven does not aid our northern barbarians. Seeing this, Prince Harry hastily suggested, "General, perhaps we should withdraw our forces for now? Uli City is now under Yin Nanshan's control, and its stout walls will be difficult to breach." Li Shua's expression darkened as he rebuked, "Prince Harry, remember this. In the military, changing orders frequently is a grave taboo." Harry nodded vigorously, eager to say more. Li Shua interrupted him, continuing, "Both Yin Nanshan's vanguard and the raiding troops, our most elite forces, have been annihilated by us, so the outcome of this battle remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, a cold smile crept onto Prince Harry's face. Truly, the general is wise and strategic. Li Shua waved his hand, stepping closer to assist Prince Harry to his feet, his gaze somber as he declared, "Even if we cannot capture Uli City this time, we will sever their supply of food and water, turning Uli City into a lifeless fortress. At that point, we will hold greater leverage in negotiations with Dezhou." Such foresight from the general, I greatly admire, Harry expressed. In response to this flattery, Li Shua, as the commander of the northern expedition, felt little pride, instead speaking earnestly. Harry, as a member of the northern barbarian royal family, the son of the Left Sage King, and the nephew of the barbarian king, you must remember the saying from Dezhou. Even when Mount Tai collapses before you, do not lose your composure. Whatever happens in the future, you must remain calm and composed, understand? Prince Harry nodded solemnly, taking the general's words to heart. You may leave now. Rest well, and prepare with your master Tiesu for the next wave of assault. This battle is expected to endure for quite some time. Harry acknowledged the command with a salute and subsequently exited the main tent. Li Shua gazed after Prince Harry's retreating figure, his expression turning icy once more. Uli City. I shall not allow you to be a stumbling block to the advance of my northern barbarian army. On the walls of Uli City, under the command of their leader, 2,000 elite lion troops and 3,000 foot soldiers formed the vanguard for the siege, as they beheld the formidable enemy forces advancing. The defenders atop the walls were filled with tension. Wang Ming, restless and impatient, shouted, Elder brother, shall we not shoot our arrows? Wait. Let the enemy come a little closer, came the response. Moments later, Lin Feng bellowed, release. Countless arrows cascaded downwards. Thud. One of Lin Feng's arrows struck the forehead of an elite warrior from the Mad Lion army, instantly penetrating his skull. Ding. Host has slain one elite warrior of the Northern Barbarian Mad Lion army, a third-tier martial artist, earning 300 points of slaughter value. However, the archery skills of the other soldiers were not as formidable as Lin Feng's. After a volley of arrows, the Mad Lion army suffered minimal losses. This was primarily due to their heavy beast-hide armor, which rendered the arrows ineffective against them. The yellow-maned giant lion beneath Lin Feng was significantly more formidable than the previous blood wolf. The arrows merely bounced off its robust muscles, failing to inflict lethal damage. Even when struck by multiple arrows, those mad lions continued to fight, their vitality far exceeding that of the former blood wolves. Damn it. The resilience of these mad lions is astounding. It would be better to open the city gates and charge down to engage them directly. I refuse to believe that my great sword cannot sever the heads of these beasts. Wang Ming loosed several arrows, all of which were effortlessly deflected, causing his mental state to falter. He yearned to engage in close combat, blade to blade, with the northern barbarians. Lin Feng shot a glance at Wang Ming. His voice cold. What are you panicking about? If it comes to it, you can go down alone. I want to accompany you to your demise. Big brother. Wang Ming continued to shoot arrows, his face filled with grievance. Those were heavily armored mad lions. Our heavy cavalry was not within the city. What would you use to confront them? Just your third-tier martial artist physique? Even if you could slay 10 or 8, I might manage to take down a dozen. And then what? Would we both perish amidst that horde of lions? You talk nothing but nonsense. If I had heavy cavalry at my disposal, I wouldn't need to deal with the barbarian soldiers one arrow at a time. I would have already cut a swath through their ranks, leaving the mad lions in disarray. Though the mad lions are formidable, they would prove no match against the heavy cavalry trained by Lin Feng. Both sides exhibited similar bravery. Yet the mad lions lacked any semblance of organized formation, resembling headless flies, each fighting independently. Against the typical troops of the Great Zhou, they could indeed dominate. However, should they encounter Lin Feng's heavy cavalry, the mad lions would have no chance to escape. Yet, should they descend now, it would merely amount to offering themselves as sacrifices. So, brother, what shall we do now? Wang Ming asked, his face flushed. Lin Feng remained silent, surveying the approaching elite warriors of the Mad Lion army. Soon formulating a judgment. Given the defensive capabilities of Wuli City, this assault could not possibly breach its walls. We need only to remain atop the battlements, slaying enemies and holding our ground until the opportune moment arises. Upon hearing this, Wang Ming nodded in agreement. The several centurions providing support nearby also concurred with Lin Feng's assessment, even beginning to regard him as their leader. At that moment, the cavalry and infantry of the rampant lion army had already reached the base of the city walls. Ladders were continuously being raised. However, they had not anticipated one critical detail. The walls of Yuri City were nearly twice the height of those at Yin Pass. Once the ladders were positioned, they could not even graze the edge of the walls. Lin Feng let out a cold snort, contemplating that the commander of the northern barbarians likely did not foresee that Xin had been eliminated well in advance. With such a hasty assault on the city, did they truly believe they could capture Yuri? A mere fantasy. At that moment, several audacious elite soldiers of the rampant lion army mounted their ferocious steeds and swiftly ascended the ladders. With a powerful leap, the lions intended to vault over the walls. Lin Feng's lips curled into a chilling smile. a death wish. In an instant, a sharp arrow whistled through the air, piercing through the elite soldier and his mount. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More arrows followed, effortlessly dispatching others with similar intentions. Ding! The host has slain an elite soldier of the Northern Barbarian Rampant Lion Army, a third-tier warrior, earning 300 points of slaughter value. Ding! The host has slain 2 elite soldiers of the Northern Barbarian Rampant Lion Army, third-tier warriors, earning 600 points of slaughter value. Seeing this, the defending soldiers eagerly followed suit. The chance of scaling the walls had already been slim. Now, the Rampant Lion Army had no opportunity whatsoever. Chapter 86, A Cauldron of Boiling Oil, all familiar faces. As one after another of the Rampant Lion Army's elites attempted to ascend the battlements, only to plummet back down. Jubilant cheers erupted from the walls. What elite soldiers of the Northern Barbarians! Nearly a bunch of inept fools. To think they could reach the parapet was nothing but a dream. Yuri City shall remain unconquerable. Hearing the raucous cries of the defenders, Lin Feng felt no relief. The formidable Rampant Lion Army, with its elite soldiers of the Northern Barbarians, undoubtedly possessed more formidable strategies than these. At that moment, the attacking Rampant Lion Army slowed their assault. "Commander, we cannot breach the walls. What shall we do?" A centurion knelt beside the commander of the vanguard, urgently inquiring. The commander glanced at his subordinates, then lifted his gaze to the walls of Yuri City, his expression cold and a faint smirk playing upon his lips. "Relay the order. Prepare the catapults." With a decisive command, numerous catapults were rolled to the front lines. With a sweeping gesture, the commander signaled the stone throwers to load boulders into the slings, their sights firmly set on the soldiers atop the walls. "Commence the assault. Launch." In the next moment, countless boulders were hurled into the sky. Witnessing the deluge of stones raining down, Lin Feng urgently shouted to his comrades, "Take cover." A series of thunderous impacts resonated as stones crashed to the ground, instantly obliterating many lower-ranked soldiers, their skulls shattered and flesh torn. Those who were not gravely injured bore bruises and wounds, their cries echoing throughout the chaos. Moreover, the walls sustained numerous breaches from the relentless bombardment. Seizing the opportunity, the commander of the Wild Lion Army issued another order for assault. At this juncture, the Wild Lion Army had altered its strategy, with one soldier advancing at the forefront, using a shield to deflect incoming arrows, while another attacked the city wall from behind. Through this reckless approach, within a brief span of time, over a dozen elite soldiers from the Wild Lion Army surged onto the battlements. As they ascended, this band of warriors unleashed a gruesome slaughter. Their swift blades and massive axes reaped lives with the ease of cutting through vegetables, while the ferocious lions beneath them tore the arms of the defending soldiers with terrifying ferocity. The Northern Army fared somewhat better, having endured countless battles. They managed to mount a decent counterattack against such assaults. However, the defenders of Yuri City, who were typically lethargic and of lower skill, were nearly paralyzed by fear, abandoning their armor and quickly falling prey to the elite forces of the Wild Lion Army. "Do not panic. Stay calm," Lin Feng bellowed, as his dragon roar blade sliced through the air, cleaving a wild lion soldier attempting to ambush him in two. The lion beneath him met a similar fate. Its head severed, lifeless in an instant. "And here I thought only a few enemies had arrived, yet you all tremble like this. Thank goodness for the Northern Army's reinforcements. Otherwise, with your incompetence, we would surely lose the northern gate of the Great Zhou within days." Lin Feng continued to slay foes while venting his frustrations. At that moment, Wang Ming, having dispatched several elite soldiers of the Wild Lion Army, approached Lin Feng back to back. "Brother, I see that the enemy has torn a gap in the east. Many of the defenders have been slaughtered by the advancing Wild Lion troops. If this continues, we cannot hold." Lin Feng, however, paid little heed to this concern. The loss of a small breach would not hinder the larger strategy. Moreover, he had just noticed Ye Kai leading the elite soldiers of the Northern Army to seal that breach. "Is the boiling oil ready?" Wang Ming nodded. "It has been delivered to all the narrow passes." Lin Feng grinned. "It's time to let these ruffians taste our might." Meanwhile, the number of elite soldiers from the Wild Lion Army continued to swell, now numbering over 100. Below the city, the commander of the Wild Lion Army wore a smug expression, muttering to himself, "With the valor of the Wild Lion Army, it will surely take no more than a day to seize the battlements, and within 3 days, the city gate will fall. The general has even prepared 60,000 troops. I doubt we will need them at all." Yet, Lin Feng remained unfazed by this scene. He turned to Wang Ming and commanded, "Take our brothers and push through to the east to rendezvous with Ye Kai. Follow my orders, and be ready to pour the boiling oil at any moment. Understood. Wang Ming replied, rallying the brothers from Yin Pass as they charged eastward. Lin Feng picked up a sturdy bow from the ground, knocking an arrow and providing cover for Wang Ming. Lin Feng's archery was impeccable, and with the bravery of Wang Ming and his comrades, they soon carved a bloody path through the chaos. Seeing Lin Feng's ferocity, several elite soldiers from the Wild Lion army charged directly at him. Are they coming for me? Perhaps you have lived long enough. Lin Feng arched an eyebrow, exerting his strength once more to draw the sturdy bow into a perfect crescent. The sheer force reverberated through the air, producing a sound akin to impending fracture. In the next moment, a dull thud echoed. Bang! The elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army, numbering 7 or 8, were all pierced by a single arrow shot by Lin Feng. Ding! Host has slain 8 elite soldiers of the Northern Barbarian Mad Lion army, third-tier martial artists, earning 2,400 points of slaughter value. Witnessing this scene, the remaining elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army were rendered utterly dumbfounded, and even the seated lions dared not advance, retreating step by step. Lin Feng paid them no mind, his gaze sweeping across the battlements, where the defenders had finally regained the initiative. Looking down, he observed that the attacks from the Mad Lion army had intensified. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lin Feng approached a colossal copper cauldron brimming with boiling oil. Lifting it with one hand and bellowing to the soldiers guarding it, pour the boiling oil. Pass it down. Yes. In the next instant, torrents of scalding oil cascaded down the ladders. The elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army still engaged in their assault emitted wails akin to slaughtered pigs. In an instant, they were all transformed into charred corpses. At that moment, Lin Feng leapt onto the parapet and commanded the entire army, ignite. With a swift motion, his dragon roar blade struck against the wall, creating a dazzling spark, which ignited the trailing oil and set ablaze the ground below. The soldiers at various other choke points followed suit. In a heartbeat, the entire city wall was engulfed in roaring flames. Those elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army who had yet to escape, along with numerous foot soldiers, all succumbed to the inferno. Many among the enemy, unable to bear the excruciating pain, resorted to suicide on the spot. Chapter 87. A triumphant initial battle. The morale of the army soars. At this moment, the fighting spirit of the attacking Mad Lion army had been utterly shattered, giving rise to thoughts of retreat, plunging them into chaos. The commander of the vanguard army had not anticipated that the once fearsome Mad Lion army would falter here. Realizing that further assault on the battlements was impossible, he could only order the retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, alongside the defending soldiers, relentlessly unleashed a barrage of arrows. The dense rain of arrows fell upon the already panicked elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army, bringing down even more of them. The commander of the vanguard army swung his blade to fend off the arrows. After all, as a martial artist at the pinnacle of the 4th tier, he was largely impervious to the damage inflicted by ordinary arrows. Retreat. Quickly retreat. The shame of today shall be avenged in due time. Upon hearing this, the morale of the elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army was slightly revived. However, just as the vanguard army began to retreat in an orderly fashion, a sound pierced the air. In the next moment, the previously composed commander, who had been issuing orders, stumbled and fell from his lion's back. Several elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army turned back in alarm, their faces draining of color. They witnessed an arrow protruding from the back of their commander's head. Emerging through his mouth, blood and foam spilling onto the ground. At this moment, Lin Feng stood atop the city walls, a faint smile gracing his lips. The system had also sent forth good news. Ding! The host has slain one commander of the Northern Barbarian Mad Lion army, a peak 4th-grade warrior, earning 400 points of slaughter value. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's smile deepened, and a trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. Without their leader's command, the retreating vanguard troops became akin to headless flies, chaotically scrambling for escape, inadvertently trampling many of their comrades. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng relentlessly harvested lives with his longbow. Faced with the rain of cold arrows, numerous enemies fell before they even had a chance to react, succumbing to death on the spot. It was only when the enemy had transformed into mere black dots, too distant for the naked eye to discern as human forms, that Lin Feng finally lowered his bow. Crack! The longbow emitted a sharp sound of breaking. Lin Feng glanced down, realizing that this bow could no longer withstand the force of his grip and had snapped in response. The vanguard troops hastily retreated to their main camp. 3,000 foot soldiers were nearly all lost, while the Mad Lion army suffered over 70% casualties. Li Shua stood before the military tent, Gazing at the fleeing soldiers from a distance, his brow furrowed, teeth nearly grinding to dust. He had anticipated that this siege would result in casualties, likely preventing the capture of Uli City. However, he had not expected such a devastating defeat. It must be noted that the Mad Lion army was no ordinary force. Each soldier had been cultivated with immense resources and time, capable of tenfold or even hundredfold combat effectiveness. Yet now, over 1,000 had perished, causing Li Shua's heart to bleed. Summon the commander of the vanguard, Li Shua bellowed. Today, he must make an example of one to deter the rest. Anyone who dared to inflict such losses in the future would face severe retribution. Just then, a dust-covered elite of the Mad Lion army staggered before Li Shua, disparaged across his face. Weakly, he reported, General, Commander Duan was shot and killed by an arrow during the retreat. He sacrificed himself for the northern barbarians. At these words, Li Shua stood in shock, and after a moment, he waved his hand, instruct everyone to return to camp and tend to their wounds. On the walls of Uli City, fewer than 20 elite members of the Mad Lion army were soon encircled and slaughtered by the defending forces. Yan Nantian Ye Kai, Wang Ming, Zhao Tuo, and several other commanders approached Lin Feng, their faces alight with excitement. Well done, young man. Yan Nantian stepped forward and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Lin Feng, why not follow me from now on? In the northern garrison, you would be second only to me, above all others. This statement astonished everyone present. To be the second in the northern garrison was to hold a rank at least equivalent to that of a military general. However, given Lin Feng's capabilities, it would be only natural for him to eventually succeed Yan Nantian as the commander of the northern garrison. Such an opportunity, if bestowed upon another, would surely cause their ancestors to rejoice. As a result, Lin Feng appeared to be oblivious to the surrounding conversations, calmly gazing at Yan Nantian and stating, General Yan, I still find it hard to part with my brothers at Yen Pass. I appreciate your good intentions. This declaration surprised everyone present, save for Yan Nantian. The general, however, chuckled and remarked, only you, my lad, could repeatedly decline my offer. Yet, the pond at Yen Pass is too small. It cannot sustain a big fish like you for long. Lin Feng did not dispute this and replied with a smile, we shall see when that day truly arrives. Subsequently, the soldiers began to clear the battlefield, unceremoniously discarding the enemy corpses over the city walls. The muscular, flavorful lions, however, were retained to serve as provisions for the army. Once the city defenses were secured, Lin Feng and his companions descended from the battlements while engaging in light conversation. The commander's residence, having been ravaged by the fierce battle between Yan Nantian, Lin Feng, and the traitorous general He Xian, was in disarray. Zhao Tuo, the deputy commander of Wuli City, demonstrated his adeptness in managing affairs by preparing a temporary abode for Yan Nantian and his entourage. As night fell, Zhao Tuo arranged a sumptuous feast, both to welcome Yan Nantian's party and to celebrate the triumph of the day's initial skirmish. He refrained from extravagance, merely stewing several pots of lion meat and preparing a few cold dishes. Upon observing the delicacies on the table, Yan Nantian turned to Ye Kai and inquired, have the brothers begun their meal? Ye Kai promptly responded, yes, they are enjoying lion meat stew with potatoes. Hearing this, Yan Nantian nodded in satisfaction and earnestly advised, the brothers have fought tirelessly throughout the day, depleting their energy. I urge the cooks to ensure that the meals in the coming days are rich and nourishing. Ye Kai nodded emphatically, assuring, rest assured, General, I will make the necessary arrangements. Thereafter, Yan Nantian rose, lifted a cup of tea, and proclaimed, brothers, in these times of war, it is unwise to indulge in alcohol. Today, I shall raise a cup of tea in place of wine, to toast to all of you. I am grateful for the valiant bloodshed and bravery displayed in combat today. Cheers. In response, everyone stood and raised their cups, drinking heartily. In such an atmosphere, even though they were drinking tea, the excitement was palpable among the group. After setting down their cups, Yan Nantian gestured for everyone to take their seats once more. A servant promptly refilled their cups with tea. This time, Yan Nantian did not rise but instead turned to Lin Feng, raising his cup. Lin Feng, this cup is for you. Had you not risked your life to deliver the message, not only would the Northern Army have faced devastating losses, but Wuli City would have been a mere prize for the enemy by now. Lin Feng also raised his cup and replied earnestly, General Yan, you flatter me. It is the grace of heaven that protects our great Zhou and its people. I merely fulfilled my duty as a soldier. At these words, Yan Nantian could not help but feel a swell of emotion. If all soldiers of Great Zhou possessed Lin Feng's level of awareness, how could they lament the loss of lands? How could they fear the northern barbarians' annihilation? Chapter 88. The Crisis of Supplies. Everyone, please eat. You are all exhausted from today's endeavors. Partake heartily to replenish your strength. As Yin Nantian spoke, the others ceased their polite exchanges. Wang Ming tore off a generous portion of lion leg meat, savoring it with a greasy mouth. Meanwhile, Yin Nantian and Lin Feng continued their conversation over the meal. Lin Feng, in your view, how long will this battle endure? Yin Nantian inquired, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth with a grave tone. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. It is difficult to say, but this setback will not deter the Mad Lion army. Let us not forget that facing us is a general of the Grandmaster realm. At this juncture, Yin Nantian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, his expression becoming somewhat strained. Although there exists only a single realm's difference between a 9th-rank martial artist and a Grandmaster, the disparity in combat prowess is considerably greater than that between an 8th and 9th-rank martial artist. Many 9th-rank warriors dedicate their lives to the pursuit of mastery, yet fail to ascend to the Grandmaster stage, primarily due to their inability to comprehend their own path. Once one steps into the Grandmaster realm, they transcend the mortal coil, entering a wholly new world. Thus, those above the Grandmaster stage are revered as formidable beings. However, Grandmasters are not invincible. Faced with 10 or 8 9th-rank warriors, they would struggle to withstand the onslaught. Confronted by an elite force of 1,000, even their vital energy would be insufficient to endure. Therefore, we must strike at him, instill fear, and continue until he dares not attack the city. Lin Feng glanced at the still distracted Yin Nantian, adding this crucial point. It was at that moment that Yin Nantian regained his focus and nodded in agreement. At present, I am not concerned about their assault on the city, nor do I fear that northern barbarian general. Even with monumental prowess, it would be impossible for him to capture Woolly City without incurring massive casualties. Yin Nantian looked at Lin Feng with a furrowed brow, who seemed to grasp the general's concerns and queried, "Are you worried they will besiege the city?" Yin Nantian sighed. "I have assessed the supplies for the defenders of Woolly City that can sustain the garrison and the Northern Guard for at most another fortnight. Even with assistance from the citizens, I believe a month is the utmost limit. The enemy has certainly severed the supply routes outside the city, and the court's grain convoy cannot reach us. By the time the court receives word and mobilizes troops from the capital and various regions, the inhabitants of Woolly City may well have starved to death." Lin Feng had already considered this, his brow slightly raised. "If I were to lead the Yin Guan army in a surprise attack from behind the enemy, we could coordinate and break the siege of Woolly City. Perhaps even the 60,000 troops would perish outside its walls." Yin Nantian had also contemplated this possibility. Setting aside whether Lin Feng had the chance to return to Yin Guan from Woolly City, how many troops could he potentially bring? Following the battle at Yin Guan, Yin Nantian had retained only 800 men. Given the financial constraints of the Yin Guan army, they could only muster slightly over 1,000 men during this period. 60,000 elite northern barbarians against a mere 1,000 Yin Guan soldiers? The Yin Guan army would scarcely have the opportunity to breach the enemy's defenses. How could Yin Nantian possibly watch as the entire Yin Guan army faced annihilation? No, it cannot be. With this thought, Yin Nantian shook his head repeatedly. Given the meager forces at Yin Guan, it would be a miracle if they could hold their ground, let alone muster enough troops for a surprise attack on the northern barbarians. For the time being, you must remain here and assist me in defending the city. As for the provisions, I will instruct Ye Kai to rally the citizens of Woolly City for donations. When we find ourselves at the end of our resources, we shall address it then." Yin Nantian did not doubt Lin Feng's capabilities. He merely wished to spare Lin Feng from an untimely demise. While his strategies might yield some effect, the outcome for the Yin Guan army was undoubtedly grim. Yin Nantian saw no reason to sacrifice the life and future of such a valiant general as Lin Feng for a mere flicker of hope. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng smiled lightly and replied, "If the general thinks this way, then Woolly City is destined to face a day of desperation. At present, Yin Guan is the closest city to Woolly, and with a swift night ride, we can reach it in no time. Recently, Yin Guan has expanded its forces to over 3,000, including my meticulously trained heavy cavalry and infantry. You have witnessed the combat prowess of Wang Ming and his companions. They are capable warriors who can hold their own against 10 foes. Furthermore, we are not confronting the northern barbarians head-on. We are executing a surprise attack. As long as our brothers in Woolly can coordinate their efforts during our strike, even if we cannot defeat all 60,000 of the northern barbarian forces, creating chaos among their ranks is certainly within our grasp." Yin Nantian, holding his teacup, found himself unable to quell the turmoil within. 3,000 reinforcements? Heavy troops? Was Lin Feng truly a genius? How had he accomplished such a feat in that remote and impoverished place called Yinguan? Perhaps, as Lin Feng suggested, the garrison at Yinguan truly held the key to breaking the stalemate. Bang! Yin Nantian slammed his hand on the table, startling those who were dining, causing them to turn their gazes toward him. Since you were so confident, let us proceed with this plan. I shall have Ye Kai select 100 brave warriors to escort you out of the city, allowing you to return to Yinguan under the cover of night. Observing the excitement on Yin Nantian's face, Lin Feng slightly shook his head. General, I cannot return just yet. Why not? Yin Nantian inquired, bewildered. After all, it was Lin Feng who had proposed the surprise attack, so why was he now hesitating? Today, we merely dealt a minor blow to the elite forces of the northern barbarians. They will undoubtedly launch a more ferocious military campaign tomorrow. We must instill fear in them, forcing them to resort to siege tactics. Only then, when they know that Wuli City is unattainable, will their morale wane, making my surprise attack more likely to succeed. At this moment, the northern barbarian army had just experienced a minor defeat and would be eager to reclaim their honor. It was crucial to let them understand that Wuli City could not be taken. Only through this would Lin Feng's ambush have a chance of triumph. Lin Feng continued, we can endure another fierce battle for the city. When the elite forces of the northern barbarians retreat in disarray, I shall lead our men to break through and then take the back roads to escape the Yin Pass. They will undoubtedly be disinclined to pursue us, thus ensuring our absolute safety. Upon hearing this, Yin Nantian could not help but admire Lin Feng's meticulous planning. Had he encountered such a strategist earlier, his own thousands of elite troops would not have met with total annihilation. Then, Lin Feng rose and promptly commanded, Wang Meng, prepare boiling oil, excrement, stones, and rolling logs. If we lack materials, dismantle the civilian houses and make all necessary preparations. Inform the citizens within the city that if it falls, not a single soul shall remain. However, should we manage to defend it, General Yin will provide them with new homes. Yin Nantian? Chapter 89. Too early for celebration. The next morning, atop the walls of Wuli City, the soldiers busily arranged various traps. Following yesterday's minor victory, confidence radiated from their faces and morale soared. Lin Feng walked among the soldiers, inspecting the trap setups. Greetings, Lord Lin. Thank you for your hard work. With yesterday's battle, the men had begun to regard Lin Feng as one of their two pillars of support, alongside Yin Nantian. Lin Feng nodded slightly, observing a large pot of foul-smelling concoction while covering his mouth and nose. He instructed that the soldiers' weapons and arrows be coated with this substance, ensuring that even if the barbarian soldiers were wounded but not killed, they would succumb to infection upon their return. Understood. War is the utmost annihilation of the enemy's living forces. Although the methods may seem unsavory, such as the nature of combat, goodness has no place in war. Just as Lin Feng was meticulously arranging the defenses, a sudden sense of unease washed over him. He quickly leaned over the city wall to listen intently. A series of faint tremors emanated from the ground. Lin Feng recognized this as the resonance created by a large army advancing together. Drawing closer. Without yet sighting any enemy forces, Lin Feng clenched his fist, raised his arm, and called out, prepare to face the enemy. The crowd paused, glancing at Lin Feng. There was no sign of an attacking force. Why was he shouting? What my elder brother says is law, so why hesitate? Prepare for battle. With Wang Ming's authoritative shout, the soldiers finally reacted, hastening to their posts atop the city walls. At that moment, Ye Kai approached, holding a heavy crossbow. Lin Feng, this is a gift from General Yin. It is crafted from cold iron and black gold, a ground-level weapon. The general assured me this bow cannot be broken. As Ye Kai spoke, he panted heavily, a testament to the bow's considerable weight. Lin Feng accepted the heavy crossbow with one hand. Indeed, it was substantial. Yet he could still wield it with ease. You truly possess extraordinary strength, Ye Kai remarked in admiration. Lin Feng smiled faintly, gently closing his eyes as he immersed himself in the latent power contained within the heavy bow. Waves of force surged, igniting a fervent joy within him. Just like his dragon roar blade, it was indeed a fine weapon. Suddenly, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the galloping cavalry before him, and drew the black gold heavy bow to its full moon shape. Release. The moment he let go, a thunderous sound erupted in the air as the arrow shot forth like a meteor, vanishing atop the city walls. Observing the northern barbarian army, at the forefront were still the elite of the Lionheart army. This time, however, they were bolstered not only by an increase in numbers but also by the presence of Iron Speed and Prince Harry, who were commanding from within the ranks. Master, this time we must seize Yuri City and establish great merit for the northern barbarians, redeeming our past disgrace. Iron Speed did not respond, but gazed distantly at the city walls of Yuri. In the previous battle at Yin Pass, his Bloodwolf army had suffered near total annihilation. Yet now, General Li Shua, putting aside past grievances, had entrusted him with the leadership of the Lionheart army. Even if it took time to capture Yuri City, they must inflict severe damage upon it. Only then could they redeem their shame. Today, the Lionheart army was better prepared than ever. To counter the arrows and boiling oil of Yuri City, all frontline troops were fourth-tier warriors, each wielding a heavy shield of mixed iron. He firmly believed that with these warriors leading the charge, they could significantly reduce casualties in the rear. Just as Iron Speed felt everything was ready, a meteor-like object struck with a resounding thud upon one of the fourth-tier warriors at the front of the army. Iron Speed looked up to see the once mighty warrior now grievously wounded, a large hole seared into his chest. The thick shield had proven ineffective against the blow, falling straight down beneath the lion's back, blood gushing forth. Iron Speed stared at the arrow, now embedded in the ground and burning away due to air friction. A sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. However, with war imminent, Iron Speed could not afford any hesitation. He bellowed, "Charge forward. Those who retreat shall be executed." At his command, the elite of the Lionheart army surged forward with reckless abandon. Meanwhile, atop the city walls, Lin Feng heard a voice resounding within his system. "Ding. Host has slain a fourth-tier warrior of the Lionheart army, earning 400 points of kill value." Upon hearing this, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth lifted slightly. His joy did not stem merely from slaying a fourth-tier warrior, but from the realization that, with the enhancement of this earthly great bow, he could now strike down enemies from 10 miles away solely by intuition, without the need for sight. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng drew his bow once more, releasing a flurry of arrows. Ding. Host has slain a high-ranking elite of the Lionheart army, a fourth-tier warrior, earning 400 points of kill value. Ding. The host has eliminated a senior elite of the Mad Lion army, a fourth-tier warrior, earning a kill value of 400. Soon, the soldiers atop the city wall could clearly discern the advancing enemy. A dense, ominous mass approached, even more numerous than the assailants from the previous day. The troops, not daring to hesitate, hurriedly emulated Lin Feng, drawing their bows and loosing arrows. However, despite their fervent attempts to unleash a barrage of arrows, the enemy was fortified by heavy shields, and even the Mad Lions bore armor, rendering their projectiles largely ineffective. Even the crossbow bolts, aimed at the northern barbarians' heavy shields, were deflected by their more formidable warriors. Yet, their brief moment of relief was shattered as a flurry of meteoric arrows descended from the city wall. The soldiers often had no time to react, finding themselves pierced alongside their shields. These relentless arrows did not target the ordinary soldiers but sought out those of higher combat prowess. Moreover, each arrow unleashed a trio of strikes, as many valiant soldiers, witnessing their comrades fall to the ground, soon found themselves unprepared and succumbing to the same fate. A chilling sense of dread enveloped the troops, their gazes fixated on the source of the celestial arrows atop the wall. What manner of being possessed such unerring precision to slay them? It was utterly terrifying. Charge. Press on. No retreat. Iron Speed bellowed desperately from a distance, acutely aware that in their current predicament, failing to ascend the city wall meant certain death. Just then, a swift streak of light surged toward his chest, instilling an overwhelming sense of peril. Iron Speed instinctively raised his iron gauntlet to defend himself. In the next moment, the arrow grazed his wrist like a shooting star, embedding itself forcefully into the ground beside him. The earth beneath his arm was gouged by the impact. A chill ran down his spine as he cast a cold gaze towards the city wall. This was also Lin Feng's first moment of focus on the chaos below. Chapter 90, A Meeting of Enemies Breeds Intense Hatred. By the heavens! Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. The individual who had narrowly evaded his arrow was none other than the former commander of the Bloodwolf army, Iron Speed. As the saying goes, meeting an enemy stirs a deep-seated animosity. Iron Speed wore an expression of disbelief. How could this boy appear in Uli City? Moreover, his archery seemed to have become even more formidable. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Commander Iron Speed, it seems you were unharmed. Though perhaps it would be better if you were not so fortunate. The Yin Pass could not claim you, so let Uli City be your final resting place. At that moment, Iron Speed raised a great sword, pointing it towards Lin Feng's position. Ladders, bring forth the ladders. At all costs, take down the sharpshooter on the city wall. With Iron Speed's command, a multitude of ladders were once again set up. With the experience of yesterday, The cloud ladder constructed by the rampant lion army has nearly doubled in length, perfectly resting atop the walls of Yuri City. Attack! Taisu bellowed. And countless soldiers of the rampant lion army, mounted on their fierce lions, charged towards the battlements. At this moment, an ominous premonition lingered in Taisu's heart. Capturing Lin Feng, the formidable archer, seemed even more crucial than seizing Yuri City itself. Though this notion appeared utterly illogical, Taisu sensed that if a person like Lin Feng were allowed to continue flourishing, he would become the greatest threat to the northern barbarians in the future. Under Taisu's command, the rampant lion army surged forward with reckless abandon, as though invigorated by the spirit of battle. The defenders atop the walls hastily hurled stones and wooden stakes down upon them. Flames erupted on many sections of the walls. The rampant lion army suffered severe casualties. Yet without Taisu's orders, there was no thought of retreat. Many soldiers, engulfed in flames, charged forward, embracing a defender in a mutual demise. Unlike the previous day, both sides were now consumed by bloodlust. Charge! Keep pushing forward! Taisu relentlessly urged from below the city walls. This reckless strategy left Prince Harry deeply shaken. Master, the casualties are too high. If we continue like this, our 20,000 troops will not suffice to fill the ranks of Yuri City. Many of the valiant northern barbarian soldiers who had perished were Prince Harry's sworn brothers. Witnessing such a brutal scene, how could he not feel anguish? Unexpectedly, Taisu seized Harry by the collar, roaring, "Remember this, Harry. This is war. There are victories and defeats, and casualties are inconsequential. Capturing Yuri City and eliminating that archer will eradicate a grave threat to our northern barbarians. Even if we exhaust our entire army, it will be worth the sacrifice." Harry, stricken with terror, nodded after a moment of contemplation. At this juncture, Lin Feng found himself encircled by 7 or 8 fourth-tier martial artists from the northern barbarians. Taisu, witnessing this scene from below, revealed a sinister grin. He recalled vividly that Lin Feng was merely a 4th-tier martial artist. Although his archery was unparalleled, being surrounded by multiple foes of equal rank would likely seal his fate. Lin Feng squinted slightly. The deaths of over 100 elite soldiers from the rampant lion army had indeed cost the northern barbarians dearly, allowing 7 or 8 4th-tier martial artists to ascend to his position atop the wall. How generous of them! All the 4th-tier martial artists from the northern barbarians glared fiercely at Lin Feng. "You, boy, enjoyed slaughtering my comrades earlier, did you? Today, I shall ensure you perish by my blade, becoming sustenance for my rampant lions." One of the closest soldiers boasted arrogantly. In the next moment, the dragon roar blade was unsheathed, and a glint of cold light flashed. The once arrogant 4th-tier martial artist of the rampant lion army, along with the heavy shield on his left arm, was cleaved in two. Blood, entrails, and brains of red, white, and yellow spilled across the ground. The so-called fierce and brutal elite of the northern barbarian wild lion army nearly retched at the sight. Such ruthlessness, such savagery, engaging in battle while uttering so many idle words. It is no wonder you face death. Lin Feng snorted coldly, without the slightest hesitation, and charged directly into the fray. The elite of the wild lion army quickly regained their composure and surrounded Lin Feng. Instantly, a dance of blades ensued, and blood filled the air. At this moment, Lin Feng's combat prowess had already reached the pinnacle of the 4th rank. After fending off a flurry of attacks, he seized an opportunity and unleashed a sweeping strike with his dragon roar blade. The next instant, the 6 or 7 elite soldiers who had ventured too close were cleaved in two. The dragon roar blade traced a beautiful arc before returning to Lin Feng's grasp. Those fortunate enough to perish immediately did so, while the remaining elite soldiers of the northern barbarian wild lion army could only groan in despair. At this point, the ground around Lin Feng was strewn with the corpses of his foes. He cast a fleeting glance at the fallen and chose to disregard them. For his true target lay below the city, former Bloodwolf Army commander, Tiesu. Leaning over the city wall, Lin Feng stepped onto the battlements and lifted a corpse of a wild lion soldier, flinging it over the edge. His gaze fixed on Tiesu. He provocatively extended a finger towards him. "Come up here." Tiesu could hardly believe that Lin Feng had single-handedly slain so many 4th-rank warriors. His teeth clenched in fury. He turned to Prince Harry beside him and commanded, "Harry, remain here and oversee the command. I shall go slay that scoundrel." At this, Prince Harry immediately objected, "Master, as a commander of the army, you cannot risk yourself in such a manner." Harry then scrutinized Lin Feng on the city wall more closely. It was him. Upon recognizing Lin Feng, a wave of panic surged through him, and he was once again gripped by the terror of that fateful night. "Do you know him?" Tiesu inquired, his expression filled with suspicion. "Master, it was he who nearly took my life that night. This individual is unfathomable and far from simple as he appears. I suggest we retreat and report this matter to the general for further deliberation." Yet, Tiesu could not swallow his indignation. Not only had he faced humiliation, but even his most cherished disciple, Prince Harry, had nearly fallen at Lin Feng's hands. If he were to let this scoundrel go, how could he maintain his honor? Ignoring Harry's protests, Tiesu declared, "Assist me with the command," before mounting his colossal scarlet-maned lion and charging up the cloud ladder. Crash! Unlike others, Tiesu came at Lin Feng with a ferocious slash of his blade. Lin Feng engaged with the longing blade, and a spark flared as he was violently propelled several meters away. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, yet he forced himself to rise, wiping away the crimson stain. Iron Speed, it has been quite some time. Chapter 91. A Forced Breakthrough. Lin Feng. Iron Speed's face was etched with fury. The previous encounter with Lin Feng had not only thwarted his conquest of Yin Pass, but had nearly resulted in the annihilation of his forces. Once again, he found this young man obstructing his plans. Could it be that the heavens had sent this individual to torment him? Lin Feng offered a cold smile. Flicking the blood from the longing blade, casually surveying Iron Speed, he quipped, "What merit do I possess, that the esteemed general of the northern barbarians remembers my name? Truly, I am fortunate beyond measure." By this point, Lin Feng's physique had evolved far beyond his former self. In the brief exchange, the minor wounds he had sustained had already mended. His cultivation of the heavenly slaughter blade technique, alongside the enhancements provided by the system, rendered his body akin to that of an indomitable cockroach. He even harbored the illusion that should his realm ascend once more, he would undoubtedly possess the confidence to slay the renowned general before him. Simultaneously, Lin Feng's gaze shifted to the distant battlefield where Yin Nantian was ensnared in a fierce struggle. Dozens of elite soldiers from the Crazy Lion Army, ranked at levels 4 and 5, were besieging him, leaving no opportunity for aid to reach Lin Feng. A smile crept across his face. What merit had he accrued in his past life, that the commander of the Crazy Lion Army chose to pursue him, leaving Yin Nantian unperturbed? However, Lin Feng understood all too well that regardless of his thoughts, a confrontation with Iron Speed was unavoidable. Previously, even with the combined strength of Pan Feng and Su Chong, they had failed to vanquish Iron Speed. Now, facing him alone, the pressure was palpable. As Iron Speed drew closer, Lin Feng's expression grew serious, feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from his opponent. One may perish in battle, but fear was not an option. As long as he could endure until Yin Nantian arrived to assist him, victory was assured. Seizing the initiative, as Iron Speed approached, Lin Feng swiftly brandished the longing blade, channeling all his true energy into the blade's edge. Heavenly Slaughter Blade Technique. With a roar, Lin Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes. Dozens of strands of true energy coalesced into a white dragon, surging towards Iron Speed. In an instant, Iron Speed, a 7th-tier warrior, sensed the overwhelming force of the true energy. His gaze sharpened, and with a powerful draw of his great blade, he unleashed a wave of energy akin to a giant serpent, clashing against Lin Feng's assault. For martial artists, only upon reaching the 3rd tier could they perceive true energy, while 4th-tier warriors could merely externalize it, applying it to their weapons without straying too far from their bodies. As one's realm ascends, the abundance of true energy increases correspondingly. The greater the combat prowess, the farther one can unleash their power. This elucidates why legendary grandmasters can shatter city gates with a single sword strike, why martial kings can obliterate mountains with a mere punch, and why martial emperors can reverse ocean tides with their true energy. As for the terrestrial immortals who have never graced this world, they possess the ability to reshape mountains and seas with their true energy. Such miraculous feats, however, are far beyond the imagination of Lin Feng at this moment. Although Lin Feng is capable of projecting his true energy outward, its magnitude and reach pale in comparison to that of Taisu. When their two streams of true energy clashed, Taisu's forceful energy shattered Lin Feng's dragon-shaped true energy, hurtling towards him with relentless ferocity. Faced with such overwhelming power, Lin Feng would not be foolish enough to withstand it with his body. Both were determined to eliminate one another. He knew Taisu would show no mercy. With a swift turn, he narrowly evaded the brutal strike. The blade-like energy left a deep scar in the wall behind him, penetrating the wood. Lin Feng couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, had that struck his body, it would have surely cost him dearly. Yet, before Lin Feng could catch his breath, Taisu unleashed another series of blade energies. Lin Feng had no time to think. He instinctively dodged. Even so, a stray blade energy grazed his arm, leaving a trail of crimson. Lin Feng realized that continuing to evade was not a viable strategy. A 7th-tier martial artist, especially one like Tai Su, whose true energy nearly rivaled that of an 8th-tier practitioner, posed a significant threat, no matter how he dodged. It was merely a matter of time. At that moment, as Lin Feng's evasive speed diminished, he swiftly wielded the long blade, its motions accelerating with a fierce true energy. Under the might of his formidable physique, the long blade formed a protective shield of true energy around it. Tai Su's domineering energy struck the shield, only to be repelled instantly. Indeed, Lin Feng's suspicions were confirmed. No matter how powerful your true energy is, could you possibly shatter a weapon of Earth grade? If so, your strength would surely be deemed that of a grandmaster. Tai Su's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed someone utilize a weapon as a shield. As he realized his true energy had been rendered ineffective, a rare sense of panic washed over him. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Feng had already closed the distance between them. With a decisive strike, he leapt into the air, halting the motion of the longing blade and bringing it down upon Tai Su with ferocity. Having previously recognized Lin Feng's formidable nature and cunning, Tai Su dared not show any sign of negligence. He raised his great blade, enveloping it in a surge of true energy, bracing against Lin Feng's descending longing blade. In an instant, sparks erupted as their energies collided. The deafening sound of the longing blade crashing against the wall echoed through the air. Meanwhile, the ferocious lion beneath the iron speed was cleaved in two, utterly lifeless. Did it hit? Lin Feng immediately raised his gaze towards Iron Speed. He beheld Iron Speed with his head bowed, droplets of crimson blood cascading down his face. Before Lin Feng could relish his fortune, Iron Speed straightened up once more. To Lin Feng's astonishment, his lethal strike had merely left a shallow cut on Iron Speed's brow. Blood trickled down Iron Speed's visage, rendering him even more terrifying and grotesque. What a remarkable technique. Were you a 5th-tier martial artist, that blow would likely have claimed my life. Iron Speed's face darkened as he spoke. The nature of his words unclear. Were they praise or relief? Lin Feng, today, even if it costs me my life, I shall eradicate you. The hidden threat to the northern barbarians. No sooner had he spoken than Iron Speed's aura surged, his broken blade hurtling towards Lin Feng's abdomen at an odd and cunning angle. Lin Feng, casting a glance to the side, noted that Yin Nantian had yet to free himself. Engaging this reckless Iron Speed with his 4th-tier martial artist prowess offered no chance of victory. The slaughter points amassed from the barbarian soldiers he had slain, coupled with his loans, were insufficient to elevate him to 5th-tier martial artist status. It seemed he would have to rely on himself this time. In an instant, Lin Feng gathered all the true energy within him into his Dantian, forcefully striving for the 5th-tier martial artist realm. The blade of obliteration surged violently, compressing and exploding the true energy within his Dantian, repeatedly compressing it with each breath. This continued for what felt like hundreds of cycles. Boy Die. Chapter 92. Breaking through to 5th-tier combat power, slaying Iron Speed. Iron Speed's broken blade sliced through the air, imbued with formidable true energy, aimed directly at Lin Feng's abdomen. Lin Feng neither dodged nor evaded, watching as the blade sought to cleave him in two. In the next moment, the blade abruptly halted, firmly grasped by a powerful hand. The sharp edge pressed against the palm of his opponent, blood flowing freely, yet it could not advance further. How could this be? With Lin Feng's recent strength, such a feat seemed impossible. Iron Speed instinctively attempted to withdraw the blade, only to find it immovable. Suddenly, a surge of immense true energy burst forth from Lin Feng's palm, as disbelief washed over him and a chill ran down his spine. He beheld a fist the size of a sandbag aimed at his chest. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive punches struck precisely at Iron Speed's heart. Puff. A mouthful of blood erupted from Iron Speed's lips as he was sent hurtling backwards, crashing violently against the heavy stone bricks of the wall. Boom. The massive stone brick, weighing over 100 pounds and made from a mixture of glutinous rice, was shattered into fragments upon impact. Damn it, that nearly cost me my life. Lin Feng gasped for breath, the 3 punches having nearly expended all his true energy. In such a brief span of time, forcibly breaking through to the 5th-tier realm is a perilous gamble, one that could lead to utter ruin and render one a mere shell of their former self. Fortunately, Lin Feng's constitution is markedly different from that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to barely achieve this breakthrough. However, should a similar opportunity arise again, Lin Feng would not dare to be so reckless. With the dragon's roar blade in hand, Lin Feng approached the lifeless Iron Speed. who lay amidst the rubble of stone bricks. The 3 strikes, infused with formidable true energy, had shattered Iron Speed's heart. At this moment, even the legendary Hua Tuo would be of no avail. Under normal circumstances, given Iron Speed's prowess, a 5th-tier martial artist would have been incapable of landing 3 fatal blows. Even if he had endured those strikes, it should not have resulted in death. Yet, his overwhelming desire to eliminate Lin Feng had proven fatal. Haste led to his own demise. As Iron Speed prepared to close his eyes and embrace death, he suddenly realized an astonishing truth. Lin Feng's combat prowess had surged to the 5th-tier realm in an instant. In such a perilous moment, within such a fleeting time frame. To transcend the martial path is indeed a rarity among the world's geniuses. Neither in the Northern Barbarians, nor in the Great Zhou, is there likely another like him. In his final moments, Iron Speed emitted a bitter laugh, blood mingling with the remnants of his stomach contents, oozing from the corners of his mouth. Truth be told, had his opponent not been a barbarian, Lin Feng might have harbored a degree of admiration for this veteran who sought his life. Achieving a breakthrough to the 5th tier on the battlefield is something likely unique to this era. If this continues, what hope does the Northern Barbarians have of advancing southward to conquer Zhou? Then, Iron Speed lifted his head, his gaze steady upon Lin Feng. No longer did his eyes reflect the initial resentment and fury. Instead, they were imbued with envy and jealousy. Lin Feng, grant me a swift end, that I may depart with dignity, to die by your hand, to perish on the path of charge. I have no regrets. Lin Feng inclined his head slightly, his movements precise and unhesitant. With a swift motion, a burst of crimson blossomed as the blade cleaved through Iron Speed's chest, rendering him lifeless. After completing this act, Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Yin Nantian. At this moment, Yin Nantian had finally cleared all obstacles before him, and Wang Ming, Yu Kai, Zhao Tuo, and several centurions had gained the upper hand. The corpses of the Mad Lion army were intertwined with those of the defenders of Wuli City, forming a near mountain of fallen warriors. With Iron Speed no longer present to command, the inexperienced Prince Harry faltered. Lin Feng bent down, swiftly dragging Iron Speed's body away. Upon witnessing this scene, the remaining Mad Lion soldiers atop the city wall lost their final vestiges of fighting spirit. Many of the stunned elite soldiers of the Mad Lion army were swiftly counterattacked and slain by the defenders. As Lin Feng stood atop the city walls, gripping the lifeless body of Tiesu, Prince Harry below was in a state of utter shock, his mind momentarily blank. After a few moments of stunned silence, he bellowed, "Master." In his eyes, aside from the esteemed General Li Shuo, Tiesu was the one he held in the highest regard. Little did he expect that his master would meet his demise at the hands of a mere 4th-tier warrior from Yin Pass. "Hey, kid, catch this," Lin Feng shouted, releasing his grip and letting Tiesu's body plummet from the walls. Harry swiftly rode his fierce line forward. Thud! The impact nearly toppled Prince Harry. Yet he steadfastly caught Tiesu's corpse. Gazing at the shattered remains of Tiesu, he comprehended the grim reality. With the commander dead, continuing the battle was utterly pointless. He lifted his gaze to Lin Feng atop the walls and gritted his teeth, commanding, "Sound the retreat." With a deep, resonant horn echoing through the air, the attacking cavalry immediately ceased their advance, frantically retreating to the rear. At that moment, Yin Nantian approached Lin Feng, barely concealing his excitement. "Lin Feng, you've truly outdone yourself. Ah." Even that old scoundrel Tiesu fell to your hands. Suddenly, Yin Nantian paused, distinctly sensing a change in Lin Feng's aura. "Lin Feng, have you just broken through to the 5th tier?" His words left everyone present utterly astonished. Lin Feng nodded slightly, an action that sent ripples of shock through the crowd. To break through during battle was unheard of. However, Lin Feng's thoughts were far from this revelation. He clasped his hands together and said, "General, let us set this aside for now. The Northern Barbarian cavalry is thoroughly frightened. It is likely they will find themselves besieged for a while. I must seize this opportunity to feign pursuit and then retreat back to Yin Pass to support Wuli City." Although Yin Nantian had many questions for Lin Feng, he recognized the battlefield's ever-shifting nature and the fleeting window of opportunity. He could only agree, "Very well. I shall assign you 100 cavalry to simulate an attack on the enemy. Remember, do not linger in battle. Seize the moment and withdraw at once." "Understood." Lin Feng bowed slightly, turning to Wang Ming. "Wang Ming, gather the brothers. We shall pursue the enemy." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming quickly assembled several brothers from Yin Pass and rushed toward the city gates. Yu Kai had long prepared swift horses for Lin Feng and his men, 100 iron cavalry. In an instant, the heavy gate lifted, swinging wide open. and the 100 Iron Cavalry surged forth under Lin Feng's command. Lin Feng drew his black gold heavy bow, aiming directly at the last soldier of the fleeing enemy. With a swift pull of the bowstring, he struck the man down from his lion's back. Everyone, flee. The Northern Army is on our heels. Leading them is the demon who killed Commander Tiesu. Chapter 93. Is it not chaotic enough? Then let us add fuel to the fire. The mere mention of the god of death chasing them caused the morale of the northern barbarians to plummet. Chaos ensued, with a disordered frenzy erupting among the ranks, resulting in horses colliding and soldiers trampling one another. Steady now, do not panic. Withdraw in an orderly fashion. Fortunately, Prince Harry had matured considerably following the death of his master, the swift Iron Speed, and he commanded the northern barbarians to retreat with urgency. Observing this scene, Lin Feng, who was in hot pursuit, could not help but smirk with a hint of malice. Humph, not chaotic enough. Let me add fuel to the fire. He then unleashed a barrage of radiant arrows from his black gold heavy bow, and in an instant, countless barbarian soldiers fell along the retreating path. Harry turned to face the approaching Lin Feng, his brow furrowed in frustration, wishing he could consume Lin Feng whole. However, recognizing that even his master, the formidable Iron Speed, had been no match for Lin Feng, Harry was astute enough not to lead his men into a counterattack. He continuously shouted at his subordinates, "Retreat! Quickly!" It was only when the northern barbarians disappeared from sight that Lin Feng halted his steed, clenched his fist, and raised his right hand. "Stop! No further pursuit!" Wang Meng, the cavalry from Yin Pass, and 100 soldiers of the Northern Defense Army came to an immediate halt. Lin Feng then turned to the side road, the right path leading back to Yin Pass. He clasped his hands together and addressed the troops. "Brothers of the Northern Defense Army, I express my gratitude. You must return to Wuli City swiftly and assist General Yin in safeguarding the fortifications." At this moment, a soldier from the Northern Defense Army, feeling somewhat discontented, spoke up. "Lord Lin, to let those northern barbarians escape just like that is truly frustrating. With just your command, we would follow you straight to their stronghold." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly. Had this been spoken by someone other than a subordinate of General Yin, he would have kicked them for their audacity. However, out of respect for General Yin, he chose to temper his response. Fixing his gaze on the soldier who had spoken, he patiently stated, "Do not pursue a desperate enemy. We are but a mere 100, while they still possess thousands of remnants. If they regain their senses, none of us will escape." Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the soldier who had boasted earlier finally subdued his arrogance. "Very well. My aim is to return to Yin Pass quietly, lest the northern barbarians discover our strategic intentions. The timing is opportune. We shall take our leave now, and you should also withdraw." "Understood." The soldiers of the Northern Defense Army replied in unison. In their eyes, Lin Feng had become a significant figure within their ranks. His departure brought a tinge of reluctance among them. Lin Feng spurred his horse down the fork in the road, and as his figure grew increasingly distant, the 100 soldiers of the Northern Defense Army hastened back toward Wuli City. Moments ago, emboldened by Lin Feng's presence, they had felt a surge of courage. Yet, with Lin Feng gone and the memory of the thousands of northern barbarian remnants looming large, a sense of trepidation washed over them. As they hastened along the road, Wang Ming could not help but express his concerns, saying, "Brother, do you think we might encounter another ambush from the northern barbarians?" A fellow cavalryman beside him replied fearlessly, "Rest assured, Mingo, with our elder brother here, even if an ambush occurs, those marauding soldiers shall not return." Lin Feng, while urging his steed onward, declared, "We must press forward and return to Yin Pass as swiftly as possible. Do not worry about hidden enemies. The great battle at Wuli City has already commenced, and laying ambushes along this route would bear no significance." The group nodded slightly, swiftly following Lin Feng's galloping horse as they raced across the wilderness. Thanks to the swift steeds borrowed from the Northtown Army, their return journey was nearly 1/3 shorter than their outward trek. By the time they arrived at Yin Pass, it was already noon on the following day. "The 1,000-man commander has returned," shouted an excited guard from within the camp. The entire military encampment erupted in a flurry of activity. Soldiers who had intended to go for their midday meal quickly gathered around. "1,000-man commander, you have returned. You have worked hard, commander. At last, we see you again, commander." The garrison at Yin Pass held deep affection for Lin Feng, and upon witnessing his safe return, joy illuminated every face. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Chong emerged from the central military tent, expressing impatience. "General Pan is currently discussing crucial matters of city defense with several captains. What are you all shouting about?" However, before he could finish his sentence, He spotted Lin Feng dismounting and approaching, his own face brightening with joy. Lin Feng, you have finally returned. How did it go? Did the northern barbarians attack Woolly City? Were you injured? Without the time to explain, Lin Feng hurried into the central military tent, exclaiming, Is General Pan inside? I have pressing matters to report. Seeing Lin Feng's urgency, Su Chong understood the gravity of the situation and ceased his inquiries, following closely behind him into the tent. Inside, General Pan Feng was discussing strategies with several captains, including Jiang Yi, standing before a military map. Subordinate pays respects to the general. Lin Feng saluted, prompting Pan Feng to take notice. He quickly set aside the wooden stick he had been holding and stepped forward to grasp Lin Feng's arm. Let me see. Did you forget any vital components during your mission to deliver the news from Woolly City? If something is amiss, my sister-in-law will not be pleased. Lin Feng's expression was grave, devoid of the spirit for jest. Observing his serious demeanor, Pan Feng too grew solemn and inquired, Did the northern barbarians truly attack the Northtown army in Woolly City? Lin Feng gave a slight nod. The vanguard and assault teams of the Northtown army were completely annihilated, and the remaining forces have retreated into Woolly City. The defending commander, He Xian, has rebelled and has been slain by General Yin and me. As each detail unfolded, Pan Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath, realizing the truth of Lin Feng's forewarnings. Even the most improbable event occurred, the defection of General He Xian, which Lin Feng had unfortunately predicted. How is the current battlefield situation? How many troops have the northern barbarians dispatched? Pan Feng inquired anxiously. This is not merely a matter of mutual destruction. The more pressing concern is that Woolly City serves as the gateway to the northeastern region of the Great Zhou. Should it fall, the consequences would be dire. The northern barbarians have sent forth an army of 60,000, including the elite royal-level Wild Lion army. Fortunately, we have managed to repel them twice, the last time. The northern barbarian commander Tiesu was slain by my hand, so for the moment, the situation should not be too grave. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Especially when he learned that Tiesu had been killed by Lin Feng, he was taken aback. That young man. The last time, the three of us couldn't defeat Tiesu. Yet this time you have done it alone. Truly a source of pride for our Yin Pass garrison. Tonight, I shall host a banquet at my residence. Invite your sister-in-law, and I will summon Su Chong and several captains. We shall celebrate your victory and welcome you back. However, Lin Feng waved his hand and replied, General, let us postpone the celebration for now. The most critical task is to break the siege of Woolly City. Chapter 94, 3,000 ambushing 60,000? Did you not say that we had repelled the northern barbarian army's assaults twice? How is it that they remain undeterred? Daring to strike at Woolly City? Pan Feng asked, perplexed. As the commander of Yin Pass, he understood the intricacies of siege warfare, particularly in a formidable city like Woolly. With its high walls and thick fortifications, after two failed assaults, it seemed nearly impossible for them to succeed. Moreover, although the northern barbarian army boasts a formidable force of 60,000, they are engaged in a siege. Even with the northern army suffering some losses, we still possess a relative advantage in combat capability. The greatest concern now is not whether the northern barbarians will launch another attack, but rather how much longer the defenders and civilians within Woolly City can endure under siege. I inspected the granary in Woolly City, and the supplies are insufficient for more than a month. The supply routes have long been severed by the northern barbarians. When we reach the point of desperation, it is feared that even if the northern army and the defenders strive to fight, they will be powerless to change the outcome. After Lin Feng's explanation, Pan Feng finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Furthermore, Lin Feng had more to convey. If news of Woolly City being besieged reaches the imperial capital, what will the Ministry of War and His Majesty think? Will they acquiesce to the unreasonable demands of the northern barbarians? It is known that there are many peace advocates within the court. This thought sent a chill down Pan Feng's spine. It implies that even if Woolly City is ultimately preserved, should the peace advocates in the court buckle under pressure, the brothers who perish within Woolly City would have died in vain. Damn it! Were it not for those spineless individuals in the court continually hindering the border defenses, we would have long since decimated the northern barbarian forces. Pan Feng exclaimed indignantly. He had repeatedly asserted that the situation along the northern border is unique, with the ever-present threat of a surprise attack from the northern barbarians. The issue of supplies and military provisions should grant the border regions the utmost degree of autonomy. Regrettably, the opinions of lesser individuals carry little weight. He is merely a minor 6th-rank external military officer, and thus, His counsel is unlikely to be heeded. This is not the time for such discussions, General Pan. We must launch a surprise attack on the northern barbarians and support the city of Uli. Pan Feng found himself questioning whether his ears were deceiving him. Their forces at Yin Pass barely numbered 3,000, while the northern barbarian army boasted a staggering 60,000. To attempt a raid with 3,000 against an army of 60,000? Even if the northern barbarians have suffered considerable losses, they still likely number at least 30 to 40,000. Is this not akin to throwing eggs against a rock, a futile endeavor that invites death? No. This is far too reckless. Pan Feng shook his head vigorously, resembling a clattering drum, and turned to Lin Feng, speaking earnestly. Lin Feng, it is not that I do not wish to save Uli, but our forces are simply too few. We can barely manage to defend against an external raid, let alone assault a force of several tens of thousands. Are we not courting disaster? After a brief pause, he continued. You know well how we mustered these 3,000 men. Moreover, I am about to be reassigned to Yin Pass. These brothers will be your support in the future. You cannot possibly send them all to their doom. Lin Feng understood this reasoning all too well. He immediately drew Pan Feng to the military map affixed to the wall. General Pan, I need not elaborate on the significance of Uli. Observe the proximity between Yin Pass and Uli. We could reach it in just a matter of days. If Uli were to fall, what do you suppose would be the next target of the northern barbarian army? Pan Feng's expression darkened, seeing Pan Feng's resolve wavering. Lin Feng seized the moment. General Pan, the northern barbarian army has endured 2 failed sieges. Their morale is severely diminished. They are likely to launch only small-scale attacks, and their ultimate strategy will be to besiege Uli. We should take advantage of this opportunity to break their ranks with heavily armored troops and elite forces, which would surely throw them into disarray. I have already conferred with General Yin Nantian. Should we initiate a surprise attack, they will promptly emerge from the city to flank the northern barbarian army. At that moment, the northern barbarians will inevitably collapse. This opportunity is truly unparalleled. With the discussion reaching this pivotal point, Pan Feng found himself without grounds to oppose Lin Feng. After a moment's hesitation, he conceded, very well. However, we must first address the small groups of northern barbarian elites that have been harassing Yin Pass. Once they are dealt with, we can lead our troops out of the city. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. Yet, capturing these troublesome northern barbarians at the border proved to be a cumbersome task. After a lengthy contemplation, Lin Feng suddenly turned to Pan Feng. General, do they not wish to infiltrate the city? Then let us afford them the opportunity to enter. Have you lost your mind? Pan Feng, having just turned and approached the command table to quench his thirst, spat out his tea in shock. I have not lost my mind. From this day forth, the entirety of Yin Pass shall be strictly monitored, entrances permitted, yet exits prohibited. Any force attempting to enter Yin Pass shall be closely watched by our soldiers. What is the purpose of entering the city? To sow discord and incite chaos. One who seeks to destroy will inevitably reveal their true intentions. When that moment arrives, we shall gather and annihilate them. This is akin to capturing a turtle in a jug. Upon hearing this, Pan Feng set down his teacup. Realizing that this was perhaps the only viable strategy to expose all the lurking elite spies of the northern barbarians. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Once we identify a spy from the northern barbarians, there is no need for further consultation. We shall eliminate them on the spot. Understood. With the General Pan Feng's approval, Lin Feng immediately issued commands. Jiang Yi, present. Jiang Yi cupped his hands and bowed in response. From today onwards, open the city gates and disseminate the information that there is a severe shortage of provisions in Yin Pass, necessitating the purchase of substantial supplies. Additionally, select 100 capable individuals to be stationed near the city gates to monitor any suspicious characters. Should any unusual activity arise, report immediately. I intend to eradicate them all. Understood. Wang Ming then stepped forward and inquired, Elder brother, what about me? How can our cavalry unit be absent in the extermination of the northern barbarian spies? After appraising Wang Ming, Lin Feng slightly shook his head. There is no need for you in this matter. Focus on training the heavy cavalry. From among the skilled soldiers in each camp, select those with cavalry experience. Anyone you deem worthy should be enlisted as heavy cavalry. When we launch a surprise attack against the northern barbarian army, we must have no fewer than 300 heavy cavalry leading the charge. Do you comprehend the weight of this responsibility? Wang Ming nodded solemnly, kneeling on one knee, his right fist placed upon his chest. Rest assured, Captain. I shall not fail in my duty. Now, each of you may carry out your tasks. With Lin Feng's command, Wang Ming, Jiang Yi, and several hundred captains exited the central military tent. Lin Feng turned to Pan Feng and spoke gravely. General, our impending assault on the northern barbarian army is fraught with peril. The odds of survival are slim. I wish to return home today to inform my wife. It is only natural, and how could Pan Feng refuse? Go, return swiftly. Our garrison at Yin Pass cannot afford to be without you.